The plane cuts through the soft clouds high in the sky with its wide and long wings. The guy, unexpectedly for himself and others, showed unprecedented courage. Thanks to him, it was possible to buy some time for the flight attendants and instill confidence in the other passengers. All 4 terrorists from the plane were captured alive. None of the hostages were harmed. Besides the main character, he is a typical homebody. But for some reason at this very moment, he decided to prove himself. To be honest, he was very scared, and the guy regrets his actions. Moments from his life flash before his face. All of them are connected with games and movies. The hero is already 22 years old and has never had a girlfriend. Sometimes he would spy on his neighbor, but he didn't dare talk to her. The guy's eyes suddenly open and his facial expression changes in surprise. Someone calls him, trying to wake him up. The protagonist gets out of bed, looks at his friend, nicknamed Noodles, sitting on the floor, and then asks if he is alive. The guy replies that his friend, nicknamed Batten, is still alive. But if he doesn't go to class again today, everything could change. The hero gets out of his bed and walks around his room to assess the situation and understand where he is. The place is probably a dormitory. He decides to put a bed rod in his mouth and says that the metal tastes like iron. The guy also starts the computer and thinks that it turns on without any problems. His gaze also falls on the table. The statuette of the Empress is beautiful as always. The guy looks into the kitchen. His friend's bucket contains only napkins. His friend snatches the bucket from his hands and is outraged that he is rummaging through the trash. The main character asks his friend to hit him in the face, and the man's smile is radiant. A friend says that he will do anything for his friend. Today, there is a special offer, order 1 and get 2 for free. A guy hits his friend twice, who rubs his cheek and realizes that if it hurts so much, it can't be a dream. The friend laughs loudly and even bends over from the surge of emotions. He says that his buddy is behaving very strangely today. The main character asks in fear what date it is today. The friend calmly replies that today's date is the 7th of August. The guy is shocked by what he heard. The emotions on his face change with every second. He doesn't believe his ears. A friend jokingly asks the main character what happened to him. He does not understand the reason for his worries. The guy says that he urgently needs to take a shower. Entering the bathroom, he slowly turns the shower. Warm water begins to pour on him. His body becomes wet. The main character does not understand what happened to him. In his last memory, it was November 11th, but today is already August 7th. Not only did he not die, but he also moved back 3 months. Apparently, this is a reward for all his good deeds in life. Or the universe decided that the guy hasn't accomplished everything yet. He doesn't understand why he only moved back 3 months, and they moved back 3 years. In other stories, people are sometimes reborn as babies, and they have plenty of time to achieve success. Unfortunately, the guy was given only 3 months, during which time nothing happened to him that could radically change his fate. The protagonist begins to wash himself much more aggressively than before. He is disappointed that he never bought lottery tickets. He also doesn't understand why his time travel kit doesn't include at least a trainer. The guy clutches the soap in his hands, and then it slips out of them. The soap bounces off the floor several times and remains lying on the bottom of the bathtub. Batten thinks that he has become completely impudent. He should be glad that he was alive, and not complain that everything could have been different. Since the universe gave the guy another chance, he should use it wisely. The main character plans to find a girl, travel to another country, go to a concert of his favorite band, and attend an anime festival. He promises himself that he will try and eventually achieve everything, but suddenly the guy is distracted from his thoughts by some strange sound. Batten assumes that this is a trainer. He will probably become rich or have an unlimited bank account. Perhaps he will become irresistible to girls. Suddenly, unfortunately for the protagonist, the sound disappears, and only the sound of pouring water remains. The guy is disappointed that his coach was a pressure cooker. His friend asks him through the door how long he's going to take to wash up, because their teacher will probably be taking roll call today. The boys go outside, the weather is great, the sky is clear, they approach a brick building which is the Academy of Arts. Noodles says that for now he should forget about the system, because when their teacher takes roll call, no one should be late. A blonde-haired guy hugging a red-haired girl waves his hand and asks how his friends are doing. Noodles greets an acquaintance named Mason and also makes a greeting gesture with his hand. He also wonders who his red-haired friend is that he is hugging. Mason explains that this is his new girlfriend named Catherine. He loves her madly, and from a surge of feelings he begins to sing. The lady asks him to stop because she is embarrassed. Noodles pats his friend on the back and says that only the main character is now left without a girl. After saying this, he smiles broadly and asks him why he is so sad. Mason explains that the key to this is initiative and persistence. The protagonist imagines himself as a dog gnawing on a bone and asks a sarcastic question in his head. Batten says goodbye to the guys and says that it's time for him to go to school, promising to talk to them next time. Noodles runs after the guy, actively waving his arms to quickly cover the new distance. The guy tries to calm his friend down and says that if Mason has a lady love, then Batten will definitely succeed. Because in their academy, the ratio of girls to guys is 1-to-4, it is only important to cast the nets. Baton asks to be silent so as not to complicate the situation, but suddenly someone catches his eye, distracting him from the dialogue. It's a dark-haired girl in a bright pink dress named Mary who studies with them at the same academy. Noodles smiles widely, looking at a mutual friend. Apparently an idea came into his head. He argues with his friend that he won't be able to approach her and talk to her. Batten grabs his friend by the collar of his sweater, angrily responding to his offer with a counter-question. The girl stops and calls Batten by name. His name is John, and she asks what he's doing. The friend says that there is no better opportunity to talk to her, so he suggests approaching the girl right now. The main character gathers his strength, mentally supporting himself, and heads towards the lady who likes him. The guy starts singing, saying that he has been in love with Mary for a very long time. The girl smiles sweetly, listening to him. He thinks that singing all this was clearly unnecessary. Mary starts laughing loudly, asking John if he is okay. He replies that everything is fine with him and says that he has liked her for a long time, after which he suggests being together. The lady exhales loudly and asks the main character to stop joking. John puts his hand on his chest and assures Mary that everything he said just now is not a joke. She explains to him that the guy has always been a good person to her, but she, unfortunately, perceives him only as a brother. The girl quickly leaves in an unknown direction, saying that she still has a lot of things to do. Noodles pats his friend on the back to support him and help him cope with the sad situation. John sniffles pitifully and looks in disappointment at the departing girl. A board appears in front of the main character with a message about the start of a new mission. Upon receiving 100 refusals, he gets +3 to his hand speed. Suddenly, a bell rings outside, signaling the start of classes. Noodles takes his friend by the hand and pulls him forward. The janitor slowly sweeps the streets as the boys run into the academy building. The teacher begins to mark his students, calling out their names one by one. She continues to follow the list of students, calls out Nicholas's name. He is also present. Having reached John through the magazine, the woman calls his name, and when she doesn't hear an answer, she repeats it again in case the guy didn't hear. As soon as she starts asking her classmates if the main character is definitely not among those present, he and his friend run into the auditorium, shouting that they have arrived. They grab their legs and bend over, breathing heavily from running and the stress of being late for class. The woman clutches the magazine with names tighter, feeling irritated because of another lateness. Noodles scratches his head, trying to justify himself. He says that John had diarrhea this morning. The dean of the animation department, Julia, says that the students will receive a 10-point deduction on their final exam score. The woman begins to lead the couple, talking about cultural guides in the transmission of images and the study of fine art. Batten's head hurts a lot because he is not interested in listening to such information, and the teacher himself does not really like him. Nicholas, on the other hand, absolutely loves this subject. He listens with interest and absorbs all the information. Noodles draws funny pictures in his own notebook starring Julia. He calls her a witch and is outraged that the woman got so mad as if the guys had arrived at the end of the class, although they were only 5 minutes late. Suddenly, the friend notices that the main character does not move at all and does not react to anything he says. He tugs at his shoulder, worried about his friend's condition. It seems to the guy that John has been terribly shaken by the situation with Mary. In his mind, the main character looks at a board with an inscription about the beginning of a new mission. Apparently, this is a trainer. He doesn't yet understand what the sign about receiving 100 refusals means and assumes that a good guy is a system for achieving achievements. A guy doesn't want to feel like a loser 100 times. He'll quickly burn with shame. He is also not very satisfied with the reward, because usually super weapons or pet dragons are offered for completing tasks. The main character even agrees to a plus to charisma or strength, but hand speed is clearly of no use to him. Apparently, if he gets rejected 100 times and the guy turns out to be hopeless, then increasing his hand speed will make his lot easier. Batten looks at his palm, thinking about all the information he has recently received. He bends his hand, continuing to examine it and search for what new has been added. The main character starts waving it from side to side. The speed has really increased. His friend is in shock from what is happening. Apparently his buddy did not become a fool, but simply went crazy. The dean of animation draws attention to the children's actions at their desks. She looks at them with displeasure, and then calls out to John so that he will pay attention to her and stop doing what he was doing earlier. The guy looks up and sees an angry Julia in front of him, looking at him with irritation. The main character's consciousness plays, and he imagines that there is a lot of negative energy around the woman. John cringes at the pressure she feels and says he's in place. She replies with indignation on her face that she already sees this. The main character gets upset and regrets that he paid attention to his own person. Julia says she has been informed that John's recent absence is due to him writing a report on classifying clothing from different eras. The guy falls into a stupor. Everything she says causes negative emotions in him. He didn't make any report. Probably his friend said something like that to the woman. The protagonist stands up awkwardly and is about to explain himself, coming up with some kind of excuse. He can't just go and tell the truth, because in fact, he was busy watching anime all this time. Julia asks him to speak louder, unable to think of anything. The guy admits that he was giving a report all this time. The woman hopes that the protagonist will present his work to the group at the next lesson. She adds angrily that he has 3 days to do this, probably realizing that John had no intention of making a report. The guy says that he understood her. Now he has to do his schoolwork instead of spending his time as he wants. It was dark outside. Only a single lantern illuminated a small path. The main character is sitting in some room next to a laptop working on his project. It took him 3 hours to write the content. Fortunately, the guy is well acquainted with this topic. But unfortunately, it is quite difficult to draw everything in 3 days. There is a high probability that he will not have time. He decides that he will do everything in his power, because it is much better to have something than nothing. Suddenly, taking the pencil in his hand, John finds that his body part is moving very quickly. He doesn't understand why he draws so quickly, because he hasn't noticed anything like this in himself before. The main character's hand moves from side to side across the sheet of paper at great speed. Literally a couple of minutes later, the costume design was ready. John currently only has a +1 in hand speed. It's hard to imagine what will happen next. He continues to work diligently with his pencil in order to finish everything as quickly as possible before submitting the report. The main character looks at his work with delight. Another drawing is ready. The guy loudly shouts and raises his pencil up, genuine joy visible on his face. Apparently, hand speed is very useful for John and will now clearly come in handy in his profession. A stack of books hits the surface noisily, creating a clatter and a characteristic thud. The main character dragged a huge pile of books for the girl, which she was very grateful for. He smiles widely, sparkling with happiness and pleasure. John decides to apologize to his coach and admits that he is a very useful thing, and that he was wrong to slander him. With such hand speed, getting a report ready no longer sounds like an impossible task. Suddenly, a thought comes into the main character's head that distracts him from his joy. He breaks his pencil, smiles wryly, and wonders why he's wasting time drawing now. The guy noisily puts the instrument on the table, getting ready to go somewhere. John decides that he should get as many rejections as possible in order to gain a plus in hand speed. There are just enough girls in this room who will only play into your hands. The guy looks at the ladies one after another and can't decide who to choose. John doesn't know what to say to the girl. Asking her out right away might be inappropriate. But if he doesn't complete the report for the class, the teacher clearly won't think about decency. The guy slams his fist on the table and decides that he needs to take action right now. After this, the main character smiles sarcastically and thinks that he will choose the most beautiful girl first. The weather outside is clear. The sun illuminates the roads and buildings. John arrives at the library the next day, full of confidence in his own success. He spots his first target and heads towards the girl who is peacefully reading. She looks irresistible, so beautiful that it's hard to tear your eyes away. The guy turns around abruptly, as he is very worried, after which he decides that he should find another way to complete the task. Suddenly, the main character remembers the report awaiting him. A light bulb goes off in John's head, and he gets an idea that will help in this situation. He approaches the table and starts doing something with his hands, turning his back. The guy draws a portrait of the girl and suggests going to dinner together. It seems to him that he has come up with an incredibly brilliant plan. Shyly, the protagonist struggles with himself to approach the unsuspecting girl. He runs up to her and quietly places the piece of paper on the table without saying anything. After this, he runs away and sits down at one of the tables, waiting for a reply letter from her. John blushes deeply and sweats profusely from worry and anticipation of the outcome. Suddenly, a folded piece of paper flies to him, which distracts him from the thoughts entering his head. He looks down. There is a response written on the paper below. The girl says that in his place she would refuse dinners altogether. The protagonist does not know whether this answer counts as a refusal. There is no progress in the system, and so he decides to be more straightforward. John writes a proposal to enter into a relationship on a piece of paper, after which he also quietly sneaks up to the girl to hand over the paper. The lady, squinting slightly, reads what is written on the sheet of paper, trying to understand the sentence. After this, he gets up, starts to collect his things, takes his bag and textbooks. The main character hopes that she will approach him and the guy and he will be able to get a refusal. But despite everything, the girl passed by him and headed in the other direction. She walks to the door and leaves the room without saying anything in response to the proposal. John is very upset about this, because the girl could have turned him down first and only then left. He thinks that the intelligence of this system is like that of bread. Now the guy doesn't know what to do. The main character suddenly gets up from the table. He should think about changing tactics. He exhales heavily, sweating from stress, but still heads towards his next victim. The guy pats the girl on the shoulder, telling her that he thinks she is incredibly beautiful. Turning around, she doesn't understand who this person is. And then, unable to think of anything better, John compliments the lady's mouth. Having overcome all his embarrassment and worries, the guy invites her to start a relationship. Feeling a little surprised, the girl asks him if they know each other. John says that this factor is not important at all, and then repeats his proposal again. She apologizes and says that she is already in a relationship, so nothing will work out. The system counts the refusal, which makes the guy very happy he finally succeeded. The main character starts laughing loudly and forcefully, and the girl, in turn, does not understand what is going on. He apologizes for disturbing her, and the lady replies that there is nothing to worry about. The scheme, of course, works, but it's better to act more delicately so as not to scare the girls. The main character approaches one of the girls in order to receive another refusal to improve his ability. He compliments the lady by comparing her to a spring-blossoming sakura, after which he suggests getting to know her better. She replies that she already has a boyfriend. Then John bows to her and apologizes for disturbing her. The main character does not stop acting and approaches another girl to get acquainted, but she also turns him down. John bows to her again, apologizes, and leaves to find a new target. He approaches another lady again, complimenting her in an attempt to get to know her, and she replies that she is gay. A guy approaches another girl, saying that he gets goosebumps just looking at her. Suddenly, it turns out that John is trying to meet not a lady, but a guy. The main character lowers his head, embarrassed by the awkwardness of the situation. It turned out quite awkward. He soon reached the 9-failure mark, which he was certainly very happy about. It turns out that all that remains is to receive one refusal and the mission will be accomplished, and the speed of the hands will be increased. Suddenly, the main character bumps into someone's shoulder and crashes into him. The dark-haired guy turns to him and tells him that he is a fan of his. John doesn't know who this young man is. He looks at him with distrust. He asks if the guy approached 9 girls. He saw with his own eyes 6 of his approaches, and also noted that he approaches everyone and has no criteria. And the young man also really likes the cheerful attitude, because the hero almost rejoices at every refusal. The guy smiles sheepishly. This man doesn't know that he started this in order to get rejections. John says that he is alarmed by such attention to his person. He has not seen it before. The guy looks down, looks at the floor, and asks to be allowed to introduce himself. He says he is a social commentator named Jeffrey and then asks for an interview. John is shocked. His face shows surprise, and then asks if his interlocutor is a journalist. Jeffrey replies that he is a moderator of one of the popular groups, namely the BBS group. When the guy says they have 300,000 subscribers, John recognizes his face and remembers the young man. The main character points his finger at the sky and shouts that there is a UFO in that direction. Jeffrey turns in that direction to see what's there. But unfortunately, when he turned back, John was no longer next to him. The dark-haired guy remarks that he has just been taken for a ride. The main character runs up the stairs at great speed, trying to get away from the place as quickly as possible. The guy smiles broadly and laughs loudly, saying that no normal person would give an interview to Jeffrey. As soon as he managed to tear himself away from the library, a man appeared in front of him. This is the blonde-haired girl asking for directions to workshop number 2. After the hero suggested her aside, she smiles sweetly and thanks him. The lady follows the indicated direction, holding a lilac umbrella in her hands. Suddenly, the main character asks her to stop because he also wanted to ask for directions. The girl stops and asks him where he is going. John asks her how to get to her heart, wanting to get one last refusal. The girl with the lilac umbrella replies that she is already in a relationship, and the young man is waiting for her in the workshop. She says that the guy is a happy sweetheart, asks him to continue searching and not to despair. Finally, the hero completes the second stage and heads to the workshop to test his new skill. He quickly covers the entire distance to his destination in order to experience all the possibilities as soon as possible. The workshop contains many plaster sculptures, various figures, as well as easels with canvases. The protagonist stops among 3 easels to start creating. He moves his hand quickly and sharply, holding a pencil and working on new paintings. And now, only the final touches remain to complete the work of art. The paintings are already ready. John's hands are very fast, although he has only completed the second stage. He can't even imagine what will happen when he completes all the tasks and gets plus 16 to his speed. To complete the third stage, the guy should think of a faster way to get rejected, because he needs to hit on 90 girls in the shortest possible time. Suddenly, the phone vibrates and makes a distinctive notification sound in John's pants pocket. It turns out that it is his friend, Lapsha, who asks him to wait for him in the workshop so that they can go to the dining room together. It's quite strange that the main character was surprised, because no one can write to him except for a friend. Suddenly, it dawns on him that he doesn't have to hit on every girl in person. He will be able to do mass mailings, which will save him a lot of time. Of course, the probability of being ignored becomes higher, but it is still faster. The guy quickly sends the same message to multiple girls. Suddenly, both of them receive simultaneous messages on their phones asking them to start dating. Suddenly, the main character realizes one thing. Something puts him into a stupor. It is not a fact that a refusal via messenger will be taken into account by the system. I should have just messaged a couple of girls first and seen what happened. John waves his accelerated arms quickly and thinks that he is quite stupid. But unfortunately, nothing can be fixed. So all we can do is wait. Soon notifications will arrive on his phone. The phone will report this. The girls do not give a direct answer and try to get out of the refusal. Ideas don't work. The numbers in the system don't want to increase. The main character decides to go all the way, so he tells them that he didn't lose the bet and it's not a joke. They have no choice but to refuse. He sends all the messages and thinks that now no one will be able to get out of it. Reading all the messages, John looks at his phone in frustration and holds his hand to his chest. The numbers on the board increase. Refusals are added at a new rate. The main character thanks the girls for their answers, because with their help, he will be able to achieve his own goal. Reading all the messages, John thinks that all these refusals sound very cruel. Trying to recover from such offensive letters, he barely lifts his head to look at something. He looks peacefully at the scoreboard with increasing numbers. The plan worked successfully. The main character imagines his social death. As he lies in a coffin with 100 white roses, he opens his eyes, returning to real life. Fantasizing is, of course, good. But today, there are still a lot of things to do besides this. Regardless, John decides that the best option is to apologize to the girls after being rejected. Lying in the coffin again, the protagonist sends all the messages of apology to his own victims. Noodles quickly runs towards his friend, waving his arms vigorously and furiously shouting his name. The guy slowly turns his head towards his friend in order to understand what is causing this reaction. Noodles attacks his friend, a fight ensues, and the guys raise dust from the floor. He squeezes Batten and asks why he confesses his love to his girlfriend. The guy is very disappointed because he considered him a friend. They show John the phone with the correspondence, and he replies that he simply got the address wrong and the message was not intended for her. Noodles feels extremely angry. He doesn't understand why he didn't cancel the message if he made a mistake. The protagonist explains that he realized it too late and that cancellation was no longer possible. The guy receives a message. The girl says that her friend also received a message from him. Probably Batten got the address wrong. A friend angrily asks him why more than 10 girls received his messages confessing his love. The main character sweats from embarrassment and worry, trying to come up with an excuse. Noodles asks what's going on with his friend and how many girls he's confessed his love to. John can't tell him everything as it is because it's quite hard to believe. The friend continues to talk about how the hero used to be afraid of girls like fire, but now he writes himself, maybe he's crazy. Suddenly, the guy gets the idea to check whether male rejections count, since he could have been gay initially. John decides that it's worth trying with a friend, in which case he will say that he was just joking. The guy lowers his head and begins to speak languidly and slowly, drawing attention to himself. He says that everything is exactly as his friend says. He really is crazy. But it wasn't just like that. It was love that turned John's head. The main character continues to say that he wrote to all these girls for a reason. The guy puts his hands on his friend's shoulders, who looks at the situation with incomprehension. John wrote to them so that everyone around him would think that he liked girls. He slowly moves closer to his friend's ear and continues to whisper that his heart starts beating faster at other times. Noodles, with a frightened look on his face, pushes his friend away, not understanding what happened to Batten. The guy admits that he was just pretending to be straight all the time and that he actually adores guys. The friend steps back and at some point presses himself against the wall. He can no longer escape. John promises to be more affectionate with him than his girlfriend. The main character purses his lips and asks his friend to open his heart to him. Noodles quickly moves past the obstacle made by his friend. He needs to escape. He bares his teeth and points his finger at John, screaming that he thought they were friends, but now everything is ruined. The main character asks directly if they will kiss. Noodles shows him an obscene sign and sends him away. Looking at his scoreboard, the guy realizes that this refusal was also counted. Now he has more options to earn points. Noodles doesn't understand whether he really is a representative of a non-traditional orientation and asks not to disappoint him. John hugs his friend and says that if he doesn't want to kiss him, then they won't. They will remain friends. The guy admits that it was all just a prank, and his friend is outraged by this. He attacks the main character and asks him to tell him what has been happening to his friend lately. The hero explains that Lapsha himself told him to cast his nets, so he did it to find the girl. John grabs his friend and asks him again if he is disappointed in this, and probably wanted his friend to be in love with him. He says the joke is over and offers to buy him lunch as an apology. Noodles says that, given the amount of food, he has practically stopped being offended by it today. John decides that if rejections from guys count, then he should finish the 100 at their expense. While chewing another delicacy, the friend asks the main character why he didn't even touch the food. Not paying attention to him, the guy sits on his phone and smiles sarcastically, realizing that now he can cope with his mission much easier. Noodles snatches the phone out of his hands, making a displeased face because his friend isn't paying attention to him. Holding the gadget in his hands, he asks if his friend is casting his nets in the messenger again. John aggressively tells him that he wants him to sit down and give him back his phone. Despite everything, Noodles looks at the glowing screen of the gadget and sees a correspondence with the guy, which causes him to go into shock. The friend throws the phone aside and loudly asks the friend if he offers intimacy to men. People in the establishment turn around at these words. Noodles is very worried and asks his friend if he is gay or just stupid. John smiles awkwardly and says that he simply lost a bet and now he needs to get 100 rejections. A friend says that this is not like him and it is hard to believe that such a thing is possible. The protagonist boasts that he is already close to his goal. Noodles asks if he is afraid to confess to so many people. He replies that he is not afraid at all, especially since no one reciprocated. The guy says that tomorrow he has to go to class with the hated teacher again and asks his friend if he has prepared the report. John gets more and more rejections. The numbers in his spreadsheet grow. He replies that he is in the process of working on it. The number reaches 100, and now the main character gets plus 16 to his hand speed. Now for him, preparing a report will be the easiest task because his hands move at a gigantic speed. The main character enters the workshop, taking with him a huge stack of papers in order to complete the entire work plan. John begins to remember all the dynasties of his family in order to help himself complete all the impossible work. Confidence and determination are visible on his face. The guy is confident in his own abilities and decides to start. He takes some of the prepared papers into his hands in order to bring everything he has planned to life. The guy quickly throws all the sheets into the air with a movement of his hand. The protagonist takes 2 pencils in one hand and decides that by increasing the number, he will also increase the speed. John jumps into the air towards the flying sheets, swinging his slate friends at them. He lists names and fills more and more paper with drawings every second. The main character depicts popular ancient people in their traditional costumes. Suddenly, the guy turns around and notices one of the sheets. With a grin on his face, he reaches out to it. He grabs the paper with the suit design on it, pulling it back towards him and putting it back in place. It depicts a luxurious girl in a festive outfit. Just as all the drawings for the report are ready, John lands on the ground. The leaves fall slowly, balancing slightly in the air and swaying. They fall on the floor at random. Some are upside down, some are lying on the right side. The guy raises his hands up, rejoicing and exulting at the completion of a job that would have taken much longer without his abilities. Plus 16 in hand speed can really do wonders. John quickly dealt with the Chinese part of the report, But he hadn't even started on the foreign parts yet. It would be desirable to cover Europe, ancient Egypt, India, and Japan. It's already approaching 10 in the evening, and the class starts at 8 in the morning. The protagonist clenches his fist and decides that he needs to push harder to finish what he started. The sun disappears behind the horizon, painting the sky in pink and orange tones. Students go about their business. Some need to attend classes. Some came extra. John enters the academy building. The guy thinks that his finest hour will come very soon. A friend of the main character suddenly appears behind him, frightening him with a sharp movement and a scream. Noodles asks where John was all night. His friend was worried that he didn't make a report and decided to commit suicide. The protagonist smiles broadly and says that his friend has never been so wrong. He approaches his friend and says that very soon he will be able to see and understand everything for himself. Julia orders everyone to take their seats, then asks the boys why they are smiling so suspiciously. The boys immediately calm down and adopt neutral expressions, not daring to say another word. The teacher asks his student, who promises to present a report at this class, to come up to her. The main character immediately jumps up from his seat and happily heads towards her. Noodles does not understand this joy. John thinks that these mere mortals don't even suspect that very soon they will witness a real miracle. He assumes that their conversation will be about Julia's assignment for the guy. The guy awkwardly corrects himself and says that he was preparing a report while unzipping his backpack to get his work. The teacher closes his eyes and explains that the talk about the report will come a little later. But for now, there are other topics for discussion. Julia hands him the phone and asks him to read this message in front of everyone first. The main character picks up the gadget and with great surprise on his face discovers his message, which he sent to absolutely everyone. Now he realizes that yesterday he sent this message to his teacher, among others. Julia tells him that she has always considered him a decent student, but since he can afford to treat teachers like that, she will have to teach him a lesson. She asks John to read aloud the message he wrote. The guy blushes and wants to come up with an excuse. The teacher asks if he meant to distract her attention from the report with this message. Everyone in the office is discussing the fact that they also received the protagonist's confession. Noodles, hearing this, goes into shock. He thinks that his friend has gone crazy, as he assumed. The girls are discussing yesterday's message from their friend. If he sent it even to a witch, then surely the confession came to all the girls he knew. The boys also discuss the incidents, thinking that the hero confessed only to the boys. Some people laugh when they learn these details, not expecting this from John. Some students think the boy deserves it, hoping that the teacher will punish him to the fullest extent. Julia asks to confess if the main character did not complete the report, and these tricks should only be performed on your girlfriends. She continues to say that the punishment will serve as an example for the others, because something awaits him for failing to complete the report. John dumps a stack of sheets of paper with sketches on the table and asks to look at them, because everything is ready. The teacher is very surprised by what she hears. She starts leafing through the sketches of costumes and does not understand how this is possible. The office begins to fill with noise and discussions about the protagonist's behavior. Julia is surprised that John did everything and the drawings were done to a very high standard. There are at least 500 sheets of paper in the desk. Even the Celestials couldn't have drawn them in 3 days. She assumes that someone clearly helped the guy. The teacher says that if the guy did it himself, then he needs to defend this report in front of everyone. The main character, with a confident expression on his face, agrees to do this because he knows that this action will not cause him any difficulties. He begins to defend his project, first talking about Chinese outfits. A distinctive feature of women's outfits of a certain dynasty was that the skirt, dress, and shoulders were one piece. The length of the sleeves was about 3/4 of the length of the arms. John then begins to talk about foreign clothes. In medieval Europe, monotonous clothing prevailed. Women wore dresses of black, white, or gray. The teacher and the main character's friend watch the performance with their mouths open and do not understand when he managed to do everything. Julia is perplexed as to why the guy confessed his love to her. Apparently, she underestimated the power of the hormonal surge in young men his age. The students are surprised by the success and excellent performance of their classmate. They praise him. With faces of delight and surprise, the boys begin to actively clap for John. The teacher also sits with some delight. The main character, finishing his speech, thanks everyone for their attention. The woman clears her throat and admits that the guy did well and asks him to return to his seat. John, looking down, and since he is standing in front of everyone, would like to explain about the messages. Julia is worried and hopes that the guy won't ask for her hand like in sentimental melodramas. He says he just lost a bet, So most likely all his classmates, including the guys, received a message with a declaration of love. The teacher exhales with relief, looking down and smiling slightly. Julia says that she thinks John is a promising guy and also asks not to get involved in such disputes anymore. He bowed low and asked for forgiveness, promising to make amends to her. The long-awaited bell rings. People slowly pack their things into bags and get up from their seats. The main character doesn't care about this. He's sitting on his phone doing something very important that shouldn't be distracted from. A friend comes up to him from behind and says that his buddy shocked everyone today, and then asks how he managed to do everything. Without looking up from his gadget, John replies that his under-eye circles speak for themselves. Noodles shakes his face, asking if his friend has made a deal with the devil. The main character says that his head already hurts from these interrogations. Now he needs to make amends to the guys. The friend was surprised by what he heard and looked at his phone, asking what he would do to make this happen. He decides that the most correct and best option would be to send red envelopes in which he could put any amount from his wallet. Noodles is surprised by the money sent, commenting on his friend's generosity. Suddenly, another notification comes that a new task has been created called Spender. To complete the task, you need to spend about 1 million. John was shocked by this amount. After completing the task, an achievement will be awarded and added, +1 to luck. The main character screams in indignation. Perhaps this is some kind of mistake. Upon completion of the task, he will have +1 to luck, and for each stage he will only be given points. It is unknown what they will be good for. John looks disappointed that only 3,000 were spent and a lot more resources are needed to complete the task. He is very aggressive, shows an obscene sign to the table, and says that the system can go to hell with such tasks. The main character feels many emotions at once: disappointment, anger, and misunderstanding. His friend has been watching him from the side all this time. He asks what happened to his acceptance. The guy screams and says that he is going to hit Noodles in the face from a surge of emotions. Priyatya closes his friend's mouth, not allowing him to say another word. Noodles says that he got one of his friend's envelopes, then invites him to lunch. John smiles happily and points out that no one forced his friend to do so and that he suggested it himself. The main character thinks that for now he should forget about the system, because now it is much more important to go and have a snack. It has been dark outside for a long time. The stars are visible in the clear sky. There is no light on in any window. Everyone is probably already going to bed. John is sitting at the computer, holding a bag of chips in his hands, looking at something inside it. If he does not complete this task, it is unknown whether the system will issue the next one. If it doesn't work out, then this task will hang on him for the rest of his life, 1 million in exchange for +1 to luck. It's not clear whether it's worth it. Fortunately, the guy was extremely pleased with the pumping of his hand speed. Pumping his luck could also be useful. But the question of where to get so much money remains open. The main character understands that if he does something, his mother will never spare him. There is a huge pile of food on the table, lots of chips, marmalade, drinks, and various sweets. You should act according to the situation. If within a couple of weeks the system does not issue another task, then John will return to solving this problem again. Noodles into the room, pokes his friend's phone. Now his friend is a celebrity. It turns out that in the last couple of days, he has not only sent messages with declarations of love, but also did it live in the library. With each approach, the guy tried a new phrase, and when rejected, he didn't blush, didn't lose his mood, and immediately went to the next girl. The main character looks at his phone with confusion and asks what they are talking about. It turns out that Jeffrey wrote an article online about this incident. John carefully looks at the article and the website it is written on to find at least one mention of it. Not finding any information, he exhales loudly and says that the journalist had no information about him. After this, the guy gives the phone to his friend and says that he has nothing to do with it because the name is not written and there is no photo. The main character pretends to look away and pretends that he knows nothing about this situation. Noodles smiles widely and asks if he wants to say that it's just a coincidence, since it's impossible to ignore the fact that he sent 100 declarations of love. John breaks out in a cold sweat because his secret has been revealed, which is not something he really wants. If Noodles figured it out, then the rest of my classmates will also understand what's what. A friend reassures him, saying that even if it was him, he has already explained everything and made amends financially. He scrolls through comment after comment on his phone and says that people are very tactless. John turns to him, trying to find out what he means. Noodles hides his gadget behind his back and pretends that nothing happened. In order to distract from the current situation, the guy suggests playing a mobile game. The main character notes that he would be more interested in watching anime, and his friend agrees with him. It's 5:30 in the morning, it's still quite dark outside, and most people are in their beds. All night, John read angry comments from people under this article. Many people insult him. He closes his eyes in resentment, trying to calm down and not think about the bad. He understands that it all comes down to just one thing, namely the guy's excess weight. Getting out of bed, the protagonist realizes that he does not want to give people a reason to make fun of him any longer. First of all, he goes to the bathroom, puts toothpaste on his toothbrush and starts brushing his teeth. After this, he puts on his shoes and his gray windbreaker, most likely getting ready to head outside. The protagonist ties a red ribbon on his head and announces that he plans to lose weight. He immediately noisily throws all the most delicious products, soda, marmalade, chips, into the trash can. His friend wakes up from the noise, opens one eye, and tries to understand what happened. The friend gets up and asks where his neighbor went because it's still dark outside. John replies that he's going to run. Noodles assumes he's still asleep, so he goes back to his bed. The main character had long wanted to lose weight and start running, but he never got around to taking real action. Until his death, he thought he would start tomorrow or Monday. But since life gave him another chance, he should take full advantage of it. John starts running very enthusiastically. Slowing down and slowing down, it seems to him that now he is going to die again. After coming to a complete stop, he falls noisily to the ground, exhausted from running. But the distance is only 100 meters. Lying on the ground, he says that the experiment failed. He is already too fat. Now running is something beyond him. The girl appears in front of him, extending a helping hand and asking if everything is okay. The protagonist raises his head, looking sheepishly at the lady in front of him. He replies that he feels great now. The girl helps him get up. John asks if the lady also went jogging. She says that she runs every day. The main character tells his new acquaintance that he went running for the first time today. The girl grabs him and says that he continued in the same spirit. She supports the guy. The main thing is just to start and take the first step, and then it will be easier. The lady says goodbye to her new friend and tells him not to give up the business. He waves his hand after her and promises not to finish training today. The main character thinks that this girl is just an angel. He really liked her. John clenches his hand into a fist and promises himself that he will not give up under any circumstances. He starts running forward. Suddenly, a new task called a speed walker appears before his eyes. The guy is very happy about the opening of a new task. Now he won't have to spend $1 million. The protagonist closes his eyes and slowly exhales, feeling calm and soothed. To complete the task, you need to travel 10,000 kilometers. For completing the mission, you will be awarded +10 to strength, +10 to speed, and +10 to endurance. John realizes that China is 4,500 kilometers long from west to east, and he needs to cover that distance twice. The main character is simply shocked. Realizing these numbers, it seems to him that it is simply impossible to do this. After all, today he ran only a few hundred meters and almost died. Even if the guy gets back into shape in the very near future and starts running 3 kilometers a day, it will take him about 10 years to complete the task. John remembers all the missions the system gave him, trying to establish communication. He is very outraged by all the circumstances and says that she is simply making fun of him. Suddenly, a sign appears in front of him, saying that if he doesn't give up, everything will come. The main character doesn't understand the meaning at first, but then decides that there is clearly something to it. Suddenly, one important truth dawns on John. This quote is the key to the answer. Only after the guy tried to start running, this task was revealed to him. If he continues to try and does not give up, then no one knows what else the system can surprise him with. Nothing in this world is given for free. If a person does not strive for anything and does not make any attempts, then why would heaven help him? It's better to start taking action right now than to sit and whine and achieve nothing. Suddenly, John notices that this task has as many as 15 stages. This is even for the better. If the guy cannot complete the mission to the end, he will still receive rewards and level up after completing each stage. The more his endurance, strength, and speed improve, the easier and faster he will be able to complete the next stages. The protagonist notices an item called running gear and decides to find out what it means. Once this section is opened, a variety of items appear in front of him that can be useful while running, each of which gives a certain amount of points. After this, the main character realizes why these glasses were needed after all. Now he has only 111 points, which can be used to buy some things. John decides that the most important thing for him right now would be the sneakers, so he presses them. Many characteristics of this type of footwear appear before him. The guy does not understand anything, but is madly delighted with everything. It also comes with a +1 to speed, which is exactly what the guy needs to complete all the tasks as quickly as possible. Suddenly, he realizes that his knees hurt like crazy. It is unknown how the hero could have damaged them after running only a couple of 100 meters. These shoes are perfect for John. Knee protection and +1 to speed will solve half the problems. Without a moment's hesitation, the protagonist presses the buy button. Various sparks are hovering around him, and the guy's face shows surprise at what he sees. Suddenly, he decides to look around to check if there is anyone nearby. Having checked everything, John breathes out calmly and rejoices, because otherwise he could have become another hero of some local blog. He looks at his palms and is surprised by the size of the sneakers he just bought. Apparently, this is another joke of this system. The sneakers already seemed ideal to the guy. Suddenly, blue sparks appear in front of him and envelop his legs. Although the new pair looks almost the same as the previous pair, the feeling is completely different. Even all the sweat was absorbed somewhere. It was as if John had pillows on his legs. The main character smiles contentedly, thinking that he is now incredibly comfortable. He decides that he should take a short walk to test the performance of his new pair of shoes. John sees the distance, time of use, step length, and calories. This really surprises the guy. The main character decides that now he can run a whole kilometer. It accelerates and begins its movement. Control and measurement processes are launched. The system has detected critical errors in the carrier's movements and is asking whether forced adjustments should be applied. Without a second's hesitation, the protagonist agrees to the forced corrections. The system applies forced adjustments to the wearer's movements, and he begins to move unnaturally. After the changes, the guy feels like his legs are a little constrained. Although it is not entirely comfortable, he already feels a noticeable reduction in the load on his knees. The speed increases noticeably, and the wearer of the new sneakers reaches the 500-meter mark. Running 800 meters, the main character finds it noticeably harder to breathe. He exhales air slowly and repeatedly. The guy decides that he can't do it anymore. Even though he now has miracle sneakers, his body is not yet ready for such loads. Exhausted from running, he decides that training is over for today. Suddenly, John remembers the words of his new acquaintance, after which he realizes that he will not give up so easily, because if he continues to stay in his comfort zone, then girls like her will remain out of reach. The guy set a goal to run 1 kilometer, which means nothing will stop him. The sneakers report that the wearer has run 1 kilometer. The route took 20 minutes, and about 500 calories were burned, which is roughly equal to 2 chicken wings. John learns that after completing a set goal, his soul feels very good. He had not noticed this before. It's getting close to 6 o'clock in the evening. Julia dismisses everyone from classes. Noodles tells his friend that he will never guess what he dreamed about. The guy suggests that the dream could have been a mobile game. The friend denies the assumption and says that he dreamed that Batten got up for a run. This sounds like the beginning of a joke. The main character says that it was not a dream at all because he really went outside this morning. The teacher interrupts them and calls John's name to get his attention. He looks at her with confusion and asks what Julia wants. The woman offers him lunch. Today's dinner will be on her account. Noodles goes into shock. The witch called his friend for dinner. He couldn't hear wrong. The protagonist smiles broadly, agreeing to go to lunch with the teacher. The students sitting in the audience begin to whisper among themselves upon hearing this dialogue. The guy returns to the hostel at 15 minutes past 11. Noodles looks at his friend with suspicion. He came in tired and was all sweaty. The friend said nothing, looked exhausted, and then immediately went to the shower. Although his version sounds too exotic, it is apparently not that far from the truth. The guy knows that their witch is completely crazy. He's not even surprised that she has such a perverted taste in guys. Coming out of the bathroom, John wrapped towels around his waist, but suddenly something distracted his attention. Noodles jumps on him and asks him to tell the absolute truth after his question. He asks his friend if they had anything to do with their mutual teacher. The main character suddenly removes his friend's hand from his shoulder. With no place left for Noodles to lean on, he begins to fall right onto his own friend. Their faces are very close to each other, which makes both of them incredibly embarrassed and shy. It is at this moment that a guy named Edward, who is their mutual neighbor, returns to their room. Seeing this, he apologizes, assuming that he disturbed the guys, and is about to leave the room. Noodles tells Edward that he will explain everything right now. In fact, everything is not at all as it might seem. The guy hugs his friend and says that love has no specific gender. If it exists, then it has the right to exist. He thinks that they should be shy. They just need to be themselves. Edward is even happy for his friends. Out of aggression, John grabs the neighbor who came by the collar and asks him to listen to them and not interrupt. Noodles talks about all his assumptions about the witch and his friend. He wanted to ask him about what happened, but his neighbor came in. The main character understands how ambiguous everything he says sounds, so he just shows off his class. Edward tries to comprehend everything the guys just said, how Batten could have met with their teacher. He is in complete shock, because he thought that his friends were just gay, but it turns out that a completely different situation has developed. John sighs and says that his friends don't understand anything because the meeting turned out differently. In fact, Julia invited him just to eat. She wanted to make amends for being biased and groundlessly accusing him of being lazy. She really liked her report, and she decided to show him a book that needed illustrations. The guys cross their arms over their chests and say they don't believe a word of it. With a stony face, John hands his acquaintances a book called The 1,000-Year Sleep. The boys are shocked by the book they see, because it is a new novel by a very popular author. Edward says John has no idea how cool it is. The writer is a modern-day novel goddess. He adores her. Noodles adds that he heard that she has already rejected a bunch of artists. She doesn't like anyone. If he interferes, then his friend won't have time to play mobile games with him. The main character thinks that this is a great opportunity, and he would like to try to do something useful in his spare time. He can't play games all the time. A friend asks him to confess what kind of relationship he has with his teacher. On the one hand, she treats him more strictly than the others. On the other hand, she cares about him. The guy explains that they don't have any special relationship. It's just that his mother was her teacher, so he's known Julia since childhood. Edward is surprised that John's mother was a witch's teacher. It turns out that she is also a difficult woman. Maybe he is the son of a successful artist. And again, the guys have come up with something incomprehensible. He is an ordinary fat guy. Noodles says that he shouldn't slander himself. If he loses a little weight, he will be able to act in cool films. John smiles widely and says he thinks so too, clenching his hand into a fist. That's why he decided to run every morning and evening. Even today after dinner, he ran 2 kilometers, which is why he came back sweaty and tired. The friend doesn't believe that this is true because it's hard to expect something like that from John. A guy shows his friends his phone with an activity log, which says that he ran 3.5 kilometers today. Noodles asks him if he is upset about the comments, not to take it to heart. The main character asks not to worry about him. He runs carefully. It wouldn't hurt him to lose weight. And he says goodbye to his friends and says that they need to go to bed quickly because tomorrow he has to go jogging again. The guy decides that he will prove to everyone that he is capable of a lot and will also achieve his goal no matter what. In the dream, the main character runs a relay race, and there are many obstacles in front of him. He jumps over each of them. The obstacles are written with insults and words that were called John. Having reached the end of the relay and having passed all the tests, he stops in place, breathing heavily. At the end of the road, he meets the angel he has dreamed of for so long. The girl extends her hand to him and rejoices that he has finally caught up with her. Suddenly, the guy is woken up by the alarm clock. He needs to get up in order to go for another run. The protagonist gets up, realizing that it was just a dream, but is not at all upset. Last night, when the guy went outside, he did not see the girl at the stadium. He brushes his teeth, gets dressed, and gets ready to go out, hoping that he will see her today. Hearing the front door close, Noodles opens his eyes. Suddenly, he realizes that his friend has gotten up to run so early again. Arriving at the stadium, John realizes that apparently the girl didn't come to train again today. On the other hand, maybe it's for the best. The guy's form doesn't allow him to impress her yet. It's better to meet her when the main character has lost weight so that her jaw drops. The system reports that critical errors have been detected and suggests making forced adjustments. John says that he has already figured out how to place his foot and bend his knees. He decides that he will control his movements. The program agrees with him. Now that no critical errors have been detected, the guy should continue moving. The main character feels better because now he can handle everything on his own. The system reports that the hero ran 2 kilometers. The route took 20 minutes. The average time to cover 1 kilometer is 13 minutes. John realizes that he has broken his record from yesterday, and now he has the strength for another 3rd kilometer. Suddenly, a silhouette runs past the main character and slows down. This is the girl he saw yesterday. She greets him and is happy to see him. She says that the guy is progressing very quickly. She barely managed to recognize him. The girl says that he runs better every day. John explains that today it is much easier for him to run than yesterday. She asks if the guy was involved in professional sports before he gained weight. After all, he holds his body perfectly and places his feet just like an athlete. Deep down, the main character is incredibly happy, because he has watched a lot of videos on the internet about how to run. He is incredibly happy and glad that the girl he likes praises him. Yesterday, John looked tired after running only 200 meters, and today he was still running after 2 kilometers. She had never seen people progress so quickly. The main character wants to ask her some question before he can finish speaking. The girl asks him to continue in the same spirit, but she should speed up. The guy wanted to know her name, because for 2 days he had not been able to ask this question. He would also like to catch up with her and ask, but she rushes like the wind. John is not yet in the shape and condition to be able to catch up with the girl. 1 circle is equal to 500 meters. He just needs to wait for her in place, and very soon the girl will run past him. Then he will be able to talk to her. Trying to catch his breath, the guy again misses the girl, and she silently runs past him. Just standing still and waiting for her is too humiliating. You need to keep moving. The sneakers indicate that the guy ran 3 kilometers, and the time spent was about 33 minutes. John is breathing heavily. His goal for today has already been accomplished, but he would like to talk to the lady. He decides that for now he should just walk around. The girl will probably be doing some stretching after her workout, and that's where he'll be able to catch her. Suddenly, a white cord flies past his head, almost hitting his face. John looks up, noticing a quadcopter in the air with some paper attached to it. Suddenly, the sheet opens, and 2 names are emblazoned on it, namely Daniel and Kathleen, with a heart drawn between the inscriptions. The main character, seeing this, falls into a slight shock from surprise. He could not even imagine that this would happen today. A blonde guy approaches a girl and says that today is their holiday. He asks her to accept flowers and his love. John finally learned the heroine's name, although not quite in the way he wanted. It turns out that the girl already has a really cool boyfriend, and he has nothing to gain. With his head down, the protagonist walks towards the house, but suddenly notices a shadow on the ground. Noodles appears in front of him. He now understands the reason for his sudden changes. Irritated, John asks his friend why he came here so early. He replies that he wanted to see if the guy really runs here, but as it turns out, his friend only comes here to look at the beauty. This girl is one of the most beautiful ladies in their academy, who studies in the traditional painting department. The protagonist sighs and says that he knew nothing about this girl before. In any case, she has a boyfriend. He has nothing to gain here. A friend puts his hand on his buddy's shoulder and says that he gave up too early, because in their situation, nothing is clear yet. John doesn't understand what they're talking about, and then abruptly turns in the direction he so wanted to escape from. He sees a blonde guy named Daniel squatting and crying, with a crumpled bouquet lying next to him. The main character blossoms. He is incredibly happy to learn that the girl is free. Noodles says he should share a few pieces of gossip with his friend. The rejected guy's name is Daniel. He is one of the main rich kids at the academy. The guy has been chasing the girl who has interested John so much for a whole year. But throughout this time, she rejected him and never agreed to any of his proposals. The guy asks his friend not to despair. He will definitely succeed. The main character thinks that he has a good chance. He just needs to lose weight. He comes to the workshop on Saturday. The guy is reading a book, thinking and pondering about many things in his head. If he loses weight, he will be able to compete for girls' hearts even with the rich kids. John decides that he needs to stop fantasizing and start illustrating the novella. The mention of his name as the artist of the popular novella should also give him weight. The main character is kind, active, smart, and carries a cute pet with her everywhere. He repeats this over and over again, trying to collect his thoughts and imagine how it should look on paper. Suddenly, the hero discovers that his hand itself has drawn Kathleen. Embarrassed, the guy realizes that this style would suit the girl very well. Suddenly, a man enters the room, commenting that their meetings are a coincidence. John starts to get very worried when he sees Kathleen. He didn't expect her to come right now. She says that she also decided to draw, and her friend is in the workshop again. The main character says that they walk the same paths, but the girl does not pay attention to this. She is interested in work. Suddenly, John realizes that the picture is of Kathleen, and this looks rather strange on his part. He covers himself with a sheet of paper and says that he didn't draw her, that she's the main character of the novel, but he based it on another girl, not her. Kathleen giggles and says she means the rabbit. It looks just like a lifelike one. The main character, trying to calm down from his worries, thanks her for the compliment. Inside himself, he thinks that he said complete nonsense. He has already received hundreds of rejections from girls and guys, but for some reason, he continues to be nervous in front of her. The children sit down next to each other and begin to create their works. The guy mixes different colors on his palette, thinking that it would be better for him to keep quiet before he says another stupid thing. After some time, he finishes the illustration for the novel. Another task has been unlocked, called Illustrator. You need to draw 1,000 illustrations. John is very happy because this task is just for him. Given his hand speed, completing these 4 stages will not be difficult. He decides to see what additional items he can buy. It turns out that there is only a pen here, which is worth 100 points. The protagonist presses the button, deciding to read more about this subject. The pen can be used as a pencil, watercolor, markers, colored pencils, and more. The modes are changed with one click. This pen covers all the needs of an illustrator, which is probably why there's nothing else here. In terms of usefulness, this item will be no worse than sneakers. The main character thinks about the fact that he only has 2 points, so shopping is postponed. He is suddenly distracted by Kathleen, who waves her hand in front of his face and asks if everything is okay. John looks at her as he exits his table and item shop. He says he was just thinking, but otherwise everything is fine. The lady says that she needs to go do her housework and says that she won't disturb him. The guy awkwardly says goodbye to the girl and waves her away. She gathers her things into her bag, turns towards the door, and heads out. John thinks that the girl approached him herself. It was a great opportunity to talk to her. Well, what good will it do to lose weight if the guy continues to not use such chances? He needs to be nicer. He has. Plus 16 to his hand speed, it's easy for him to impress anyone. But if you sketch out a rough draft and ask her for advice, you can then add her as a friend. The guy makes a lot of different illustrations. The first stage of the task is completed. The main character is happy that he completed both tasks very quickly. John imagines the girl admiring his skills and asking to add him as a friend. After this, the guy will say that knowledge is important and needs to be shared. This is his motto in life. Shyly, he approaches the girl from behind with slow steps. Catherine says goodbye to her subscribers and says that she's waiting for them on the next broadcasts. She thanks people for their support, says goodbye to them, and receives many compliments. John asks her if she streams. The girl says that she needs to earn a living somehow. She asks her friend how long he has been standing behind her, because she did not notice how he approached. The main character asks to evaluate a couple of his sketches. Perhaps the girl can give advice on how to improve them. She says she does traditional painting and doesn't know anything about comics. The guy catches himself thinking that Kathleen is not going according to the script in his head at all. The girl starts giving comments about the work. She suggests that he refine the limbs of the male character. If he needs to be made sharper and more assertive, then his limbs can be painted over with ink. John thinks about what was said. It is already quite possible to work with this. He asks the girl to give him her brush so that he can show off his abilities in front of her. A little mascara and the main character of the novella began to play in a completely different way. John decides to work on the female characters as well, waving his ink brush around vigorously. The girl's eyes widen in surprise. She has never seen such speed. Kathleen says the guy is very fast. John scratches his head and says there is no problem with that. He catches himself thinking that he finally impressed the lady and even answered without mumbling. The girl says that with such talents, he should record his own streams. The main character gets another task called Stream Master. It is necessary to get 100 million views on broadcasts. He is very surprised by this because he recently received a new assignment, and here he came across another one. Previously, all the tasks were unlocked after John himself started to complete them, and to unlock the last task, only Kathleen's suggestion was enough. When completed, he gets a bunch of points, and after completing all the stages, he gets even more. Plus 15 to his charm, which is what he wants most of all. The protagonist begins to laugh loudly, happily imagining what his life could look like in the future. The girl also supports the guy by laughing with him and then asks him if she said something stupid. John asks himself why he started laughing, hoping that the girl won't take him for some kind of crazy person. Trying to rectify the situation, he looks down and says that the idea of doing broadcasts seemed so cool to the guy that he laughed with delight. The girl says that she was glad to help with advice, but she still has a lot of things to do today, so she needs to go. Suddenly, John asks her to stop, and she asks what the matter is. The guy lowers his eyes, becomes very worried, blushes, and collects his thoughts. The protagonist says he knows nothing about streaming and suggests having dinner together so Kathleen can tell him about it. She replies that she wouldn't mind consulting him, but she can't do it today since she already has a meeting scheduled. John falls into a slight stupor, trying to think of something else to somehow contact the girl in the future. He asks her if she can add him as a friend on a social network. After this, the main character lowers his eyes and blushes with embarrassment, worrying that the lady might refuse. But despite all his doubts, Kathleen hands her friend the phone and asks him to scan the code. The guy smiles widely and takes out his gadget to do what she asked. Suddenly, the phone disappears from the protagonist's hands. Someone comments that everything will not happen so quickly. John looks into his hand and does not find the gadget in it, does not understand how it could have been snatched. This is a blonde guy. He is wondering how a hickey like John can't have knowledge on this topic. Kathleen asks the guy to stop behaving like this and return her friend's phone. The guy shows the girl the apps on the main character's phone. There are 5 applications with the word stream on the screen. The girl replies that she understands everything and asks to return the guy's phone. He asks the man what he thinks of himself. A pig is no friend to a swan. The main character replies that he just wanted to add his friend as a friend. The blonde guy shouts that he should add sports to his life. They don't need friends like that. Kathleen sighs resignedly and asks her friend to be quiet, holding his arm. John looks after them with resignation. Apparently nothing worked out. The weather outside is clear and hot. The sun hangs high in the sky. The main character trains at the stadium according to his own schedule in order to achieve his goal. Yes, he wanted to cheat a little, but still he didn't deserve such treatment. In his past life, the guy really did live like a pig. It's hard to argue with that. Thinking about this, he looks down at his stomach with a frustrated expression on his face. After the rebirth, the main character began to work hard on himself, but the results are not very noticeable yet. If John wants people to look at him differently, he needs to change even more. The first stage of the task, called the Speed Walker, is completed. 1 point and a plus to stamina are given as a reward. The guy smiles and promises himself that he will definitely achieve his dream. John is happy because the end of the first stage has already come and his endurance has increased. In his past life, the guy could not have dreamed of such rapid growth. The system was right. If you don't give up, you can achieve a lot. Now the task of running 10,000 kilometers no longer seems impossible. The protagonist once again imagines this quote and looks up with inspiration. He still has enough strength for a couple of laps, so he keeps trying. Apparently, this is the result of increased endurance. Accumulated fatigue has disappeared as if by magic. Given the increase in average speed and endurance, the guy could run 5 to 7 kilometers in the morning and evening. The protagonist should consider prioritizing tasks to maximize his efficiency. The task of the speedwalker should be placed at the very bottom. To complete it, the guy just needs to run every day. And over time, the speed, strength, and endurance will increase. Improving these properties in turn will allow him to complete the task of the illustrator faster. That same evening, John decided to come to the workshop to work on the broadcast. For a stream on the topic of drawing, the best option is a proposal called the 8th Station. It is quite popular among fans of games, comics, and cartoons. The protagonist presses the start button and decides it's time to begin. He's not sure it would be interesting for viewers to see him on the front lines. It would probably be helpful to start with something that would be recognizable to a large number of people. The guy fixes his phone and decides to draw what he does best. The main character also prepares his inventory for drawing. Smiling enthusiastically, John decides that he should start broadcasting. Before the start of the stream, the guy sends out an invitation to all his groups so as not to broadcast in vain. Suddenly, having started the stream, he notices that a lot of viewers have come. People send Batten gifts for real money, and he thinks that it was not in vain that he sent them gifts at the time. John thanks people for compliments and gifts, points the camera at the canvas without showing his face. People send messages one after another, some negative, and some, on the contrary, trying to support him. The drawing is also discussed by many, laughing at the girl and admiring her. Subscribers try to guess who the main character is drawing, and finally guess. John adds some details with quick hand movements. And that's it. His sketch is finally complete. The guy is waiting for the reaction of his viewers. Suddenly, a lot of donations with money start coming to his phone. The guy continues to work hard and thinks about something that his subscribers haven't even seen yet. Plus 16 to his hand speed. In a split second, the main character completes his picture in color, adding details. Many people on the other side of the screen are sitting with their mouths open in shock at what they just saw. People enthusiastically send money to the guy's account, praise his talents, and admire the speed of his work. John smiles widely, happy with this success. Not bad for a first time. He scratches his head with a pencil at the temple and thinks about what else he could draw to impress the audience even more. The main character thinks that it took quite a while for people to recognize the girl, so it's worth drawing someone more recognizable. He decides that if the first character was ice-related, then drawing a second fireman would be a great idea. Suddenly, the guy remembers that an online session was announced for a character from a certain comic book. The main character grins evilly and comes up with a great idea. He throws another sheet of paper on the easel, thinking about how soon the audience will get to know the new character. John picks up a pencil and begins to work on a sketch of his next work. People watching the stream try to guess who is depicted on the piece of paper, guessing who it might be. The main character clarifies the details. The audience recognizes some fragments of the drawing, but does not understand who is depicted in it. Viewers in unison begin to write outrageous messages addressed to John, because he portrayed a male character as a female one, which does not quite satisfy people. The main character reads a comment from his friend, where he says that fans treat the characters with great reverence, but the guy went and turned everything upside down. John rises from his seat, staring intently at the screen of his phone. It turns out that this negative tone is set by only a couple of commentators. A guy writes in a general chat with a couple of his friends, asking to protect him in the chat. Then one of them asks to give him moderator rights in order to clean out the inadequate ones. The main character thinks that now his friend will be doing the commentary, and his job will be drawing. The moderator with the nickname Tolsta Kojic explains in the chat what Batten asked to convey to the viewers. After that, he sends a lot of gifts to the streamer and continues to do his own thing. John smiles contentedly after seeing the cranky viewers banned by Pachyderm. Suddenly, his friend joins the broadcast and asks to apologize for being late, after which he sends a gift. The guy opens his mouth in surprise. It's a ring of attraction, worth 450,000. The ring of attraction is launching a lottery in order to participate in which users will need to go to its stream. The protagonist smirks contentedly, realizing that people will now flock to the broadcast. John takes out his brushes and, by adding speed to his hands, begins to paint. People are delighted with the speed and beauty of the work. They praise the guy and give him compliments. Batten takes out the third sheet, thinking that it is time to move on to the next drawing. The main character is happy that more people have come to his broadcast. There are already more than 1,000 people. He needs to start working. John starts drawing, moving his hand faster and faster, so that it seems to the audience that the guy has turned on a fast-forward video. In a couple of minutes, the guy loses more than half of the people. Apparently, people are not ready for such a speed. The main character asks the moderator to keep people on the stream, otherwise they will run away completely. John writes slowly on the sheet, asking whether the audience likes this speed better or not. The thick-skinned one starts sending messages one after another, saying that this is a real broadcast. The guy hopes that the departed viewers will return soon. All that remains for the main character is to continue drawing. A stunning girl was painted on the canvas. People are sending rave reviews. The response is not bad, so we need to continue. This time John will not reveal all the cards at once. Let them guess until the very end. Soon, the main character finishes drawing the character again, and the audience is again amazed by the guy's abilities. Next comes an illustration of a short-haired girl, which also evokes a storm of emotions. After that, a new person is portrayed. People praise the streamer, praise his abilities and work. John draws another long-haired girl, receiving more and more comments on his drawing. The number of spectators is again more than 1,000, even though it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. The guy decides that it's time to end his broadcast soon and start working on the last character. The main character quickly runs his eyes over what people have written in the chat. Most teenagers probably don't know the last hero. It's worth educating them. Viewers are trying to guess who the streamer started working on. The drawing is stylistically different from the others. Some people guess the character. Some don't understand who is depicted on the canvas. Batten slowly stretches, straightening his numb arms and straightening them above himself. He says goodbye to his subscribers and says that tomorrow he will broadcast again, which will be dedicated to a different type of character. John finds that he has been sent many private messages with offers of cooperation and words of support. The main character decides to evaluate the results of his stream by looking at the gadget. He may only have 500 subscribers now, but for a first time, that's a pretty good result. The guy earned about 1,000 during the broadcast. Now he is level 10 on the platform. Right now, the highest level is 40, but to get there, you still need to work hard. John hopes that in 2 or 3 sessions, he will be able to complete the first stage of his mission. He imagines himself running after the girl he likes at the stadium. Standing behind her, the guy says, finally catching up with Kathleen. But suddenly, the girl says that she tries to stay away from liars like him. The main character is very upset by the memories. He really wants to know how angry his beloved was with him. He decides that if he sees Kathleen on her morning run, he will have to explain himself. But for now, his evening run awaits him. In the morning, exactly at 4:30, The alarm on John's phone rings. He arrives at an empty stadium, realizing that the girl is not there today. The guy assumes that Kathleen is now avoiding him and considers him a bad person. He tries to soberly assess the situation, because John is nobody to her, and because of him, the girl could not stop running. The lady probably has some business today. The guy needs to stop winding himself up because he needs to complete the task. The sneakers inform him that a distance of 5 kilometers has been covered, and there are still about 4 more to run. John decides that there is no point in putting it off, so he doesn't stop there and continues on his way. Having completed the route, he falls on his back, trying to catch his breath from the heavy load. The second stage of the task is completed. The main character receives a bonus to strength and additional points. That same evening, he comes to the workshop to conduct a new stream. Suddenly, a man appears behind the guy and calls him by name. It turns out that it is Julia, who asks him if John has finished working on the illustrations, since he has enough time for broadcasts. He replies that he had sketched out a number of sketches and was planning to go to the teacher tomorrow and hand them in. The protagonist hands the woman a stack of sheets of paper and says that he has made about 70 sketches. Julia is shocked by what she hears and sees, because it is a huge amount. She says that these sketches should be enough, still not believing her eyes. The teacher doesn't understand how the boy manages to draw so much. John smiles slightly and replies that he has enough time in the evening. Julia says she watched her student's stream yesterday and saw artists practicing speed drawing, but his speed is just beyond what is possible. The main character scratches his head and thinks about how to explain all this to the woman, because he cannot speak directly about his new acquired abilities. She asks if the guy is really playing by the rules. John is shocked. She probably couldn't know about the system. Julia asks the student if he used any third-party programs during the broadcast. He sighs with relief, thinking that the teacher really scared him. The guy smiles sweetly and explains that his mother trained her son much harder than her other students. She says that his mother has simply hellish methods, grimacing at the memories of that time. Julia recalls having to pick up peas scattered across the table with chopsticks in 5 minutes. If she dropped even one, it all started again. The woman also drew with a bell on a pencil, which was not supposed to ring. A little later, weights were also used. The teacher still remembers them with a shudder. John's mother said that this is how little Julia develops speed, stability, and strength, and when she grows up, she will thank her teacher. The woman swallows nervously at the memories of suffering. The teacher puts his hand on his student's shoulder with understanding, not imagining what he had to go through. As she leaves, Julia tells the guy that she will send the sketches to the author of the novella and asks him to wait for news. The time has come to start broadcasting. The phone is secured, everything is prepared. The guy starts drawing. Some viewers ask him to remain silent until the end of the broadcast, because sometimes it can be very unexpected. While working on the next illustration, the audience tries to guess the character. This is a lowly broadcast. The sketch is finished. Some can guess who is depicted on the sheet. The guy finishes the first drawing. Some are happy with the speed of drawing. Some, on the contrary, are not happy with it. The audience is growing. It seems John has figured out how to surprise people. He draws a minimalist girl in a style that is opposite to his own. Next comes a drawing of Peppa Pig, of course. She is also a little girl, so she fits the concept of the broadcast. The main character laughs happily as people joke in the chat that he appreciates. The guy has already warmed up. Now it's time to speed up the pace of work. Batten takes out several sheets of paper. You need to surprise your audience with new tricks so that they don't get bored. The audience is surprised that the main character decided to draw several sketches at the same time. He draws a lot of lowlies. People try to guess who is depicted on each sheet. John feels that the extra strength helps him even in this matter. He has to apply less effort when pressing. The guy decides to analyze the statistics. Now 895 people are watching him. This is clearly less than yesterday. Although there is nothing powerful about it, yesterday a large number of people came because of the attraction ring. Such gifts are not received every day. But then, viewers come to the stream just for the sake of it, and not to participate in the lottery. With only 5 drawings left in the mission called Illustrator, John challenges his audience to draw more drawings. He takes out 4 more sheets in order to carry out his plan as quickly as possible. Without any difficulty, the guy fills out the first 2 sheets and proceeds to the other 2. The main character's eyes show confidence in his own actions. He decides that he should draw 1 more picture and the broadcast can be finished for today. John begins to work. The audience is in great anticipation of what will be drawn. The main character once again draws a male character as a female one, causing fans to become outraged. He ends the broadcast and leaves his anger in front of the audience, without listening to anything addressed to him. Baton completes the second stage of the illustrator's mission, enjoying the rewards he has received. Suddenly, he notices that his imagination has also increased. After this, more and more new ideas begin to appear in his head. Also, a plus was added to the drawing skill. Now the main character will be able to make his drawings more qualitatively. With such abilities, the guy feels like a Superman of the fine arts. Having received 100 points to his account, John decides to buy a magic pen as planned. He remembers that he can change modes with one click and decides to try this feature. Suddenly, a circle with different modes of his new device appears in front of the guy's face. It can become a marker, a pen, a pencil, and even an eraser. With such a gadget, John is no longer a Superman, but a drawing god. Suddenly, a message comes to his phone asking why the guy ran away so quickly. He didn't even tell the viewers what to expect on the next broadcast. The main character agrees with his friend. He was in such a hurry that he didn't even tell about the next stream. John grabs his gadget and starts writing in some chat that tomorrow he will also hold a stream at 7:30, where he will draw characters with animal ears. He decides to look at the result of his work and goes into a special application. Only 130 was earned. But the guy doesn't despair, because in a fast food cafe called McDonald's, you could earn less. Baton is very pleased with how his mission called Stream Master is developing. Half of the third stage is already completed. Suddenly, the main character receives a message from Julia on his phone. The woman transferred him 5,000 for illustrations for a novella. It seems it's time to move on to the spendthrift's task. Arriving at the hostel in the evening, the guy sighs tiredly, talking about his fatigue from this difficult working day. Opening the door to his room, John notices something strange about it. Both of his neighbors have disappeared somewhere, which is completely unusual for them, so a slight worry appears on his face. Suddenly, the light comes on again, illuminating the room, and his friends and acquaintances appear in front of the guy, congratulating Baton on his birthday. The protagonist swallows nervously at the sudden appearance of these people. He asks to stop singing this song, because the birthday will not be until Christmas. Last year, the guys joked about this many times. A fair-haired guy named Mark clarifies that this holiday can be celebrated not exactly on the same day. Noodles explains that John has changed a lot recently. Started running and broadcasting, in his opinion, there are already enough reasons to celebrate. Daniel adds to all that's said by saying that starting a new life is like being reborn. The hero looks at everything that is happening with disappointment, not finding the right words. He thinks that this even makes some sense since the guy managed to die and be reborn recently. Everyone is excitedly asking whether they will celebrate, because they can't wait to indulge in some chocolate cake. Baton agrees, as this birthday celebration has much more meaning than all the previous ones. The guy sits down by the cake, making a wish to become slimmer, stronger, and more charming. The protagonist blows out the candles, hoping that he will be able to become a better version of himself. Noodles offers to cut the cake, but John is not up to it at all. He is doing something on his phone. The guy sends his friends who came to the party red envelopes with money, which surprises them greatly. He smiles sweetly and explains that he recently received a fee for the illustrations, so now he would not mind making his friends happy. Noodles smiles contentedly and thanks his friend for this. John asks not to touch someone else's, because everyone received an envelope. The protagonist hands Mark a piece of chocolate treat, thanking him for organizing this event. The blonde boy smiles sheepishly, saying that it's nothing to him. While munching on cake, Daniel asks the boys if they are going to the student's birthday party. Noodles replies that he won't be able to attend because he's going to the movies with his girlfriend. Mark also arranged to meet and exercise with a lady. John takes a piece of cake into his mouth and tries to say that he has to go on air again tomorrow. But suddenly it dawns on him and he asks again if the party is dedicated to Students' Day. Daniel looks at him with concern because the question was quite unexpected. With all the tasks from the system, Baton completely forgot about other important things. From memories of a past life, the guy remembers that Daniel was badly beaten at this party. After this incident, he walked around very depressed for quite a long time. Suddenly, the hero asks his newly arrived neighbor if he's going to this party with his new girlfriend. The other guys are surprised by what they heard and say that their friend has already grown up. Daniel wanted to tell about this a little later. John suggests that he go to a restaurant. The money has already been paid and the table is booked. He needs to broadcast, so unfortunately there is no opportunity to go. He continues to talk about how the place is quite good. Noodles and Mark are shocked by the mere mention of this restaurant. The guys start making excuses that will prevent them from arranging their own meetings to get this ticket. Daniel says that the food at the restaurant is terribly expensive, and that's why the guy can't accept this gift. John says that the opportunity is very good, and if he refuses this offer, then their friends will tear each other's throats out in a fight. The fair-haired and blonde friends look at their friend with resentment. Ultimately, the guy agrees to accept the opportunity to visit the restaurant with his lady, but undertakes to return all the money a little later. The hero smiles good-naturedly and asks his neighbor not to rush into this. Having finished this dialogue, Batten heads to the bathroom, warning his friends about it. He closes the door with a latch and turns the tap to turn on the warm water. After this, the guy calls his cousin to urgently book a table for tomorrow evening at a restaurant for his friend. She informs him over the phone that a full set of dishes for the lovers will cost $1,200. John thanks the girl and says that he will send the money now. The main character immediately sends money to his cousin's account to pay for Daniel's dinner with his lady love. Another $1,200 are sent to the Spendthrift Mission's piggy bank. He helped himself and his friend. The task account has already spent about $4,400 of the 10 needed to complete the first stage. Suddenly, the guy receives a message asking him to draw illustrations for a web novel. He immediately goes to the site to evaluate the author and his work. The numbers look quite impressive. John looks at the writer's page and discovers that he has about 100,000 subscribers. He enjoys getting feedback from viewers on his streams, and viewers like it too. But wasting paper and materials for the amusement of the public seems frivolous to him. If Batten had started drawing sketches for short stories on the broadcasts, then everyone could have won. This way, the guy could climb to the top of the illustrator's art in no time. Having thought everything over, smiling, the hero decides to accept the invitation, because it sounds quite profitable. He decides to brag by saying that he recently finished working on illustrations for a popular author. At that very moment, the main character starts receiving interesting messages from this guy. He offers only 2 conditions, namely to have the opportunity to broadcast the work on the paintings, and also the guy must be listed as the author in the writer's public page. The friend agrees to this proposal, agreeing on $1,500 a week, but he will need to produce at least 10 high-quality sketches a week. John believes that the price is slightly below market value, but this offer will help him increase his broadcast audience. The guy gives the hero the contact of the author of the short stories. Now they can communicate directly. The money comes immediately in advance. Batten smirks at this dialogue. He thinks that the guy is rather taciturn. The main character begins to undress. It's time to wash after all, since he came to the shower. He decides to spend the next couple of days reading the novella, and then start churning out illustrations on streams. In the evening, the guy comes to the workshop. The novella turned out to be quite large, and the plot is also very confusing. John puts his phone on a tripod, finally ready to start illustrating. Recently, the number of views has been around 2,000. The numbers are stable, but there is no growth. The guy has high hopes that people will come to this stream to read the novels. John writes a comment on his broadcast that today he will pay attention to the illustrations for the novel. The advertising starts working and more people connect to the broadcast. The hero decides that the best option would be to entertain new viewers with something from the classics, so he starts drawing a dragon. People recognize the character and admire the speed of the guy's hands and the detail of his work. Viewers who are interested in the author who ordered the illustrations ask to draw something else and send gifts. John notes that the addition of imagination and hand speed gives a very good effect. He had never felt so confident in his abilities and skills. The protagonist takes up his tools again and, with quick movements, draws another character from the story. The man was depicted as a girl. Initially, it was not clear what gender he was, but at the end of the novel it became clear that he was a guy. Batten himself did not finish reading it, so he did not draw it quite correctly. Despite this, he decides to move on to commissioned illustrations. The guy draws the main character and the girl next to them. The audience rejoices, because this is what they came for. The last drawing on today's broadcast will be of a minor character. John starts painting, and people watch him work with bated breath. Suddenly, he realizes that fat people are always presented as funny secondary characters. The guy doesn't understand why fat people can't be brave and courageous in the eyes of others. The first stage of the Stream Master quest is completed. Now John gets a bonus to charm. Batten looks at himself. He hasn't become any prettier. He doesn't know how to test the acquired skill. The hero decides that it is better not to frighten the viewers of the broadcast with his face and voice for now. He thinks that only 1 notch has been added to his charm, so perhaps it is quite insignificant and no one will be able to notice the change. Suddenly, a woman enters the workshop shouting that it is time for her to close everything and that it is well past 10 o'clock in the evening. The guy realizes that it's already quite late. He himself didn't even notice how he had been streaming for about 3 hours. John apologized to the woman and said that he had lost track of time and was finishing up. Suddenly, she looks into his big, cute eyes, embarrassed by this. The woman smiles and asks him not to rush and to do his job as long as necessary while she solves the scan words. Batan is surprised by this practice because there are legends about the harmfulness of this guard. But suddenly, she became just a sweetheart. Apparently, the main character really did become much more charming since everything turned out this way. Feeling his power, he imagines himself as the main character of the novel. John depicts himself in a battlesuit looking very majestic. The guy says goodbye to his viewers and asks them to come tomorrow at the same time. There were twice as many viewers on today's stream as usual. At some point, the hero was at level 12. We can already say that he took this order for a reason. Batten decides to go for a run and then return to the dorm to test his charm once again. Heading towards the stadium, he notices Daniel with his girlfriend surrounded by tall and aggressive people, probably attacked again. The guy opposite looks arrogantly at John's friend, who is already ready to defend himself. It turns out that if the main character influences the course of events, he will not be able to change the outcome. The girl shouts at the attacker that they broke up a long time ago and he shouldn't care who she goes on dates with. Sitting in the bushes, John thinks that his rival didn't even have enough to come alone and he called his friends with him. The tall guy tells the girl not to interfere with their showdown and to step aside. The main character does not want to stand aside and watch his friend being pressured. He doesn't know if he has the right to stick his hands into the natural course of events. Daniel resists and tries to stop his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend named Inessa. The friends of the attacker Jeff are trying to prove to the girl that their friend is much better than her new partner. Suddenly, the guy looks over and sees John holding his friends by the scruff of the neck. He asks to start faster, because soon the guards will start patrolling the area. One of the boys tries to escape from the defender's tenacious grip. Tired of resistance, the guy goes limp, not understanding why the main character is so strong. Plus, the power finally came in handy for him. John asks them to start sorting things out, pulling the guys aside saying that they won't interfere. He thinks that even if Daniel gets the better of him, at least it will be an equal fight. Seeing his friend, the guy is very happy and smiles widely. Jeff doesn't understand who Batten is or where he came from. He continues to be indignant, saying that his friends had previously talked about their martial arts skills. Smiling maliciously, the main character asks the guys if they heard what happened in this same place a month ago. Some girl was screaming loudly that something had been stolen from her. That thief didn't even have time to walk 10 meters before he was already nailed to the ground. It turned out that this guy stole time from the screaming girl. The guys have already heard this story, according to the stories. That man had broken ribs. John could smear them on the asphalt. The main character stands behind the bullying guys and says that no one will envy that poor guy. Jeff watches everything that is happening and wonders in his head if the three of them can handle him. Meeting eyes, Batten winks at his friend. Using some telepathic skill, he tells him that now is the time to make the offender respect him. The guy smiles broadly and happily and replies that he understood him. Without hesitation, Daniel approaches Jeff from behind, placing his hand on his shoulder. He says that he likes Inessa and therefore is ready to sort this out here and now. If the guy is ready to leave her alone, then they will part peacefully. Otherwise, there will be bruises. Jeff looks at him fearfully as Daniel explains his point of view and intimidates him. Smiling, the main character asks why the offender is sweating so much. Although they haven't started fighting yet, apparently, he can't stand this situation anymore. Jeff looks at the guys with indignation. He doesn't like that everything didn't turn out the way he wanted. He yells at Daniel that he's not finished with him yet. Suddenly, the offender jumps up and quickly runs away in an unknown direction. John hugs the remaining accomplices. Apparently, they were left without a spectacle. One of them asks to let them go because it's already late. The hostel will close soon. The main character agrees with this and removes his hand from the guy's shoulder. As soon as this happens, both of them run away at gigantic speed in different directions, just to get further from this place. John feels satisfied because he just saved his friend. Suddenly, something distracts him. Inessa hugs Daniel and says that she agrees to accept his proposal to start a relationship. The guy is terribly jealous of them and wonders when he will stop being lonely like a stray dog. As has been proven, the hero can still influence the outcome of events. Suddenly, he realizes that he was planning to go for a run, so he quickly heads towards the stadium. John starts playing sports and runs 5 kilometers in 38 minutes. In recent days, he has been running 1 kilometer in 7 minutes. This pace does not even tire him. He needs to speed up. The guy has only 3 kilometers left, and he will finally be able to complete the second stage. Unfazed, John gives it his all and runs the remaining distance. He completes the second stage and gets 50 points and a speed bonus. Rejoicing at this, the hero begins to dance. His body was already ready for acceleration, and now there is additional speed. He thinks he's had a pretty productive day, when suddenly he hears a familiar voice behind him. The protagonist immediately turns around to look at this man's face. Kathleen smiles sweetly and waves to her friend, saying that they haven't seen each other for quite some time. John thinks that about 87 hours have passed since their last meeting. The hero says that he wanted to apologize for the last time, but unfortunately, the girl had not been seen for a long time. Kathleen explains that her brother reacted quite sharply. She felt quite awkward walking to her destination. But now all that is gone. Upon learning that the guy was Kathleen's brother, John felt relieved and refused to admit that the girl he liked was single after all. She explains that he came to invite her to the wedding of her 13th brother. The protagonist finds himself thinking that it sounds as if he is the 13th to the throne. Kathleen says she has 18 older brothers and 13 younger brothers in her family. John is shocked by what he hears, because in total there are 31 brothers. He decides to clarify why there are so many of them. The girl denies that the story is quite long, and her grandfather originally had 6 brothers. Each of them had 3 or 4 sons. In the girl's father's generation, there were 20 brothers and not a single sister. For the last 3 generations, Kathleen is the only girl among 31 brothers. The main character's jaw drops when he hears this. It sounds like some kind of joke. She decides to tell him an illustrative story from her childhood, when Kathleen was in elementary school. The boys came up with the idea of putting cocklebur on the girls' heads, which is a nasty plant with prickly cones. One of the kids put a whole bunch of these cones on her head, and she had to pull the thorns out of her hair all day. After school, the brothers met this boy at the school. Each of them wanted to tear him apart. When the director tried to pull this kid out, Kathleen's uncles came and the director locked himself in his office. This conflict was resolved only thanks to the director's party connections. John thinks that he's heard the story before. Apparently Kathleen was that girl. He wonders if it must be hard to date guys with so many brothers. The girl replies that this is indeed the case, because later, whether she wants to or not, she compares guys with them. Sometimes she feels like she already knows everything about different types of men and finds it hard to feel interested in anyone. The hero says that being the only guy among a bunch of sisters, the girl probably had a hard time. Kathleen assumes that this is about John and asks him to tell her about his life. The guy slowly sighs and finally decides to tell her about his sisters. The situation is similar. 4 older sisters and 3 younger ones. Among all the relatives, he is the only boy. When John was very little, their only interest was to dress him up as a girl. A little later, after 10 years, the interest waned, so they began to feed him more and more. Someone said that love is intangible, but the hero has been carrying their love with him for many years. The guy pats his stomach. Kathleen smiles sweetly and says that there is no guy like him among her brothers. The protagonist becomes embarrassed and blushes, asking himself if the girl is flirting with him, assuming that the reason is his charm. Having finished her warm-up, the girl begins her workout and says that it is time for her to go. She wonders what is wrong with her today and why all this was said. John feels very energized and is ready to run even 500 kilometers. The guy starts running further. Kathleen wonders if her friend has run too much. He replies that he only ran 8 kilometers, but the plan was for 10. The girl looks warily at her friend and asks him if he is confident in his abilities. John has no doubts at all. He is progressing absolutely every day. After a few laps, the guy gets tired and asks Kathleen to continue training. He will catch up with her a little later. Kathleen tells him to go and rest. Otherwise, he'll overtrain and not want to get out of bed tomorrow. Stopping from fortunate fatigue, the guy sighs in frustration. The girl stops and says that there will be a charity marathon in a week, asking her friend if he is interested. Suddenly, a new task from the system appears in front of John. He needs to earn 100 points of champion glory. This is already the 3rd time this happens. After her words, a new task appears. The protagonist assumes that Kathleen is somehow connected to his system. He asks if the girl is a non-playing character, and she, in turn, does not understand what he is talking about. Kathleen says that she is one of the people responsible for this mini-marathon, clarifying whether this is what the interviewer meant. John's eyes light up and he asks the lady how he can sign up. The girl offers to send him a link, but the guy is not on her friends list yet. She hands over her phone so that the hero can scan her code. The situation repeats itself again. Batten stands frozen in surprise. Finally, he will have a social network of the girl he likes. The main character is incredibly happy about this development of events. He imagines them together. In the evening, John finally gets a chance to fully familiarize himself with the task. Each time they have a different reward and structure. According to this system, the hero needs to win the world competitions 20 times, which he is fortunately not satisfied with. Batan decides to ignore this task for now since there is no strong need for it. There are already plenty of reasons to be happy today because his love added the guy as a friend. But unfortunately, until she sent the link, John decided not to push himself and wait until he looked more at her page, because thanks to this he could get to know the person better. He suggests that there may even be photos of Kathleen on the social network. Having entered the page, the guy realizes that there is absolutely nothing on it except the marathon, but still decides to at least like it. Suddenly, a new task appears in front of John called the Crazy Liker. To complete it, you need to give 1,000,000 ratings on the internet. The main character does not understand who this Kathleen is, because the task immediately appeared after his like. Upon completion of the mission, the guy will receive a +5 to visibility. Although he never suffered from this, since he was always surrounded by sisters, this will be a good addition. And then he gained so much weight that it was impossible to remain unnoticed even if he really wanted to. But this task gives a lot of points. If John completes it quickly, he will become the owner of a miracle camera. With such hand speed, there will be no difficulties. The main character immediately starts giving rating after rating on one of the social networks. A little later, he notices that in 10 minutes, he couldn't even get 600 likes. Even with his incredible hand speed, John will have to poke at the screen for at least 3 hours. On streams, this time is spent usefully. The guy needs to come up with something. In order to like a post on a social network, you must first open the post. You can rate other networks without any problems, so it would be more profitable to switch there. John starts liking all the posts he sees. The feed is incredibly interesting. He wants to read everything. In the end, it turns out even slower than before. The guy doesn't like today. Suddenly, his friend walks into the room. He stepped in dog poop just before he was about to kiss his lover. The main character is very interested in whether a thumbs up counts in real life. It was not said that likes are only counted on the internet. He tells his friend that stepping in poop is a sign of good luck and gives a thumbs up. The idea worked as expected. It works offline too. The guy says that his friend is incredibly handsome today and shows 2 likes. Noodles looks at his neighbor with irritation and asks if everything is okay with his head. Not paying attention to anything, the main character continues to show him his fingers up. John continues to send assessments to complete his mission. He no longer needs to be told anything. He can only be shown. Suddenly, 2 more of their friends enter the room and ask what they are doing. Paying no attention to anything, the guy continues to carry out his mission. He is incredibly happy that he showed a like to 3 people and it was counted as 3 ratings. Climbing onto his bed, he thinks that this is still not enough. Suddenly, a new idea comes into his head. He tells his friends that he has come up with a new dance for TikTok. One of them says he has a bad feeling about this, but the guys ignore it and continue to look at the guy. John lowers his head and then suddenly raises his finger up. He dances and says that the guys are very good, cool, that he loves them. Continuing to give compliments, he asks if his friends see these thumbs up. The guys look at everything that is happening with stony faces, not understanding how it came to this. They disperse to different corners, showing with their whole appearance that they did not like it very much. In just a minute, the main character gets 200 likes. Tomorrow, he will go to some crowded place. The next day, the guy comes to the museum estate. There are a lot of people there. Everyone is looking in different directions, but the main flow of people is standing in line for tickets. John should stand at the front of this line so that the greatest number of people will see him. The main character runs away. Very soon, people will see a lot of likes. He stands at the entrance, shows his fingers up to everyone passing by him. The guy is very glad that he figured it out before. Now he gets 20-odd likes at a time. From the outside, it may look very stupid, but John doesn't even take offense at the comments addressed to him. After a couple more minutes, the main character completes the first stage, gaining visibility and additional points. If we continue in the same spirit, then very soon the guy will get his hands on the remaining 1,100 points. Suddenly, a mating ball of some sort is caught on his finger. He doesn't understand why he got it because he's standing far from the bride. People rejoice, praise Batten, and tell him to go to the bride as soon as possible. Apparently, it's all about additional visibility. It's not clear whether the characteristic will bring more benefit or harm. 2 young men congratulate him. The landowner's daughter chose John. They ask to go with him onto the stage. The guy assumes that he is being invited to go on stage with the actress. He is not particularly upset about this, because this place is the epicenter of attention. The audience supportively asks for a show, persuading John to go on stage. The guy looks with admiration at the crowd, surrounded by the landowner's daughter and the landowner's son. The main character thinks that soon he will like all the people around him. The men ask what the young man's name is. Since he has become part of a theatrical production, he must try not to lose face. John winks at the man and asks him to call him handsome. First, he asks if he was already married. The guy thinks that if talking according to the script doesn't bring him closer to completing the tasks, he needs to take the situation into his own hands. He says that he has been fattened up on homemade donuts. A bachelor could not stay in such great shape. People laugh loudly at this joke and enjoy the performance. The man also smiles and says that the gentleman is not without irony. He thinks that he is not standing in such heat so that some fat guy from the crowd will attract more attention to himself than the actors. He needs to be driven away as quickly as possible. The man says that in that case, it is worth thanking the young gentleman for his participation, and seeing him off with applause, the daughter will have to throw the marriage ball again to find her betrothed. John smiles broadly and asks to be allowed to perform a farewell dance in that case. The audience asks him to start dancing quickly. They are waiting for the performance. The main character is getting ready for his dance. He must report that his daughter is someone. He says that the girl is the best, the most beautiful, while showing more and more thumbs up. People laugh, calling the hero a clown. Some are happy with this performance. Some are filming it and are going to post it on a social network. The guy gets 90,000 likes faster than he got the first 10,000. The system counts half a thousand likes. The scheme is incomparable. The man is about to chase the young man off the stage. Thanks everyone for watching. He calls over his assistant standing to the side, indicating that John needs to be removed quickly. The main character resists in every possible way, saying that his dance is not finished yet. He wants to continue it. The man stands to the side and thinks that there are a lot of crazy people walking on the street. The guy decides to ask the farm worker when the landowner's daughter will throw the marriage ball again. Without answering this question, the man kicks John aside and tells him that he should leave quickly. For dancing on stage, he gave out almost 200,000 likes. At this rate, in 5 or 6 attempts, he will take his 1,000 points. The main character is thinking that the girl threw a ball at him with +1 visibility, and now he already has +2. If he gets on stage again, people won't be able to kick him out so easily. John stands surrounded by many people, all asking him to throw them the ball. The girl looks at the main character and thinks that this sick man has stood among the people again. She needs to throw the ball anywhere but in his direction. She is scared to death. The main character notices this and thinks that he will never get to go on stage. The ball is caught by another young man, laughing with happiness. The guy doesn't understand what to do. He can't just stand and watch. John raises his finger and shows a like to all the people, shouting that he is handsome. The landowner and his daughter say goodbye to people, waving their hands and smiling. It seems that the actors are leaving for lunch. People are also starting to leave. The landowner's daughter remembered John well and would never throw a ball in his direction. There is no point in waiting for their next appearance. Looking at his phone, the guy realizes that it's time for him to have lunch. He has exceeded all his expectations by collecting a huge number of likes in half a day. After lunch, I still need to go to Julia's class, and in the evening, I need to do a broadcast. While he does nothing, you can continue to rate manually. Sitting on the bus, the protagonist tries to complete his mission using hand speed. 2 girls next to him are watching a funny video. John is dancing in it. They decide to approach the main character to ask if he was the one filmed in this video. Apparently, someone posted this on TikTok. The video has already gained about 100,000 likes. Unfortunately, these are just his likes. It's a pity that they are not taken into account by the system. The girls say that the guy is quite funny. They are delighted with this dance. Ladies, I suggest you perform it again to see the dance in reality. There are far fewer people on the bus than on the square in front of the estate, but it's still better than manually poking at the screen. Without hesitation, John stands up and starts giving everyone the thumbs up, wiggling and dancing around in a funny way. After some time, it's time for the guy to get off. He's glad that it's his stop now. Well, despite all the embarrassment, 5,000 likes is a good result for such a short trip. But he still can't get the 100,000 likes on his TikTok video out of his head. He can't shake the feeling that he was robbed. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket vibrates. It's Noodles calling and shouting into the receiver. Today during class, the old man was taking roll call and was very unhappy with his absence. He had never marked absentees before. Besides him, there were about 5 other people who didn't come to the class, but he scolded only John, saying that he wouldn't let him take the exam. A friend suggests that he write an explanatory note and go to him to apologize. Perhaps this way the teacher will become more loyal. The hero does not understand why out of the 6 people who did not come to the couple, he noticed only him. Apparently all because the guy is quite tall and fat. People immediately notice his absence or presence. But before, it did not come to this. It suddenly dawns on John that all of this was due to his newly acquired visibility. He is very indignant, because this is another setup from the system. It should help its bearer, and not complicate his life. The system notifies that at the current level of visibility, the absence of the carrier in classes will be noticed in 100% of cases. That same evening, the main character decides to come to his academy. He approaches the department office, holding a piece of paper in his hand and looking at it sadly. The explanation should calm the old man down, at least the guy really hopes so. Gathering his strength, John exhales loudly and knocks on the door. A voice is heard from it. Someone informs that he can come in. The main character shyly opens the door and enters the room. The professor noisily inhales air, looking aggressively at the student who has just arrived. He starts yelling at him, not understanding how he has the audacity to show up in his office. The man asks what kind of antics this is. Apparently, this is what John does instead of attending his classes, showing videos on his phone. The main character is surprised, apparently. The old man is also on TikTok. The guy apologizes profusely, saying that he made a big mistake, and gives him an explanation. The man says that he will not let such behavior go unpunished. John understands that the man is not in the mood today. He needs to come up with something urgently. Suddenly, an idea comes into the protagonist's head that can certainly help save the situation. He remembers that last time he used charm to save his life with the example of the guard, and now it can work the same way with the professor. The guy says that he does not deny his guilt but is a good guy. Now the man strongly doubts this. John uses his charm and looks at his teacher. The professor is touched and says that the guy actually did nothing impermissible. He accepts the explanatory note, smiling, and asks not to miss his classes anymore. The main character will bow down and thank his teacher. The men don't understand what just happened. He worries and thinks that he has become soft in his old age. As John happily heads home, he thinks that he needs to use his charm more often because it really does help. Suddenly his phone starts ringing in his pocket again and he pays attention to it. The guy takes the gadget out of his pocket and picks up the phone. It turns out that it was spam. They are checking whether the girl wrote off about $120,000 from the bank account. People start calling the main character more and more often, trying to deceive him or to attach some kind of favor to him. Apparently, it's all about the recently acquired visibility. The guy thinks that no one will like you because he will definitely be noticed. He decides to turn off his phone until he gets back to the dorm, and then downloads a call blocker. But this time, it's not an advertising agency that's writing to him, but a man for whom the guy recently drew sketches for a novella. He reports that 2 more of his friends would like to work with John, and he himself is madly awaiting the release of the sequel to these stories. Sleepy Grandpa has long been one of his favorite web novelists, by his own admission. As soon as he sits down to write, he immediately becomes sleepy. He rarely releases chapters, but the novellas turn out wonderful. That same evening, the protagonist comes to the workshop, begins his broadcast, and says that he will first draw 5 classic American characters, after which he will begin illustrating the stories. The hero draws various superheroes, Smurfs, avatars, and other popular characters. Once you've finished that, it's time to start drawing an illustration for a short story called Dungeon Spirits. He draws a coffin with quick hand movements. Suddenly, he notices that his broadcast is now being watched by about 6,000 people. The number of views increased by 9,300, which is twice as much as before. The main character assumes that all this is thanks to the links from the sleepy grandfather. Suddenly, it dawns on him that this is not only the merit of the author of the short stories. He understands that these visits are due to visibility, at least in some way it helped. Remembers all the past time, it is unknown whether celebrity is a gift or a curse. It's better not to bother the monster there for now. This characteristic can have too many side effects. No more dancing. Suddenly, the guy receives messages. This is the moderation of the streaming platform. At 8 in the evening, the channel will be included in the list of recommendations in the drawing category. Thanks to this, he will get even more views, will soon complete the task, and will get another +1 to charm, after which he will become irresistible. The more his charm develops, the greater the chance that people will fall in love with him. It turns out that there are many more pluses for being a celebrity than minuses. For the sake of great love, he will somehow survive calls from scammers. The guy finally decides that he will go dancing tomorrow. He is riding a bus. The next stop is the estate. Please get ready to exit. If the main character ends up on stage again, he will probably finish the task as a perfect liker. After all, today is Friday. There should be even more people. Due to the impossibility of skipping classes without being noticed, he can only come here in the evenings. Arriving at the square, John does not see the number of people and actors. Apparently, they are on a break. Suddenly, among the crowd, the guy notices the landowner, waves his hand, and calls him to him. He heads towards the man, saying that he has a request. He begs to let his colleague throw the marriage ball to his side. The landowner tells him that nothing can be guaranteed here because the outcome is random. There are times when you have to put in some effort to be lucky. The main character hands the man his phone and asks him to look at the video. He realizes that the video shows a guy. It was filmed last time he danced. The man is surprised by the number of views. The video has collected about 1 million ratings. He suggests that John is now a social media star. The protagonist replies that the truth is a very popular person on TikTok. He also adds that their cooperation could be very mutually beneficial. His popularity can really help attract more viewers to the show, but the guy is too wayward. They can't let him ruin their performance. Despite all the doubts, the man accepts his offer. He sets the condition that he can now move on to dancing only after the main part of the performance. John replies that 3 minutes at the very end will be enough. The guys shake hands, agreeing to cooperate. Last time, in a minute on stage, the hero gave out about 20,000 likes. Now he will have 3 minutes, and his visibility has increased. Today, he will go to complete this task. The show is coming to an end. People in the crowd notice Batten and are happy that today will be a much more interesting day than ever. The husband and wife exchange bows and then go to the bridal room. This day is very significant for John, so he decides to share his joy with people and dance. The audience already knows what is going to happen. They shout and clap their hands with joy. The main character prepares to perform his dance by removing his bow. He and the other workers among the actors begin to perform his thumbs-up dance with him. People laugh, compliment them, and look at what is happening with inspiration. The guy decides that now is the time to turn on his abilities to the fullest. He activates his hand speed and visibility skill, giving a thumbs up at a tremendous speed. The third stage is ending. He has done everything he needed. Previously, the numbers were growing rapidly. The system notifies that after completing the tasks, an achievement called Crazy Lucky 2.0 will be awarded, and on top of everything else, plus 10 has been added to visibility. The guy doesn't understand why there is an upgraded version for such a bad task. He doesn't need an extra 14 to his visibility. He won't be able to survive that. He decides that he has already received the coveted 1,000 points. His visibility is now through the roof. He doesn't need more. He gets a lot of points, but it's better not to risk it with a further increase in this level. The hero decides to open the items that became available with this task, and there he finds a cap, when wearing which the level of visibility will be close to 0. He decides that with such a cap, he will be able to do whatever he wants. John decides to calm down. This cap will simply reduce his new visibility, but will not make him invisible. Unfortunately, this cap costs a whole 1,000 points, just like the miracle camera. Now he doesn't have the money for it. He did this task only to buy a new gadget, but the cap is now much more necessary. With such a thing, the guy would be able to negate all the side effects of visibility, and when necessary, take advantage of its benefits. The camera can wait. First of all, it is worth buying a new item of clothing, which will subsequently help you live favorably. Unfortunately, an error appears on the screen. The purchase will only be available after completing the first stage of the new task. John continues to point at the screen in disappointment. He needs this cap now. He will have to dance again for it. Looking at the time, he decides that he should think about this later. But for now, he needs to hurry to the stream. The guy gets on the bus. Now everyone is staring at him. Even when he had +2 visibility, he felt uncomfortable. But now he has +6. Some guy tries to steal a wallet from the main character's pocket. The man notices this and shouts at the petty thief. The hero becomes enraged and shouts that he clearly picked on the wrong guy. He sits on the guy's back and says that he just wanted to ride sitting on the bus. He doesn't understand why he didn't think about it earlier, choosing a victim out of his weight class. The guy apologizes and says that he had previously only stolen from grandmothers. Even pickpockets can't pass by the plus to visibility. Without this cap, the main character will soon go crazy. The people on the bus are delighted and jubilant, saying that John did everything right in relation to the thief. The bus driver says that if he decides to turn the guy over to the police, he will take them there. Without paying attention to anything, the guy takes his phone out of his pocket and starts looking at it. If he goes to the police, who knows how long it will take, and today is his first stream since being on the recommended list. But if we just let this pickpocket go back to the workshop, he will disappoint all these good people. Our world is constantly changing, but some things remain the same. If someone stole a person's wallet, the chance of getting your money back and catching the thief is usually negligible. Most people don't care at all about other people's grief. They prefer to stay away and not get involved. But this crowd acted differently. It is unknown whether John's visibility influenced this situation, but their willingness to sacrifice their time in order to testify against the pickpocket is very impressive. The protagonist can't just spit in their souls, and as for the broadcast, that can be done any other day. The guy decides not to disappoint the people and says that they are heading to the police station right now. A man from transport decides to make a video because content needs to be shared with other people. John realizes that in this situation he too can broadcast. After all, he is the main character in this situation. The guy asks someone to lend him a notebook and a pencil in order to fulfill everything he had planned earlier. The girl raises her hand and shouts that she will be happy to help the young man. John takes out his phone and decides that he should explain to the viewers what is going on before broadcasting. He writes an appeal that he became a victim of a pickpocket. So today's stream will be on this topic. They managed to catch him. He is sitting on it right now. Now the whole bus of people is taking him to the police. The main character films a crowd on a bus. He caught a thief thanks to these good people. They immediately intervened in the situation. In order to remain mysterious to his viewers, the guy decides to hide. His face is ordinary today. There is nothing to show. Right now is the peak of evening traffic jams. They won't get to the nearest section anytime soon. Therefore, the best option would be to conduct the stream on the bus itself, with the pickpocket serving as an easel. The girl offers to hold the phone while the hero draws. The guy's resources are limited today, so he decides to draw a few black and white sketches in the style of a popular anime. He begins working on sketches, quickly finishing each one. Viewers in real life are delighted with his drawings, saying that they should also subscribe to the guy. The pickpocket screams loudly. He is not happy with this whole situation. But the sketch is ready. It depicts two people who are easy to recognize. The bus driver informs people that there are only a couple of minutes left to the polling station. The main character decides that this time should be enough for him. Using his hand speed, he finishes the last sketch for the day. Everything turned out better than anyone expected. The transport pulls up to the police building just in time before it closes. Now John will go and hand this pickpocket over to the police. The stream is over for today. He leads the guy by the scruff of the neck and hopes that this incident will serve as a lesson to him. Having finished all his business, the main character leaves the building and thanks the officers. Today he is so tired that he doesn't even want to run. Now he would like to drink a can of cool Coca-Cola and lie down in his bed. As the guy heads towards home, he is very attracted to the drink machine. The main character turns towards him, as if Coca-Cola itself is calling him. But he is trying to lose weight, and it is already quite late. He imagines glass jars with a drink in the form of girls. They used to be in close relationships with him. Has he really forgotten about it? Despite all the side effects, he asks her if she thinks he won't drink the lady. A scale appears in the guy's imagination and asks him if he remembers how much he weighs. John remembers all the saddest and most offensive words directed at him, thereby preventing himself from giving in to temptation. He is aware of his weight, so he didn't drink anything. The guy turns around and tells someone that he asked her if he didn't believe her. Suddenly, the main character comes to his senses and does not understand where he is and what is happening around him. John exhales calmly. It seems that he has already started hallucinating from hunger. Even though the guy has been running for about a month, he doesn't know if there are any results. Approaching the scales standing on the street, the hero decides to weigh himself. The guy takes off his sneakers and sweater to lose weight, but it's better to leave his pants on. The scales show 113 kilograms. A month ago, the guy was at least 120. At least the main character lost 7 kilograms. He turns towards the machine, quickly throws money in, and buys a bottle of water. If the hero allowed himself to drink cola now, then tomorrow he would have eaten a chocolate bar. He ran for a whole month, not so that everything he lost would return in a couple of days. It is better to wait for the teeth and continue to work on himself. If you think about it, over the past month, John has not only lost weight, but also achieved good results in other aspects. He spends a lot of time on the runner task and only runs 20 kilometers a day. We need to think about how it could be combined with some other activity, for example, as he did with the illustrator and stream master tasks. While there is no one at the stadium, You need to buy and try out a new camera as quickly as possible. He opens his system and makes a purchase of a new gadget. The camera looks strange. To put it mildly, it is better not to use it in public, otherwise it will attract too much attention. It would be much better if it looked like a regular camera. Before you can finish speaking, the gadget is transformed. It can be transformed at will. John decides to test the camera to make sure of its capabilities. It enables broadcasting with just the power of thought and is very convenient to operate without hands. Today, the main character will run about 10 kilometers as usual, and the day after tomorrow there will be a mini marathon with Kathleen. Before that, he needs to complete the current stage in order to further improve his characteristics by the time of the marathon. Only 2 people tuned into the broadcast, but the number of views increased by 4. 2 people standing in the country watch the main character run. When a guy broadcasts, not only online views but also offline views are counted. If he had known this earlier, he would not have streamed alone in the workshop. Now he needs to change his broadcast strategy. The next morning, the guy comes to the museum estate, where the performance is taking place again. People watch what is happening with pleasure. They think that this is a real wedding. Today has once again become a significant day for him. The main character got married again, so he asks to share the joy with him and dance. People around jubilantly raise their hands, shout, and ask to start the dance. John asks his assistant to go down and film him. Now the hero is broadcasting. The man walks down to the crowd and points the camera at the guy, smiling sweetly. After finishing the dance, John made an announcement that in 10 minutes he would start drawing portraits for free, asking not to be shy and participate. The experiment in combining tasks was successful. In a few minutes, he managed to get more than 30,000 views. The progress with distributing likes was not so impressive, but he only had a minute. The landowner approaches the hero and asks him to hold off on dancing for now, since he is drawing all the attention to himself. The main character stands in the middle of the crowd and calls more and more people to him, offering free and high-quality portraits. He asks not to be shy, to come up. The drawing will come out beautiful and fast. The crowd stands aside so the hero can dance, draw, and broadcast. John asks not to leave, but people are not ready to agree to have a portrait painted. Viewers write in the comments that they have been watching for about half an hour as the streamer tries to call people to him, but everyone refuses. Everyone thinks that this is just a scam because the drawing is done completely free of charge. People are shy about being the first. He just needs to find one, and the rest will come one after another. John notices the landowner's daughter in the crowd. She must save him. The protagonist approaches her and asks if she has a couple of minutes of her time. The girl asks if he draws portraits of her newlyweds. He replies that this was assigned to him at the Academy of Arts and asks her to pose. The lady smiles sweetly and asks to try to finish faster because she will soon have to go on stage again. The girl sits down and asks if she's sitting normally. Many people comment on all this from the side. The main character quickly ends up with a portrait, 2 ladies nearby asking if they can sit down too and get their own drawing. He replies that everything is absolutely free. There is no catch in this action. The landowner's daughter sighs from surprise and a good result. Holding a piece of paper in her hand, she smiles broadly and says that she is absolutely delighted. The girl asks to take a photo with the artist because he is very talented. The boys stand next to each other, holding the portrait in their hands and pose for a photograph. Suddenly, another task appears. To complete it, you need to take 100 joint photos with different people. As a reward, he gets a bonus to photogenicity and an infectious smile. It is unclear whether this is necessary, since the guy is not such a public figure. In any case, these characteristics will definitely not harm, and besides, this task can be done in between times. A girl approaches the hero, asking if she can get a portrait, and asks him to draw her as nicely as possible. After receiving the drawing, she asks to take a photo with it and praises the work. The protagonist agrees without delay. People continue to send comments in the chat. The crowd surrounds the guy, asking for more and more portraits. People start lining up to see him. Considering its length, even if the guy spends about 5 minutes on each person, the people who are now standing at the end will not receive their portrait even after 3 hours. This won't work. Besides, it's very hot outside. We need to work faster. The protagonist holds out a quicker portrait of the girl. The lady asks what kind of hackwork he painted for her. She didn't expect such a result. Before her, the guy drew colorful pictures for all the girls, but hers turned out to be one color. Before her, each portrait took about 5 minutes, but the guy spent no more than 2 on this one. John explains that he just wants everyone in line to get their portrait. However, the girl is very unhappy with what is happening. because as soon as it was her turn, the style changed dramatically. She asks to take and draw a normal portrait right now, even if it takes about 15 minutes. Otherwise, she will tell the other people in line that the longer they wait, the worse the quality of the drawings will be. The guy decides that it would be stupid to argue with her now. He would only waste time on nonsense. By the way, a person who is standing in line just wrote on the broadcast. The main character uses the power of thought and asks to help him not to get distracted. The guy understands this and says that he will soon head in their direction. A man stands next to people at the side, smiling very gloomily and scarily. The guy asks his friend not to pay attention to this hysterical woman and to draw as he wants. The girl asks what the man just called her. He asks if she is deaf. He smirks as he continues to argue with her, distracting her from the main character. The guy takes a deep breath through his nose to begin talking about his thoughts. He explodes and yells at the girl. The hero painted a portrait for free, and the lady does not understand the essence of what is happening. Despite everything around him, the guy continues to speak out, because the lady is holding up the line with her indignation. He repeats everything he said again so that the girl clearly understands her mistake. The crowd cheers in agreement with his words. The girls approach the indignant people from the side and ask them to leave here because they are detaining everyone. One of the others approaches the streamer and asks for his profile so she can subscribe. John replies that she needs to enter Batten's workshop in the app so she can sign up. The girl sends a ring of attraction. He thanks her. She is very generous. The main character continues to draw portraits of people and take photos with them, completing more and more tasks. Having completed the mission, the guy gets the easiest points ever earned. The characteristics in turn may help in the pursuit of tomorrow's marathon. In just one broadcast today, the guy got 100,000 views, and against this background, the previous figures seem simply ridiculous. If he continues at this pace, John will be able to complete the third stage in a week, or will be close to it. Today, he still needs to run up to the 200-kilometer mark in order to pump up his endurance for tomorrow's marathon. Taking the easel and all his things, the guy heads towards the stadium and asks his marathon to wait for him. The next day, arriving at the competition, the main character approaches the information desk. He says he is a participant in the marathon and asks for a t-shirt. The girl at the reception thinks that this fat guy can't participate in it. The guy shows his phone, talking about applying for participation, but apparently they don't have that size. Kathleen approaches the hero from behind. The girl is glad to see him. The lady holds out a t-shirt to her friend. She put it aside especially for him. The guy is incredibly happy with such generosity and care on her part. Kathleen points towards the bushes and says that there is a man sitting in them and stealing glances at him. She explains to John that this is her dorm neighbor. He also wants to take part in the marathon, but is very shy. Having quickly run up to the couple, he explains that he really wanted to know whether his friend really took part in the competition. Kathleen believes that the main character would have no problem running a marathon because he is a huge guy. Noodles doesn't understand how the girl knows his friend so well. The girl does not answer this question and says that she has a lot to do and needs to leave immediately. Turning to her friend, Kathleen compliments the loaf of bread with a smile. Noodles praises his friend because he was able to charm such a stunning lady. John is jumping for joy because the girl he likes praised him. The main character asks his friend to help him with the broadcast since he came to this marathon. He reminds that you can't take pictures of your face because the guy is hiding it. John greets his subscribers. Today, he promises to donate the entire amount collected to the fund of this marathon. He explains that he will not show his face again today because he does not want his face to become the basis of his popularity. Okay, the hero tells his friend that he needs to get on a moped and film the guy from the side, parallel to the audience. Noodles looks at him indignantly, not understanding who he takes him for. The friend is not going to participate in this because he thinks that he looks like a servant. Despite all his doubts, Noodles gets on his moped and greets his followers. Viewers already know that today, the loaf will take part in a charity mini-marathon. More than 2,500 participants have signed up for this event, mostly students and young white-collar workers. The guys around John tell him that the guy shouldn't run fast or his heart will stop. Despite all the comments, the guy closes his eyes and tries to calm down. When he opens his system, he sees a sports drink that prevents dehydration, provides the body with sufficient electrolytes and essential minerals, and is effective for an hour. The guy decides to find out how capable he is. On a normal day, he can run 10 kilometers in an hour and a half. Despite all doubts, the hero wants to challenge himself and run this distance in 1 hour. People are running side by side. The first kilometer is covered and the time spent is 6 minutes 30 seconds. John decides that this kilometer was a warm-up. Now he can speed up. His friend follows him and films everything that happens on video. The guy doesn't understand what happened to his friend, because before he would get out of breath when walking quickly. Noodles screams and asks viewers of the broadcast to support the hero with their donations. Two guys on a motorcycle pass by John. They say that he clearly weighs more than 100 kilograms, but he keeps up with the others, grab him and say that he is an example to follow. One of the guys says that if he runs to the end, he will become the main event of this marathon. The first food point will be soon. You need to take water to wash down the energy gel. You need to replenish your body with carbohydrates. Acceleration uses up too much energy. The protagonist opens his system and takes an energy gel, which replenishes the glycogen deficiency in the muscles and removes 50% of fatigue, is effective for 10 minutes. He reaches the food point and is overjoyed that he now has the opportunity to take water. The guy grabs the bottle and immediately pours it on his head. He ran 3 kilometers. The time spent was 18 minutes and 30 seconds. Everything is going great. John ran the second and third kilometers 30 seconds faster than the first. He needs to maintain this speed until the end of the marathon. The guy doesn't give up and continues his relay race. There are still about 7 kilometers ahead. Suddenly, Noodles stops. He is in complete shock. It seemed to him that he came here just for the sake of it. He was sure that he would drop out of the race after a couple of 100 meters. But today, he breaks all the patterns. The guy is in tears from pride for his friend. Noodles follows his friend, shouting in his direction that he is very proud of him. The main character thinks that under no circumstances will he give up or drop out of the race. By the 5th kilometer, John was finding it increasingly difficult to maintain his previous pace. His strength was clearly leaving him faster than he expected. Stopping at the second food point, the main character can barely walk, is sweating and breathing heavily. It seems that he won't be able to hold out for long on water alone. The effect of the sports drink is still real. The energy gel replenishes glycogen stores in the muscles, but it is still not enough. Perhaps at a slower running pace they would have reduced the fatigue to nothing, but now they are of little use. After 8 kilometers and 48 minutes, the protagonist's legs feel like cotton wool. From fatigue, his vision begins to darken and it becomes difficult to continue running. The guy remembers all the offensive comments addressed to him by various people and his head is spinning. The main character is very upset about his condition because he desperately wants to lose weight, because he is tired of being fat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, his friend's voice is heard, telling him to look straight ahead. The guy runs first, and the finish line is visible in front of him, literally a couple of meters away. Due to the large amount of emotions, he begins to scream loudly as he continues on his way. There is less and less distance left to victory. All his acquaintances and friends are watching what is happening with concern. Having reached the finish line, John breaks the tape and runs forward. From fatigue and the inability to walk any longer, his eyes close and he begins to fall. Luckily, Kathleen is standing in front of him, catching the boy's emaciated body. The rescuer shouts that they have an accident, the person is unwell and needs a doctor urgently. To the side lies a moped on which the main character's friend had recently been following him. Such an unexpected event is very frightening for everyone around, because people do not always fall from transport. Noodles shows his face on camera and says that he is fine, and he assumes that everyone is terribly interested in knowing what is happening to the loaf of bread now. I turn my head towards my friend. He notices that he is lying on the ground unconscious. The main character is incredibly happy that he won, that he was able to overcome himself and do more than he did before. A frightened Noodle runs towards his friend, worried about his condition. He picks him up and theatrically screams for him not to die. The doctor says that the guy will be fine. His body is just exhausted and he needs rest. Kathleen says her friend needs to rest, and now she needs to be at the donation stand. The friend hugs his neighbor. He's very glad that he is okay, but John pushes him away and asks him to leave. Due to this, Noodles accidentally points the camera at the main character's face. He quickly covers the camera with his hand because he didn't want to show it. Calmly, the guy says that if everything happened this way, then there is no point in hiding his face any longer. The protagonist lowers his head and asks the audience to prepare for something new and interesting. He picks up a camera, points it at his face, and says that he wouldn't advise overweight people to try to repeat this straight away. You need to prepare for this. John started running about a month ago, and during this time he has run several hundred kilometers. First of all, he mastered the running technique, so his knees were safe. You should definitely check out how much was dripped during today's broadcast. Now the guy is watched by more than 80,000 viewers. John thanks everyone who subscribed to his channel and donated. Either to him or directly to the application of today's mini marathon, he sees that people were very generous, promises to donate an amount equal to their donations. Today, the main character received 9,850,000 coins from people. That's 9,850. There's no point in putting it off. Without missing a beat, the guy moves towards the donation stand. Kathleen says all you have to do to donate is scan the code on the counter. John scans the code with his phone and sends 10,000. The girl is shocked to see such an amount. Noodles is surprised, because after the commission from the app, the guy will take more than 50%. The main character replies that he is aware of what is happening and donated this money personally, hoping that no one will think that he is a rich kid and is spending his mother's money. The guy replies that his sketches have been selling well lately. Kathleen in turn thanks him and hands him a napkin so that the guy can wipe the sweat from his face. The girl standing next to her tells her that John looks quite cute. She emphasizes the main character's obesity, but this is quite fixable. Suddenly, behind the guy's backs, the hated hero appears, namely, the blonde guy. She asks him not to call him the same way he just called her. On the way, he got stuck in a traffic jam. He thought that he wouldn't find the girl, but at least he had an expensive car, and after the guy drove onto an empty avenue, there was no stopping him. Since Daniel doesn't like to run, he can support her with flowers and donations. John picks up the card with the code and shoves it into the hero's face. He asks the guy to scan the code in order to send money. Daniel brushes him off and asks him not to lecture the scientist. The main character gets very irritated and hopes that he won't get angry with him. The blonde guy puts a bunch of money on the table. Kathleen warns him that by doing so, he is not supporting the girl, but the fight against poverty. Daniel waves it off and says that he doesn't care what happens. He turns towards John and asks why he is staring at him. Suddenly, one detail dawns on the blonde. He knows this man. The guy says that the main character is the same guy with funny dances from TikTok. Daniel looks at John appraisingly and tries to piece together the man's personality in his head. Mockingly, he says that the guy must be eating well, asking if he donated anything to the poor people. The hero waves it off and says that he can't reach Daniel's sums. The guy thinks he would really like to hit the blonde guy, but you can't behave like that on stream. Daniel says everyone gives according to their ability. Noodles explodes from injustice and starts to get into a fight, but his friend quickly stops the guy and takes him aside. A friend asks if Batten was afraid of this man since he did nothing. He asks for explanations not to him, but to the viewers, because people are perplexed, since they saw everything that happened from beginning to end. The main character smiles and says that despite the hero's personality, he will also donate a lot of money. It would be wrong to publicly belittle a person after he has done a good deed. The main character explains his point of view, shares his opinion, and then ends the broadcast. He needs to return to the hostel and rest. In the evening, he promises to hold another stream. Today was a pretty fruitful broadcast. He's getting closer to 1 million views. At one point, the main character was being watched by more than 87,000 people. He was already on the 20th level. Daniel, surrounded by 2 other guys, talks to the girl, their voices filled with resentment after realizing the truth. People tell the guy that now he is not a competitor to John. They decide to take revenge, so the blonde tells the girl to act according to the plan when his opponent comes out. Otherwise, her parents will find out how much she owes him. Half an hour later, 3 guys are sitting behind the bushes when a lady stands near the entrance to the room. She immediately approaches the main character and asks him for help. The girl says that she left something in the workshop on the 5th floor and asks to be taken there. This thing was given to her by her mother, and it has great meaning for her. There is no light on the 3rd and 4th floors, so the girl is scared. The main character assumes that she wants to take revenge on him. The guy continues to think in his head, deciding whether it is worth doing. In the end, he agrees, because the lady looks somehow frightened and confused. Walking down the corridor, he notices that there is light everywhere. Both on the 3rd and 4th floors, the girl replies that they have probably already changed the light bulbs. The guy says that there is light everywhere here. His help is no longer needed. Suddenly, the lady grabs his hand, after which he apologizes and tears his shirt. She starts screaming loudly, crying for help. The main character runs away and moves in an unknown direction, realizing that it was all a setup. But on the way, 3 guys appear in front of him. They recognize John and speak to him quite arrogantly. They comment on this situation, saying that it is quite terrible. Daniel says that if Kathleen finds out what a pervert the guy really is, if the whole academy finds out, then something irreparable will happen. The girl falls to her knees, screaming and crying loudly from the realization that she was being threatened. She had no other choice. Daniel explains that he was actually threatening the lady. The protagonist knows that in this case, the problem is not so big. He begins to laugh loudly, bursting into tears of relief after realizing it. John says he finished the stream but forgot to turn off the camera, so it's not that bad. He explains that the video shows that the guy didn't lay a finger on the girl, and also that Daniel confessed that he threatened her. If Kathleen finds out what the guy really is, if the whole academy finds out, then something irreparable will happen. Now the blonde's end has come. They wanted to bend Batten over, but he himself did everything exactly the opposite. The three guys start crying and are very upset about what they did. They apologize to him. John says he only has 2 conditions for him to do as the boys want. The first will be an apology to the lady. Moreover, if he continues to threaten her, he will not like the consequences. The second condition will be that Daniel must stop pestering the girl John likes. The blonde tearfully replies that he will do everything as the guy asked. The lady meets the guy at the entrance to the building and apologizes for what she did. Today, she really did something very stupid, but at least it didn't end the way they planned. There is no need to follow the lead of scoundrels like them. You need to think with your own head. The main character says that last time he approached her rather unceremoniously, they will consider it even. The lady asks to give her an account on a popular social network. The guy gives her his contact without any problems. Suddenly, his phone rings. He knows a popular girl. Worried, the main character hangs up and says that he jokingly recorded his dorm neighbor like that. She replies that she also recorded her friend in a similar way for the sake of humor. They have a lot in common. It turns out that a really popular woman called him and asked why he was rejecting her calls. Crouching down, hoping that no one will notice the guy, he asks her why she is calling. The girl asks what the hero could be doing at such a late hour and wonders if he has a girlfriend. She explains that he doesn't tell anything, and so we can only guess. From a close informant, it became known that the guy has changed a lot recently. Started running, broadcasting, even lost weight. They fed him so much, and it all turned out to be in vain. The protagonist breaks down and says that he knows her informant, after which he asks why she is calling. The woman replies that he chose a rather interesting tone for communicating with her. After which she asks if he needs tickets to the concert, and tells him to come on October 5th and pick them up from her. He remembers going to this concert in his past life. It would be great to go to it with Kathleen. At the stadium, the girl comments that today he kept a very high pace. Lately, John has been running slower than during the marathon, but much faster than before it. The girl says that during the competition she took a couple of pictures of him. The main character promises to look. The guy notices that the lady practically called him handsome. John really did come out great in the photos, thanks to the +1 for photogenicity. Kathleen asks if he's had enough of admiring himself. The guy looks up from his phone and thanks her for the photos. The girl says goodbye to him and says that she will return on the 11th. The main character asks if she has any plans for the holidays. She explains that she will return soon, as her brother is getting married on the 15th. John says he has 2 tickets to a popular person's concert on October 5th. He originally planned to go with his roommate, but it doesn't work out. Embarrassed, he invites the girl to go with him, saying that if she refuses, it's okay. The guy thinks that he has already experienced more than 100 rejections, so he will survive one more. Kathleen lights up with happiness and thanks him for the offer, agreeing to go with him. She herself tried to buy a ticket for her concerts first in another city. Both times nothing came of it. Kathleen even thought about going back and looking for tickets from scalpers at the entrance. But suddenly it turned out that her friend had a ticket. She asked him to tell her the amount and then she would transfer the money. John says that there is no need to translate anything. He got the tickets for free himself. He offers to take him to dinner when he arrives. Kathleen asks him not to disappear anywhere, after which she says goodbye to him. The main character is incredibly happy and delighted because his beloved has agreed. In the evening, at the gates of the academy, he begins another broadcast. Today, he will run to the lake and then draw several landscapes. The entire route is about 12 kilometers. The main character runs with his fingers raised. Likes are given to everyone he meets, and now 3 tasks are being completed simultaneously. The hero admires his own intelligence and does not understand why he did not come to this conclusion earlier. An hour and a half later, he reached his destination, a distance slightly greater than a marathon, but the final time was lower. Suddenly, a new task called Night Walker appears in front of him. To complete it, he needs to visit 100 picturesque places. Apparently, he will have to walk at night instead of sleeping, and this can negatively affect his weight loss. But perhaps the ability to stay awake should relieve all the negative consequences of sleep disturbance. After the reincarnation, the main character really lacks time. After completing all the tasks, John gets a lot of different skills, observation, and a sense of taste for an artist. The most. If his assumption is that the ability to stay awake is more time, then the task is simply mandatory to complete. Suddenly, the guy notices a lot of comments for him. He completely forgot about the introduction of the broadcast. John says that he suddenly entered into a dialogue with his inner sage, and it is time to start painting landscapes. He completes the first task, gets a bonus to his ability to stay awake, which makes him very happy. We've finished the first landscape, the lotus pond is coming up. He works on many different landscapes and eventually ends up with the main character. After that, he gets charm. Now he becomes even better. Having completed all his plans, the main character says goodbye to his viewers. But suddenly he receives a call from the girl who recently set him up. She screams into the phone and asks the guy for help at the moment. Sitting in the car, John asks fearfully what's wrong. The girl explains that she left karaoke. A group of drunk guys followed her. When she ran, the guys started shouting, and after her, the main character asks where she is now. He shouts at the driver to follow the given address, namely one of the side streets. The man asks to fasten his seatbelt and then speeds up the car, driving as fast as possible. John comes and sees a lot of guys. They are looking for a girl here and there. With the hero's current strength and hand speed, he can easily defeat a bunch of drunken hooligans. But it's dark here. If some person jumps out from a dark corner, then he won't notice him. Suddenly, John realizes that he recently saw on the list of items night vision lenses, which allow you to see at night as if it were daytime. He immediately buys this item and enthusiastically moves forward. With such lenses, no bully will be able to hide from the guy. Suddenly, the main character discovers a girl sitting behind a trash can. He starts shouting, waving his hand, attracting attention. Then he puts his finger to his lips and asks to sit quietly, without getting out. Batten jumps up and runs towards a group of guys. If a fight cannot be avoided, then he needs to hit first. He jumps on the blonde guy from behind, grinning widely, confident of his victory. The man falls, sliding along the ground, and ends up at the feet of his friends. One of the company wonders how stupid you have to be to suddenly attack a group of peaceful guys all by yourself. The main character flares up in aggression because they call him bad. One of them shouts at the others to stand up. This is a squad of handsome karaoke guys. The guys immediately rush towards the hero to defeat him. Thanks to night vision, John sees every action people take, how awkward they are. He activates his hand speed, quickly moving to punch the guys in the face. With a calm expression on his face, the protagonist thinks that people have probably realized everything and will not beat them anymore. They comment on this, not understanding why John is moving so fast. He doesn't understand how maniacs chased a girl and now want to call the police because it's their fault. The guy stops the people around them from speaking. Apparently they had a misunderstanding. John doesn't stop for a second and doesn't understand what the hell is going on. The guy says that she forgot her purse at the karaoke bar, and they wanted to return it and went after her, calling her, but for some reason she ran away. The main character thinks that chasing a girl in such a crowd is not very wise. Looks can be deceiving. They mistook them for hooligans, and people never thought that a fat guy like the main character would be so fast. John smiles widely, apologizes for beating up the guys, then offers some money to buy some bruise ointment or a band-aid. The guy puts his hand on John's shoulder, asks him not to worry because they don't hold a grudge, and offers to join their squad. John refuses and says goodbye. The main character goes to the girl's side to calm her down. She feels very guilty before him because she caused him so much trouble again. The main character says that they should hurry to the hostel. Nothing terrible happened. The lady says that the gates are probably already closed, and it is not known what can be done. The guy says he'll sort this out right now. It's time to turn on his charm. He knocks on the guard's window and asks if he is asleep. The man suddenly raises his head and asks the boys why they came so late. John apologizes profusely for interrupting the man's sleep. The guard smiles sweetly and asks not to worry and not to be concerned about him. The guy comes closer to him and asks in his ear if the man will open the gate. Having come to his senses, he says that the rules are the same for everyone. He cannot let the guys in at such a time. The man grins and thinks that he helped as much as he could. The rest is up to him. The main character does not understand why he smiles and winks at him so much. Suddenly, John realizes the full extent of the situation, and shock and surprise appear on his face. The men slam the window shut, but the guy shouts that they misunderstood each other. The charm worked on him, but he helped more than was necessary. The girl asks what can be done in this case. The guy says that there is no choice but to rent a room. The lady is very surprised by what she heard. She didn't expect it to come to this. She says that she likes John quite a lot, but she's not like that. It's too early for them to book a room. The guy stops her and says that she got it all wrong. He will rent a room for her alone. The main character can stay with a friend who lives nearby. The girl looks down in embarrassment, worried about what she said. John books a room on the website, and when he sees her off, he asks if she has any documents with her. Before leaving, he says that he is very flattered by her sympathy, but he already has a lady love. The girl turns around and thanks him for his honesty, because it is very important in people. 10 minutes later, in an elite residential complex, the guy heads into one of the buildings. He goes through all the checkpoints. As soon as he received notification of enrollment in the academy, his parents immediately bought an apartment nearby for him, but he did not live in it. At least he did not rent out the premises. Although it's more fun in the hostel, it's also sometimes very nice to be alone. John takes off all his extra clothes, lies down on the bed, and enjoys the long-awaited rest. The main character hasn't felt so free for a long time, at least under a roof. Suddenly, one of his parents, namely his mother, calls him on the phone. The woman asks why he came back to the apartment today. John used to think it was very convenient to open the door with a fingerprint, until he found out that this lock immediately sends a signal to his parents. The main character denies it and says that he doesn't have a girlfriend. John explains that if he has someone, he will tell his mother about it first. He doesn't understand why everyone in his family is interested in his personal life. Back in his bed, Batten closes his eyes. It's already very late and it's time to go to bed. If Kathleen ever became his girlfriend, he would definitely bring her home to meet his parents. But it was too early to think about that now. John thinks about how she should be home now, and there's still a week until the concert, and he wonders what would happen if he flew tomorrow and tried to meet her before the concert. Eventually, John discards these ideas. No one likes overly clingy behavior. It would be better to work on completing the tasks and pump up the characteristics even more, so that by the 5th day you can appear before the girl in the best possible light. It would be cool to complete the tasks synchronously. Suddenly, some details come to him. The guy takes out his phone. It's only 200 kilometers from his academy to the sports palace. There should be less than 10 picturesque places along the way. If you run, broadcast at the same time, show thumbs up, take a break from running in the evenings, find some picturesque places and draw illustrations about them. Also, the money that accumulates during the stream can be donated to a charity. This way, he will simultaneously complete the tasks, show people positive examples, and in the end, do a good deed. The very next morning, the main character is completely collected and ready. He presses the record button and activates the broadcast. You just need to move forward. There are almost no people on the broadcast. Most viewers are probably still asleep. As soon as people wake up, they will most likely go for a walk. At the moment, only 105 people are watching the main character, but only the most loyal subscribers are online. He reads the comments. None of the viewers believe in his powers. All the cars around are honking at each other. Something must have happened. The main character runs past a traffic jam and shows people his thumbs up, hoping no one will misunderstand him. Suddenly, one of the people stops the guy and asks him to listen to him. He turns around and asks whether the man is talking to him or not. Asks if John makes fun of people who are stuck in traffic on the road. The main character looks at the man with incomprehension, because he just wanted to support people and share a positive mood. But the man does not understand him, shouts aggressively and waves a bottle of water. The guy twists the man's arm and he screams and asks him to put it down. He explains that he is simply his subscriber and wanted to play a prank on him. No one knew that Batten would be so strong. John takes the water and thanks for the gift, asking to be more careful with the pranks. The man offers to take the hotels in his car, but John has to keep moving. He shows the guy a class and wishes him good luck on the road. The man also gives a thumbs up and says that he is the one who should be wished all the best. 12 kilometers have already been covered. The time spent is about 1 hour 29 minutes and 26 seconds. To avoid overstraining the knees, a short rest is recommended. The main character stops and looks at the roadway. The grandmothers decided not to waste time in the traffic jam and went out to dance. He decides to show everyone who is a master of dancing, and also to entertain his subscribers a little. The guy leaves the camera in place and says that it is better to rest, stretching his joints. Now he will join the people. While he's warming up, bikers pass by and the guy watches them. It turns out that these are just journalists who came to film a report about dancing grannies in a traffic jam. But suddenly, the camera is directed at him. The guy looks at people with incomprehension because he did not expect such an outcome of events. The girl says that they are journalists from the newspaper and asks for an interview. One of the guys comes up to him and says that they already know each other. They saw each other at the mini marathon. John says he will never forget how they followed him and filmed him with a huge camera, then asks why they don't film the grandmothers. The guys explain that they dance here all the time. The guy is a great find for them. The protagonist turns away, becomes embarrassed, and says that he is not in the mood right now. Suddenly, a new task appears in front of him. He needs to become a hero of the local media news 10 times. It is listed as a special task. For this, you can get plus 16 to charm. Even the received plus 3 gives a stunning effect. And if he gets another 16, and after completing another task another 12, then something good can happen. The main character will become simply irresistible in the eyes of others. The girl explains to him that the guys were in a hurry to get to this place to take an interview. John snatches the microphone from her hands and says he would be happy to talk to them on camera. He answers many questions, after which the lady thanks him for the interview. They say goodbye to him. The hero asks not to put off the report for too long. They undertake to do everything in the best possible way. Batten opens his phone, looking at the time. It's time for breakfast. He says goodbye to his viewers and says that he will return to them in an hour. John thinks that every time he turns on the broadcast, it is very beneficial for him. In the cafe, he eats soup, and after that, it's time to move on. The guy rested twice, took a photo with 13 fans, and then finally got to town. After so much time, the main character finds himself at the first transit point. He needs to check into a hotel, take a shower and rest, and tomorrow he will show him the local picturesque places. A month ago, John would never have believed that he could run a whole marathon in one day. Entering the room clean, the hero notes that for the last 5 hours, he has been thinking only about the soul. Suddenly, the main character realizes that he only took his underwear from his change of clothes. Everything is soaked through with sweat and stinks a lot. No one would want to appear in front of a girl they like in such a state. Suddenly, he realizes that among the items there were also clothes, which are not that expensive. This suit absorbs sweat, dries quickly, is breathable, and keeps you fresh. The new suit will fit over your old clothes. The previously wet clothes are now completely dry, smell fresh, it's just wonderful. Having finished his business, the main character goes to bed, and in the morning suggests starting the day by exploring local cuisine establishments. Suddenly, a voice from the side distracts him from his speech. 3 girls appear in front of him with drawings and gifts. These are subscribers. Seeing them, he asks to roll up the posters because it is rather awkward. The girl suggests that he go to an interesting establishment nearby. The lady says the distance is about 10 kilometers from here, but they have a car. The main character thinks that no one except 3 people will be able to fit into such a tiny car. At least the hero definitely won't be able to fit in there. It turns out that they are neighboring transport. It is several times larger than the previous one. The youngest girl sits in the front seat, and the guy asks how long she has been driving. The lady turns sharply and drives fast, which frightens the main character very much. Sitting at a table, they tell us that the 3 of them opened this hotel. They even made up the breakfast menu themselves and asked how their guest liked the establishment. The girls made a bet with other subscribers that they would feed him in their hotel in the morning and put him to bed here in the evening. The first part of the bet has already been completed, and he asks for help with the second. Suddenly, the main character is faced with a new task. He must accept 3 invitations for overnight stays from strangers. As a reward, there will be a plus to fertility and bad luck. They simply offer to stay at the hotel, but the system ties the ability to reproduce to this. One person once said that just by putting on a short-sleeved dress, a girl can immediately evoke a whole series of associations. When the hero carried out the tasks, the girl could not even recognize some of the refusals. And when did she manage to become so smart that after an invitation to spend the night, she thought about having children? Suddenly, the hero realizes that talking to her about this is like playing the zither in front of a cow. While fertility is certainly a blessing, having lots of children is definitely a plus. And someday, in the distant future, John would be happy to have a large family. But with the characteristic of luck, you can seriously get into trouble. The ability to fertilize can be maintained through a healthy lifestyle, or, in extreme cases, through medical intervention. But the consequences of bad luck will take a long time to sort out. After all the thinking on this topic, the main character decides to refuse and not spend the night with them. They say that everything is absolutely free and there shouldn't be any problems. John explains that he already has some plans for the evening, so he apologizes for losing the argument. It's getting dark outside. The guy falls onto his bed, he can finally relax. The most important thing is that he worked hard today. If you try, tomorrow you can complete the first stage of one of the missions, and then take the hidden cap. On the 1st of October, the main character gets out of his bed, continues moving. The next point will be a new city. While working on another sketch, the main character draws a picturesque bridge. John completes the second stage of the task, which makes him incredibly happy and laughs with happiness. The guy invites the audience to look at the area above. In front of them is the main pedestrian street of this town. After pumping up his observation skills, he began to see more and more clearly. He notices every movement, every rustle. He sees people in the distance as clearly as they are close by. Suddenly, a terrible picture catches his eye. He tries to take a closer look. The guy stands behind the frightened girl, his eyes showing his enjoyment of the process. John jumps up and runs towards these people, asking them to grab him. Without thinking twice, he hits the guy hard on the jaw, causing the guy to fall. A crowd gathers around people, watching what is happening. The guy shouts that he is not a pervert and did not do anything. If he does not believe, he can ask her himself. People are watching what is happening. John asks the girl to tell the truth. The offender will not escape from his clutches. The crowd is getting louder. Everyone is talking about her, talking about the situation. The heroine is shaking with fear and wants to cry. She says that no one touched her. The hero asks again if she's really telling the truth, because everything looks different from the outside. The girl runs away in fear, screaming that no one harmed her. People are asking to let the offended guy go because he really did nothing. He says that John should apologize first, and then they will discuss compensation for moral damages. The hero is absolutely sure that he saw it, and all of this must be captured on video. Now they will call the police. The offended guy lies on the ground and says that he is the victim. People stand behind them and laugh because the situation is very controversial. One girl from the crowd says that she is ready to confirm everything and says to call the police. This man tried to get behind her, and when she gave him a good kick, he moved on to a more timid victim. Baton thanks her for her help. Without a moment's hesitation, John takes out his phone and calls the police. The guy is crying, asking not to call the police, asking to let him go. The main character says that it is too late and asks what about his compensation. The girl comes closer and says that if he wants to understand why that girl said that nothing happened and ran away, then he should listen to the voices around him. People all around were judging her. Everyone was commenting on her short dress and behavior. She was silent and said nothing in protest. The main character thinks that since the situation is turning out exactly this way, he will not let this guy escape justice for anything. He doesn't understand how all these people can bring themselves to speak like that. Baton asks them what the poor girl did wrong, why she deserved such treatment. The protesting lady stands to the side and listens to everything, remains silent and observes the situation. John asks them if the same thing had happened to their sister or daughter. Would they also have sided with this pervert? If in such situations you shift the responsibility onto the girl and not the guilty ones, then over time they will become even more impudent. People leave and say that he probably thinks he's better than everyone else. If this girl ever sees this recording, Baton would like to say the following. If we run away from the offender when we meet him, instead of seeking fair punishment from him, he will feel impunity and there will be even more victims. A lady gets into the frame and says that you don't need to be afraid of gossip and discussions of fools. You need to fight and stand your ground. Suddenly the police appear behind them. They say that the speech is quite good. They will sort this out and ask you to go with them to testify. The girl says that the main victim has already escaped, but she can also testify against him. A woman appears next to them. She also saw everything and agrees to go with them. John thanks her, smiles sweetly, and says that he is the hero. An hour later, they leave the police station and ask the woman to take care of herself. The main character thanks the girl, explaining that they stream on the same platform. He is very surprised by this and asks if she is really broadcasting on the same app. The heroine says her nickname and says goodbye to it. As soon as she returns home, she will immediately recommend his channel to her subscribers. Unexpectedly, the task is completed. Finally, it will be possible to buy a cap. He changes his glasses and buys the long-awaited item of clothing. Surprisingly, the main character does not feel anything on himself. Suddenly, a man walking behind him crashes into his back and starts falling backwards. At some point, the man raises his eyes towards the obstacle and realizes that there is no one in front of him. The hero approaches him from the side, holds out his hand, and the man is very scared because he has never seen him before. Just in case, he clarifies whether the man just ran into him. The guy confirms this theory and asks for forgiveness. The man takes all the blame on himself because he didn't notice John at all. He is very surprised because he really has become very invisible. It was not in vain that he spent a whole 1,000 points on this cap. We need to test all the nuances of his new invisibility somewhere as soon as possible. Suddenly, fireworks explode behind the main character. A wedding is taking place somewhere nearby. This event is a great way to test it. A girl greets guests at the entrance to the room. A guy approaches her. It seems like the lady is looking straight at him. Apparently, the idea is a failure. John decides to wave at her to make sure she's looking in the guy's direction. The girl doesn't react at all. Apparently, she's looking through him. The hero realizes that she doesn't care at all, as if he's not here. Without thinking twice, the guy decides to go inside and see what's inside. There is a huge amount of delicious food all around, lots of snacks and treats. John doesn't think long and doesn't choose. He takes everything he sees. Suddenly, there is one last steak left on the tray. The guy looks at it, drooling. Without thinking twice, he reaches out his hands to put it on his plate. But suddenly, another person intercepts the dish, also wanting to enjoy it. The guy asks who this guest is and where he is reaching with his hands. John asks in surprise if he can see him. His rival says that he is very big and it will be difficult not to notice the guy. The main character apologizes and asks to take the steak for himself. He doesn't understand how this can be understood, because the cap sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. John looks at the guy in surprise. Apparently he realized something. Perhaps this person is the owner of another similar system. The guy starts hysterically shaking his head from side to side, not understanding where his interlocutor has gone. Now the hero realized what it meant that when wearing a cap, the level of visibility would be close to zero. People only notice it in direct interaction. I wonder if it only works in real life or online too. Without thinking twice, the guy turns on the broadcast to test his theory. Not a single view was gained in 10 minutes. Now all the nuances of this skill are clear. The Toastmaster notices that almost all the guests have gathered, and you suggest raising a toast to the newlyweds. John wonders if he stands next to the bride. Will anyone notice him? And even if they do, he can move away at any moment. The protagonist slaps himself on the cheek for such wrong thoughts. If he has such abilities, it does not mean that he can brazenly interfere in the lives of strangers. You need to watch your behavior. The guy should not allow himself to indulge and remain unpunished only thanks to the system. Today, people have a big holiday. No one invited him. John eats everything here for free. He should draw them a wedding gift as a keepsake. He prepares a small card and puts some money in it to give to the newlyweds. Approaching the girl at the exit, he leaves a gift for her. She did not notice when he managed to approach. Heading in the other direction, the protagonist rubs his belly and rejoices that he is finally full. Suddenly, the motorcycle wheels start spinning quickly towards the guy. He naturally notices this and decides to jump to the other side to avoid an accident. Barely in time, he jumps back and screams loudly because the situation is very unexpected. The hero didn't even suspect that the cap could have such effects. For now, it's better to walk without it. It's safer near the road without a cap. In the following days, the main character followed the navigator towards his goal. There was not much left to run. The guy doesn't stop, even though he's very tired. Suddenly, he begins to hear various voices encouraging him. It turns out that he is running towards the tape to break it. Everything looks like a marathon. People are happy that their idol has overcome this distance. They are happy about his victory. Subscribers hand over a towel and water, and John, in turn, tries to catch his breath. He wipes the sweat from his face and thanks everyone for it. After that, he squeezes it onto the ground because he is very tired during the journey. The main character thanks everyone for their support. Some wrote that they would meet him at the finish line, but he couldn't even imagine that there would be so many people. Seriously speaking, as the guy promised, he will give all donations to a charity fund. He takes out his phone and tells his viewers that this is their last chance to participate in such a good cause. They have 3 more minutes, after which the hero will go to the statistics and tell people how much money he received during this run. The race started on September 30th. The money will be counted from that day. In total, in real money, it is $72,000, a simply gigantic sum. Nobody was prepared for this, and it was unclear how to get out of it. There is an option to donate $36,000 myself without adding anything, but last time he doubled the amount, and this time he promised to do the same. If you repeat the previous experience again, it will become a pattern. Charity is all well and good, but who knows how much they'll donate next time. In total, people sent $72,000. After the platform's commission, there will be $36,000 left. No one underestimated the generosity of subscribers. John will add $14,000 from himself, and in the end, together they will donate $50,000. The main character thanks all subscribers for their help. He suggests ending this broadcast on a good note, thanking the viewers for their support during the run. There will be no broadcasts in the coming days. The guy wishes everyone a great holiday. John waves goodbye to his fans before ending the broadcast. He says goodbye to the audience in life. says goodbye to the audience in life, and steps aside, putting the phone to his ear. It's his sister calling. They're making arrangements to meet. After some time, the main character finds himself near a multi-story building. He knocks on the door. Someone knocks. The girl pays attention to it. The blonde looks into the camera, which is aimed at her brother. She is surprised that he came quickly enough. Suddenly, the sister is shocked by the appearance of her relative. Just recently, John had a cute third chin, but now he has lost all his weight. She touches it, examines it, and is surprised by all this. She herself was very thin not long ago, and now, on the contrary, she has gained weight. All that was left of her brother was bones and skin. They fed him with the whole family. The guy was so cute and plump. The main character is indignant and says that he is still dealing with the consequences of his care. As a result, he decides to ask his sister why she has gained so much weight. She explains that it's because of the new role, but the guy doesn't understand her because everything can be fixed with the help of computer graphics. Suddenly, another girl appears behind them and says that his sister eats for art. This is the singer who recently made her film debut, commenting on John's appearance. He asks what brings his second sister here. The hero was very lucky because they had just cooked a lot of food and his sister came to visit. When the main character came to visit the blonde in his past life, she was also gaining weight, but there was no other sister here. It turns out that the significant events do not change. Only the details change. The brunette comes into the bathroom and asks how long he will wash his hands because the food is getting cold. The sister explains that she needs to gain about 5 more kilograms. Lately, she has been eating the most delicious and caloric foods. John has lost a lot of weight lately, so he needs to eat everything. The guy inhales the smell of food and drools with the desire to eat all this delicious delicacy. Deep down, he really wants to eat because he hasn't eaten chicken wings for a long time, but it's advisable to control himself. The main character is given a huge plate of food and told to eat. He refuses because he is losing weight now and he can't. John turns away and says that he won't eat all of this. He has to control himself. The guy tries to meditate to control himself and calm down. The blonde asks if he's sure that he really doesn't want to eat. She pours his favorite cola into a glass. The guy missed that gentle hiss of bubbles. Batten would really like to drink it, to feel the taste. The sister asks if he would like to drink 1 glass to celebrate their meeting. John licks his lips. He practically agreed to fulfill her request. Despite the fact that he is losing weight, the guy brings the glass to his mouth and takes a small sip of the sweet drink. The guy gets a lot of pleasure from this because he is madly in love with cola and would like to drink it all the time. Suddenly, he notices that the cola has disappeared from the glass, even though he only took a sip. The main character is very upset about this, but the blonde laughs and recognizes her beloved brother. She invites him to take a photo as a keepsake while he is still more or less plump. Suddenly, a new quest called Star Relfist appears. To complete it, you need to take a photo with 100 different famous people. This task is an advanced version of one of the previous missions. The reward is generous, but taking a photo with the stars is not easy. The other sister laughs and says the boys are quite funny. He runs up to her from behind and points the camera at her to take a photo with her. The girl asks why he did this, because surely no one expected something like this. John winks at her and says that the lady laughed very charmingly. It was impossible to miss such a shot. My sister asked me to stop playing around and eating. The heroine says that she won't eat because she has to go to the red carpet tonight and she doesn't want the fat to stick out. The main character thinks about this because there are stars everywhere on the red carpet. He puts on his cap and thinks that such a chance cannot be missed. Today, he will complete this task. A girl gets out of a luxury car and is being filmed by many people. She walks smiling, waving her hand. People call her with admiration. All the attention of journalists is concentrated around the red carpet. If John carefully spins around the stars in his cap, then he will be seen in the newspapers. The hero of such headlines will not get better. He decides to look behind one of the stands and see what else is there. A girl in a long yellow dress takes a photo in front of the board. This is an autograph stand. That's what the guy needs. There are almost no journalists here, but every star lingers here for a couple of photos. The main character slowly approaches the girl to take a photo with her. He pulls out his phone, holds up 2 fingers and takes a picture. The girl says she heard something. The guy quickly moves away and thinks about setting the phone to silent mode. She continues her photo shoot, doesn't pay attention to it. People ask her to smile. John thinks that the plan is working better than expected. There are still about 97 more times to repeat the same thing. The guy takes photo after photo, capturing increasingly popular people in his lens. This photo stand has turned out to be a real find. 99 photos have already been created. The last star remains to be found. A voice is heard in the distance. People are greeting an irresistible girl. His sister had already arrived. She was dressed very beautifully. Unfortunately, a photo with her won't count, but there will be a photo left as a keepsake. Suddenly, some man calls his sister, and she and her brother turn their heads in his direction. This is a blonde guy? The tabloids reported a romance with this actor. He calls her baby. It turns out it's true. A guy is eating a watermelon. You won't find a better shot than this one. She asks him to stay away from her. John did not expect such a turn of events at all. The girl knows perfectly well that he was spreading ridiculous rumors about them. She should sue him and his pocket journalists, but she doesn't want to get dirty with it any further. As she leaves, the girl says that if he doesn't stop slandering her name, she will arrange things so that no one will ever want to work with him. The guy comments negatively on this behavior and insults the girl. He mutters under his breath that no one needs the girl, because many people only found out about her thanks to her fictitious affair with him. John thinks that he needs to wash his mouth with soap, although he could be punished in another way. He decides to follow the blonde guy, following him closely. Suddenly, the protagonist steps on his boot from behind, and his foot jumps out of it. The guy starts to fall, his leg is exposed. The blonde lies on the carpet with his butt up and no shoes on. He is in a lot of pain. I wonder where he hit his foot. The guy doesn't understand what's going on, but at least there are no journalists here. The main character points the camera at him and stands next to him, thanking him for the photo. Mission accomplished, the guy is looking for his boot here and there. John kicks him right into the crowd to get revenge on him for his behavior. The boot hits one of the journalists in the head. He is surprised by this and turns back with aggression. The guy screams and asks who threw their shoe at him. A blonde guy comes out from behind the wall. No one understands why he is without a shoe and beaten up. Journalists immediately pounce on him. The guy asks them to put away the cameras and not take pictures of him, but no one listens. Let him consider this an instant karmic response from the universe. It will be useful for him to lock himself at home for a week and think about his behavior. The main character comes to the conference room and sits in the front rows. He decides to take off his cap and check out the updated specs. The guy next to him doesn't understand when he sits down next to him. John asks if he thinks his smile is infectious. The guy does not understand this question and considers the main character sick. Then Batten asks to look more closely. Don't stop smiling. The person next to her remarks that she really is very beautiful. She is not just beautiful, she is very infectious. Looking at her, you want to smile yourself. He asks to be friends with him. Journalists appear all around, and John gets another 11 to his visibility. The main character puts on his cap and leaves the room. It's time to leave. It was already completely dark outside. The streetlights barely illuminated the deserted streets. Tomorrow is already the concert, which the main character will go to with Kathleen. I wonder how his updated characteristics will affect how she perceives him. A new day dawns. Kathleen is waiting for her friend near the sports palace. The main character approaches his beloved, takes off his cap and says hello. She asks how long it's been since he came. The guy giggles and asks if he scared her. The girl says that it's quite difficult to get scared when a guy smiles so radiantly. Kathleen notes that they haven't seen each other for only a few days, but the guy has managed to lose a lot of weight and needs to make up for the calorie deficit. The girl laughs and asks if this is a hint that she should fulfill her promise and take him out to eat. She herself was very hungry and had already spotted one establishment nearby. The girl asks her interlocutor if he liked it. John replies that she chose a great place. He hasn't eaten so deliciously for a long time. The main character decides to make a joke. Catherine laughs loudly and smiles widely. The guy thinks that this is his first real date in his life. So far, everything is going better than ever. He thinks about how else he can surprise her. John tells her that he needs to make a short call. After this, he goes to the side and calls his sister. Catherine, in turn, does not understand why he went so far away. The main character asks her if she wants to meet a rather popular girl before the concert. Kathleen is very surprised by this proposal, because she is not sure that this is possible. She suggests to her friend to abandon this idea, because the security guard has a very stern look. The guy asks her not to worry, because they are already expected inside. He goes to the guard to talk to him. Kathleen stays away, not daring to come closer to them. John takes her hand and tells her to follow him, since they were let through. They notice that they are holding hands and both become embarrassed. The people in the room are busy setting up the stage. The main character asks if the girl wants to leave. The most interesting part is yet to come. The girl is surprised by what she heard and asks if he is telling the truth. The lady asks if this is the girl her friend wanted to introduce her to. John greets his sister. She praises him for losing weight. Kathleen, in turn, is shocked. This is a very popular girl. She is real. She suggests taking a photo together. The other one immediately agrees. John takes a photo of the two of them. Kathleen looks very happy in the photo. The sister gives John's new friend an autograph, and she is incredibly happy about it. Suddenly, a brunette appears next to him, whom my brother recently saw on the red carpet. She asks if they are dating, but John denies it and explains that they are just studying together. The protagonist stands aside and hopes that his sister won't say something stupid. Kathleen is very embarrassed by all this, because she is surrounded by media personalities. John pushes his sister aside and asks her to stop talking nonsense. He approaches a friend and apologizes to her. His sister sometimes likes to joke. Suddenly, a camera is pointed at them, preparing to take a photo. The brunette holds a smartphone in her hands and says that they look very cute together. John is willing to bet anything. This photo has already been sent to his sister. It is unknown why he continues to be embarrassed about it. Kathleen is a beauty, and he is no longer a child. After some time, the guys come to the concert hall and ask everyone to take their seats. Kathleen had never watched a concert in the VIP area before. Today is more like a dream. She met not one, but two superstars. The girl asks how long they have known the brunette. She's a friend of his sister. Thanks to her, the guys got inside before the concert started. Kathleen wonders if his sisters are any other stars. John doesn't know if he should tell her the truth now. Deceit will definitely not lead to anything good, but he can cheat a little. He says that for him, she is just a sister, but she considers herself just an ordinary worker in the film industry. The girl wonders who in the film industry has the same last name as John. She is surprised, remembering a very popular actress. It's very strange that the guy didn't mention her when he was younger. He probably doesn't want to live in the shadow of his star sister. The guy explains that he doesn't want to live and receive a lot of questions about his relative's personal life. If someone is feeling pressured by their sister's success, it means they simply don't know how to fulfill themselves in this life, and that's not John's story. Kathleen had no idea how conscious the guy was. For the second time that day, he opened up to her from a completely different side. The hall becomes silent. The artists come out onto the stage. The light is directed at their silhouette. The girl asks if the visitors are ready to let loose. This evening, the lady would like to begin with a song called Immortal Youth. The artist asks if her fans want to hear her. Kathleen jumps up from her seat and screams with fire in her eyes, smiling widely. Suddenly, she turns to her friend and asks him why he is sitting. The main character stands up and starts shouting along with all the other visitors. The girl on stage puts the microphone to her mouth and begins to sing beautifully. Fans raise posters. They love the girl and her work very much. Kathleen notes that the lady sounds much better live than on record. The artist reports that several songs have already been played and that the organizers will hold a lottery during the break. Now the operator randomly points the camera at a random fan, and this lucky one will be given a gift. And today, this lucky guy is some guy. The camera is aimed straight at John. He looks at the people around him in bewilderment. The main character is embarrassed and surprised by what is happening, but it was quite logical with such a pumped-up visibility. Kathleen smiles and says that the guy looks very good on screen because his photogenicity is also very pumped up. And once again, visibility played a cruel joke on the main character. The artist turns to the screen and is surprised. She knows this guy. She also assumes that among the concert-goers there will be other people who see him more than once. John is handed a microphone and the guy thanks him for it. The singer continues to say that this guy has come a long way before he came to this concert. By the way, he ran to this city on his own 2 feet from a neighboring village. He broadcasted the entire race and collected money, which he then donated to a charity fund. This man has a will and a heart. We all need to reward him with the applause he deserves. People look at him with enthusiasm, clap their hands, and are surprised by such success. Batten also draws very beautifully. People comment on this person and are happy to be present in this place. The guy is very embarrassed and says that everything has already been said about him and there is nothing to add. With his dazzling smile, the main character lights up the entire room. People become infected with it and start laughing and smiling back. The artist is also very happy to see this. Everyone around him tells the guy that his smile is very contagious, but he thinks that it should have been controlled. The lady on stage doesn't understand what's happening to her. She needs to stop laughing. Unfortunately, she can't help but laugh out loud. The operator also bursts into laughter, even though he is at work. One guy fainted from laughing and hit his head. There is an urgent need to somehow contain the spreading epidemic of laughter. The situation has gone too far. The main character takes a microphone in his hand and shouts loudly at people, asking them to stop. The artist is glad that it's all over. She needs to continue singing as soon as possible. The next song is called Exactly 17 Years. But unfortunately, people start laughing at each other again. It's not over. Suddenly, a new task called Show Killer opens. You need to cause some damage to the flow of the show, but the task is quickly completed. Damage points are calculated based on the indicators of the harmful impact on the course of the event. The degree of distraction to the carrier of the system. The system evaluates the damage caused to the events within 1 hour and simultaneously awards damage points. The guy looks into a store with items. There is a microphone that can be connected with the power of thought to any sound equipment. If you buy it, you can connect to the speakers. But the reward for this task is not that attractive. The guy is already very visible. He doesn't need highly pumped-up photogenicity. He doesn't plan to become a screen star. Perhaps it makes sense to improve your vocals. Any girl starts to melt when a guy sings well. Kathleen asks the guy to sit down. Her favorite song starts. The girl would like her friend to listen to the song with her. The concert should end in half an hour at most. The infectious smile took the lion's share of the concert from everyone. It's better to put off completing the task for now and enjoy the moment. Leaving the building, the main character apologizes to the girl for what happened tonight. Catherine says that it was the best concert in her life. Suddenly, a car drives up to them. The lady explains that one of the brothers has come to pick her up. The girl turns to him and says that tomorrow she is going to the academy again and offers to go together. But John needs to go to his parents tomorrow. Since he died, the boy has never visited his parents, and if his death happens again, something terrible will happen. John had already warned them by phone about his arrival. We mustn't disappoint them. The lady herself took the initiative, but it probably wasn't easy for her to do this. If the guy refused, wouldn't she think that he was turning her down? She says that if he has other plans, then there is nothing wrong with that. Baton explains that he actually has other plans since he was planning to go home and visit his parents. Kathleen smiles and says that in that case they will meet at the academy. Turning towards the car, she waves at him and says that it's time for her to run. In the evening, the main character comes to visit his sister. She begins to ask him many questions about who the girl in the photo next to him is. John says that his sister should ask the person who sent her the photo because he already told the girl that they were just studying together. The blonde wonders if the guy started running and losing weight because of the girl he just goes to school with. Since the teacher has already told the sister everything, why is she interested in this question? She is surprised because it turns out he doesn't like guys. The blonde sighs and says that if he is interested in girls, then so be it. The main character explodes and starts screaming about how he has never had a girlfriend in his life because he is fat. Having calmed down, he sighs and says that he should go and draw. Suddenly, the guy stops and says that he was going to visit his parents tomorrow, and if his sister wants to go with him, she can do so. The blonde remembers how her mother cooks, and she needs to gain weight. And anyway, my parents aren't home right now. John is surprised because he called them the other day and said he would come. The sister says that mom most likely just wanted to play a joke on him. He would come and start asking where they were, and she would laugh in response. Most likely, she would have called via video link to see his reaction. The sister is already starting to regret that she told and ruined all the fun. Suddenly, she becomes very serious and says that it's all a joke. Having locked himself in the room, the main character asks not to come in, and to call him only if the apartment is on fire. I need to write to Kathleen as soon as possible about the change of plans. He writes her a message and tells her that she doesn't need to go to her parents, then starts rolling around on the bed and rejoicing at the turn of events. Suddenly, another message comes to his phone. Apparently, Kathleen answered him so quickly. But this is written by a sleepy old man. But the guy recently sent him a bunch of illustrations. It is unknown what he wants from him now. He offers to meet in person and discuss cooperation. But the hero has a new task. To complete it, he needs to start publishing his own manga in chapters and publish tankobon. The guy stands up on his bed with joy and is surprised by this turn of events. The main character dreamed of becoming a manga artist since childhood. But, due to the inability to write normal scripts, nothing came of it. The guy completed previous tasks only for the rewards, but he is ready to do this one even for free. Besides, he has already improved his drawing skills, imagination, and hand speed. In addition, completing this task will give you the coveted screenwriting skill. Such an opportunity cannot be missed. This evening, the guy plans to complete the third stage of the task. The illustrator will pump up his imagination and drawing skills. If he works in tandem with a good writer, it should result in a good manga. John imagines himself signing his own books at a book signing. Having gotten ready in the morning, the main character warns his sister that he is leaving and also thanks her for sheltering him. She asks him to wait because she wanted to walk him to the station. John asks why she's seeing him off and also clarifies since when she became so caring. The blonde says that she has always been like this. There is nothing wrong with a sister wanting to spend more time with her brother, but most likely the reason is that she just wants to see Kathleen. She is indignant because her brother was making something up again, but anyway, John still has a meeting planned with someone. The sister asks whether the meeting is with a guy or a girl. The brother answers that it is with a guy. The blonde is incredibly happy. It was immediately clear that Kathleen is just a cover. Her brother can't like girls. The lady says that in that case she will definitely go with him. The guys need a sister's blessing. The protagonist puts on a cap and reduces his visibility, after which he slams the door hard and runs away. The girl is left alone and already forgets about what she was just going to do. She looks at her appearance in shock and wonders why she dressed like that at the crack of dawn. Having taken off all her clothes, the lady decides to get some sleep first. The guy meets the author at the train station. He watches a video from yesterday's concert and laughs from the infectiousness of his smile. John puts a new batch of sketches on the table. He doesn't have much time, so he should get down to business quickly. Recently, a blind grandfather signed a contract with one of the platforms to create a manga based on his novel and wants to take the guy into the project. He asks to name any price. The main thing is that the guy becomes his main artist. John is surprised by this phrase and asks whether the novella really brings in so much money or whether a cache of ore was found in the writer's garden. The man says that he really does own the mines, marveling at the boy's abilities. He inherited several mines. So, what is the problem and why is the man in no hurry to release his head? He is a rich guy. The protagonist notes that the author has taken a dependent position, whether he is worried that the guy is raising the price, but the main thing is that the man likes the end result. John is happy that he can soon become rich, but soon remembers one detail. The most important thing for him is to complete the task. The fee should be treated as nothing more than a pleasant bonus. In addition to the fee, the guy has two more conditions. First, the manga must be released in separate chapters, and second, he needs guarantees of releasing a tankobon. The man explains that the manga was planned to be released regularly in small main volumes, and it is impossible to promise tankobon. It depends on the platform. The rights to release the printed version of the manga will belong to it. Even if they want to release tankobon at their own expense, they will need to get their consent first. The protagonist thinks that if he accepts this deal, he could spend a lot of time but still not complete the task. The man asks why he looks so disappointed. Is it really that important for him to release the tankobon? John confirms his assumption and asks to give him a week to think about it before giving a final answer. Arriving at the station, the main character thinks that apparently, in order to quickly complete his mission, he needs to come up with another plan. Maybe he can find a ready-made short script somewhere. Suddenly, some things dawn on him and he remembers his friend. He wrote a short romantic novel in a dorm, so maybe that's a good basis for this. John decides to call him and asks what's going on with the novel now. The guy says that he finished it a couple of days ago, and after the holidays, he wanted to ask to draw the cover. As for the work itself, it is an amazing story about incredibly pure feelings. This story is capable of moving both God and the devil. A canonical description of love, the quintessence of human genius. The blonde continues to praise his work. The world will not see anything better. The guy is trying to calm his friend down, apparently. He can't get a normal answer over the phone. The title of the novel is no less a masterpiece. The neighbor suggests waiting for the hero to arrive. It will blow his mind. He even envies the fact that he is yet to taste this miracle. Suddenly, John calls out to Kathleen, and the baby boy is surprised that they are nearby. The main character says goodbye to his friend and says that they will talk after his arrival at the hostel. Kathleen notes that her friend is very punctual. She assumed that he would come earlier. Returning to the room, the guy asks to show the novel quickly, but his friend does not understand where he is rushing to. Taking the sheets of paper in his hands, John begins to quickly read the contents and the beginning of the work. Before even reading the title, the protagonist throws his work at his friend. The blonde didn't expect John to take it so reprehensibly. If love were taught in universities, this novella would become the main teaching aid. The main character still decides to read the work and feels a lot of emotions from reading it. A neighbor comes up to him from behind and asks what he thinks about this topic. John grabs him by the jacket. Little did he know that inside a slacker like him, there was a real genius of screenwriting hidden. The guys start working, crossing out some scenes that are unlikely to pass censorship. The conflict between these heroes lacks intensity. The price needs to be raised somehow. The guys are almost done with editing. It's time to start storyboarding. The blonde notes that in manga form this story became even more interesting. John will go live tomorrow, sketch a couple of things, listen to his subscribers' opinions, and at the same time promote their manga. After the broadcast, he'll get busy with illustrations, and tomorrow they'll be able to upload their creation to the site themselves. The guy wonders, don't they need to sign some kind of contract with the company first? If they just release the manga on their own, they won't get anything for it. The main character thinks that if he contacts the platform, then it is not clear whether he will be able to persuade them to release. It is easier to immediately persuade a friend not to contact the platforms. Gathering his strength, the guy explains to his friend why he shouldn't do this. The blonde says that his head is already spinning from the whirlwind of thoughts. John explains a few more details to him and says that when they finish the entire manga, he will publish tankobon at his own expense. As Jonah begins the broadcast, he says that he and his friend have decided to release their own manga, so today he is working on a graphics tablet. He notes that viewers will be able to find out all the answers to the questions if they watch this stream to the end. People look at this with admiration, comment, and are surprised by what is happening. The protagonist starts working on the cover and says that it will amaze the audience. The guy adds that the guys will post the first chapter today and new chapters will be released every day. He notes that after the marathon and the run to the city, John has noticeably increased his audience, plus his increased visibility attracts random people. In a 2-hour broadcast, he gained almost 400,000 views. Its own audience should be enough to give the manga a boost, and without the platform's support, it's time to finish the first chapter. Using his hand speed, the protagonist quickly finishes page after page, then puts his pen down on the table and asks his friend to take over the work. The sleepy blonde looks at his friend with incomprehension. John comes up behind him and tells him that the first chapter is ready to upload. Getting out of bed, the guy runs quickly to the computer and asks to let him look at their baby. He imagines the child in his arms. The guys laugh at this. John stands next to him and asks him if the guy will change anything. The blonde takes the main character's hand and says that the drawing is simply amazing. Batten asks if they should upload the first chapter right now. The neighbor stands in the middle of the room and begins to pray that everything will go well. John also goes into the toilet and starts asking all the gods for everything to work out well. Suddenly, a cry is heard from the room that it's all over. After leaving the toilet, the main character checks whether the download is finished. The screen says that the resolution of the uploaded images does not meet the site's requirements. John smiles widely and says he assumed something serious had happened. It only takes a couple of strokes to correct the situation. The test is successfully completed, the guys are happy and hugging each other. Other neighbors enter the room and look at the boys with incomprehension. The main character shows the guys that he and the blonde guy uploaded their first pussy. He shows them the site and tells them to quickly like, bookmark, and donate. Suddenly, a new task appears. To complete it, you need to collect 1 million bookmarks and donations on your manga titles. For the first time, 2 tasks opened at the same time. It is true what they say, that hard work will be rewarded by heaven. The next morning, the main character comes to the classroom for classes. The manga was uploaded yesterday evening, and today there are already huge numbers. If you release 1 chapter a day, then in a couple of weeks you can complete all the tasks related to the manga. The teacher draws attention to the children. They are not listening to her again. They need to be taught a lesson. There will be competitions at the academy on Friday. This group needs to register participants. At least 5 people are needed to participate in 10 sports disciplines. The woman screams and calls the main character by name. The guy drops his phone from his hands and says that he is present at the lesson. She asks him to enroll in at least 3 courses. The protagonist is drenched in sweat, wondering if the teacher is absolutely serious. She asks if he wants to sign up for all 4 or even 5, but the guy replies that 3 is enough. The woman pats the guy on the shoulder and says that this is a very great honor. Noodles chuckles and tells her that she made an excellent choice. The teacher puts sheets of paper on the table and says that she has chosen it. Batten tells his friend that he should have sat silently. They were laughing at each other. John bends down to the floor to pick up the phone when she calls out his name and he drops it in fright. The guy looks at the screen of his gadget and sees a huge crack. The teacher asks a member of the sports committee to find the remaining participants. The girl takes the pieces of paper in her hands and says that she will definitely do everything. She approaches the children and asks them to fill out the forms that they were just given. Noodles hands over a piece of paper and says that he has signed up for the 100-meter race, but John needs to think about it some more. He looks at his friend and says that the guy did the simplest thing. The girl asks not to delay too much. They don't have classes after lunch. They should go to practice. She approaches all her classmates, offering various competitions. The Academy of Arts is mostly attended by people who are very far from sports. Even if a guy has a chance to take first place somewhere, with a certain amount of luck, he can even make a little progress in completing the task called champion. Of all the disciplines, he is most familiar with all the running tasks, but the longest distance is 5,000 meters. Last year, the winner of the race barely crawled to the finish line, and it took him 22 minutes. It can be assumed that this year no one in the academy will run the distance in less than 20 minutes. With his trained speed, he runs this distance in 25 minutes. If he gives it his all and uses a couple of cheating tricks of the system, then the chance of winning will clearly be higher. The main character remembers that he has an order from the system, so he shouldn't guess on his own. He turns to the system. It is necessary to calculate the probability of victory in each discipline. The highest probability of winning is shown by the javelin throw and shot put. His strength is fine. Ultimately, the guy decides that these are the standards he should take. After lunch, the guy comes to the sports ground to work out. It's a pity that his sneakers won't help with throwing a shot or a javelin. You should at least read a little about this on the internet. Suddenly, his classmate Noodles and some girl approach them. This is her dorm roommate. She specifically called her to help him train. This girl is called a baby, but the main character does not understand this because they are the same height. Although she is very tall in appearance, she is quite fragile and shy in her soul. She already has experience of competing at provincial level, so she has something to work on. Approaching his friend, he says that the girl often asks about him. Apparently, the guy has a fan. A classmate says that her neighbor should show the guy how she can handle balls. She takes her friend John and runs away with him in an unknown direction. The guys are left alone. The main character goes to get some cannonballs to practice. He doesn't know if Noodles is playing a joke on him or if this girl really likes him. There is no need to think about this now, because the main thing is to learn how to put the shot. John thinks it's worth solving problems as they arise. The girl snatches the core from the hero's hand to show him how to work with it correctly. The guy stops her because she took the male core. The female one remained in his hand. He doesn't understand whether the girl knows exactly what to do, or whether this is just an excuse to talk to him. She takes a certain position and asks to look more closely at her actions. She throws the cannonball and it stops at the 10-meter mark. This act shocks the guy very much, and he apologizes for doubting her. The guys who were also at the stadium also noticed that the girl threw the men's shot 10 meters. In an instant, a crowd of guys gathered around the little girl and began to pay her all sorts of compliments. One of them even asked to train him, but the girl gently refused him. She explained this by saying that she already had someone to train and glanced at Batten. At first, he wanted to try it as his instincts dictated and see what would come of it. The main character gathered all his strength, and with a terrifying expression on his face, he pushed the cannonball. But since he didn't know how to do it at all, it fell right next to the guys who were standing very close. The guys immediately began to laugh cruelly at the main character, not understanding how he could be so cross-eyed. Batten was sweating a little and was disappointed because he had missed by a large margin. The girl yelled at those guys, and they immediately went to another part of the stadium. And she advised Batten not to get upset, because he needed more practice. The protagonist already suspected confusion in the system because he throws very poorly. His thoughts were interrupted by a girl with blue hair who explained how to properly get into a throwing position. She told him to feel her hand and imagine that it was a real cannonball. The guy tried to drive away all the dirty thoughts because they were just training. Noodles noticed these movements and asked his girlfriend what was going on there. She replied that the baby would take care of him, and Batten was already about to make another throw. He remembered all the tips he had received from his coach, concentrated and threw the shot. The core made a distinctive sound, which attracted the attention of all the people in the stadium. In his mind, the main character called those guys skinny and began to feel proud of himself. At that moment, a board appeared in front of him with a task called Sniper. He wondered why he needed accuracy in shot put, since it was better to improve the strength and range of the throw. After studying all the conditions of the task, he began to understand some things, and it was evident on his face. This quest was not opened by Batten throwing a cannonball, but by him hitting one cannonball into another. The protagonist tried to hit another cannonball again, and the hit was counted. Next, he wanted to designate the lawn as the target, rather than the shot put. As soon as the cannonball hit the grass, the hit was counted, and Batten realized that even a child could complete this task. Then he decided to act even more brazenly and designate the entire territory of the academy as a target. Alas, the hit was not counted, and the main character realized that the system is not so stupid. Since there were no other ways to bypass the system, the guy continued to constantly throw cannonballs onto the grass. Other kids noticed this and already assumed that Batten had autism, but his monotonous throwing was interrupted by the little girl, who suggested that he continue training. He immediately raised his head and realized that he had completely forgotten that he was training. As Batten walked to the throwing area, he realized that it was pointless to throw a cannonball into a cannonball just to improve his accuracy, since it was much more fun to do it by throwing the ball into the basket. In addition, after completing each task, the main character will be able to throw three-pointers better than Kadrukawa. He'll even have a chance to win the hoop competition, and given his hand speed, he could win at least a national tournament. Suddenly, it dawned on Batten that the best place to complete the sniper mission would be an arcade basketball machine. So he was determined to go to the gaming center that very evening. A few hours later, the main character was in the gaming center and started a stream there. The audience understood that today he would not be running or drawing, but having fun. The guy saw a message in the chat about a basketball tournament and realized that if he won it, it would open a direct path to provincial-level competitions. He talked constantly to his viewers, and soon one machine became free. This was the most common type of arcade basketball machine. It had 5 balls and 4 stages. And during the last 20 seconds of each stage, goals scored are counted as 3 points, and the rest of the time as 2. But in order to seriously throw balls, the main character needed to warm up. Batten first identified the target to hit as the shield and the basket so that the task would be counted. He already knew that thanks to this definition, even mistakes would be beneficial. The audience saw how badly the guy throws the ball and was outraged by this, but he promised to surprise everyone very soon. Thanks to the speed of his hands, the main character quickly threw the balls. But due to poor accuracy, there were few hits. The board indicating the completion of the first stage appeared in front of him again, and Batten decided to check the new accuracy. It was only a +1 to his throw accuracy, but viewers on his stream immediately noticed it. The guy was so carried away by his new advantage that he didn't even notice how time passed. He never got past the first stage, and he was more tired from it than from running. If the student continues at the same pace, it will take 3 or 4 hours to complete the task. In response to the people from the chat, the main character suggested a competition since they didn't believe in him. All you had to do was guess how long it would take for Batten to break the record on this machine. After reading the comments, she began throwing balls one after another into the hoop and backboard at breakneck speed. Within seconds, he had scored 981 hits and had soon completed the second stage of the sniper mission. +2 was added to the accuracy of the throw, and thanks to this, the guy finally managed to reach the second stage. Viewers were amazed at the rapid progress in the protagonist's accuracy. While resting, the student understood that to complete the third stage, he needed to score 10,000 points, which was quite a lot. You need to progress smoothly, and with each approach, gain more and more points to keep the audience interested. Batten set himself a target of 239 points, which would be very close to overcoming the third stage on automatic. His next goal was to reach 251 points to advance to the third stage. It took him all his time to get that many points, but he still managed to move on to the next stage. At this rate, he set himself goals so that the next one would be slightly bigger than the next, to keep the audience interested. His fans were surprised at how smoothly the main character progressed, because at first he threw very poorly. Looking at the scoreboard, Batten saw that he still needed to hit the target a couple thousand times. Of course, the task can be completed tomorrow, but today it will be enough to break the record. This thought prompted the student to make exhausting attempts to throw the ball at the target. Watching the speed of his hands and the growth of his score, the spectators wrote all sorts of good and laudatory comments. In the final seconds, the main character demonstratively stopped to score the last goal. With 5 seconds left, the guy took the ball and began to aim pompously at the hoop. At the last second, the ball flew through the ring, and a congratulatory message appeared stating that the record on this machine had been broken. All of Batten's fans were happy for him, and some even said it was better than the NBA Finals. After this record, the main character stood all in sweat, recovering from such a difficult game. As it turned out, there were some cheeky guys standing in line who were tired of waiting for Batten to finish playing. The one with the short pink hair attacked the main character, but the student tried to ignore him. And then he sweetly explained that if the guy wants to play, he needs to wait his turn. These words enraged the aggressor, and he began to tell that his bro was scoring more than 600 points. Those around him who heard this information were surprised by such professionalism. The guy in the bandana thanked everyone for the praise and expressed a desire to play on the machine where Batten played. The student made a sweet face and took pity because he did not immediately recognize the living legend. Then he decided to give up his device, but only if his opponent could beat the main character. Mike, the guy with pink hair, was very aggressive, but his friend Steve calmed him down. Batten knew he needed time to warm up before the competition, so he said so. Steve said he could give him a whole year because nothing would help this loser anyway. Judging by the main character's thoughts, if he completes the task to the end, then Steve will not have a chance to win. During the warm-up, you need to take advantage of the moment to quickly complete the sniper task. Steve's friends were shocked by the speed of his hands, and Mike even started to feel sick. The guy in the bandana looked at his result and noted that the student had good hand speed. But with such precision, it would be foolish for Batten to expect victory. The main character, who was sweating profusely, was sure that Steve would soon change his mind about this. 15 minutes later, a board appeared stating that the third stage of the sniper mission was complete. The student received 1,000 points and the long-awaited +11 to his throwing accuracy. After the warm-up, he grinned slyly and suggested to Steve that they begin their mini-competition. Since this guy in the bandana was 100% confident, he took the ball without hesitation. He was very annoyed by Batten's casual appearance, but he knew that everything would change soon. From the first second, Steve began throwing balls at a speed impossible for an ordinary person. The numbers on the scoreboard changed rapidly, and the people in the gaming center looked at it with their mouths open. Baton noticed that his opponent had a very interesting throwing technique and decided to try it as well. The viewers in the chat have already started to feel sorry for the main character, because Steve scored 600 points. His friends supported him, showering him with all sorts of pleasant compliments. Suddenly, this celebration was interrupted by Batten, who said that it was his turn to throw the balls. His opponent chuckled ominously and asked if the student saw any meaning in this. Mike added that Batten didn't need to embarrass himself any further, but rather just admit defeat and go home. But the main character turned towards him and said that he was not one of those who would run away right away. Steve added that he is one of those who believes that a glorious death is better than a shameful life. The student picked up the ball and wanted to test his +13 to throwing accuracy. He set a new target for himself, which was the center of the throw, and the changes in the system were successful. Right after the clock started, Batten tried to throw balls just like Steve did. Thanks to the accuracy of his throw, he did not miss a single shot, which shocked everyone watching. Even the slot machine Terminator in the bandana himself noted such accuracy. Viewers on the stream realized that the main character was just pretending to be a simpleton, because he had already hit the ring more than 10 times and had not touched either the shield or the rim of the ring. When a person makes 5 clean throws in a row, it is called luck. But when all the throws are clean, it is considered God's technique. Mike was already starting to panic that they had underestimated this fat guy. During this time, Batten figured out the accuracy of his throws and increased his speed. At one point, he added +16 to his hand speed, and the balls began to pour out in a continuous stream. Seeing this sight, Steve was in complete shock that he had not immediately recognized such a monster in him. There were still 6 seconds left on the scoreboard, and the main character had already scored 600 points. The student looked at his opponent with a grin and realized that today he would show him a real humiliation. In the final seconds, Batten suddenly missed with a demonstrative look. This even made the guy in the bandana's eyes shine because he had hope. Keeping one eye on Steve's reaction, the protagonist missed the ring time and time again. But his last throw was clean, and the guy scored 601 points. The viewers from the stream appreciated this act and sent the student a lot of donations. People in the establishment said that he was from another planet. Someone called him a legend, and the main character blamed it all on luck. Playing down his losses, he added that it was the first time he had come to throw into the ring, and he wasn't even particularly eager to beat Steve. The blonde guy replied that Batten had obviously been doing this for years, but was pretending to be a newbie. Soon, the student turned around to give up the machine gun to his opponent and go home. But he was stopped by Steve, who said that he had not played at full strength, so they should fight again. The main character wanted to say that he asked for it, but he didn't do it. A few seconds later, the guy in the bandana was throwing balls again, but at a slightly higher speed. This time, he scored 698 points, which was considered a record. Tired and sweating, Steve passed the turn to his opponent. This was no trouble for Batten, and he set about the task with even greater confidence. There were different people on the stream. Some watched to see the humiliation of opponents. For others, it replaced tournaments. Steve's friends and players alike were left jaws hanging when the student scored over 700 points. The evil guy in the bandana asked for another try, but now the main character would start their competition. The opponent easily agreed to this proposal, but in his heart, he understood something. This time, Batten won't be able to make fun of him, because he needs to give it his all in order not to screw up. When time expired, the scoreboard showed that he had scored 821 points. Then the main character turned to the guys and asked if he could leave now. Without waiting for an answer, he saw Steve kneel before him to admit defeat. This didn't bother Batten much, since he was sent a link to register for the tournament on the stream. Now, winning a world-class competition no longer seemed like something out of the ordinary. The next day, early in the morning, the student met Kathleen again before going for a run. She said that the guy runs very fast and soon it will be impossible to keep up with him. Batten put on his sneakers and thought that he was still a long way from that. As he stood up, he told Kathleen that he could become the fastest in the academy. But even if he becomes one, he won't run far from her. There's no point in even hoping for that. Then the girl scratched the back of her head and noticed that there were many more people at the stadium today than usual. This happened because there was a competition coming up and Batten signed up for running, javelin throwing, and shot put. Much to the protagonist's regret, Kathleen will not be able to participate because she has other plans. She is flying to Mexico for a week because she has been chosen to represent the Academy at an international ink painting exhibition. The student's eyes widened at this news, and he sincerely congratulated his friend. As it turns out, the girl is flying out at 10 o'clock this morning, so she plans to get ready right after breakfast. Then Batten decided not to delay and invited Kathleen to breakfast, stopping training for the day. In response to this, she laughed and said that last time would not be enough for that concert, so she was treating him. The main character is quite happy with this arrangement, but upon his return, he makes sure to take Kathleen out to dinner. As soon as they started moving, a girl with blue hair and her friend appeared at the stadium. Other girls were talking about Batten going out with a hottie from the traditional painting department. Some did not realize that the rumors were true, and some had not even noticed the main character before. He was walking with Kathleen, and they both laughed and talked sweetly, not paying attention to others. The little girl was upset because she heard rumors that she thought were true. Suddenly, her friend grabbed her hand and loudly called Batten by name. The blonde immediately began to talk about how little one knows the main character so well. The guy confirmed that he runs at the stadium every day, early in the morning. Making the blue-haired girl blush, her friend invited Batten to train with her. Finally, it dawned on the main character that they wanted to introduce him to this little one. But if he agreed to training, things would only get worse. So he kindly replied that he had his own things to do and suggested that they practice later. This answer angered Malutka's friend, because nothing could be more important than preparing for the upcoming competition. Batten said that he would get a couple of medals for their faculty. Kathleen said that he didn't have to go with her because it would be more important to train. But the student replied that he would never refuse a free breakfast. The girl asked him if he knew that the tall girl with blue hair liked him. She was probably right, but Batten's heart was already occupied by someone else. At this time, the little one was sad that no one would ever love her, and her friend calmed her down. That same day, in the academic building, the teacher said that there were 2 days left until the competition. This year, their faculty will be cosplaying as the characters from The Final Shot and Kuro's Basketball. The clothes and wigs were already prepared, and Batten expressed his desire to cosplay as Cad Rukawa. He knew about his perfect throwing accuracy, so there was no better candidate. But suddenly, the most handsome guy in the faculty stood up and offered his candidacy. The girl immediately agreed and signed Dove up for the role of Cad Sleeve. In his mind, the main character understood that he was not slim enough for this cosplay. But the role of Hani will definitely suit him, because no one can compete with his height. It seemed as if the teacher was enrolling any other people to spite him. The student noticed this, because she couldn't see him at all, but he wasn't even wearing an inconspicuous cap. This made him very angry, and he jumped up from his seat to ask why this was happening. No longer holding back his emotions, he loudly asked if the teacher saw his desire. The girl smiled sweetly and asked him to sit down, as she had saved a more suitable role for him. Batten felt like he was going to cosplay some fat monster again. Suddenly, another fat guy came to his mind, which further undermined his nerves. But according to the teacher, a central role has been chosen for the main character, around which everything is built. The student's eyes filled with joy from these words, because he thought he would be the coolest basketball player. But this cunning girl took out a basketball hoop and added that it would look great on Batten's back. The main character did not expect such a turn of events at all, so he got angry. But it was already impossible to change the role. The next day was warm and almost cloudless. The competition started well. The presenter announces the teams and asks to welcome the animation department. To the sound of festive music, many students came out to the stadium, some of them in suits. According to the presenter, these guys put on a real visual feast every year. After some time, the second-year students' performance ended, and it was the turn of the third-year students. The guys came out to the sound of ceremonial music with a sign on which the name of their faculty was written. The students of the academy were delighted to see them and showered the guys with all sorts of compliments. Especially a lot of compliments were addressed to Kadrukawa. He was very handsome. Some guy noticed someone cosplaying a basketball hoop and laughed at it. Batten felt terribly uncomfortable and awkward because many people already knew him. In his heart, he really hated the teacher who assigned him this role. But for him, the most terrible and humiliating thing was yet to come, because the script included throwing into the hoop. Just the thought of it made this girl burst with joy. And so, the performance of the students of the animation department began. The main character was not delighted. He knew that none of these idiots could throw properly, and he would definitely get hit on the head. Before the guy had time to think about it, a basketball was already flying straight at the back of his head. Student strained with all his might to avoid getting hit on the back of the head. He would have to catch their balls. Thanks to Batten's superpowers, he managed to position himself so that the ball would hit the hoop. The audience realized that the trick of the performance was to catch balls with a ring. Everyone was shocked that the main character felt the trajectory of the ball so well. The performance continued, and the student masterfully caught all the balls flying into the hoop. He caught even the most crooked and impossible throws without much effort. Some suggested that some kind of sensors connected him to the ring. And Little One, who liked the main character, shouted that he was the best of all the performers. At the end of the performance, the entire animation department gave Batten a shout-out for his achievements. Someone in the crowd recorded everything on video to post it on TikTok because the guy had long been an internet hero. A pleased John knew that this was only a warm-up and that the real sport was still ahead. After lunch, the competition began with a 5-kilometer run. At the judge's command, the athletes started, and the main character managed to get ahead. He also threw the javelin and shot put, and here he also distinguished himself with his results. In the running discipline, he overtook his rival by 2 seconds, taking first place. In the shot put event, he also took first place, with the shot landing at 12.25 hundredths of a meter. Batten threw the javelin 51 meters, thereby breaking the academy record. For winning such a low-level competition, he was awarded 0.3 points of champion glory. But the main character knew that all this was still very, very little. At the award ceremony, he was told that he was the real pride of the academy. As strange as it may sound, these were his first medals in his life. And the most amazing thing is that Batten received them for winning a sports competition. Such victories make you believe that the main character is capable of anything. All the congratulations embarrassed him so much that the guy asked her to stop showering him with compliments. A student who had just lost to Batten but couldn't stop laughing. Suddenly, the photographer realized that he hadn't taken a single normal photo, and the dean's office would kill him. The main character realized that the situation was out of control, and it was time to get out. He soon took a selfie with all the medals he had won at the competition to send to Kathleen. In response, the girl said that she met Mrs. Kate at an exhibition, and she even took Kathleen on as an assistant. It was an older woman with short hair that was streaked with gray. When Batten saw this photo, he was very concerned because it was his mother. That same evening, he called her and asked if his mother thought it was too much. The woman said that his sister was supposed to report that his mother had left home. The guy asked her not to pretend, but Kate continued to act like a fool. Baton was probably hinting that his mother should bring him some kind of souvenir. She even mentioned in passing that she wanted to find him a bride. The protagonist was ready to swear that his mother knew everything about Kathleen. Kate considered him a scoundrel because she even said the word bride, but he still wouldn't give birth. In his mind, the student suggested continuing to pretend, calling it war. He began his speech by saying that they had discussed this and that she should not interfere in his personal life under any circumstances. But his mother had said earlier that no matter who Batten chose, a boy or a girl, his mother would always support him. And the main character, in turn, promised that as soon as he had someone, he would definitely tell her. These words literally finished off the guy because Kate really said it like it was. The student was already reaching for the red button to end their phone conversation. He wrote to the family council with a question about how to divorce his own mother. And when he saw the message that Batten was adopted, he finally lost faith in family relationships. Also, the main character did not know how to respond to Kathleen's message, and even more so to her selfie with his mother. After all, as soon as she sees how much his mother tries to control his life, she will immediately decide that Batten is a mama's boy. While the guy was twisting from side to side, an idea came to him that he could pretend that he had not received this message. The student immediately grabbed the phone and started typing a message saying that he had dropped the gadget in the water. He realized that it looked very ridiculous and hoped that the girl would not send this message again. But the main character was lucky, and Kathleen said that she would tell everything when she returned. The guy relaxed, because he managed to move the timer on the bomb a little. Anyway, no matter what, Batten will soon have to explain himself. He was also curious about how his mother was treating Kathleen now. 2 days after the exhibition, the girls were looking at the paintings, and Kate wanted to thank Kathleen for her help. The young girl replied that she should thank her mentor because she had learned a lot from her. She also hopes that one day she can become a professional like Kate. Kate praised the young specialist and said that she would definitely surpass her. Suddenly, Jack appeared in the room, who had also flown in as a representative of the Academy of Arts. He heard from his uncle that Kathleen was helping Mrs. Kate with her paintings. So the guy suggested to relax because he had already booked something. Mrs. Kate was very angry with him and thought that Jack was harassing her assistant. The blonde tried to get out of it by hiding behind his uncle, who was Kathleen's boss. The woman asked what the guy wanted from the young girl, and he replied that he was going to take her to dinner. Then Kate got furious because she again understood this as her ingratitude. Jack again tried to make excuses by saying that he meant something completely different. He was also very frightened by Mrs. Kate's gaze, and he did not understand why she attacked him like that. The woman interrupted their conversation, asking Kathleen to take the paintings to the car. Once outside, she asked the student if she had put him in his place harshly. The lady immediately realized that Kathleen did not want to go to dinner with this boy because he was putting pressure on her with his uncle. If she guessed correctly, then Jack deserved to be treated like that. But if not, then she could go and apologize to him. The girl thought for a second and then said that her mentor had guessed everything correctly. Kate said that she can see right through these types because they immediately mention their relatives. And if a person starts a conversation by mentioning his important relatives, then he himself is nothing special. The next moment, the lady suggested getting into the car and going to dinner, and Kathleen did not refuse. After a few hours, they were happy and full, and the girl remarked how delicious the food was. Kathleen's mentor suggested that she go shopping, since not going shopping after dinner could be considered a crime. In one of the boutiques, a young girl noted that this orange scarf suits Kate very well, and she wanted to give it to her mentor in exchange for the experience she received from her. The lady asked if she felt sorry for the money since it cost $10,000. But there was no point in worrying about Kathleen, because she was already earning a little money herself. In turn, Kate wanted to give a bag, to which the student replied that she did not need it. For the lady, the word "not needed" did not exist, because if it was not needed today, then definitely not tomorrow. And if every girl says that she doesn't need them, then no one will buy them. A bag is a reflection of the soul, the main attribute of style and a manifestation of a woman's individuality. The woman also recommended adhering to the principle that only the best suits her. After this moral, she turned to a counselor and asked for help. Kate pointed to 2 bags, and the girl serving her thought she was only taking those. But the lady said that everything had to be packed except these 2. This statement shocked the consultant because they had never sold so many items before. She was asked not to stand, but to bring all the clothes and shoes from the latest collection. Kathleen was also shocked because the check for this purchase was huge. Then Kate asked not to call her mistress because just call her mom. This only meant that the woman was offering Kathleen to become her daughter. The girl, of course, had heard about Kate's eccentricity before, and during the exhibition, they got along well. Of course, Kathleen admired her, but she couldn't believe what Kate was saying. She didn't know what she could answer and what she couldn't, because it was the first time this happened to her. While the girls waited for their shopping to be wrapped, Kate said she needed a daughter with whom she could share secrets. It is very pleasant to be in her company. It is easy with her, like with a family member. Kate really wants Kathleen to be her adopted daughter and asked the girl if that was what she wanted. It turned out that everything was not as serious as the student had imagined. In truth, she has great respect for the lady, and Kathleen is honored to be so appreciated. The woman closed her eyes and replied that she didn't need an admirer at all. She just needs to know for sure if Kathleen agrees to be her daughter. Tears welled up on the student's face, and she said that she agreed to the proposal. The lady asked the reason for her tears, but she did not receive a clear answer. Kathleen added that she would need to talk to her parents about this. As for the things Kate bought, the girl cannot accept them because they are too expensive. Without paying attention to the things yet, the woman confirmed that this needed to be told to the parents. And speaking of things, Kathleen gave her an expensive gift, and she should repay her with something in return. Even if a student earns a little more than $10,000 a month, buying a scarf was still a big blow to her wallet. For a wealthy woman like Kate, it was a piece of cake to buy all these things. In fact, the girl spent much more than the lady. Her gesture was more generous. But then the mentor suggested another option. Since Kathleen did not want to accept everything, she will choose 2 items from each category and 2 accessories for each item. Otherwise, Kate will be offended. The assistant had no choice but to agree, and the woman praised her. Then they began to choose which positions Kathleen would take for herself. But the lady was distracted from this activity by a notification on her phone. Batan wrote to her, asking if she had done anything out of the ordinary. She was so carried away by her daughter that she completely forgot about her son. It was strange because he liked her soon-to-be-named daughter. I wonder if he'll be very upset when he finds out he has a little sister. Kate giggled as she imagined it for a second. It was such an exciting picture. She told her son that his mother knew the limits of what was allowed, and he shouldn't worry. Kathleen wrote to him that something unimaginable had happened to her. Judging by the girl's high spirits, it was clear that Batten's mother had not done anything crazy. The guy, in turn, said that things are going well for them, and tomorrow he is going to conduct a stream from a charity fair. Kathleen congratulated her friend on his medals and called him a great guy. The next day at the stadium, the main character picked up his phone and turned on the broadcast. The audience was unhappy because there would be no action at the fair. No one liked that format. But the student, rubbing his nose, knew exactly how to get the audience's attention. He headed to the fair area where the animation department had its booths. A girl with pink hair appeared in the frame, greeting all the customers. The main character had a question about who needs this junk. Suddenly, an idea appeared on how to please the audience and advance in the implementation of the spender. He told the audience that he was ready to give them the products they liked so much. This was not a prank. Just write your name and the item you like. A user with the nickname Gentle Mister received a poster with a character from a popular anime. His girlfriend's boyfriend got a pillow, and Batten asked if he was going to give it to his girlfriend. The student gave some figurines of their favorite anime and others t-shirts. One viewer even saw an incomprehensible green snake that pricked itself violently. After some time, the main character was lying among a mountain of gifts and said that he needed to send addresses for delivery in the near future. His rest was interrupted by a bouquet that was shoved almost right into his face. The blonde wanted to express her gratitude on behalf of the entire fair with this bouquet. Batten was taken aback by this sudden attention, because this was the first time he had heard his new nickname. The girl added that the bouquet would cost $100 and that the purchase needed to be paid for. The main character already thought that he was being taken in like a child, but the blonde just wanted to get his WeChat. Not only does she call Batten so stupidly, but her jokes are also idiotic. He replied that he only had one WeChat, and if he gave it away, he would be left with nothing. The crowd surrounding them was silent for a moment, but soon chuckled. They started laughing because Batten had masterfully laughed at the girl. One guy even shouted that Lyolka fell in love with the main character. He shouted to the student about his love for him, as if recalling his past. Everything would have been fine, but John was very confused by the men's voices. Then Annie, the Academy's most famous crossdresser, appeared among the crowd. And Lyolka kept asking to add her on WeChat, and the guy realized that he was putting her in an awkward light. Since this was already happening, he should have acted like a gentleman. The contented girl soon ran away from him in the opposite direction. But for some reason, the main character still had the feeling that he had been scammed again. In the dorm, discussing Batten was considered one of the hot topics among the girls, and a couple of times it almost came to blows. Although the guy remains a bit overweight, he behaves very actively and is in plain sight everywhere. But many people only started to find the main character attractive after they saw how popular his stream was and how much money he spent. His shares on the Free Guys market have risen sharply in price, and now Malutka can't afford them. The girl was sad that she hadn't mustered up the courage to approach him like that cosplayer Lyolka. Previously, the attention of the opposite sex was on the list of the main character's most cherished desires. Now he wants reciprocity only from one specific girl, and the attention of others makes him uncomfortable. At some point, Julia appeared at the stadium and asked how Kathleen would react to this when she returned. In fact, she is his mother's biological daughter, and he is adopted, but they swapped in childhood. The girl asked not to talk nonsense because she came on business. She asked why he started publishing manga without first signing a contract with the platform. Julia knew this because one of the platform's editors was a former student of hers who wanted to contact him. A couple of days ago, she found the main character's stream where he was drawing a new chapter. The guy replied that if he signed a contract with the platform, he would hardly have such freedom of action. The teacher said that she would pass on the words to the editor, and she considered Batten to be vain. He reminded that the animation department cooperates with the publishing house, and they can somehow help with the release. The girl asked him to give her all his work, and she would show it to anyone who needed it. But it is unlikely that a publishing house will try its best to quickly release a manga by some student. The main character still wants to complete his work as soon as possible. Julia suggested that he had made a bet with someone for money, but the guy denied it. Then she asked him why he was in such a hurry, and Batten muttered something in response. Julia also asked him what was the reason for his melancholy. Maybe he was under pressure from the fact that his mother was now with Kathleen. After these words, the girl left, and the student's thoughts were interrupted by a message on his phone. As it turned out, he had completely forgotten about the hoop-throwing tournament. As soon as the student entered the gaming center, he was greeted by 4 maids, which shocked him greatly. He didn't understand why they called him Steel Lord. It was probably a greeting for all guests. The guy tried to remember the girls who were at the fair to see if they were the same ones. The main character recognized Lyulka, who gave him a bouquet at the fair. Then she called him uncle. Now she calls him a maid, and he has become a master. Although the student did not immediately recognize her in her new suit, he still asked what they were doing there. The girls answered in chorus that they had come to support their beloved master. The question then arose as to how they even knew that Batten would be at this event. Lyulka replied that she regularly watches the gentleman's streams and knows how well he throws balls into the basket. She had already worked at this tournament last year, so she immediately thought that the main character could take part in it. Seeing the expression on Batten's face, the girls realized that they had somehow upset their master. The rest of the tournament spectators said that this guy knows how to have fun. This was not considered excessive, because during the competition at the academy, he was supported by many more people, and there were only 4 of them. The maids surrounded the protagonist and invited him to go to the tournament venue. Batten wanted them not to overdo it, but if he didn't match them, he would look really stupid. He said something catchy and asked himself if he was doing a good job of playing the gentleman. This turn of events, it turns out, was not according to the maid's script, and they did not know what to do. Immediately, the guy was bombarded with a huge number of phrases that he was unable to digest. Listening to these arguments, he gradually began to formulate a plan for his own actions. This was already a bit harsh. They couldn't just wait for him at the entrance like dogs. That's why the main character winked at the maids and told them to come get him. The venue for the tournament had loud music playing, and there were many men of all ages. Also, there was Steve, who Batten competed with last time. He brought with him an assistant he thought was really cool, a guy named Fred. After Steve's last defeat, he shared this story with his old bro. Batten grinned and asked if he had brought him here to take revenge. Steve himself had already passed the qualifying round, and he came here only for their battle. The maid Lyulka said that she would mark the main character, and he could continue talking. Another maid ran to check the schedule, while the rest brought cola and looked after Batten. Some guy approached Batten's maid and asked her for WeChat, but she refused. The girls also turned down all the guys who wanted to meet them. Because of this, the men became angry and ran to tear the Lord apart at the tournament. Lyulka proudly said that the maids are loyal to the main character not because he can throw balls into a basket. This behavior drove Batten's rivals crazy. They all wanted to humiliate him. It was obvious that everyone was very burnt, and the student wanted to see what they would surprise him with. A few minutes later, the maids told Batten about the work they had done and gave him the cola. Opening a cold can, the guy asked how the tournament regulations were structured. One of the girls explained that the competition is divided into a group stage and a final first 3 groups of 12 people throw at the same time. The highest results go to the final. By chance, the main character was assigned to Group C, number 6. After thinking for a while, the student finally began to understand the conditions of the tournament. Suddenly, it turned out that Fred was also assigned to Group C, but under number 7. This meant that the guys would have time to fight before the very final. Lyulka said that the participants of Group A would soon begin the competition and asked if he had forgotten to do anything. The guy thought about what he could have forgotten to do before the start of the tournament. The thing is, he forgot to start the stream because his last one was really liked by viewers and got a lot of views. Batten handed the phone to the maid and told her not to film strangers for too long because the audience would get bored. The maid replied that there was no need to worry because she would not be filming anyone except the main character. Batten casually noted that Lyulka's own image had fallen apart. Immediately after the broadcast started, more than 1,000 people joined the stream. It seemed that the student began to understand why the maids had come with him. But he didn't care about their PR through him, because the tournament had already started. After the fight, Steve said that Group A was made up of nothing but whipping boys. Among them, one guy scored only 100 points. Even children score more. Steve assumed the guy was just overwhelmed with excitement. It turned out that it was the guy who had threatened most loudly to tear Batten apart. Turning around, he saw the main character in front of him, and his face turned pale. The guy started to apologize, because he thought that all these worries had made him pissed. In this case, the student offered him some tissues in case urine gushed out of his ears. Watching this dialogue, Batten's maids quietly chuckled, proud of their master. Soon, the whole crowd started laughing at the guy, saying that the fat man didn't mince words. The dude decided not to disgrace himself for long and just told Group B to avenge him. The guys from this group promised to defend his honor and put the main character in his place. After some time, the Group B competition ended, and the highest score there was 591 points. John confirmed that this group did indeed perform a little better. Fred advised him to give up this fooling around because now they would show real class. The guy called the student because it was their turn, and Batten activated his superpowers. All 4 maids were rooting for their master with all their hearts. And on the faces of the rivals, one could clearly read envy and anger. They wanted to finish off this fat man and free the maids from the tyrant. The people shouted the last phrase many more times until the competition began. After the start, the main character easily threw balls straight into the hoop without a single miss. His opponent noted that this fat man really wasn't that simple. As soon as he slightly diverted his attention from the hoop, one ball immediately went past him. With 21 seconds remaining, Batten already had 547 points. Fred, however, scored only 476 points during this time. The spectators watched what was happening with their mouths open and admired the student. After the time had elapsed, the main character managed to score 791 points. His opponent, Fred, scored only 671 points. All the guys who used to hate Batten froze in their tracks after seeing his results. The maids immediately ran up to the winner and began to look after him. All the others respected him as a rival, but the master had to die. The guy with glasses said that he was a little distracted in this game, so the student was celebrating too early. The main character advised not to get distracted anymore, otherwise he wouldn't even make it into the top 3 in the final. The final was not long in coming, and from the very first seconds, Batten demonstrated his speed. Now that he's warmed up, it's time to give it his all and find out the limits of his skills. It only seemed to Fred that his opponent seemed to be throwing even faster, and as soon as the guy in glasses got distracted, he immediately threw his ball past the hoop. The student didn't care one bit about other people's opinions, and he worked to the maximum. After the time had expired, he was able to score 843 points and break his own record. The maids continued to admire him, and Fred began to wonder what record had been broken. At that very moment, a hard basketball flies into his face, breaking his glasses. Steve immediately became concerned and asked if his bro, who had his face covered with his hands, was okay. The guy angrily replied that it all happened because of the guy in the bandana. He, in turn, did not know what to answer, so he simply asked for forgiveness. But Batten interrupted him and said that it wasn't Steve who was behind the machine, so it wasn't his fault. This infuriated Fred, and he said that if he had not complained about his humiliation, he would have advanced to the city tournament through the qualifying round in his area. But no one dragged him here by force, and the question was whether this was the real reason why he did not pass the selection stage in his area. Judging by Fred's behavior, his nerves were out of order because he was very worried about today's result. Today was his last chance to get to the city competition, but he pretended that he came to avenge his bro. After hearing all this, the guy with the broken face declared that it was all nonsense. The protagonist knew that his opponent had the potential to be in the top 3, but he looked at the scoreboard of his machine more often than at his ring. These words finally finished Fred off, and he angrily hit the machine gun with his fist. In addition to the cup and bouquet, Batten received a Game Center card, the balance of which he could use for any entertainment in the center. At the same time, a board appeared in front of him with a message stating that the system was awarding him 1 point of champion glory. For victories in sports competitions and in today's qualifying stage, the main character has earned a whole point of champion glory. The guy already feels an improvement in all characteristics, and the champion quest should be kept in mind as one of the highest priorities. Suddenly, one of the maids asked if the gentleman would like to end the stream. Batten responded positively to this, and the girl returned the phone to him. The main character said goodbye to the audience and said that the goods from the fair had already been sent. Suddenly, he received a message from Julia, saying that she had established contact with the publishing house. The student refused the maid's offer to go to dinner because he had other plans. That same day, he met his teacher Julia in a cafe. She said that the publishing house liked his manga and they were ready to take on its release, but a period of a couple of weeks seemed very long for Batten. The guy asked if it was possible to release it without a publishing house, just with his own money. The girl replied that if we try, we can print everything tomorrow. This made the main character very happy, and he firmly decided to act only this way. Julia added that a print run of 1,000 copies would cost approximately $30,000. Batten didn't care about the cost. You could see the enthusiasm in his eyes. This reaction shocked the girl, and she thought that the student did not value money at all. He replied that money is just a tool to achieve truly important goals. At that moment, the guy looked like a villain who had just come up with a plan to take over the world. And since the main character wants to publish the manga at his own expense, they went straight to the printing house. Within a few hours, the print run of 1,000 copies was paid for and printed. Batten placed all the books in his apartment, where Golub was also located. After that, the system notified him that Manga's task was completed and a new achievement was awarded. The student realized that the decision to publish an entire edition at his own expense was completely justified. Immediately, a professional manga task appeared, where it was necessary to sell 10,000 volumes. The main character immediately realized that this task also had an advanced version. After these thoughts, he kissed one of his newly baked books. The dove noted that his friend finally felt the same as he did and wanted to kiss him. Then he asked if Batten had anything to drink to celebrate the occasion. The guy replied that there was only cola in the fridge, which did not make Dove happy. And the fact that the cola was only sugar-free really pissed him off. Taking one can, he began to talk about how the main character's apartment was just what was needed. Suddenly, the blonde's gaze fell on the stairs that led to the second floor. While Batten was sorting the books into piles, his friend went off to explore the new territory. Not even 10 minutes had passed when a joyful cry was heard from above, which alerted the student. A second later, Dove brought his family photograph down to the first floor. The blonde said that if they were friends, there should be no secrets and they should answer honestly. He was only interested in what the famous actress was doing in this photo. Batten replied that she was his sister, but he did not want to say it. He didn't want to talk because he knew that Dove would start begging him to meet her. The main character's expectations were met, and everything happened exactly as it did. But his friend was smarter and asked if he could stay in his apartment. The guy wanted to refuse, but his interlocutor was furious at this news. After some time, the student finally allowed people to come to his apartment, but only not to bring girls. The satisfied friend ran up to the second floor to warm up a bed for Batten. The main character hinted to him that this was not a sandbank, and that he would clean it up himself. The family photograph remained on the first floor, and Batten looked at it with warmth. Suddenly, he received a notification from Sleepy Grandfather that he needed to make a new manga. Although he had been improving his skills, the guy was not yet ready to write something at the level of Dungeon Spirits. But there was a lot to learn from working with Sleepy Grandfather, so the opportunity was not to be missed. John responded positively to this message, and Grandfather promised to come the next day with a contract. In Batten's opinion, Grandfather is ready to solve any problems in the shortest possible time. But when it comes to releasing new chapters, everything comes to nothing. At the cafe, the grandfather in glasses noted that the main character eats little and is already thin as a matchstick. The student replied that he had already agreed, and there was no point in tempting him with your flattery any longer. His interlocutor decided not to delay and handed over an envelope with a contract and licensing documents. The rights to the manga and the printed editions will belong to Batten, with the proceeds being 50%. Hearing such sweet conditions, the main character agreed without hesitation. For Sleepy Grandpa, the main thing was that John was the one working on the manga, and the rest was trifles. The main thing for the student was that the blind grandfather released new chapters. The author really didn't like these jokes and asked to stop doing it. Then he asked about the 4 girls they had recently met. He wondered if these weren't the same girls who came to support the main character at the tournament. Batten immediately realized that Dead was watching all his streams, which is why he wasn't releasing new chapters. But the author has already completed the main task for today, and going to a hotel to write chapters is not the right atmosphere for him. Soon, he came up with an offer to capture those maids and rent a karaoke room. The main character knew the place better than karaoke. You can sing there, swim there, and there will be girls there. The guy grabbed him and said that he was completely serious. Upon arrival, the The blind grandfather was indignant at where he had been taken and asked to be told that this was a joke. They ended up on the lake, to which the grandfather said that he trusted him like a family member, and Batten betrayed him. And if he takes him to karaoke with the girls right now, he will forget about the betrayal. The student recalled that he had already said earlier that you can swim here, and there are a lot of girls walking around. But sleepy grandfather didn't want this. He didn't need the lake. The main character was only wasting his time. In response to this, the guy suggested that he go to the hotel and write a couple of new chapters. This unexpected answer shocked the author, and he froze for a while. And then he replied that he would rather admire the evening lake, because he was happy with everything. At this time, Batten decided to start his stream and told viewers that today he agreed to work together on a manga. He introduced the audience to that same legendary novelist, whose name was Sleepy Grandfather. He also gave fans a chance to ask him a question, and the 10 most interesting ones would receive a copy of the manga. Since the author was already of age, he asked to show him the phone screen closer. At that moment, he was bombarded with a ton of questions about when the next chapter would come out. The next day at the station, my grandfather said something about someone who had thought of something. He found the way the protagonist treated his work partners to be simply outrageous, and he asked if the student was afraid that he would one day take revenge on him. Batten replied that he was being received so outrageously that he no longer needed him as the chief artist. Sleepy Grandpa immediately came to his senses and said that it was a joke and that he should relax. He also asked Batten to take care of himself and come to him when he had time. The student asked him to start new chapters immediately upon returning home. This joke about chapters seemed to scald the author, and he again asked to stop. Grandfather quickly turned around and walked towards the boarding area for his train, and the main character wondered whether he had gone too far with this joke. While he was seeing the manga author off, the clock had already struck 11:30. Kathleen was supposed to arrive soon. When the girl stood on the platform, she asked if Batten had really come to meet her. He replied that he had recently seen a friend off and so decided to wait for her. Kathleen noticed the milk tea in the student's hand and asked if it was for her. John suddenly remembered about it and said that he almost forgot about this tea. After rolling her suitcase, the guy asked if she would mind going to a cafe for lunch. The girl agreed, and a few minutes later they were all ready at the place where she handed him the gift. A smile and admiration immediately appeared on Batten's face, and he asked if this gift was for him. It was Chopper, and the main character really liked him because he was his favorite character. Kathleen saw it in the window when she and Mrs. Kate went shopping. Hearing just one name, the protagonist fell into despair, which could be read on his face. The friend began to tell the story of her journey, and the student tried to hold back the lump in his throat. Now he learned that his mother had offered Kathleen to be her adopted daughter. Since this news was new to him, the guy even choked on his drink. This scared the girl because she didn't know what caused such a reaction. He repeated once again the phrase that spoke about his adopted daughter, and then he added that Mrs. Kate is his mother, although not his biological one. Kathleen had already adopted this expression on her face because Batten was now a brother to her. She thought that she was offered to become an adopted daughter at the request of the protagonist. This assumption made the student very angry. He even hit the table with his fist. In a rage, he said that it was obvious that he liked Kathleen, and he had no need to ask his mother to make her his sister. Hearing the guy in a rage, the girl asked again if he liked her, and then he asked how much the main character liked her. The guy immediately realized that he had said too much, and so he blushed a little. The student repeated her question about how much he liked her. The main character has already finally realized what he has done wrong and needs to act. Batten liked her so much that he had changed so much for her sake recently. Listening to such statements with emotion, Kathleen only shook her head from side to side. And then she added that you don't need to change for her sake, you need to change for yourself. It may be that the girl will like the Batten that he thinks she will be crazy about. Perhaps she will be most satisfied with the version of him in which he is most satisfied with himself. Then Kathleen began to say that there was no point in changing for her sake, and that he should first promise not to talk about her with Kate. What she means is that she doesn't want his mom to influence their relationship, and she doesn't want him to influence her relationship with his mom. The student's brain overheated from the amount of information spoken so quickly. Their conversation was interrupted by Kathleen's phone, which suddenly vibrated. It turned out that she was going to call Mrs. Kate right now, so she asked her not to say anything. At this time, Kate, the main character's mother, was in Dubai, where her husband was. She got out of the car at the construction site and called out to him, to which he asked what the woman was doing there. Stepp was a famous architect in Dubai and was also Batten's father. The woman came here to make sure he didn't have a mistress here. When asked if Kate was convinced, she replied that she did not fully understand everything. The man offered to take her to the hotel because she was very tired after the night flight. On the way, the lady said that she had recently had a foster daughter. Having learned the whole story in more detail, Stepp was shocked because Kathleen liked their baton. Kate added that her husband understood everything correctly and asked if it was funny. First, she made the student her adopted daughter because she genuinely liked her. And since she was an adopted daughter, Batten did not become her relative either by law or by blood. Stepp was only worried that everything would turn out exactly the opposite. The woman advised not to worry because the main character was already a big boy and would definitely not disappear. Their conversation in the car was interrupted by a phone call from Kathleen on Kate's phone. This didn't make her man very happy. He even started sweating on his face. From the very beginning, Kathleen spoke about what Batten had told her and asked if it was true. The lady was completely calm and answered without trembling that this was so. The girl continued asking whether Kate knew that the main character liked the student. She knew this too because John's sister told her everything. Kate learned through a student's mentor that she was going to an exhibition in Mexico, so she went there herself. The woman simply wanted to get to know the girl her son liked better. But Kathleen didn't understand why she was made the adopted daughter. The interlocutor firmly stated that this had nothing to do with the main character. After spending several days at the exhibition with Kathleen, Kate truly fell in love with her. This answer disarmed the young girl, and she easily let go of her sword. Her new mother felt a familial connection with her, which is why she made such an offer. To be honest, Kate didn't even remember Loaf's existence at that moment. It seemed to the boy as if after talking with his mother, he put on an invisibility cap and went to carry out a task. The detail that the mother did not remember her son at the time struck Kathleen. The woman herself did not know how this could have happened, but then she came to her senses and did not regret it. According to her, this decision, although spontaneous, was very correct. Whether the student will become her daughter-in-law in the future is already the concern of the main character, and she took the fate of female relationships into her own hands and asked if her new daughter was going to cut off all ties after this. The fright had already passed a little, and the girl replied that she was not going to do it. Their relationship was one thing, but the relationship with Batten was something completely different. At the end of their imaginary battle, Kate asked if Kathleen wanted to clarify anything else. She replied that everything was now clear and added that her parents would like to meet the woman. But neither Batten nor Stepp were able to grasp the specific essence of the girl's telephone conversation. The protagonist's girlfriend called his mother only to find out that the decision to make her his adopted daughter had nothing to do with him. This was true, because it was important for the young girl to know that Kate liked her regardless of John. Now everything suited her, and she and the lady really were like kindred spirits. And if we talk about the relationship between the guy and the girl, then there are still no blood ties between them. The guy was about to ask her out, but as always, something went wrong. Kathleen stood up from the table and said that it was now Batten's turn to pay for dinner and that she had to run to class. It was a very uncomfortable moment for the protagonist, but he said nothing. The main character had the feeling that he had experienced a real catastrophe. But in fact, the guy himself inflated the scale of the problem in his head. At first glance, it seemed that by and large, nothing had changed at all. Although today he confessed to the girl that he liked her, she did not reciprocate, but at least she did not reject him. Batten recalled the moment he had just experienced with warmth. His dreams were interrupted by Annie, the Academy's most famous crossdresser. He was not in female form, so the main character did not recognize him right away. The mere memory of him at the fair made John furious. Annie said that basketball competitions would soon begin at the Academy, and he wanted to invite Batten to the animation department team. But the guy didn't know how to play basketball. The crossdresser was shocked by this news and hoped it was just a joke. The guy thought so because he saw the main character's streams where he throws balls into the basket. Of course, the student knew how to throw balls into arcade baskets, but he had never played basketball. He also has no idea how to dribble, pass, or shoot when opponents are covering. The boy with blue hair remembered that he had never seen him on the basketball court. Then he said that he didn't care about dribbling the ball, and the main character would only be responsible for throwing into the basket. The student's face showed displeasure because he had not yet agreed to anything. Here, Annie began to ask him to understand the situation, because it is very difficult to find normal athletic guys in the faculty. The crossdresser barely managed to persuade 5 people to participate, and he did it dressed as a girl. His plea that he shouldn't give up right away, but at least try himself in training, seemed to have started to work. Batten replied that he could try, but did not promise accurate shots from the field. Annie, already happy, asked if he would have time after lunch to meet the team. At the appointed time, the main character was on the site where the other guys were training. They immediately recognized the internet star and said that now their faculty was saved from shame. The streamer was a little embarrassed and greeted all the team members in a sweet manner. Familiar female voices distracted Batten from getting to know his team. These were the 4 girls who dressed as maids at the tournament. But something happened, and all 4 of them ran out of the stadium. The red-haired boy noted how quickly his cheerleaders deserted. The main character said that this is only for the best because they will not distract from training. Immediately after these words, his interlocutor swung the ball and asked to show what their new participant could do. Annie got everyone ready to see a miracle happen in the world of basketball. But the miracle did not happen, and the basketball hit Batten right in the face. The crossdresser tried to console everyone by saying that catching the ball was not the student's strong point. While passing the uncaught ball, he added that the main character had a divine throw. In his mind, he realized that he first needed to understand the characteristics of the ball. The ball felt lighter than the ones John threw in the slot machines. The basketball team members had already started to object, asking why he was taking so long to think before throwing. Someone even said that their new member couldn't even receive a pass. They were mostly right about the fact that during the game, Batten wouldn't have time to think. His first throw was clean, and Annie was very happy about this event. He ordered everyone to stop and bring the balls to the main character. His teammates surrounded him and changed their minds, in case he turned out to be useful. From his position, the streamer could easily throw clean balls into the hoop. There was hope that the team would be saved, because the throws were indeed clean. Annie asked the red-haired guy, whose name was Rusty, to block the shot next time. The student only realized that in such a situation, he simply needed to throw the ball as high as possible. He strained himself and jumped with all his might as high as his height would allow. But this tactic didn't work, and Rusty easily blocked the throw. Looking sweetly at his opponent, Rusty asked what he would come up with this time. At that moment, cheerleaders in costumes came into the stadium and started shouting chants. The guy realized that they ran away only to change clothes, and they even came up with a new nickname. It was clear that with such support, it would be even more shameful to lose. Rusty was trained to block classic throws, but if you throw it in an unconventional way, it will put him in a dead end. Batten first tried throwing a ball using the shot put technique. Nobody knew that it was possible to throw like that, especially since it looked strange and ridiculous. The pink-haired cheerleader passionately rooted for every victory of the main character. The next time John used the behind-the-back throw technique, which he did quite well. I also tried the anti-aircraft gun technique, which looked the most ridiculous of all. While everyone was happy for the streamer, Annie noticed that their rivals were coming onto the court. Then he yelled at Batten to stop just throwing because he couldn't even receive a pass. He angrily addressed him specifically by name and asked him to at least learn how to dribble the ball first. In her mind, Annie knew for sure that the enemy must not know about their secret weapon. The captain of the other team saw that same clown who likes to play with the machines. Batten invited him to play one-on-one since he doubted the main character. The crossdresser panicked because he couldn't reveal his main trump card before the game. He got the idea that if he threw the ball at him, their opponent would leave. The orange ball hit him in the jaw with a loud sound, which made the gray-haired guy laugh a lot. He said it was too early for Batten to challenge players of his caliber. When they finally left, Annie asked if the student really wanted to play one-on-one with him. The protagonist replied that this is called pretending to be a pig that threatens to eat a tiger. The streamer knows how to control himself and not succumb to the provocations of such buffoons. The first match is tomorrow, and John needs to remain the secret weapon for as long as possible. And then suddenly he came out onto the court and helped at a decisive and exciting moment. For now, he should work on receiving the ball and everything except throwing. The next minute, the main character began practicing receiving the ball. He really needs to train, because if he doesn't receive balls confidently, then he won't have anything to throw. During practice, the girls surrounded Annie and started talking about how they were also quite close to basketball and wanted to work on their passing instead. He reminded them that their affinity for the sport was that they simply danced with balls in their hands. But Lyulka replied that there was nothing complicated about the passes, and besides, the girls would be able to demoralize the opponent. Struck by the beauty of the cheerleaders, Annie finally agreed to their proposal. Within seconds, Batten was training not with a crossdresser, but with a support group. Seeing this, Gray, the main rival of the animation department, became very angry. His teammates were also depressed, because it was impossible to concentrate on this court. Gray approached the coach with a request to find them a group of cheerleaders. This confused the coach because such girls are not given out in the dean's office, and besides, they were the main character's personal fans. Watching this, the guys from the animation department smirked because the cheerleader's cunning plan worked like a Swiss watch. The student praised the girls and suggested that they continue practicing their passes. Time flew by very quickly, and the next day the teams were shaking hands at the competition. After shaking hands, the referee allowed the teams to warm up on their halves. Gray got right to work, starting with jumping with the ball to get nice shots into the hoop. The team opposing the animation department knew that as long as they had Gray, they would be invincible. Coming face to face with Batten, the gray-haired boy ran his finger near his neck. Annie asked what the gesture meant, and the student replied that he might be planning a suicide for the evening. The guy with blue hair thought so and added that the poor guy didn't even suspect their trump card. The main character's fans shouted various encouraging ditties, which Gray did not like. He turned to face them and told them to confess who said it. Kathleen was also sitting among the fans, which made Batten very happy. Annie was very happy for the hero and asked him to calm the fans down a little. The happy basketball player immediately headed towards the stands where Kathleen was sitting. The crossdresser reminded him that the match was about to start and that the guy should return as soon as possible. With the utmost confidence, he replied that the match could be started without him. After all, his trick was to come on as a substitute at a key moment. During the cheering chants, the cheerleaders noticed that the main character was walking towards them. But the student walked past and greeted only Kathleen, ignoring the fans. He immediately asked how the girl ended up at this basketball game. She replied that she had just come to look and had not expected to see Batten here. And it was also a big surprise for her how popular the main character is here. The guy didn't answer and went out onto the steps to ask for support for the entire animation department, and not for him personally. Lyolka looked at him and, on behalf of all the fans, said that they understood everything. Batten thanked the girls because he knew in his mind that their team would definitely win. After the match started, Kathleen asked why her friend hadn't come out onto the court, and he replied that everything had its time. After some time, the scoreboard showed the score in favor of the animation department. There were only a few seconds left before the end of time, and Gray's nerves were already at their limit. He, sweaty and tired, grabbed the ball and gathered all his strength to score the decisive goal. He then jumped as high as he could, screaming that he was going to score a three-pointer. But the animation department team was not simple, and Rusty blocked this throw. Kathleen and Batten sat with their mouths open because this block was truly amazing. Immediately after Rusty landed on the ground, the judge announced that the first 20 minutes were over, and the score remained in favor of the animation department. The protagonist noted that if the game continued in the same vein, the team would not even need his help. Kathleen asked what would happen if someone got hurt, as if they knew something. The partners congratulated Rusty and even picked him up in their arms out of joy. The winner told everyone to learn from him while he was alive, and, returning to Earth, he stood awkwardly and injured his ankle. He immediately felt a hellish pain that distorted his face, and tears came to his eyes. The referee approached the injured player and asked him to go to the medical center. Both students were shocked because it seemed as if Kathleen had predicted the future. She patted Batten on the back and said that his time of glory had come. When he stood up, all the fans started shouting that Batten was the best player in the department. Rusty, leaving, asked the main character to become a worthy replacement for him. The guy said he wouldn't let his legacy go to waste, but Rusty isn't dead yet. During the break, Gray was cursing at his team because even the disabled people from the animation department beat them. The guy said that he had completely lost his mind because Gray was always yelling and asking for the ball, and he was also throwing from any position and not hitting the hoop. This dispute in the team was stopped by the coach, who did not approach them immediately. He said their opponent's best player was injured, so they just needed to play their best. Gray immediately said that the coach was right, because Rajavi was replaced by that fat idiot who doesn't know how to work with the ball at all. The coach simply told him that this did not mean that he could relax now, and that Gray should share the ball with the number 11 more often and not pull the blanket over himself. The guy with gray hair clearly didn't like such statements, so he immediately tried to get away from it. Before the referee's whistle, the opponents' eyes met and they promised to devour each other. After the whistle, the boys jumped as high as they could to bring the ball to their team. Gray managed to get the ball, and Batten just wanted to see how long that grin would stay on his face. Number 11 asked to pass the ball to him because he was closest to the ring. Number 6 didn't hear the coach and again said that he would sort it out himself. But his overconfidence led to nothing good, and the ball hit the hoop without going into it. Number 11 from the animation department team caught the ball and said that this guy missed again. He immediately passed the ball to Batten because he knew that it would definitely hit the hoop. From the opposite side of the field, the protagonist set up a ring as a target and asked everyone to disperse. Soon he threw the ball with such force as if a rocket had been launched, but the opponents did not realize it. The ball flew almost across the entire field at great speed. All the players only had time to look at it. To everyone's surprise, the animation department team was awarded 3 points, and the score was already further ahead of their opponents. The audience was in complete shock. Someone even called Batten a real cheater. Kathleen also screamed that the main character was the best on the set. The match continued in the same vein, and now the 4th and 11th numbers met in a fight. The opposing team's number 6 and 11 were together, and their teammate didn't know who to pass the ball to. They both shouted for the ball, even though the coach was asking them to give the ball to number 11. The poor guy was confused and didn't know who to pass the ball to, so he stood there. Baton, however, wasted no time and took the ball from him, saying that it would be safe with him. He immediately threw it into the ring, but with a throwing technique that was incomprehensible to the others. It was a clean shot that earned the animation department team 3 points. Annie was very pleased that the shot put technique worked perfectly. Gray considered the main character a freak and did not understand how his balls flew across the entire court. The coach of the game dev team told everyone to block Batten's throws. The guy with gray hair immediately stood in the block and thought that it would disturb the student. But the main character was not an ordinary guy, and therefore no block could stop him. He was a master at throwing balls into the hoop in any way, even over the legs of his opponents. After a while, the judge announced that the game was over and the animation department won with a score of 42 points. All the fans were delighted and praised the main character more than anyone else. His teammates said he exceeded their most optimistic expectations. But the joy was interrupted by an enraged Gray, who grabbed Batten by the t-shirt. He asked if he pretended to be a loser at basketball on purpose, to which the guy just smirked. His nerves were on edge, and the guy with gray hair was ready to punch him in the face right there on the court. Annie stopped him in time, stopping a possible mass brawl after the match. Afterwards, the coach of the game development faculty team approached them and dragged away his participant. Finally, the guy said that in another game, the cameramen beat their opponents by 51 points, and the animation department would have to play them. This figure scared both Batten and Annie a little, but they were still confident of victory. The next day, in the evening, a team from the camera department showed up at the site. The crossdresser noted that they looked scary and that they would have to sweat this evening. He also asked why the main character had not yet arrived, since the match was supposed to start soon. Immediately after this phrase, Batten appeared on the court and apologized for being late. To Annie's million questions about where he had been and what he had been doing, the guy replied that he had gone to the studio to draw. But there was no time to talk about it, and the guy had to warm up because today they were playing against a strong team. The opposing team's coach pointed out a fat guy with incredible accuracy and recommended that they simply not let him throw. Since Batten could hit the hoop from any point on the court, he was surrounded by 2 people at once. The student decided to use an old tactic and throw the ball from below, but his opponents were no slouch either. Behind the 2 guys covering the main character, there was another one who actually ruined his tactics. He passed the ball to the other end of the court, and thus a goal was scored in favor of the cameraman. You could tell from Batten's expression that this was really cool, and the old scheme wasn't working in this match. Since he's constantly being looked after by at least 2 players, that means one of the animation department team always remains open. All you have to do is target an open player and simply give him an accurate pass. In the next such situation, the protagonist noted that number 11 was open for a pass. In his mind, he thanked his partner for his trust and promised not to let him down at such a moment. Indeed, the newly changed tactics worked like a Swiss watch. Batten immediately realized that he had to get the most out of this scheme in order to win the competition. Annie was shocked that the boy had learned to pass accurately, and he also had hope. During the match, the team's tactics did not change, and the animation department tried to even the score. The main character made many accurate passes, and the other players threw the balls into the hoop. Soon, the judge announced that the first 20 minutes were over, and the camera department was winning by 27 points. After the whistle, Batten was surrounded by players from his team and began to praise him. The crossdresser even burst into tears because he didn't expect this student to fit into the team so well. The student recommended not to make the news ahead of time because the opponents might change their tactics. And following them, the animation department team will have to change their strategy, and we need to be ready for this. At the cameraman's bench, a guy with green hair was indignant because the coach said that the fat guy only knows how to throw into the basket. Then the coach said that everyone takes an opponent for themselves, and one of them blocks any attempts by the main character to pass. After the break, the match continued, and there were no more free players to pass the ball to. Then Batten decided to throw alone and immediately tried to do it. Everything went smoothly, and he hit a three-pointer to give his team a lead over their opponents. The fans were delighted because the guy was able to beat such a strong team single-handedly. Other viewers said that it was a mistake for the operators to change tactics, because the fat man should be held by two players. Someone said that nothing could help them, and they were right, because the match ended with a score of 52 points in favor of the students of the animation department. For this victory, the system awarded the main character 0.1/10 of a point of champion glory, which he was very happy about. Annie suggested celebrating the victory and invited the whole team to dinner, but the guy politely refused, which caused the crossdresser to have questions. It turns out that the first chapter of Dungeon Spirits is coming out today, and Batten asked everyone to like it. In the dorm, he took his laptop and called Sleepy Grandpa to ask if he was ready. After receiving a positive response, the guy started broadcasting and said that he had just uploaded the first chapter. And to boost activity on the new title, he and Sleepy Grandfather prepared prizes for the viewers. To participate, you only had to add the title to your bookmarks, and after every 10,000, they would draw a small prize. After reaching 100,000, he promised to give away a big prize, and the first prize would be the first volume of the novel Spirits of the Dungeon. Before he could finish speaking, Batten saw that the number of stashes had already exceeded 10,000. The second prize will be a tankobon of his manga The Adventures of a Dorm Lovelace, which he has been giving away for several days now. The third prize will be 10 copies of the first through third volumes of the novella Spirits of the Underground. Well, in case the audience gets tired of all these books, another prize was prepared. It was a handmade statuette of the main character from Spirits of the Dungeon, also in 10 copies. The fifth prize will be a t-shirt with the inscription Spirits of the Underground, also for 10 spectators. And the sixth prize, according to the student, will be very intriguing and tempting. These are 5 female costumes of the beauty from the Spirits of the Underworld, but they are still being sewn. Batten hopes that these costumes will only go to female spectators, but if the guys get them, they can wear them anyway in good health. Before the main character could finish talking about the 7th prize, he noticed that more than 200,000 people were watching it. And since the number of bookmarks has exceeded the 100,000 mark, it's time for the big prize. The authors didn't make anything up and decided that 10 people would receive $888 each. The student also recalled that Sleepy Grandpa said that if the number of stashes grew to 200,000, he would personally give away $1,888 to 5 people. This statement excited the grandfather because most likely he had never said such a thing. He found a way out of the situation and told the audience that Batten would also give away $1,888 to 5 winners. It was a stab in the back for the protagonist, but he told the audience that it was true. And since he has such grateful viewers, there is no need to be angry with Sleepy Grandpa. Besides, the guy has calculated everything and will make good progress in completing the spender's task. The number of viewers and bookmarks was growing rapidly, and the streamer did not understand where so many of them were coming from. But after 10 minutes, the number of viewers was consistently high, but the bookmarks did not increase. It was clear that everyone who could had already added the title to their bookmarks, and an influx of fresh audience was needed. The boy thought about whether he should start drawing or raffling off the remaining gifts, but he couldn't decide. Suddenly, the number of viewers on the stream jumped sharply, which shocked the student. As it turned out, a very famous girl with the nickname Pink Bunny came to his stream. She was one of the most popular Let's Players of the 8th station. Batten himself only visited her streams a couple of times, but did not understand what merits she had earned in attracting so many viewers. He immediately thanked the bunny for the treasure trove, because it was the first time he had received such an expensive gift. Then the main character remembered that this was the same girl who supported him in catching that pervert. He had no idea that he had met the Pink Bunny herself, although it was not surprising since she always wears a mask. Suddenly, an incoming call from Pink Bunny appeared on the monitor, which he immediately accepted. The guys greeted their viewers at the same time, and the bunny began her story about how she had long wanted to fly to his stream, but there was no suitable occasion. And as soon as I found out that the student was working on Spirits of the Underground, I immediately asked subscribers to go to his channel. Besides, she already shared the story of his heroic act on streams. Her viewers fell in love with Batten in absentia, so there was no need to advertise his channel for long. Just one link was enough. The pink bunny encouraged her followers to add the main character's manga to their bookmarks. I also suggested that the guy look at how many bookmarks there were now. Seeing that the figure had exceeded 180,000, the student almost screamed. The streamer said it was time for big prizes, because it was time to reward her bunnies. The main character was only happy, but first he had to pay off his debts. He held all the draws he talked about at the beginning of the stream. All the winners were happy. For 200,000 bookmarks, the authors will raffle off $1,888 for 10 people. You just need to leave a comment. After handing out the gifts, the guy said they had 3 more gifts that they were keeping secret. These were gifts personally from Sleepy Grandfather, so he will be the one to play them out. Grandfather only said that these are very valuable gifts. Among them are products of world brands. The first prize to be drawn was a whip from Louis Vuitton, which was the best gift for horse riding enthusiasts. In the chat, they started calling him a pervert, which made my grandfather a little angry because he called it a horsewhip. The second gift was candles from Sieur Trudon, which can emit a bright aroma for 60 hours. And the last gift was bracelets for couples from Cartier, the finest handwork, a real jewelry masterpiece. The sleepy old man repeated once again that these prizes are original products of top brands. To participate in this drawing, you had to write a phrase that your grandfather himself had just dictated during the broadcast. The pink bunny, embarrassed to asked if the grandfather had taken off these bracelets. This question left the guys stumped, because it was not in their script. The streamer realized that she needed to steer the situation and said that girls were not particularly welcome on their stream. So she didn't bother them and disconnected from the broadcast, taking the viewers with her. At this time, the number of bookmarks on the spirits of the dungeon had already grown to 240,000. So Batten instructed his grandfather to keep busy with the draws. He himself began to search for the channel of this pink bunny to thank her. The channel was already at the top, plus the main character sent her a lot of expensive donations. The girl also thanked the streamer, and her viewers noticed that she blushed. Reading the chat, it was clear that the student was misunderstood on this stream. In parallel with all these events, Sleepy Grandpa was already holding the last draw for today. It was the latest model iPhone. At the end of the stream, the first chapter had 272,000 bookmarks, which was considered a decent result. The 2 titles have accumulated a total of 620,000, and the completion of the million bookmarks quest is just around the corner. But so far, Batten has only received about 30,000 in donations. He was still a long way from a million. I needed to come up with something to earn money on the side. Suddenly, the main character received a message on his phone from Kathleen, who did not understand what he had with the pink bunny. At first, the guy was shocked that the girl was also watching this stream. And then he realized that, most likely, she was jealous of him for the pink bunny. So Batten decided not to delay and video call Kathleen to ask her directly. The girl replied that she was not jealous at all, and she was just curious to know what exactly happened there. According to the guy, there is nothing to tell. It's not worth taking it into your head. And he agreed to tell only on the condition that Kathleen admitted that she was jealous. On this note, the girl ended the call, which really scared the guy. Immediately, a message came on the phone, and the main character thought that everything was over between them. But it was a message about a student admitting her jealousy. After that, the streamer told her the whole story of what happened that evening, and they wished each other good night. Batten felt like their relationship had reached a new level, and he was already thinking about what they would name their first child. The guy sat with a sweet smile on his face, and a multitude of female and male names flashed through his head. Catching himself in this thought, he slapped himself on the cheeks, because there was no point in wasting himself on all sorts of nonsense. It's better to use the evening to do more useful things, like manga. Besides, the main character was already on the verge of completing the illustrator task. After some time spent drawing, the long-awaited board indicating the completion of the task appeared in front of the student. He received a plus 14 points in drawing skills and a plus 4 points in imagination. And so, I tried to draw a couple of lines at random because the guy was already impatient to put this hand to use. And if you take the pen seriously, the eagle he just drew seemed to hover between reality and the screen. Every living creature that Batten could imagine turned out to be as realistic as possible. He didn't even understand how he managed to draw such expressive eyes on this girl. If there was a god of drawing in the universe, then today the main character has taken his place. And if you use your imagination, you can draw very amazing and vivid images. The joy of leveling up a new skill was interrupted by Julia, who called Batten. According to her, a job came up for the student. He had to draw a poster for a film. The guy was only interested in the price and the volume that needed to be completed. Julia replied that she needed to draw 10 options for 50,000, but she would have to pay the maximum. This meant that the streamer would receive 5,000 for each poster, which could not but please him. The girl noted that her interlocutor became very excited and asked, as if he didn't have enough money for candy for his new girlfriend. He replied that this was not the case at all and thanked me for the order, already imagining how he would complete a bunch of tasks. After all, if you sit and wait for donations, then the main character will not complete the spender's task anytime soon. From this, it was clear that it was necessary to make money separately from manga. His thoughts were interrupted by a message from his sister transferring money to his account. The guy took it as an insult when he video called her. Mary argued that as soon as she heard that he really needed money, she immediately came to his aid. Batten, in turn, asked if he and the witch were discussing anything else besides him, and he himself simply wanted to find a part-time job. But the sister, hearing the words about part-time work, covered her mouth with her hand and said that his whole family had money and they would always help. In response to this, he only asked not to push money at him, but to ask around in his circles if anyone needed to draw a poster for the film. She can do this, of course. Small film companies will be ready to trust the main character to draw their poster. But Batten wanted Mary to recommend him to large companies, and he would guarantee the best quality on the market. The sister did not believe these words and asked him to send her his latest works. The guy sent only 3 photos, but when she saw them, the blonde was already in shock. The girl realized how high his drawing skills were and promised to catch him a big fish. Immediately after completion, she received a notification from Batten that the transfer had been rejected. Mary was touched by her brother's actions, and she realized how grown up he had become. The main character looked at his watch and noted that it was not yet very late. He may well have time to complete Julia's order for 10 posters. After about an hour of drawing, all the works were ready, and Batten finally went to bed. The next day, in a cafe, he met with a customer who was shocked by the speed of his work. The guy didn't know what to answer, and for a second, he realized that he had been too hasty with this. Jumping up from the table, Julia asked her brother to confess if he was some kind of cheater. She already thought that the student had become possessed by something otherworldly, as if someone was drawing him with their hand. This excitement from his interlocutor drove the guy more and more into a dead end, but he found something to say. According to him, the main character was visited by inspiration, a muse, or something of that sort. The witch realized that he was chosen by the gods of art, who guided his hand. She also added that Batten is as chosen as his mother. After these words, she began to stand up and say that they were geniuses, and Julia was an ordinary craftswoman. Already at the door, the girl said that for now she would hand over his work to the customer. When she finally left, the main character realized that in reality he was not a genius, but a cheater. But for these cheat codes, he had to die. A couple of days later, Batten started receiving messages on his phone from various film companies, and then he realized that his sister was useful after all. He decided to add everyone who wrote to him to increase his chances of getting his first order. After accepting applications, he was inundated with messages describing films that needed posters. Without even reading half of it, the streamer firmly decided that he would take on all orders. Over the course of 3 days, the student's card received numerous transfers from different companies. At the end of the 3rd day, it turned out that he had earned $355,000. Now Batten can make concrete progress in completing the spender's quest. But the main character didn't know what to spend such a large sum of money on. At that moment, news came on his phone that a boy had crashed into the rocks while crossing an old bridge on his way to school. Tragedy hits Mountain Village, where child falls off collapsing bridge as shortcut to school. The news item included the school principal's contact information and a request to donate money for the construction of the bridge. Batten immediately called the number given, and the phone was picked up by the school principal, who thanked the guy on behalf of all the teachers and students at the school. The student transferred $300,000 to the director, which helped him advance in the spender's task. As a reward for completing the 2nd stage of the task, the main character received 100 points. The guy was glad that he didn't have to rack his brains, and the heavens themselves gave him an option. Suddenly, he received a message on his phone from an unknown number. It said that the director was looking for money to buy a bride for his son, and he couldn't be trusted. And if he really wants to help, he must come to the specified address to stop the director. Batten was angered by the fact that someone could use his money for their own personal purposes. If the money is not spent on building the bridge, then there will be no point in progressing the task. The next day, the student was already at the airport and soon headed to the other end of the country. Upon arrival, he traveled first by bus and then by cargo motorcycle to reach his destination. When the guy reached the specified point, he noted that the road was not easy. Then the streamer called the same unknown phone number from which the message had come earlier. They didn't have to wait long, and the interlocutors immediately found each other. It was a girl named Betty. She worked as a teacher at this school. Batten also introduced himself, and it flashed through his mind that this girl was very young. She also didn't expect that he would actually come, and even more so that he would be so young. Betty asked if the guy was still studying or working, but he asked to get straight to the point. The girl didn't like such directness, but she didn't say anything out loud. The teacher just turned around and told Batten to follow her. They walked a short distance and found themselves in a barn, but it was a school where children study. At first glance, everything was clear, but Betty decided to take him to one more place. The boys walked along the creaky path near the cliff, where children walk every day. Soon they reached the very gorge and bridge from which the boy fell. The main character was outraged that no one had done anything yet, but Betty interrupted him. She said that even students from distant places had heard news of their village's economic backwardness. Before Batten, many people donated money to correct this situation, but not everyone knows the truth. The girl told the truth to a student who came to their village. He just asked that if she was aware of all the chaos going on here, then why didn't she tell everyone the truth? This question stumped her, and she answered the question with a question. There are already very few people who do charity work, and if fraud is revealed, there will be even fewer. And people who really need help will stop receiving it altogether. The protagonist invited her to follow him to check the veracity of Betty's words. If all these stories turn out to be true, then he will force the director to take the righteous path. All she had to do was show where this director lived. The student would do the rest himself. On a day when there was a thunderstorm, the guy put on an invisibility cap, which when worn reduces the wearer's visibility to 0. At home, the son asked his father how they would fix the bridge if they spent all the money on the bride price, but his father had it simple. He was going to hire a couple of village boys and just replace the most rotten boards, and his son asked if they would get into trouble for this. Such questions really irritated the old man, and he said that he was trying for his son's sake. Suddenly the lights went out in their house, which confused the director a little. It was very strange, because according to my son, the neighbor's lights were on. Having brought the candle, the guy suggested that the fuse might have burned out. But before he could finish speaking, an incomprehensible wind blew out his candle. His father called him very cowardly, but after hearing his name, he changed his mind. Taken by surprise, he fell to the floor and asked who was speaking. The voice replied that the child who had fallen into the gorge was speaking to him now. The son moved closer to his father and said in a trembling voice that they had played too much. The strange voice was Batten, who was sitting under the table and telling me to read the letter from the baby. Then he got up from under the table and turned on the light while the director was still scared. The guy stood up first and said that he thought the boy had left the gorge. Moreover, a piece of paper actually appeared on the table in their room. There, the little boy from the gorge hoped that the director would give money for the construction of the bridge. Otherwise, he and his son would end up next to it. While they were reading the mysterious letter, the main character made his way through the bushes to the road. He looked up and noticed Betty and was confused as to why he had come here. Batten came right up to her and took off his invisibility cap, thanking the girl for the umbrella. This gesture really scared the teacher, and the boy apologized for it. Betty asked where he had suddenly appeared from, and the student replied that she had simply not noticed him before. Of course, this could not have happened, but the topic was hushed up because Batten had news. He said that tomorrow the director would give her the money. Betty would be responsible for building the bridge. Judging by the girl's expression, it turned out that the main character simply went and believed her. These words frightened the student very much. Beads of sweat appeared on his face. In response to this, Betty only laughed and said that he was not the only one who could scare her. However, the main character really does trust other people too easily. The guy said that the girl was right in her statement because he really had been hasty in transferring such a large sum. He wants the money to be managed by someone who cares about the village children, and that was Betty. Otherwise, why would a young, beautiful, educated girl live in such a remote place? Betty thanked the student for his kindness and generosity and promised to do everything in her power. When the main character had already returned to his hometown, he was sad to drive through it, because the picture outside the window reflects all the injustice of modern society. I remember how Batten initially perceived the spender's assignment as a mockery from the system, but now it has acquired a completely different meaning. Even after completing it, the streamer will try to donate money to good causes to the best of his ability. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a multitude of vibrations from his phone, which was receiving messages. The first message he opened was from Kathleen. She was proud of him because the student helped the kids. Then came a message from Julia, asking if this was what he needed the money for. As the messages came in, the guy didn't understand why everyone already knew about his affairs. The basketball team members and Golub also expressed their respect and gratitude to him. He decided to ask about Kathleen, how he found out about it, and the girl sent him the news that was recently posted. It said that a student from the Batten Academy of Fine Arts donated $300,000 for the construction of the bridge. All this admiration made the main character feel a little awkward, but more pleasant. The taxi driver broke the silence in the car and said that they had reached their destination. He asked not to forget personal belongings in the cabin and wished all the best. Getting out of the car, the guy saw journalists crowded at the entrance to the dorm. They immediately noticed the local hero and rushed towards him with all their equipment. They were interested in who Batten's parents were, because they didn't know where an ordinary student could get such a sum of money. The main character was not ready for such a meeting and did not even know what to answer. But then he collected his thoughts and asked why they were asking him all these insulting questions filled with mistrust. He explained that they shouldn't care about his parents, and besides, he earned these $300,000 himself. The chief journalist apologized and said that it was their job to question everything, to look for hidden agendas and reasons for scandal everywhere. He then asked Batten to describe the situation as the student saw it from his own perspective. This way, the main character will not only advance in the newsmaker mission, but will also explain something about charity to a wider audience. After a few minutes of silence, he also apologized for reacting so harshly to their questions. The guy said that in fact, the teacher from that school reflected only a beautiful, happy ending in her post. But alas, the darkest side of this situation has gone unnoticed. This statement shocked the journalists who interviewed the student. Initially, Batten sent the money to the school principal, but it later turned out that he wanted to use it not for the benefit of the children, but for personal purposes. The main character did not tell all this in order to undermine people's faith in charity. He just wants people to look into the root of the problem rather than just handing out money to strangers. In our world, simply abandoning a problematic situation is not a solution. Journalists asked how, in his opinion, charity should be carried out, and Batten replied that this experience taught him that one cannot blindly trust strangers. The internet is teeming with scammers without a hint of conscience, and if someone wants to do a good deed, then they need to invest not only money, but also their soul. Over the next few days, the protagonist's hometown was buzzing with news of his donation of $300,000. It was talked about on the news and on the radio, and it seemed that now absolutely everyone in the city was aware of this event. There were comments on social media with the name of Batten's channel and also that this guy was a TikTok star. The girls asked if the student had a girlfriend, and others said he was dating a hottie from the traditional painting department. These rumors made the blonde man standing next to him really angry because Batten took all the popularity, but he soon regretted the way he had treated his phone in a fit of rage. Because of this new hero benefactor, his nerves were already at their limit. At this time, the main character walked past him with Kathleen, who asked how he managed to convince the director to hand over the money. The guy grinned and put his finger to his chin, saying it was a secret. This only made Kathleen more excited, and she ran after him right in front of that evil guy. The last thing he heard was their plans to go to the movies the next day. After that, the blonde called his friend and said that he needed to deal with someone. He already knew that Batten would not be running around so contentedly for much longer. The next day, in the afternoon, the students were leaving the cinema and discussing the things that they didn't understand. Kathleen, not missing the chance, asked again how he managed to convince the director. The main character realized that the girl would not let go of this topic, and so he was about to tell. As soon as he started telling the beginning, some guys stood in front of him. One of them had a bat and asked if his interlocutor was Batten from the animation department. The guy was embarrassed and in response asked who they were and why they came here. But he didn't get an answer because a crowd of guys with multicolored hair pounced on him. The first thing the student did was push Kathleen away and tell her to run to safety. As he did this, a heavy bat was already hanging over the back of his head, about to hit him. The girl with pink hair noticed this and shouted at Batten to take care of himself. The main character was not one to be timid, so he managed to protect himself from the blow of the bat. His arm took a very hard hit, but he tried not to show it in front of Kathleen. The streamer reminded the girl that she should run to a safe place and call the police. Knowing his powers and privileges, he promised to detain them for a while. The gang was serious and thought that Batten would not be able to do anything to them. At this time, the friend had already run far enough and was only hoping that the guy would withstand their pressure. A crowd of angry guys attacked the main character with bats and fists. Suddenly, the student put on an invisibility cap and disappeared from the attacker's sight. The guys with multicolored hair were not prepared for this outcome of events, and someone asked what they were doing there. Judging by the bats in their hands, they came here to find someone, but that someone disappeared. The leader of their gang, Jay, also did not understand why they came here. The boy with pink hair couldn't even remember how he ended up in this place. Maybe the heavens gave them a sign? They want to tell them that guys are doing the wrong thing in life. The gang boss ordered everyone to go home and hug their mothers. The guys started to disperse in different directions, but Batten was going to deal with them. Kathleen had already called the police and said that they had been attacked by hooligans near the cinema. The girl also did not know why they were attacked, because it was very unexpected. One of the hooligans couldn't shake the feeling that someone was following him. Immediately after this phrase, the streamer, without taking off his invisibility cap, kicked the first bully. One managed to notice the main character, but he did not understand where he flew from. Batten advised him to be more careful about where his teeth would fly out. When the gang leader turned around, 2 of his men were lying on the ground in bad condition. A few seconds later, all the hooligans were lying on top of each other like a mountain and begging for mercy. Batten turned to Jay and asked who had set the hooligans on him. Jay recognized Batten, which scared him greatly, and he shouted loudly at him. But then he pretended to feel bad and said that it was not his policy to knock. The streamer then pulled Jay's hair and asked if he was sure of his words. But it wasn't hair, but a wig, which was easily removed from the head. Because of this action of the main character, Jay tearfully asked to return his wig and even told who sent them. Hearing the familiar name, the student winced and wanted to teach that guy a lesson. He was so immersed in these thoughts that he even forgot to give the wig to Jay. When the police and Kathleen arrived on the scene, Batten stood over the hooligans as if he was attacking them. The beaten boys asked the policeman to help them and hoped that they were now saved. The man in uniform realized that the main character was the bully that Kathleen had spoken of. But the girl said he had misunderstood, and the student was the victim. Already in the car, she noted that she didn't think that simply giving testimony would take so much time. When asked if Batten's arm hurt from being hit with the bat, he sweetly replied that it didn't. Their conversation was interrupted by the student's phone, which received a notification. It said that there would be a hoop throwing tournament tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning. Fearing that he would not be able to win due to his injured hand, he still arrived at the appointed time. After thanking the crowd for their support, the guy looked for Kathleen in it, but it seemed she didn't come. Lyulka asked Batten if he would be streaming today and offered her help. The protagonist handed her the phone and told her to set everything up. But what tormented him most was the fact that Kathleen did not come. Although she promised, she had previously given him single-use ice packs, which needed to be changed every 10 minutes to ease the pain. You don't even have to untie the scarf. Just slip each new compress under it. Of course, all this was great, but Batten was embarrassed by the fact that he would be walking around with a pink bow all the time. Before he could finish speaking, the girl hugged him for the first time. She promised to definitely come to the tournament and support the main character. After Kathleen left, the student was overcome with a lot of positive emotions. The memories of the good were interrupted by Steve, who, patting Batten on the back, greeted him, and immediately complimented him on the pink bow on his arm. For the streamer, this was not just a bow, but a real love knot. This time, 30 people will participate in the tournament, divided into 3 groups. Steve invited his friend to go behind the machines as their time had come. Baton approached his machine gun and was a little afraid, but the crowd believed in him. After a few throws, he realized that his left hand was now only good for passing swords under his right. Even just serving balls with my right hand was incredibly painful. Noodles and his friend realized that what they saw on the streams was not even close to reality. The pigeon noticed that the bandage on his arm was missing yesterday afternoon, and he was curious about what he had been doing the previous evening to injure his arm like that. After the time had elapsed, the main character was only able to score 698 points. Steve assumed that his opponent's machine gun was broken and suggested going to the organizers. The student replied that the device was fully functional and that the problem was not with it at all. After going through his guesses, the guy in the bandana finally came up with an idea and called the streamer a bug. It seemed to him that Batten wanted to humiliate everyone in the end, because he already knew his tricks. The viewers on the stream were upset because their idol did not live up to expectations, and Lyulka tried to calm them down. She said he placed last on purpose to lull his rivals into a false sense of security. The main character understood that if he continued in the same spirit, he would not even make it to the second round. There were 2 more attempts available, but it was necessary to somehow reorganize and change something. After the start of Group B, Steve said that their best would score a maximum of 780 points. Although, considering how many points he himself scored, compared to the others, he is just a whipping boy. But he considered Batten one of the main contenders for victory in the final and asked why he was so downhearted. The streamer replied that the problem was that he injured his hand yesterday and now it's difficult for him to throw. The guy in the bandana immediately understood everything and looked at him with a grin. The student waved his hands and asked not to invent anything unnecessary. According to Steve, this damage was normal. He himself did not have a girlfriend. After the end of the competition, Group B actually scored the maximum 776 points. Batten asked Steve how he guessed so accurately, and he said that he saw right through everyone. Only that day, he couldn't see right through Batten, who came to play for the first time. Since the guy in the bandana was such a fortune teller, he probably knew how many points he needed to score to get to the second round. The minimum required was 760 points, but it would have been better, of course, to score more. The first time everyone throws so-so, but on the second and third try, the result is always better. Moreover, there are many strong guys in Group B, like Alex. It is he who Steve considers to be the main rival of the protagonist. He scored 809 points on his first try, and it's unlikely that anyone else will be able to compete with him. But he won't think about Batten until later, because first he needs to at least get into the second round. Before the game began, he asked that the wolf be in pain, the fox be in pain, and he be free of pain. At the second attempt, the fans were especially worried and hoped that he would advance to the second round. While throwing balls, the main character understood that he had to forget about his injured hand. At the end of the time, they began to announce the names of those who would advance further based on the results of the first round. The student was already in despair because he didn't hear his name, but it was at the very end of the list. This event delighted the fans, the cheerleaders, Steve, and Batten himself. Even Noodles and Dove hugged each other. Although they had already lost hope of hearing his name, if the main character is eliminated after the second round, it won't be so shameful. But it would be too presumptuous to count on winning the tournament. Suddenly, Kathleen appeared in the game center, although the streamer thought that she would not come. He told her about it, to which she simply apologized because she didn't know what to say. According to her, some important matters came up on the way to the gaming center. There was nothing wrong with that, because Batten was glad to see her anyway. But to tell the truth, the protagonist is unlikely to impress Kathleen with his performance. The girl took his hand and said that the compress was weighing her down with its weight. While untying it, she warned that it would be a little bigger, but at least her hand would be free. Kathleen pressed her fingers directly onto the sore spot and asked if the pain was bearable. It was clear from Batten's face that the pain was hellish, but he tried not to show it. After that, the guy gathered his thoughts and spirit and prepared for the second round. Just at this time, the start of preparations for the second round was announced to everyone. Holding a pink ribbon in her hands, the girl with pink hair wished the protagonist good luck. Suddenly, the streamer stopped her, which caused some questions from Kathleen. It turned out that he wanted to tie this ribbon on his forehead to give him confidence. In this form, he approached his machine gun, and the second round began. Enduring hellish pain, the streamer threw balls into the basket at great speed. He knew Kathleen was watching him, and no amount of pain would stop him from giving it his all. All the fans stood with their mouths open watching the competition. Steve has been throwing balls all his life, but he can only dream and dream of such speed and accuracy. Dove suggested that all of Loaf's problems were in his head and that he needed a bandage on his forehead more, but Noodles said that it was the power of love. Kathleen herself looked at the protagonist with eyes full of hope because she knew that he would not give up. At the end of the second round, the student scored 817 points. All sweaty and wet, he heard his name and was very happy about it because he made it to the finals. But at that moment, Alex walked past him and said that he would not give in the final. And despite the fact that his opponent is injured, he will not spare him. In response to this, Batten only advised him not to shit himself. Steve approached him because he knew from the start that he was faking it. He also suggested that the guy was saving his strength in order to attempt a record in the final. The words about the record confused the streamer a little, and he asked again about it. The interlocutor replied that the current world record is 845 points. Batten said that first he needs to at least win, and then we'll see. If the main character manages to break the world record, he will not only make the news, but will also be able to count on points of champion glory. Before the final, it is necessary to recharge, and the energy gel helped the guy with this. After eating a couple of packs of gel, the student realized that the moment of truth was very close. The judge began counting down the time until the start, and the opponents stood before each other in kimonos. It was as if they were preparing for a fight on the roof, just like Kathleen and Kate had done before. After the start, Alex decided to give it his all and started throwing balls. Batan endured hellish pain and tried to be at least some kind of competition for Alex. According to the results of the first round, the main character did not show himself very well, but the guys did not lose hope. His throwing accuracy was excellent, but he needed to pick up the pace. In the second round, Batten managed to overtake Alex with a gap of 17 points. The guy with gray hair already thought that his rival was aiming for a record, and I also hoped that he would do it anyway, because losing to the best in the world would not be shameful. Batten also understood that he had every chance to break the record, and he would do it. Steve shouted to him that he still had 5 whole seconds, and it was entirely possible to break the record. At this time, the scoreboard showed 825 points. A second later, he had scored 829 points, and Noodles and Kathleen were looking at him with admiration. With 3 seconds left, the guy had 833 points on his score. A second later, he scored 5 more points, bringing the score to 838. At the last second, there were 843 points, which was close to the world record. When the 846th ball flew through the hoop, time ran out and the tournament ended. Steve was the first to shout that his friend had set a new world record. Tons of compliments and joyful exclamations rained down on Batten. Noodles and Dove were especially happy for their classmate. Alex approached him and said that 3 years ago he took part in the tournament where the previous world record was set. And this time he was lucky enough to fight face-to-face with the holder of the new world record. The joyful protagonist thanked him for playing and said that it was an honor to fight with him. Both guys laughed and shook hands firmly at the end. The gaming center congratulates Batten on winning the city tournament and setting a new world record. The system awarded the student 1 point of champion glory, which was a very joyful event. Kathleen also heartily congratulated the protagonist on such an achievement. He thanked the girl and said that it was now her cup, but she did not understand this. According to him, if it weren't for Kathleen, he wouldn't have even made it to the finals. She replied that there was no need to be modest, and the guy would have become better without her. But the main character insisted that she accept this cup. Before they could finish speaking, a crowd of journalists gathered around the streamer. He mentally noted that he had correctly predicted the appearance of journalists. Without even thinking, he called the journalists closer and told them to ask their questions. When the student walked away, Kathleen asked if Batten had always been such a fan of talking to reporters. Noodles needed to give an answer that would put his friend in the most favorable light. Then he began to explain that the thing is that one of Batten's goals is to popularize sports by personal example. More precisely, he does not want to attract attention to himself due to his achievements. But after these words, Lapsha became completely confused. Previously, the girl thought that he liked to stay away from other people's attention, which was a little contrary to his desire to give interviews. Considering that not even all of his friends know about the family yet, his desire to share his emotions with others doesn't fit into the picture at all. In speaking his last words, Batten's friend tried to the best of his abilities. Immediately after the main character finished giving an interview to journalists, Lyulka approached him with a request. She wanted the student to say a few words about the victory to his viewers on the stream. Suddenly, a board with the Stream Master task appeared in front of him, which was nearing completion. There were still 70,000 views needed before completion, but the tournament has already ended, and I want to complete the task right now. Viewers already thought that the streamer was frozen, and then the guy said that he would restart the stream. He assessed the situation so quickly, and now old viewers will come back to the stream and the system will count it as new views. But on the other hand, it was a dirty move, because Batten deceived his viewers for the sake of speedrunning a task that he would have completed soon anyway. The dark side of the protagonist apologized for this and promised not to do it again. A minute later, the 4th stage of the Stream Master quest was successfully completed. The student's charm increased by 1 unit, and he asked his audience if he had become more charming. And then he asked if they wanted to know how the guy managed to become so charming. His secret was as simple as ever. It was all because Batten was driven by love. Quite a lot of time had passed, and it was time to finish the stream from the tournament. And as a token of gratitude for the love and support of the audience, Batten handed out red envelopes. After the stream ended, the guy suggested celebrating his victory and getting something to eat. Noodles said that they already eat every day, and it would be better to go to karaoke in the evening. The streamer replied that his friend couldn't sing at all, and it was better not to embarrass himself in front of the girls. A friend whispered to the protagonist that when he was giving an interview, Kathleen asked about him, and if they went to karaoke, he would tell everything. The student immediately changed his mind and said that the idea of going to karaoke was quite good. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Batten found himself at home and immediately decided to rest so that he would be full of energy in the evening. All day long, news about the new basket record being set came to his phone. The main character was talked about in the news, written about on the internet and in local newspapers. Even on the radio, they talked about how a student set a world record. Even Alex reposted the post with Batten, where he is standing with the Champions Cup. Then a board appeared in front of him indicating the completion of the first stage of the newsmaker mission. For this, he received 100 points, 1 unit of celebrity and 1 more unit of charm. While sitting at karaoke, Kathleen asked why the hero of the party hadn't arrived yet. Noodles said that it would be fine without him. The main thing is that the student would close the account later. Immediately after this phrase, the main character entered the room with apologies for being late. His best friend asked if he was the only one who thought Batten had become more attractive. Kathleen also said that she hadn't seen the streamer for only a few hours, and he had already changed so much. The guy replied that nothing had changed, and, most likely, she had just imagined it. He told the guys to eat for now, and he would sing the song Shining, which he dedicated to one girl. Dove and Noodles shouted in unison that Kathleen and Loaf were the bride and groom. Then everyone fell silent in anticipation of better singing, but they didn't have to wait long. The boys were hit by hellish singing that made their ears bleed. Noodles and his green-haired friend were very upset about this. Kathleen also felt as if a large house had collapsed before her eyes. Batten's best friend jumped up to tell him about how he sang, but the blonde managed to stop him. There was nowhere to go, and since he was standing, it was necessary to say something to the main character. He couldn't think of anything smarter to say than that the guy sings like a god, so the student suggested singing some more. Noodles tried to take the microphone away from him and suggested that they go get a bite to eat. The streamer thanked him and said that he was not hungry. He would first drink his fill and then eat. A friend with green hair suggested that he go to the restroom to do some business. Dove stood behind the microphone and said that he would now perform the song The Most Faithful Friend. Already at the toilet, Lapsha told the main character that if he had known earlier that he sang like a wounded boar, he would never have suggested going to karaoke. These words left Batten stumped because his friend had just praised his singing, and the words that he was simply helping him save face in front of Kathleen literally pierced the guy. The guy with glasses also told him about the bad singing, even terrible, and recommended not to scare them with his vocals anymore. When the student completely despaired and fell, a board with the task Microphone Usurper appeared in front of him. To complete it, you need to take control of the microphone and perform 1,000 songs. He understood that after 1,000 songs, he would be left without any vocal cords at all. But if a streamer wants to get 1,000 points and 5 units to singing technique, then he doesn't really have a choice. Even if he were 1,000 times more charming than he is now, it still wouldn't help. It won't help the situation if the sounds of a hammer hitting an anvil are still coming out of his throat. To complete the task, you can purchase a microphone that can be connected to any equipment using the power of thought. For a second, Batten thought he had seen this miracle microphone somewhere before. I remember it could be purchased for completing the show killer quest. The guy decided to buy this microphone, but in the real world it seemed to freeze, and his friends tried to wake him up. This made the protagonist very angry, and he furiously asked them to stop pinching him. Noodles, like a true friend, offered to come back and say that it was a joke, and he sang in such a way to amuse everyone. With a dissatisfied face, the student replied that only an idiot like his best friend could come up with such a stupid excuse. But then he came back to Kathleen and said that he had sung badly on purpose for the sake of a laugh. A friend added that it's actually quite difficult to just sing so badly, you have to be able to do it. All the students laughed heartily, and the girl confirmed that it was quite funny. And then she added that she hoped that Batten would sing something for her in a normal voice. She really wanted to listen, and such a statement even made the streamer choke on his food. The girl was scared and asked if he was okay and offered him some water. The protagonist stated that he was fine and offered to sing for Kathleen next time. He managed to cleverly change the subject to the fact that the guys hadn't heard his girlfriend sing yet. According to her, the singing was not at the highest level. She was even a little embarrassed to do it. Hearing this, Batten began to hope that they both sang terribly. The girl got up from the table and went to the microphone to perform one song. The song is called Chasing a Dream, and Kathleen dedicates it to everyone present. From the first notes of the singing, everyone in the room was shocked, as if an angel was singing. The main character did not understand that if she considered such singing mediocre, then how would she rate him? All the students praised Kathleen, and Noodles asked why she sat silently all evening hiding her talent. Batten also did not miss the opportunity and complimented his friend's singing. In his mind, he knew he had to find a way to complete the microphone usurper quest as soon as possible. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the students left the cafe and said goodbye to each other. And since the student was left alone, it was high time to go to some karaoke again. He remembered that there was something right next to Batten's house where he came. To begin with, he took a playlist of shorter songs so that he could sing about 20 songs in an hour. It would take 50 hours to sing 1,000 songs, and if you sing 10 hours a day, you can do it in 5 days. The staff of the establishment, who passed by the room where the main character was singing, thought that someone was being stabbed there. The guy has already performed 5 songs, but for some reason the system did not count his progress. It turned out that singing alone does not count, because if a person is alone, then he is not a usurper. The streamer has already come to terms with the fact that it will be impossible to complete this task without humiliation. At this time, T was brought into his room, and then the main character had an idea. He asked if there were any staff at the establishment who could keep him company. The waiter replied that they had a decent establishment here and they did not provide such services. Apparently, the hero was misunderstood. He didn't have anything reprehensible in mind. He needed something else. The man tried to leave quickly, but the guy didn't let him do this and stopped him. There was hope that at least this waiter would keep him company and listen to the singing. This gesture embarrassed the employee, and he threatened to call security at the student. It was no surprise to him that such a psychopath came to karaoke alone and still wanted him to stay with him. Having lost his last hope, Batten fell onto the sofa and did not know where to look for company. He wanted to ask Noodles and even offered him an hourly wage just to listen to his friend sing. The friend apologized and said that he was not ready to listen to such singing for several hours in a row. Then the main character decided to lure someone he knew to karaoke and opened his friend's feed. He immediately came across Steve, who asked to take him for a walk. He promised a good mood. Without thinking twice, the guy called his friend and told him to come with his company to the specified address. A few minutes later, Steve was already at the karaoke bar where a student was waiting for him. The guy expected to see Steve's friends, but for some reason he came in alone. Then the blonde guy called all the friends he had been hanging out with before coming to karaoke. Suddenly, about 20 people who already knew the main character entered the room. Some watched all his streams, some saw him on TikTok. One was even proud of his victory at the tournament. Steve said the more people there are, the merrier it is, and the more the student is a real legend. Among them was Fred, who apologized for his behavior at that tournament. After this, the hero invited everyone to come into the room and make themselves comfortable. But 20 minutes later, and then an hour later, the microphone still had not reached Batten. After a while, the guy in the bandana offered to drink to his friend's world record. At that moment, the winner noticed the microphone that no one was using and realized that this was his chance. He grabbed it and declared that he was now going to sing for everyone present. There was no time to rejoice for long, as Steve came and said that it was his turn to sing. He encouraged the student by saying that there was still a whole evening ahead and there was no need to be sad. Batten didn't show it and said that he would go to the restroom to take care of some business. Having finished his business, he noted that he had been at karaoke for a very long time, but there was no progress. His thoughts were interrupted by Steve's hellish singing, which made his blood run cold. The main character did not understand how one could sing so disgustingly, although he himself was no better. Suddenly, the guy had a brilliant idea related to a magic microphone. It could be connected to any equipment nearby using the power of thought, and it also provided additional skills. If Batten connects to someone else's equipment and starts singing, it will not count as a microphone takeover. In the next room, some elderly people were relaxing while singing, and a man in a green shirt asked them if they liked his singing. The older lady replied that it was as if that young stallion was still alive inside him. You could even hear it in her voice. The guy noted that all this old man could do was wheeze, although he was glad that they didn't understand anything. But the system never counted this song, most likely because it turned on only halfway through. Next, the grandfather chose a rather complex song called Yablochko. Baton understood that it would be difficult for him to sing like this, but then he didn't care anymore. He began to sing into his microphone about the great day when the planted seed finally bore fruit. Grandfather also sang about what makes the sun rise for him every day. Suddenly, he noticed someone else's voice and turned around to say that he hated it when people sang along with him. Everyone stared at the man who was calmly eating a watermelon. Everyone suspected him. The gray-haired grandfather said that he had no ear for music, and it was not recommended for him to sing even simple songs. His friend got angry about this because she didn't see him singing with her own eyes. Then all the guests pointed to the microphone, which was lying next to the man who was holding a watermelon in his hands. He repeated that this did not prove anything, while the gray-haired grandfather sang, "He sat silently and ate a watermelon." During this argument, the strange chanting about candles and burning continued. This justified the gray-haired grandfather's friend, who was not allowed to eat the watermelon. He had nothing to do with it at all. It couldn't have been a soundtrack because the man only turned on the backing track and his voice was terrible. Suddenly, the women resting noticed that someone was standing behind the door. It was Batten who sang about dedicating himself entirely to this. At that very moment, the gray-haired old man came out the door and angrily asked who this guy was. This appearance was very untimely, because the main character only had a couple of lines left to sing. He decided to finish singing them while running away from his grandfather, because it wasn't in vain that he tried throughout the whole song. So they ran around the karaoke club building for a bit until Batten did his job. At the last word, the old man managed to grab the student by the collar and teach him a proper lesson. Finally, a scoreboard appeared in front of his face, which counted 1 song out of 1,000. The grandfather pinned the boy against the wall and asked who raised him to be such an impudent person. But Batten managed to get his invisibility cap and put it on, disappearing from people's sight. He immediately pretended that he wasn't chasing anyone and asked himself why he came out here. The most terrible thought was that he had already developed dementia. The student really didn't want to do this to this old man and asked for forgiveness. Then he took off his cap and asked what the bill was for rooms 808 and 809. Batten was going to close that old man's account in order to at least make amends to him a little. After he came out, he wondered why he hadn't put on the invisibility cap from the very beginning. After an entire hour of karaoke, progress only advanced 1 unit. Suddenly, he became curious about how far his magic microphone could work. Will the main character be able to connect to the karaoke equipment while in his apartment? Having tested this tactic, the student began to sing into the microphone wherever possible. Everything went according to plan, and even over long distances, the signal was not interrupted. This meant that the guy could once again combine the execution of several tasks at once. All this time, he was performing the tasks Microphone Usurper, Night Reveler, and Speedwalker. After 5 days, the protagonist received 2 units of speed, 5 units of singing technique, 3 units of vocal power, and much more. Now it's time to check how Batten sings in practice. Singing in front of people is risky, so he first let the app rate his vocals. A student sang 1 song for this app to show the level of its capabilities. In the end, the streamer managed to score only 341 points, which was below average. He already had 7 units of singing technique, so it turns out that he sang so badly before that the system rated him that way now. Ideally, the protagonist would like a stump no worse than his friend Kathleen. But he quickly pushed the thought aside because he just needed to stop sounding disgusting. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone with a list of stars caught singing to a lip sync. Among them was Jerry, who sang a whole verse while holding the microphone upside down. In his mind, Batten called them freaks because they charge people a lot of money for concerts, and the artist can't even sing. It seemed that the student had recently seen posters around town about his upcoming concert. If this guy was once caught singing to a lip sync, it's unlikely that he's reformed now. On the day of the concert, the main character came to the sports palace in an invisibility cap to carry out a purge of the ranks of pseudo-singers. This singer had quite a lot of fans who were happy to see him on stage. There wasn't much to sing here, and the singer couldn't do it without a backing track. Now Batten will turn off the studio recording and turn on the microphone in his hand. When the artist started singing, everything went wrong and strange sounds came out of his mouth. The producer was angry because they heard his real voice and the studio recording was turned off for some unknown reason. The man sitting at the equipment said that all the settings remained the same. The only adequate explanation seemed to be paranormal intervention. Both the director and the producer made faces at such an adequate explanation. The director ordered to turn off everything, even the lights. Then they will say that the actor became ill. No one warned the artist himself, and he stood rooted to the spot after it became dark on stage. From behind the scenes, they shouted at him to tell the singer to leave the stage immediately. The fans got excited, and some even suggested that their idol was singing to a soundtrack. Through another microphone, the audience was asked for forgiveness and told that the artist had a very busy schedule, so he was not feeling well at the moment. This announcement touched fans. They hoped that the guy would not lose his voice. Since such a pseudo-artist was unwell, Batten decided to cure him. An enraged Kevin walked into the producer's room and asked what was going on with them. The fact that this is the first time this has happened to them will not make it any easier for the singer. The guy with crimson hair said not to look for the guilty, because now there is a crowd of fans outside who are waiting for an explanation. Kevin dug his heels in and said he wouldn't go back on stage because they'd already told him he wasn't feeling well. The director suggested telling the audience that the artist's condition had worsened and the concert would be rescheduled for another date. The sound engineer noted that the same glitch might happen next time. The blonde suggested simply canceling the concert, since his fans love him so much that they won't even demand a refund for the tickets. For them, Kevin is like an idol and a living god, and his health is more important than any money. All this time, what was happening in the sound engineer's room was broadcast on stage, and even those words about the sheep that will give him at least the last shreds of their wool. Fans were furious when they learned the whole truth about their idol. And Batten realized that everything turned out even better than he had previously planned. It was so good that the microphone could be connected not only to sound equipment but also to cameras. The main character received 7 more units to his singing technique and a lot of points. That same evening he streamed and at the end invited viewers to listen to his vocals. They didn't mind, and the guy started singing the first song that came to his mind. The song was about a couple in love, which transported listeners to a night forest. Even the male part of Batten's audience listened to this singing with their mouths open in amazement. And the girls were especially impressed because the guy had really improved his vocal skills. A few minutes later, the student finished singing and wished his followers good night. He didn't expect at all that all the listeners would be so moved by the result of pumping up the voice power. Suddenly, he received a call on his phone from Caroline, who was also touched. She said that they sent her a link to the stream, and after it the girl hadn't cried like that for a long time. She had a concert coming up in a couple of days, so she invited a streamer to it. During this conversation, Mary came into the room saying that the toilet smelled really bad. Caroline asked why she never told her how her brother sang like an angel. This statement shocked the blonde, because in their family, everyone up to the 5th generation on her mother's and father's side cannot sing. Listening to this story, Batten agreed to perform, but set some conditions. With a smirk on his face, he said that his sister would have to attend the concert. After the conversation ended, the streamer found himself thinking that he couldn't wait to see her expression. Moreover, such an event can be an ideal opportunity for recognition. 2 days later, Kathleen and Batten met at the sports palace, and she noted that the guy had recently started to disappear. So she asked what the student had been doing all this time, but she didn't get a clear answer. Soon, Caroline came on stage and asked the audience if they were ready. The protagonist pointed out that the concert was starting and suggested talking about it later. He asked Kathleen to help him with the stream, and he allegedly went to the toilet. The streamer had been gone for quite a long time, and the girl had already started looking for him around the room. Caroline said that she would first invite her friend Batten to perform one song. Hearing this name, the girl was shocked and even thought that her friend had a namesake. But no namesake appeared, and the main character himself entered the stage. The guy greeted everyone in the audience and introduced himself, and Kathleen was still sitting in shock. Caroline's fans were upset because she invited a clown from TikTok to her concert. Mary also did not understand what she was thinking when she called Batten, and the indignation of the audience on this account grew. Once on stage, the student realized that he had improved his singing technique, but he somehow didn't think about the fear of performing in front of such an audience. Time passed, and it was time to sing the song. The guy said the first line in a trembling voice. The same artist whose performance Batten had previously ruined said that he could have sung with the same success himself. At this time, the streamer could not pull himself together and overcome his excitement. Then Kathleen yelled at him not to worry and that he was doing great. The student heard this and smiled sweetly, which made the audience stop hating him. He was once told that in order to not get nervous on stage, you need to imagine how you are singing songs for only one person. The guy should have stopped paying attention to others and sing only for his beloved. And this helped him a lot, because the trembling in his knees and voice disappeared. He sang, remembering all the moments he and Kathleen had shared, the sweet and the funny, the unpleasant and the inspiring. It really did look like the main character was not performing at a concert, but singing karaoke for a girl. Kathleen noted that he sings very beautifully and does it as if it were just the two of them there. Mary also heard this vocal and already thought that the guy was really adopted. The crowd at the concert changed their minds, and some thought Batten should perform solo. Until the end of the song, everyone in the sports palace sat silently and listened to every sound the student made. After the performance ended, there was no reaction from the audience, which made John very nervous. But then he remembered that Kathleen was delighted, and that was the main thing. Then the guy bowed and thanked everyone for their attention. Then the audience realized that the performance was over and supported the singer. In the dressing room, Batten asked Caroline if he had disappointed her, to which she replied that he had performed beyond all praise. Mary immediately pounced on the guy with questions about where he learned to sing so well. And the answer that it was a secret angered the blonde even more, and she demanded to tell it. Batten ran away and only said that he still had plans for today. When he returned to the auditorium, Kathleen took his hand and said she needed to tell him something. They walked for quite a long time, and the main character even asked where she was taking him. It turned out that the students came to the bridge, and there the girl asked if the guy wanted to tell her something. The streamer didn't understand what she was getting at, and so he replied that she wanted to say something. Since Batten had nothing to say, Kathleen turned around and pretended to leave. Suddenly, the protagonist collected his thoughts and said that he wanted their relationship to grow from friendly to romantic. But Kathleen responded negatively to his offer to become his girlfriend. The student did not expect such an answer at all, was a little confused, but then said that there was nothing wrong with it. He was still grateful, because for the sake of the girl he managed to become better, even though he still doesn't measure up to her. Kathleen wanted the guy to understand that he became a better person not thanks to her, but that he was a great guy in his own right. He noted that he would have received 1 point towards the good man assignment, which he had already exceeded long ago. Then she came closer and said that she wanted to ask him something. She was only interested in whether the main character would agree to be her boyfriend. This unexpected turn of events made Batten blush and sweat appear on his face. The student said it again, only this time she was shouting it from the bridge. The streamer couldn't even imagine that they would start dating in such an environment and called Kathleen a goat. Baton decided to tickle her for such jokes and asked if she would do it again. She replied that she wouldn't, and the main character said that he agreed to be her boyfriend. At that moment, the guy was so happy that he seemed to be flying in the clouds. But just recently, Kathleen seemed to him to be something completely unattainable. He didn't even notice how the night had passed, and he was already up at 6 o'clock in the morning. The first thought was whether what happened yesterday was a dream or real. To his great happiness, he received a message on his phone from Kathleen wishing him good morning. The thought that it wasn't a dream even made Batten blush a little. The girl wrote to him that she was leaving for another city this week to help teachers at an exhibition. This made the guy sad, because they had just started dating and she was already leaving. But then I realized that everything was still ahead, and they would still make up for it. Lying in bed, the streamer wrote that he would eagerly await her return. He also added that you shouldn't run in that city because you don't know what the air is like there. Although the main character has already lost enough weight and is comfortable in this body, he still cannot stop running. The beginning of an official relationship with Kathleen can be considered a sign of progress, but it is not worth stopping there. While Batten was putting on his shoes, a board appeared in front of him indicating the completion of the Million Bookmarks task. The guy was only confused by where such a large wave of new audience came from. He decided to see how many views his stream from the concert yesterday got. It turned out that more than 3 million people watched the stream yesterday, and less than half remained to complete the task. Thinking that after a couple of such performances, Batten would complete the task, he received a call from Melissa. In his mind, the student hoped that she would ask him to perform at her concert. The girl apologized for disturbing the guy with such an early call. You could tell from her voice that things were not going well, as her voice was anxious. As he walked down the stairs, Batten said he was no longer asleep and asked if Melissa was okay. She replied that everything seemed fine, but it was about her charity. The main character asked what happened to the fund if the girl had such an anxious voice. Melissa asked to meet in the evening because the situation was difficult to explain in a few words. The guy replied that he had classes until the evening, and after that they could see each other. As soon as the main character entered the classroom, he was surrounded by girls complimenting him on how beautifully he sang. Noodles tried to steer the situation and said that his friend already had a lady love. Then he asked his friend to tell the truth about what happened to him last time at karaoke. When asked whether he really fooled around at karaoke and sang along to a backing track yesterday, Batten replied that he had to figure it out for himself. In general, Lapsha didn't care how his friend would become famous. The main thing was that through him, the guy would have connections in show business. By the way, a package was left for the main character at the entrance, which Noodles helped him pick up. He said his best friend had already started receiving fan letters. After reading the inscriptions on the parcel, the student realized that these were letters from the village where the boy had once fallen into a gorge. The sound of a paper bag being opened distracted the teacher, and she loudly called out for everyone to listen carefully. The guy shielded himself with an art history textbook and pretended to listen. And I myself read letters where it was written that the bridge was already completed, and the builders allowed people to walk on it. Children from the village also wrote words of gratitude to the hero about how they are now not afraid to walk on the bridge. Even the boy who was the worst student at school and disliked writing essays the most, happily wrote a letter to Batten. At the end, there were photographs of happy children and the teacher next to them. Suddenly, Julia said that she was waiting for the main character in the dean's office after the call. The touched guy looked up at her with a frightened look, because he didn't know why he ended up there. Noodles reminded him whose class he was sitting in and asked how he was so touched by a fan letter. A tearful Batten said that this was indeed written by fans and did not go into details. At the dean's office, Julia said that she had called him not because he had not listened to her in class. She already understands that the guy is already an established artist and her lectures will not open his eyes to anything new. The girl said that she called him to propose opening a joint illustration studio. Since she had already seen the posters that the student had made, she considered him quite capable. But once he has his own studio, he will be able to recruit other students and supervise their work. According to the contract, the main character will own 49% of the company. Without even reading half of it, the streamer said he had enough work from his current clients and didn't see the point. It was his sister's idea that once the guy had a studio, his work process would become more structured and it would be easier to find clients. But she knew very well that Batten was lazy and would not do such boring work, so she asked Julia to take on some tasks. After that, the girl asked if the student was ready to sign the contract. He replied that he was ready, but he had one important condition, which interested the teacher. The guy wanted 30% of the company's profits to go to charity. The words about charity interested Julia, and she asked why he was so concerned about this topic. Then Batten handed her an envelope with letters from the village children. The girl was also touched by the words that were written in the letters. She returned the envelope and said that she understood everything, so in the future they would do as Batten wanted. But he doesn't want them to just throw money into some fund for the sake of it. We will need to do really useful things ourselves. Julia promised to do just that. In the evening, in a cafe, the main character met Melissa, a famous singer. He was a little frightened by what happened to the girl's face, because she didn't look like herself at all. Melissa replied that she simply went out without makeup and with a drawn scar. The guy asked her why she needed it, because she could have just put on dark glasses and a mask. But when a famous person disguises himself so obviously, he attracts even more attention and eventually gets recognized. And when Melissa goes out into public without makeup and with a drawn scar, people then think that she just looks like a singer. During the conversation, she realized that Batten had already ordered all of the artist's favorite dishes. In response to this, he smiled sweetly and said that he was still her fan. Suddenly, the girl started laughing, and the main character did not understand what caused this laughter. But then he remembered that he had forgotten how much his infectious smile affected her. Melissa herself said that his smile lifts her spirits, because lately she's been walking around completely depressed. The student decided not to miss the opportunity and asked what exactly happened to her fund. It turned out that due to minor operational complications, some of her charges did not receive their stipend this month. And after that, the girl received a lot of negative messages from them. She said it would be better if the streamer read these messages himself. People wrote about how stars earn millions and are given pennies, but this time they were given nothing at all. They threatened that if they did not receive the money within 2 days, they would write a collective statement to the prosecutor's office. When Melissa decided to support them financially, they were still in school and were completely different. At that time, she was just starting her career and almost no one knew her. She wanted to help them in any way she could, and she decided that she would pay for each of their educations. And then she set up a fund for her employees to deal with this issue. Since then, everything has changed a lot. Gratitude has been replaced by hatred, and the girl did not know where she had taken a wrong turn. To tell the truth, the main character didn't even think about such a development of events. After such reviews, Melissa became very disappointed in people, and she lost all desire to do charity work. After all, people are complex creatures, and you need to be prepared for different reactions. You shouldn't expect eternal gratitude when you do good. And if you don't receive gratitude, you shouldn't become despondent. And even more so, you shouldn't take their dissatisfaction with the Foundation's work personally. The guy means that there is little benefit from thoughtless kindness, and there is no need to blindly follow emotions. In his opinion, any charity should be meaningful. If people get everything very easily, then very soon they will begin to take it for granted. After this, Batten handed Melissa an envelope with letters from the village children. According to him, Doing good deeds is not as easy as it may seem at first glance. Everything needs to be approached wisely, especially goodness, and the actress understood this. After reading, she returned the letter to the student and thanked him. She said that after this story, all her friends were angry at those guys, and only the main character helped her get to the bottom of it. Here the streamer didn't know what to answer and simply said that he had already thought about this topic. Suddenly, Melissa started talking about a charity concert that would be taking place in a couple of days. The girl started talking about it because she wanted to perform a duet with Batten on it. This statement shocked the student because initially he did not think that he would perform. Melissa reminded him that he had already performed at Caroline's concert and now he wanted him to perform with her. But the thing was that at such an evening you wouldn't surprise anyone with amateur singing. So singers need to try to come up with something meaningful. The main character suggested drawing a manga on this topic and showing it on the screen while Melissa sings. The girl didn't like this option and suggested making sand animation. The student got up from the table at this idea and declared that he would learn this business in a couple of days. They decided that Melissa would do the music and the guy would do the performance. As he moved forward, the streamer thought about coming up with a story about charity. But first, he still has to learn how to work with sand. After some time, he came to a sand painting studio that Melissa recommended to him. Because in order to meet the deadline, the guy needed a first-class mentor. The actress knew one such mentor, but she had a very peculiar character. Remembering these words, Batten promised himself to endure everything for the sake of art. The student entered the room and said that he had come to ask the teacher to teach him the art of sand animation. There was no answer, and the main character already thought that the teacher was hard of hearing. It was a girl named Olivia, and at that moment she was working with sand. The guy came closer and said her name again, to which Olivia asked him to be quiet. At the moment, she was drawing another picture using sand. Batten noted that it looked cool, and the process and gracefulness of the movements amazed him. After finishing the work, the girl said that she had already received a call about him and asked why he wanted to learn sand animation. At first, the streamer was confused, but then he said that he had dreamed about this since childhood. This question was followed by another question about why Olivia needed to teach him. It seemed that if the main character did not answer this question convincingly, she would simply send him away. Then he said that he has a strong artistic base. He quickly grasps everything new, and it will not take much time to train him. Olivia liked this answer and even called it convincing. Then the teacher called Marlon, her subordinate, who helped in teaching others. She said that she would go away on business and instructed him to deal with this young man. Baton thought it was a test, and Olivia wanted to see if it was worth her time. Marlon asked the guy if he had ever worked with sand and received a negative answer. Everything became clear, and the guy invited the student to follow him into another room. There, he showed him an ordinary tray with sand and suggested that he draw something simple. The protagonist responded with gratitude, but Marlon said that he would say thank you at least in an hour, if that's how long he lasted. For a second, Batten thought that this guy was copying Olivia's manner of speaking. First, the streamer tried to feel the sand in his hand and understand how to draw with it. After a couple of minutes, it was already clear how to control the speed and with what force to open the hand. Then the student tried to depict some primitive picture. When Marlon saw the result, he was shocked and asked if this was really his first experience of sand painting. The guy replied that this was indeed the case and asked not to judge his result too harshly. At that very second, Marlon called Olivia and said that there was someone from the other world in their studio. When the girl entered the room and saw the picture painted by Batten, she did not believe that he had painted it himself. She asked the hero to confess if he had practiced this art before. Having received a negative answer, the teacher asked what Marlon had already managed to teach him. He said he simply brought the student to the tray and told him to play with the sand and feel it. At first, his movements were rather stiff and awkward, but then he seemed to understand how to handle the sand. After listening to this story, Olivia asked Batten to draw something in front of her. This was not difficult for the streamer, and in a few minutes he had already drawn a beautiful fish. The movements were quick, laconic, precise. He moved his hand confidently and smoothly, without making unnecessary movements. If you try hard enough, you can find a couple of minor flaws, but for a beginner, this is an amazing success. The teacher put her hands on the student's shoulders and said that she had never met such promising students before. She didn't waste time talking about basic techniques and moved on to combined techniques. She told me about chromatic aberration, but didn't tell me about the basic ones. They were unnecessary. After 7 hours of class, she continued to talk about subtleties and interesting moments. Suddenly, Olivia stopped unexpectedly, and the guy asked what happened. The teacher did not expect that her student would be able to absorb everything after so many hours. Normal people's brains should be boiling after all this information, like Marlon's. But the girl had already told everything she knew and told the main character to digest what he had heard and practice. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Marlon asked if Batten was going to go to the dorm since it would be closing soon. He replied that there was nothing wrong with that. The streamer had a place to sleep. The guy with glasses told the student to warn him when he was leaving because he lived in the studio. Not only is the main character talented, he is also persistent, and if Marlon doesn't start studying anymore, he will go far ahead. So far, the newbie hasn't been very good at working with layers, but he's managed to build an easily traceable plot. At this time, Melissa wrote that the organizers were asking to send a plan for their performance and a demo version. The girl also wrote a song for the event and sang a piece into a dictaphone. After listening to the song, the guy realized that there was little time left and he needed to come up with an interesting plot for this song. And to meet the deadline, he needs to convert his 26 units of drawing skills into sand animation skills. On the first day at 10:30 at night, I managed to transform 6 skill units. After 4 hours of practice, the transformation had advanced another 6 units, and by 5 o'clock in the evening, 19 of the 26 units had been converted. Suddenly, an actress called him and said that if they didn't record a video for the organizers soon, a dance group would be put in their place. This statement frightened Batten, because he understood that he was not doing this to the best of his ability, but there was no other way out. He replied to Melissa that he understood everything and would soon send her the required video. The boy approached the teacher and asked if she could help him record a short video for the organizers of a charity concert. The girl was shocked when she heard that her student would be performing at a concert, having only been studying for a couple of days. She asked if he was really sure he was ready to perform in public. Baton suggested that he first show her what he could do, and then the teacher would decide whether he was ready or not. 5 minutes later, Olivia was even more shocked than when she found out he was going to perform. If this guy doesn't give up and continues at the same pace, the day is not far off when he will surpass his teacher. Olivia then asked her student if he had decided to learn sand animation just for this concert. This question immediately gave Batten away, as everything was written on his face. He immediately apologized for weaving a story about these childhood dreams. It turns out that from the very beginning, he expected that he would be able to master a completely new form of art for him in a few days. The main character asks the teacher if she thinks he's ready to perform. For a second, Olivia thought she was jealous of him, but she shouldn't let herself do that. Then she came to her senses and said that if their application for the performance was approved, she would help him finalize his number. And immediately, the girl offered her help to shoot a video for the organizers. The student merely bowed to sincerely thank his teacher. The next day, Melissa informed the main character that there would be a dress rehearsal of their number at 8 o'clock in the morning. There, the assistant director yelled at Batten because he was going to make changes to his program. Since there were only a few hours left before the concert, the man was very angry. The student stated that since he recorded the demo on video, he had made significant improvements to the program. Ryan wasn't even going to watch it, as the whole sand animation idea seemed crazy to him from the start. Then Melissa herself invited him to watch the new performance, to which he agreed. As he inserted the flash drive with the performance, he muttered that they should start rehearsing what they had. 5 minutes later, Ryan's eyes nearly popped out of his head from what he saw. He pounced on Batten, saying that he accepted their new program. In response to this, the guy asked whether this should be agreed upon with the director. But Ryan was adamant that the director would be thrilled. He told the student that the original video was far from ideal, but the new program was already world-class. It was so beautiful because the main character managed to transform all his drawing skills into sand animation by the time the video was recorded. He also didn't forget to mention his teacher Olivia, who helped him in all this. The kind assistant director has already confirmed that this girl is the best in her field. He told the duo to get ready for rehearsal, and he went to give orders to have everything prepared for them. Already in the evening, the concert Blessed Night began in the Sports Palace, and all the money that the organizers managed to collect will be donated to the program to combat poverty. The first dance group to take the stage was Rostock, and Melissa asked if her partner was nervous about going on stage. He replied that he felt great, and the sand table wasn't complaining either. The backstage assistant told him that he would move his table closer to the stage. Batten only had time to thank the guy when he already grabbed the table and carried it towards the stage. Not even a minute had passed when a crash and a scream came from around the corner, as if someone had fallen. Melissa and the protagonist peeked around the corner to see what had happened. The streamer saw the assistant lying on the floor with blood on his hand. The guy replied that he was fine, but the table was pretty badly damaged. When everyone looked the other way, they saw a table with a huge crack in the glass. A man was passing by the incident and became angry because the assistant dropped a table next to him. He yelled at the poor guy for ruining his clothes before the performance. Batten looked at him with an angry face and realized that he recognized this man. This is the same untalented cretin who lip-synced and became famous only because of rumors. Recognizing himself in these words, the singer became even more angry and said to repeat what he had said earlier. Melissa realized that a fight might break out, so she said that her partner was talking to him and that he should be careful. They had already apologized to him, and the girl recommended that he go and prepare for his performance. While leaving the main character, the pseudo-singer pushed him and told him not to stand in his way, calling him a fool. The singer reminded the guy that they would soon be going on stage, and that was the most important thing right now. Then the streamer decided to relax and deal with that guy after the show. At this time, the worker called his partner to bring a spare table for animation. Seeing the guy's reaction to the phone conversation, the artists became interested in what happened again. He explained that he had asked a colleague to look at the spare table, but it turned out to be out of order. Melissa was very nervous because they had to go on stage any minute. Batten stated that since this was the case, he would try to come up with what he had. The guy asked Melissa to trust him and just sing without worrying about anything. Finally, it was their time to go on stage with the sand animation number. While watching the performance, a stagehand was shocked by how the main character skillfully covered a crack across the entire screen with sand. Ryan already realized that the plot of the performance was going a little off script. Although, if people like it, then let him create, because a real genius cannot be contained within the confines of a script. At one point in the song, Batten swung his fist at the glass, knowing in his mind that without breaking the old, you can't build something new. And on the line about the value of wealth, the guy hit the already broken table with all his might. The viewers of Batten's concert and stream certainly didn't expect to see such an outcome of events, so they watched it with their mouths open. This unexpected action made Ryan very nervous because he did not understand what this artist was doing. Viewers on the stream assumed that their idol had gone crazy. Someone asked if he really had broken the screen, or if that was how it was from the beginning. Poor Ryan was already telling the director on the radio that he was taking full blame, but the chief director seemed not to understand at all what his assistant was apologizing for. At this time, Melissa sang a song about kindness and charity, and Batten did the sand animation that was created for this song. He drew a girl who was distributing food to poor and homeless children. Then I erased it and drew another episode where she spends time with the children. At the end of the performance, the audience was delighted with such an unusual presentation of the song, and that same stage assistant was very glad that the performance was not canceled because of him. After the concert was already over, Batten noted that he had managed to cope with everything. He then asked his partner how well they had performed today. The girl replied that the guy shouldn't thank her, because if it weren't for him, nothing would have worked out. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of the main character about the completion of the spender's task. For this, Batten received 1,000 points and plus 1 unit to luck. At first, he didn't understand how this happened, because the streamer didn't spend anything that day. But then it turned out that the system counted the donations that people sent during his performance. The student also completed the 5th stage of the Stream Master quest and received a plus 1 point to his charm. The system awarded him the Stream Master achievement and added 10 units of charm to his bonuses. Melissa laid her head on the protagonist's chest, which made him nervous. The guy said that the singer could thank him simply with words. On the one hand, Batten doesn't want gossip. On the other hand, the singer already knew the main reason. The main reason was that the student had a girlfriend, and when talking about her, he even blushed a little. Upon learning this, Melissa asked if this Kathleen from the gossip was the same, and then added that she had secretly loved him for so many years. This statement left the streamer stunned, because he could have expected anything but not this. The girl shook him by the shoulders and asked him to tell her if this was the same girl. Having received the answer, she immediately called Mary and reported everything she had learned. Batten himself thought that he had stumbled upon her by accident, but she turned out to be a planted Cossack. Since the singer saw that the guy was angry, she asked if he wanted her confession to be true. This frightened the main character even more. He already wanted to leave here as quickly as possible. Then Melissa said that there was no need to be so scared, because she was just kidding. Be that as it may, the actress is sincerely grateful to the student and wishes him happiness. At this time, the board with tasks appeared in front of him again, causing him to freeze in real life. When Melissa called out to him, the guy turned to her completely different because he received 11 units of charm. The girl immediately began to rub her eyes because she herself did not understand what had happened to them. She wondered why this boy had suddenly and unexpectedly become so attractive. Judging by the girl's face, the 11 units of charm worked as they should. After a few seconds of silence, the streamer suggested returning to the dressing room. Melissa replied that she would go to the restroom first and told Batten to go there alone. As soon as the guy turned away, the girl patted herself on the cheeks and drove away all stupid thoughts. When the main character entered the dressing room, the people there did not recognize him. Batten himself noted that there were a lot of people in this room. Someone remembered that this was the guy who had just performed a duet with Melissa. The student did not listen to these conversations because he was only interested in how Kathleen would react to these changes. As he sat down at his place, the same pseudo-artist, whose name was Jerry, came out onto the stage. The vocalist did not understand why he was being invited to concerts, since he had already disgraced himself twice with his backing track. Fortunately, Batten's magic microphone is still there. But if you disgrace Jerry, then the whole benefit concert will be disgraced. And their work with Melissa will be devalued, and the very idea of charity concerts will be cast a shadow. We can deal with this guy later, because there is no point in spoiling today's concert with scandals. At this time, a representative of the Yug agency approached Batten and asked for a little time for a business conversation. It was the same agency that produces Jerry, and so the protagonist felt like they were suspicious of him. But to avoid showing it, he agreed, and the men went to the nearest cafe. Before this, the student wrote to Melissa that he would go away so that she would not look for him. A couple of minutes later, he was already sitting opposite an agency representative named Tom. He said that they have been following the guy for a long time and have seen his streams. They know that the main character is becoming successful in everything. Yug Company highly values Batten's media potential and wants to sign a contract with him. Since the guy is now at the very beginning of his journey, thanks to the company's experience, he can become popular like Jerry. The protagonist thanked them for the offer and said that he did not want to become like Jerry. The agent said that there was no need to refuse so abruptly, because the company was offering excellent conditions. The streamer responded that they need people who are ready to do anything for money and fame. But he's not going to do everything an agency asks of him for fame, especially one whose artists sing to a lip sync. Batten is an ordinary guy who just wants to draw manga and attract readers with his own efforts. And his plans do not include building a personal brand on lies and fraud. Tom said that it was time for him to grow up and stop being an idealist, because there was no place for principles in show business. Be that as it may, the main character does not intend to go against principles for the sake of enriching some agents. On this note, he got up from the table and declared that he had more important things to do. As he left the building, the student noticed how distorted Tom's face was. When he took a couple of steps, something suddenly fell on him from the upper floors. He turned around and shouted upstairs that there should be a trash can in the house. But then I looked closer and realized that it was a ring with a real diamond. It was unclear whether this was a coincidence or the effect of +1 unit of luck. After this fall, the Super Spender mission opened up for Batten, where he had to spend $100 million. It's funny that the goal of spending $1 million at the time shocked the guy more than the current $100 million. The main character didn't even try to guess when he would complete this task. His thoughts were interrupted by a man who came out into the street a few minutes after the ring fell. He asked if the student was okay and offered to take him to the hospital. The guy replied that he was fine and recommended that he close the window next time he argued with his wife. The man thanked him for the ring and added that if he had returned without the ring, his wife would not have even let him in. He then suggested adding him to WeChat, and if upon returning home he felt unwell, he would immediately write to him. Suddenly, Batten grinned slyly and asked if the man was afraid that he would start extorting money. But according to him, since the guy returned the expensive ring to him, he can't be bad. The main character managed to defuse the situation and said that he was just joking. When he saw him, WeChat asked him if he worked at the chocolate factory and if his name was Charlie. The stranger replied that he was called that way only because of the peculiarities of his surname. By the way, the streamer is a big fan of everything their studio produces, and they are especially good at voicing anime. Suddenly, Charlie suggested to his new friend that he try himself in this business. As it turned out, it wasn't finding the diamond ring that was lucky, but meeting a new person. As a child, Batten had a dream of drawing manga and voicing his favorite anime characters. It seemed to him that both of his childhood dreams were close to coming true. Before recording a voiceover sample for Charlie, the guy decided to see what kind of reward he was entitled to. You could choose either +10 units to a random characteristic or +5 units to the chosen one. Knowing the insidiousness of this system, the main character chose the second option. And then I thought about where these 5 units would look best. Of course, the best thing was to pump up luck, the most valuable characteristic. But luck is a special characteristic and cannot be upgraded in this way. The student felt like the system was making up rules on the fly. Although it was quite logical, if for 1,000,000 spent he received 1 unit, and for 100 he would receive 3, then 5 units at once would be too much. Since you can't choose luck, the streamer decided to upgrade skills that will help him in voice acting. First of all, it's imagination. And secondly, the power of the voice is pumped up. After pumping up, Batten decided to take the task into work. The plot was already indicated there. The school is about to be hit by an enemy threat that only a few can survive, and the master decides to expel his favorite student to save him from death. The master abruptly declared that from today on, the boy was no longer his student. He added that he should leave and not come back, but the student did not understand this and asked for forgiveness. The master had already turned away from him, and he even knelt down and bowed to the floor, asking for forgiveness. The student was ready to accept any punishment, as long as he could remember, the master was always there. Now this guy can't imagine life without him, but the master doesn't answer. Then he turns around and declares that if his student does not leave, he will have only himself to blame for what happened. On this note, the protagonist finished the voice acting and clicked send the work to Charlie. The job was done, and all that was left was to be patient and wait for an answer. At this time, Kathleen wrote to Batten saying that she had watched his performance yesterday, and then she added that she was also keeping up and sent news in her field. The guy saw a headline about the most beautiful restorer and thought that she was his girlfriend. In the Forbidden City, there were events to restore paintings, and users paid attention to this event only because of one girl. She was part of the restoration team, and her name was Kathleen, a student of traditional painting who became famous for her striking appearance. The pink-haired girl was already waiting to board the plane when Batten wrote to her that she now had fans all over the country. Then the student asked when she was going to come home because he wanted to see her as soon as possible. Kathleen said that she would be home in a couple of days and added that the guy would have another tournament tomorrow. When the main character said it was time to go to bed, he thought that the girl was simply tired and was already going to bed. But if it weren't for her, the streamer wouldn't have remembered the tournament today. In the morning, the student came to the tournament at 9 o'clock in the morning. This was already the state level. There he noticed Kathleen and went to her, bombarding her with questions about what had happened. There were so many of them that in the end she said that the guy didn't even give her a pause to answer them. After this, the girl noted that they had not seen each other for only a few days. But Batten had changed so much. The protagonist laughed and said that it seemed that way to her because Kathleen was head over heels in love. She didn't answer this and asked if the guy was nervous before the tournament. And then she added that no matter how easy it may seem, you should not relax under any circumstances. Her speech was interrupted by the host's voice saying that the tournament was about to begin and that the participants needed to go to the competition area. Once the competition began, Batten knew he had to show the others what he could do with 2 healthy arms. When the first round was over, the student had scored 847 points and broken his own record. Kathleen shouted from the crowd that Batten was invincible and moving forward. On the faces of the other participants, one could see absolute incomprehension of what was happening. In the second round, the streamer again breaks the record, scoring 848 points. On the third lap, he scored 849 points, and on the first lap of the second stage, he scored 850 points. In each subsequent round, the main character scores 1 point more than in the previous one and sets a new world record. It's as if he's mocking the other participants, as if their presence here is simply pointless. The audience no longer has to wonder who will be the winner. All that remains is to find out whether he will be able to break the record in the next round. The guy understood that he needed to score exactly 2 more points, and for that, the next ball had to be a dirty one. The streamer set the ball target as a shield to get 2 points instead of 3. But something went wrong, and the ball flew into the hoop without touching the backboard, bringing the guy 3 points. Batten didn't understand how this happened because he was aiming to throw from the shield. At the award ceremony, the system awarded him another point of champion glory. Journalists immediately bombarded him with questions about why he didn't score 1 more point in the last round, and whether the winner was going to continue to break his records. The main character replied that he would not make any plans regarding new records, but promised that in any case he would give his best. Once outside, the guy said that the journalists couldn't leave him alone, so he apologized to Kathleen. She only added that all great victories will certainly be accompanied by great attention. Suddenly, Kathleen turned to Batten and kissed him on the cheek, which the guy did not expect at all. After that, she said that now she also officially congratulated him on his victory. but their sweet conversation was interrupted by a call that came to the streamer's phone. The girl held his cup while the protagonist answered a call from Charlie. He said he listened to the recording, but right now they don't have any characters that would fit Batten's voice timbre. The student replied that he did not intend to voice the main characters right away and asked to be given the opportunity to voice the most insignificant character. The guy wanted to at least get a taste of the industry, so he decided to drop by the office after lunch. At the appointed time, he was already in the creative studios quarter, but he did not know where the chocolate factory was. Suddenly, a man with green hair came towards him and asked if this was the guy who sings and draws manga. When the man said he knew Batten, the student wondered whether he had learned about him when he was sent, or whether he had known about him before that. When told that the singer had an appointment with director Charlie, he replied that he was taking him there now. A couple of minutes later, the student was already in Charlie's office, who bought some good tea and offered to try it. The main character sat down at the table, and the director began a conversation with him. He said that Batten's voice had power, but that he also clearly lacked any voice acting experience. The man knows that the streamer has already succeeded in many areas, performed on big stages, but voice acting is something completely different. If a person has no experience, then he will have to start with the most insignificant characters, and the payment will be appropriate. The interlocutor replied that there was no need to think that successes in other areas had gone to his head. He was serious about voicing. Being a newcomer in this field, he would not have dared to put forward any conditions, let alone money. With these words, the guy convinced Charlie, and he suggested that he move directly into the studio itself and try. The director gave him a character who has a warm and simple voice. He has few lines, but every time he says something important. John understood the task and tried to imagine himself as a wise adult man with a lot of life experience, who speaks little, but his nephew needs his guidance. This uncle serves as a role model for his nephew, and Batten said his line about never giving up on your dream. Charlie couldn't expect him to go into such depth for one line, and he couldn't wait to shower him with compliments. But since he had trained himself not to praise beginners so that they would have room to progress, he said that the student's speech rate was not quite right. The man suggested that he pause after the word never, after which the protagonist said this phrase many more times. After all the attempts, Charlie couldn't help but say that it was perfect. Couldn't have said it better. Suddenly, Batten had a board with the task Studio Worm, where he had to voice 100 characters to get 5 units of the voice acting skill. Finally, he waited for this task because he was a little disappointed when the system did not give it after recording the test task. The student logged out and attacked the director with a question about whether there were any more secondary characters. After showing the scripts, Charlie realized that this kid was a true fan of the chocolate factory and that he could be something. Within a couple of minutes, Batten was voicing a man who was being tortured, but he was not going to betray his ruler and did not reveal any secrets. He also voiced a servant who did not know how to tell his master that the emperor had died. Thus, the streamer voiced quite a lot of secondary characters with a wide variety of personalities. At the end of the recording, Charlie praised the guy and said that he was getting better and better each time. But their dialogue was interrupted by the guy with green stripes who brought a visitor into the office. As it turned out, Alan came to see the director, but he did not warn about his visit because he had urgent business. Charlie hasn't cast all the roles yet, so Alan will have to find people to voice the remaining characters himself. The blonde apologized and said that he was just busy, but he had already found people to record and promised that he would record a demo version that very day. He sent Alan to sit in the office and drink some tea, and he himself declared that the man would not have time to get bored before he returned with the recording. The guy with green hair was named Baxter, and Charlie assigned him to deal with the guest. The director immediately returned to the studio and told Batten that it was time for a real test. There's a cartoon for preschoolers, and several minor male characters haven't been cast yet, and Charlie needs the main character to bail him out. In this cartoon, there is a grandfather pine tree. He is very old and wise. He loves children, and children love him. They often come to him to share experiences that they cannot share with others. There is also a Drake teacher, kind but sometimes strict, but still a good character. When voicing him, the voice should be more human. The cartoon also features a big elephant, a crocodile, and an old turtle director. The pink crocodile is also a teacher, and the turtle director has memory problems. After a little more than half an hour, the streamer managed to voice all the characters. Charlie said he would go give Alan the recording, but the guy was busy looking at the completed task board. From a mission standpoint, voicing minor characters turned out to be very beneficial for him. The student wanted to hear how he sounded with his new voice acting skills, but was interrupted by a director who wanted to sign him to a contract. It was obvious to Charlie that Batten had great potential as a voice actor, and he wanted the boy to become one of them. The man offers very flexible terms. Under the contract, the main character will be able to refuse uninteresting projects and even work with other studios. Once the contract is signed, the chocolate factory will act as an agent for the streamer, meaning they will find work for him and take a percentage of his fees. The contract proposes to split the fee 70 to 30. Considering that the studio will find orders for the guy, this seems generous, so the student signed it. After this, the men shook hands, now as real colleagues. Batten noted that since the formalities have already been settled, it is possible to continue working on the voice acting. It seemed like the chocolate factory had another fan of the voice acting craft. On the way home, the guy realized that in just half a day, he had managed to voice 29 characters. Suddenly, a board appeared in front of him about the completion of the newsmaker task, where he had to become a news hero 10 times. It turns out that yesterday's performance of the main character at a charity concert and today's victory at the tournament did their job. Tasks are being completed, of course, but there are not fewer of them. There were many more unfinished ones than completed ones. You don't even have to complete the tasks Crazy Liker and No Refuse, and the guy will leave the champion, newsmaker, and super spender to fate. He could complete the million donations task by donating to himself from the money he earned. But that would be too brazen a cheat. The guy has already completed the streaming master, but he can't stop streaming after all. During this time, Batten managed to acquire a huge audience. And you can run, draw, and voice over in your free time, and if you do everything regularly, the results will not be long in coming. And considering that there are not so many compulsory subjects at the academy, there should be enough time for everything. Now every day from 5:30 to 6:30, the guy runs 10 kilometers. The speedwalker completes the task, receiving 2 units each to stamina, speed, and strength, and at 6:30 he has breakfast and then draws manga. From 9 to 11:30 he attends classes at the academy, then has lunch and sleeps a little. From 13 to 18 o'clock, Batten works in the dubbing studio, completing the second stage of the studio worm task. From 6 to 20 o'clock he dines and walks with Kathleen, simultaneously completing the Nightwalker quest. From 20 to 22 o'clock in the evening, the main character draws the manga spirits of the underworld, or voices it on streams. After 10 in the evening, the student runs 10 kilometers and then draws commercial orders for his studio until 1:30 in the morning. He remembered how in his past life he hated getting up in the morning, but now John was in a hurry to wake up early in order to get more done. One day, Melissa wrote to him saying that she wanted to shoot a video for the song she had written for that charity concert. She needed the main character to participate in it with sand animation, but he was only free on the weekend. On Saturday morning, the streamer got to the film set and asked Melissa where exactly she was. Walking further, the guy noticed that there were a lot of people in this place and asked who they were meeting here. Suddenly, a Korean guy came out of the crowd with his security, accompanied by the screams of fans. The fans were so mad, they were pushing and shoving, not allowing one girl to stand on her feet calmly. It got to the point where the crowd pushed her right into this Korean artist, who turned out to be very angry. Without thinking at all, he gave this young girl a powerful slap in the face, causing her to even fall to the ground. The guy's palm even hurt from this, and he called her an impudent girl, and the security guards almost beat her. The crowd was angry at the victim, because they were only concerned about what their idol would now think about foreign fans. The blonde recalled the conditions under which they allowed representatives of official fan clubs to be here. She said that posting photos and videos on social networks was only possible with their permission, but Batten was already very angry. He started approaching this Kim-chan and ordered him to stop. Pushing away the blonde, who could only talk, he quickly walked towards the Korean star. The guards ordered him to leave, but the main character did not listen to them at all and killed all the guards with one blow. And when Kim-chan asked who he was, the guy answered that he was his daddy, while simultaneously slapping him with even greater force. Looking angrily at the star, he declared that it was time to take up his education. The beaten idol asked pitifully why the protagonist allowed himself to get violent. An enraged Batten wanted to ask him the same thing, namely, why Him-chan hit one of the fans. In response to the answer that the artist had not hit anyone, the student said that he had seen with his own eyes how he had slapped a girl so hard that his hand hurt. There were so many witnesses in this place, and the idol still had the nerve to deny it. But Kim-chan said that this was all a lie and asked his fans for confirmation that he had not hit anyone. The fans didn't know what to do in such a situation, so no one dared to defend their idol. Suddenly, there was one girl with bright hair who screamed that the idol did not touch anyone, and the girl herself attacked. She also encouraged the other fans to say that their idol had done nothing wrong. Phrases about the guy having such a character that he wouldn't hurt a fly and that the girl was to blame infuriated the main character. Batten wished all these people that in their next life they would be born as toads. And he shouted in Kim Chan's face that not only was he a freak, but his fans were also bad. Then he turned to the crowd and said that they saw everything themselves. So why were the fans covering for him? The student didn't understand how one could be a fan of a guy who gives his own fans a hard time. The crowd was unhappy with this statement. Someone even wanted to beat up Batten if he weren't so powerful. The streamer realized that talking to them was like throwing peas against the wall. Then he approached the victim and asked if she was okay, and also offered to call an ambulance. The girl replied that everything was absolutely fine and that she was not hurt at all. The main character then pointed his finger at the celebrity and asked if the girl wanted Him-chan to apologize to her. The blonde turned out to be modest and stated that no apologies were needed, since she herself was to blame for this incident. When the guy was about to leave, the smart blonde who reminded him of the conditions said that he wouldn't get away with it just like that. This statement infuriated Batten to no end, and he said that if any questions arose, he would be waiting for them in the neighboring pavilion. A couple of minutes later, he came to Melissa and Caroline, who were asking how the guy managed to get lost. The streamer replied that he had gotten himself into a small mess, and it would be better for the girls to refuse to work with him for now so that everything would not go sideways later. Caroline and Melissa were seriously scared, and one of them recommended telling everything in order. The main character tried to briefly tell about how he beat up a Korean idol and what kind of fans he has. Melissa noted that she would have also hit that Kim-chan together, and Caroline said that such situations are resolved in a jiffy. This isn't the first time an idol has hit a fan, but last time they managed to hush it up. But if they're smart enough to press charges against Batten, they're in for a rough ride. They will demand a public apology and financial compensation from him. Otherwise, American companies will not work with him, and in Korea, they will not even shake his hand. The gray-haired girl hoped that videos of Batten beating him would soon surface. It was a sight she couldn't wait to see. Her partner thought that in their family his sister was the fighter and the guy was a weakling, but she is glad to find out that she was wrong. After all the compliments, the student thanked the girls and said that they calmed him down because he thought he was seriously in trouble. Until their agent or lawyer showed up, the streamer could read the script for the video. This was good, of course, but the guy was uneasy about the situation with that girl, and Caroline sent someone for her so that Batten would feel calmer. Elsewhere, a blonde was attacking Mr. Jackson because their side invited an idol to America, and then such things happen. He replied that he was confident that they would find a mutually beneficial resolution to this situation. But first, he needed to clarify some things. The first thing he wanted to clarify about Him-chan's behavior was whether it was true that he hit a fan. Of course, the girl answered negatively, but the victim's face said otherwise, and it couldn't be hidden. Everything happened in front of many witnesses, and if the lie is revealed, the idol's reputation can no longer be restored. The blonde stated that only representatives of official fan clubs were allowed to the meeting. They are reliable and love Kim-chan endlessly. The guy himself demanded an apology and moral compensation so that the student would apologize until he got tired of it. Idol estimated his moral and physical damages at $5 million, and Jackson responded that his demands were heard. After some time, the gentleman reported that he had conveyed their demands to Batten, and he categorically disagreed with them. The protagonist will contact the police if he does not receive an apology, and the entire incident becomes public knowledge. The words about going to the police scared the blonde, but she didn't show it and said that the guy didn't even have photos or videos. And when Jackson suggested that there might still be videos, she replied that it was impossible. The Korean side had no intention of apologizing, since they demanded an apology quite rightly. Kim-chan did not calm down, and in a fit of emotion asked who the master was in this situation. As he was leaving, Jackson promised to try to talk again, already regretting that he had gotten involved with this artist. It cost him so much money and effort to bring this arrogant kid, and he has already made so many mistakes. And if Jackson goes against Melissa and Caroline, then no one in the industry will do business with him anymore. Then the gentleman realized that this Korean asshole would go home, and he with his problems would remain here. Meanwhile, a video has appeared online showing Him-chan getting punched in the face by the main character. The blonde has already contacted the author of the video and yelled at him, because no one allowed her to post the video. It turns out that one of the fans bought a spot in the trends and uploaded this video because she wanted to draw attention to the problem. The artist was very emotional and at that moment threw his phone on the floor with all his might, without thinking about its value. Melissa stated that it turned out even better than she imagined. By posting this video, they shot themselves in the foot. Batten noticed that it had apparently already been removed, but it didn't matter at all, because the train could no longer be stopped. At this point, Caroline's assistant entered the room and announced that she had collected all the incriminating materials against Kim-chan. The girl said to hold this information for now and instead send out various information to the tabloid publications. The information should be about the root causes of the conflict, and the more absurd, the better. Caroline told Batten that the scheme is quite proven, and in half a day, the guy will get more hype than in 10 concerts with her. Some news was about a Korean idol and the main character fighting over a girl. Others were about Him-chan being beaten up for stepping on Batten's pet turtle. Some thought that the student wanted to bring Him-chan, who was fainting from hunger, back to his senses, while others said that the streamer took revenge on the idol for the latter killing his favorite character in the series. There were versions that the star pushed Batten with her shoulder, for which the guy was immediately punished. A couple of hours later, the clips where John participated with sand animation were filmed. Melissa was shocked, because in such a short period of time, the main character managed to shoot 2 whole videos. Soon, Caroline appeared on the horizon with a phone, asking if this was Melissa's doing. She showed an article where a disappointed fan wrote about how she had been an ardent fan of Him-chan for 7 years, but she could not forgive such an attitude towards fans. The girl wanted all the idol's fans to see this video and find out how rotten a person their idol is. The gray-haired singer replied that she had not done it and asked Batten if he had written the article. A little embarrassed, the guy immediately replied that he had been busy filming the whole time. It was true, and it turned out that this post was written by a real fan. Perhaps it was the first time she saw him in person, and he immediately hit a fan just like her, which made the scales fall from her eyes. Caroline noted that Batten was some kind of super lucky guy and was clearly protected by some kind of guardian angel. Then she said that the guy had worked hard today and invited him to have a snack. Suddenly, an assistant appeared on their way and said that there was a crowd of journalists at the entrance who wanted to interview the student. The guy told Caroline that he didn't want to become a show business star today and would prefer to go home and draw manga. If he goes out to the journalists now, then most likely the newsmaker mission will be over, and any communication with journalists will further inflame the scandal. People will start writing to the guy, and perhaps even threats from crazed fans. Since the public already knows the whole truth, Batten replied that he is not in the mood for communication at the moment. Melissa then suggested that everyone leave through the back door of the building. Already getting into the car, the streamer noticed a girl who was sad on a bench and thought that this was the victim. Coming closer, the main character asked what this girl was doing here. She replied that there were so many journalists there that she didn't know where to go. The streamer asked her to take a breath and tell everything slowly and in order. The girl immediately began to ask the main character for forgiveness because she considered herself guilty. The guy accepted her apology and gratitude and said that he hoped that she would not so easily agree to accept the position of a victim again. Their conversation dragged on for quite some time, and Melissa already asked the student how long he was going to talk. In the end, Batten added that not all famous people are as unpleasant and arrogant as Kim-chan. There are also good people on this planet. He knew at least 2 great stars who could be a good example to follow, and he recommended that the girl learn to understand people. When Batten got into the car, Melissa asked him which 2 wonderful stars he was talking about to the victim, and he replied that they were the people he was sitting in the car with. Jokes aside, they haven't yet discussed the main thing, namely whether the main character would be happy if he was paid $500,000 for 2 videos. He replied that everything suited him, and besides, he was right when he spoke about 2 wonderful stars. It seemed that the women had gone too far with the amount. They could have given him much less. Batten would have been satisfied in any case. According to the student, he initially did not expect a fee, but was simply helping out as a friend. So he said to transfer the money directly to Melissa's fund. The next day, Charlie called the new employee straight to the office at the crack of dawn. The thing was, the director had a huge pile of work for the streamer. In addition to several minor characters, there is an urgent order for the voice of the main character from the new film The Unprincipled Swordsman. This news shocked Batten, and he recalled that the man had spoken about his lack of experience for such voice acting. Sure, Charlie still thinks so, but after his colleague beat up that Korean asshole, his hype will outweigh any lack of experience. The boy mentally noted how lucky he was, and he replied to Charlie that he would start right after he finished reading the script. In this anime, the swordsman talked about how now anyone can dress up and declare themselves a celestial. But then he said it was time to test whether his opponent was truly immortal. Holding his severed head forward, He addressed all those kneeling and showed whom they were bowing to. But suddenly some people with weapons started walking towards him, and then the swordsman wondered how they found him so quickly. When they were already very close, the hero said that they had come just in time because he wanted to go after them. Mounting his horse, he promised to avenge the honor of the girl's house and thought that all the guilty would be punished. He asked the girl not to be bored because he would be back soon and it would be stupid to refuse such a beauty. After a while, it was all over. He killed everyone who deserved it, but he could no longer return. At this point, Batten finished working on the voiceover and took off his headphones. Seeing the state in which the people who were recording him were sitting, he asked if they were okay. At this time, a tired Charlie entered the studio and told the student to pay attention to the time. At this point, the clock had already passed midnight, which also shocked the main character. The director noted that he had never met a person who was so passionate and selfless in his work. The student simply apologized and said that he liked the script so much that he couldn't tear himself away. At that moment, the streamer's stomach began to rumble loudly, so Charlie realized that the guy was hungry. He managed to get out of the situation and invited everyone else to the restaurant, but then he realized that he had not asked the most important question. Namely, did the director like his work? And he replied that this character seemed to have been written for Batten. 2 days later, around midnight, the main character was sitting in his apartment and looking at the tasks in the system. Suddenly, at such a late hour, Caroline called him, which scared John a little. But she just wanted to ask why he hid from her that he was doing voice acting. The guy was only interested in how he found out about this, and judging by his voice, it was the first time he had heard about the cutting. According to her, a small clip appeared online where Batten voices different characters. Apparently, Charlie made this cut to promote the unprincipled swordsman. But Caroline called because she was going to be on a show soon and needed a partner. John replied that he was not sure he was right for the role and asked if the producers of the show would be happy with his candidacy. The girl said that she would take on the producers and that all that was required from Batten was preliminary consent, and the guy agreed. When the main character hung up, he saw a message from his sister, who complained that she couldn't get through to him. It turned out that there would be an award ceremony for her sister on November 11th, and she asked the streamer to come and support him. The student immediately remembered that in his past life he was killed on November 11th. He died on that very day, November 11th, on the return flight from Japan. The guy clearly understood that there were more than 2 weeks left until the date of his death, but he never responded to the message asking him to come support his sister because he turned off his phone. When the main character tried to fall asleep, he was tormented by thoughts about whether to fly to Japan or not. Considering that in this life Dan was attacked in the same way as in the last one, this time the plane will be hijacked too. He was able to fight off Dana from those thugs. But what can Batten do against armed terrorists? After all, the streamer is no longer that miserable, desperate fatso who had nothing to lose. Now he draws his own manga, does voice acting, and everything he dreamed about since childhood. Besides, the guy was doing well in his personal life. He didn't know if he would dare to risk it all. But if a student chickens out and doesn't fly, will he deserve the system and everything he has achieved thanks to it? Suddenly, terrorists burst into the plane and order everyone to lower their heads and not move. The man sitting next to Batten is very worried and says only that they will all die. Suddenly, the main character decides to put on his favorite invisibility cap and confront the terrorists. He gets up from his seat and tries to take the weapon from the purple-haired terrorist. His blonde partner has absolutely no idea what's going on and why things didn't go according to plan. But this purple-haired terrorist turned out to be no ordinary man and hit Batten right in the jaw with his elbow. The blow caused the invisibility cap to fly off his head, revealing the student's self-willed heroism. It all ended with the successful and cool Batten being shot point-blank by all the terrorists. Remembering all the people who had been in his life, the guy woke up in a cold sweat and screamed that this would not happen. Looking at his watch, he was finally convinced that it was just a nightmare. The streamer attacked the terrorist, but he hit him, and the invisibility cap flew off, and then he was shot like a dog. Perhaps it was a prophetic dream, and the system is showing him one of the scenarios for the development of events. While thinking, the guy came up with the idea to inform the police about everything that was going to happen in advance. But nothing has happened yet, and no one will believe him unless he manages to obtain some evidence. To refresh himself and look at things differently, the student decided to go running at the stadium. While jogging, he met Kathleen, who was concerned about his poor appearance. She stopped the guy and asked what was wrong with him, because his complexion looked unhealthy. The girl noted that if he is sick, then it is worth holding off on jogging for now and not torturing yourself. Kathleen said she'd better take Batten aside to rest. Suddenly, he asked if it turned out that he was actually a coward who was shaking over his own life. Would his girlfriend leave him? She was confused by the protagonist's behavior, and she asked why he was suddenly asking such strange questions. And without waiting for an answer, she hugged Batten from behind, saying that when he was scared, he would remember that Kathleen was nearby. In general, for this girl with pink hair, the streamer is the bravest person in the world. When the student asked if this was true, she answered yes and asked him to tell her what happened to him. He replied that today he had a nightmare where terrorists hijacked a plane, and he started to act like a hero and died because of it. After this, everyone who was dear to the main character and everything he loved turned to ashes. And after waking up, the guy felt nothing but fear. He felt disgusted with himself. If Batten, out of fear of death, chose to pass by and bury his head in the sand, then Kathleen would never despise him. After all, she loves this man and is convinced that he has the power to overcome any fear. She also added that there is no shame in fear, especially when death is at stake. For a second, the student wondered if he would be able to resist terrorists with weapons. In any case, there was no point in attaching such serious importance to the nightmare, because it was better to go have breakfast with Kathleen. Sitting in class, Batten was also not himself. He even stood out from the crowd. Noodles noted this condition and asked if his best friend was sick. The main character did not go into details and replied that he simply did not get enough sleep that day. Then a friend recommended that he go get some sleep, because lately he has been trying to get everywhere and has not been taking care of himself at all. Hearing Batten thank him, Lapsha realized that everything was very serious. As he left the classroom, he saw a bunch of messages from his sister asking him to respond to them. The student simply wanted to write that he would not come. Then he came up with something to do. But before sending the message, he received another notification. Caroline informed him that the producers had agreed to his participation. Filming will take place next week, and by that time, the streamer must familiarize herself with all the materials that she sends. In her next message, she sent an excerpt from the script for Between Life and Death. There, an unknown man was carrying a girl somewhere, which was noticed by a young couple. Then that guy with green hair saw that the corpse was someone's daughter. He told his girlfriend that the girl had died a terrible death and that the police needed to be called immediately. And since the police may not make it in time, you can't lose sight of the suspect. Suddenly, he saw that a knife was being stuck into his back while he was trying to save the girl. The girl with pink hair asked him what he saw, and the guy replied that if he went to save her, he would die himself. It was because he had the gift of prophecy, so there must be a curse. He asked his girlfriend to forgive him for not being able to keep his promise and marry her. If a guy buries his head in the sand and walks past, he'll have nightmares for the rest of his life. Baton immediately remembered that when one of the terrorists was about to shoot his neighbor, he intervened and died, after which no one died. But if the main character is not on the flight this time, then perhaps this man will die. And without his intervention, absolutely all passengers on that flight could die. After today's nightmare, the student thought only about his fears, but did not even think about the worst possible scenarios. He understood that one could not risk the lives of many people for the risk of death of one, even the main character. After this thought, he texted his sister that he would come to the award ceremony. The next day, the streamer called a taxi and went to the martial arts center. Since he was faced with his fear, it would be wise to approach it fully prepared. 10 minutes later, he was already in the center and told the girl at the registration desk that he had come there for the first time. Batten wanted to develop his fighting skills in the shortest possible time, and, according to the blonde, he came to the right place. Suddenly, she recognized the main character as the same guy from TikTok and asked if it was really him. The girl led him into the hall for honored guests and said that she would send the head coach to him. A couple of minutes later, the head coach came to see him and introduced himself as Mike. The guys greeted each other, and the coach invited the guest to sit down. He then asked the guy what he expected from training, whether he preferred to work out in a group or individually. The answer about personal training was not long in coming, because the guy wants to master a set of the most practical self-defense techniques. Mike stated that he would be taught self-defense, but martial arts cannot be learned quickly because you first need to understand the basics. After all, without fundamental skills, you can only end up with an ear of corn on clay legs. The interlocutor thanked the coach and once again reminded him that he had very little time. And when asked why he has little time, the streamer replied that he studies and works at the same time. Batten wants the best trainer to put together an express course for him at triple the rate. When the student suggested paying quadruple the rate, the trainer replied that it was not about money at all. Then he offered the client to check his health to see how he could be helped. to which the guy immediately agreed. After taking the test, Mike felt like something was wrong with the equipment because his strength was not in any way related to his muscle mass. Seeing that the coach froze while reading the results, the main character decided to ask what was wrong with his body. Suddenly, other trainers appeared on the horizon, having heard through rumors that one of their clients was willing to pay triple the rate. They immediately began advertising their martial arts to lure Batten. Mike didn't like this behavior, and he rolled up his sleeves and headed in their direction. Without thinking, he grabbed the first trainer by the clothes and easily threw him into the bend. Having scattered a couple of these guys, he asked if they had lost any clients since they had come here. The Thai boxing coach replied that they had everything and apologized to the head coach. At this time, the student mentally noted that there was a serious struggle for clients in this center. Mike said he had knocked out the trainers with just a few Brazilian jiu-jitsu moves and asked if that would work for his client. The young guy replied that everything suited him and ran to pay for the lesson. Once they had changed, the trainer offered him a course of 8 two-hour sessions. Then he started talking about how he was an American champion in Brazilian jiu-jitsu and had a black belt. Unlike other martial arts, jiu-jitsu does not award a black belt simply by practicing for 5 or 6 years. This belt must be added for at least 10 years by winning competitions. Batten replied that he already understood how cool his coach was. He wanted to learn something today. The man with pink hair mentally noted that his client was the type who liked to rush straight into things. The coach called his 2 lower-ranked assistants to demonstrate the basic techniques on them. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is based on techniques that allow anyone to successfully defeat even a more powerful opponent. This style of fighting includes various throws, chokes, and painful holds that can be used to force the opponent to submit or incapacitate him. During this time, Mike demonstrated the most basic throws and grabs. They will not study more complex things for now. And also, everything that Batten learns here, he should not use against the weak or for illegal purposes, only for self-defense. After all the speeches, the coach finally suggested starting training with basic throws. At first, he decided to study the simplest type of throw, which is done over the shoulder or with a bend. With one hand, you need to grab your opponent's clothes, and with the other, grab his hand. Before throwing, turn your body into a comfortable position. At the same time, the opponent will lose his balance. After turning into a comfortable position, you should find the enemy's point of support, and then you should suddenly apply force and throw your opponent to the ground. But at the first training session, something went wrong, and the head coach was unable to abandon the new student. Mike didn't understand why this happened, because Batten weighed only about 100 kilograms, and besides, he had never had problems with opponents of such dimensions before. The assistants were discussing the fact that the coach could not abandon the main character because he had underestimated him. The man with pink hair tried to throw him a couple more times, but the student stood rooted to the spot. To get out of the situation, he said that before you learn to throw, you need to learn to fall. The trainer advised his client to relax and feel the direction in which he was applying force and not to resist. After saying that the streamer had completely relaxed, Mike tried to dump him again. But all attempts were in vain, and the main character still stood in place. It was a huge shame for Mike, because if he really relaxed, then why couldn't the coach leave him? The short-haired assistant said that it seemed like Mike really couldn't even move him from his spot. At this time, their coach thought about throwing someone else. He called over the guys who had just been talking about this, which scared them. Mike said that Oliver would work with his client, and Patrick would work with him. He has already explained the throwing technique, and all that remains is to show how it should look. He dropped Patrick and asked the student if everything was clear, if he had caught the movement. Of course, the guy understood everything, because not a single nuance would fly past his 4 units of observation. Batten took the fearful Oliver by the hand and announced that he would now try to practice the throw. The streamer threw his opponent with such force that the vibration from the impact spread across the entire floor. The coach saw this and recommended not to throw with all my strength anymore, but to focus on technique. The next time, the protagonist took his mistake into account, and Oliver told him that things had gotten better. Before this, the partner would get into a comfortable position himself, but now he won't do that. But this didn't stop the streamer, and he threw Oliver onto the mats with the same success. Mike clapped his hands and noted that his student was catching on quickly. Now he had to try to perform a throw over the back with an over-the-shoulder grab. First, you need to grab the arm, and then simply throw the opponent over your back. He then tried different variations of throws, such as the windmill and the hand catch throw. The guy was especially good at the neck grab throw and the leg grab throw. But the throw with the catch of both legs needed some more work. An hour later, Oliver tearfully begged the coach to stop making different throws. Patrick supported him, and Mike told his assistants to take a little rest. Batten apologized to Oliver for possibly denting him, to which the guy replied that everything was fine. The man praised the student because in an hour he had mastered a basic set of techniques, while others took weeks to do so. But the future fighter believed that this was not enough for him, since it was unlikely that in a real fight the opponent would also stand and wait to be knocked down. Mike recommended that he rest first and then they would learn painful techniques. The main character noted that he had made more than 200 throws today, but the system had not yet given him a task. He'll probably have to upgrade his combat skills on his own without any additional boost. Watching the streamer improve, the coach noted that people like him are destined for success. He said he would sneak up behind him and the student should try to pick the right moment, turn him around and throw him. From the first time, Mike saw the enormous speed of his student's hands, but it didn't help him much. Batten almost threw the coach onto the mats, but the usual scenario didn't work, because the man grabbed his arm and used one of the simplest pain techniques. He noted that without studying painful techniques in jiu-jitsu, you won't get anywhere. It's incredibly difficult to defeat an opponent with just throws, so to put an end to the fight, you have to make him collapse in pain. After this theory, the trainer suggested that the guy try it on his own. Batten tried to do the same as Mike showed, and Mike said that he was doing everything right. Suddenly, a board with the Painmaster task appeared in front of the main character, where he had to defeat the enemy 1,000 times using pain techniques. He was very happy with this gift from the system, and without noticing it, he almost broke the coach's arm. While the student was wondering why the system hadn't given him the throwing task, Mike was still in severe pain. Since the trainer was experienced, he used a leg hold against the main character. This capture made the guy come to his senses and exit the system in which he was studying the tasks. Mike asked why his student didn't put his hand down when he mentioned that one, asked if Batten meant to break it. The streamer scratched the back of his head and said that he was lost in his own thoughts and didn't hear the coach's voice at all. The evil master only said that during a fight, you should think only about the fight. In his heart, he didn't understand what was going on, because this guy had only been practicing for 2 hours, and Mike was very scared when he broke his arm. If the main character had applied a little more force, he would never have gotten out of this. Mike decided that today's lesson was over, but the student didn't like it. He reached his hand towards the coach's back to get his attention, but he thought that the student wanted to beat him again. Baton just wanted to say that he wanted to master pain techniques to the fullest extent and train them for double pay. The coach was shocked by this statement and asked if his charge was still tired. He didn't even know how to teach this guy more dangerous techniques, because he was a beginner and had a poor sense of someone else's weight and his own strength. But then he got the idea that he would call Tyler, a trainer who specializes in pain techniques. A couple of minutes later, a black man entered the room and said that he had been asked to be a sparring partner for Batten. The streamer apologized in advance for any pain he might cause him, but Tyler was willing to endure it for double the price. After this phrase, the main character immediately grabbed the trainer to practice another painful hold on him. Tyler asked him to pay attention to how he would respond by grabbing his arm and going for a painful hold. The student noted that the coach has excellent reaction, and his observation skills allow the guy to learn instantly. With one easy move, he throws Tyler onto the mats, thinking that training will be easy. Already lying on his stomach, the sparring partner said that only a few had managed to keep him on the floor. The thing is, in situations like these, others give in from pain or fear of getting hurt, but not Tyler. He asked Batten to be tougher on him and asked if he had any strength left or if he wanted to lie down. The guy mentally noted that his mentor was a tough nut to crack, and he would have to sweat before cracking him. The black trainer said a good submission requires speed, precision, and brutality. The streamer is fine with the first two components, but it lacks rigidity. After 10 minutes of training at full power, Tyler was already howling in pain. But the student did not calm down and did not respond to the request to stop. The coach stated that Batten is not a human being, and if he had understood what he was getting into, he would not have agreed even for triple the rate. An hour later, the Painmaster task awarded the main character 221 points out of 1,000. After this time, Tyler, like Mike, said that he had enough training for today and added that it was usually not difficult for him to get out even when several people were holding him. The streamer offered to pay 5 times the usual rate if the double rate is not enough for the trainer. He replied that it would be better to keep the previous rates and stated that he was much more exhausted than his student. Then John offered to go out for a meal at his expense, if, of course, Tyler didn't have classes yet. As they left the hall, they saw many young girls crowded around another coach. They asked the young man if he would be doing extra training tomorrow. Tyler explained that he was a taekwondo coach from Korea, the main handsome guy of the martial arts center. He can be considered a star among trainers. All the female clientele is here only for him, and he understands this very well. Batten asked that since this Korean coach was showing off so much, then why couldn't Tyler resolve all the issues with him in the gym? When told that he was afraid of the Korean, the black man angrily declared that he could easily knock him down with one hand. But it was a business, and this starstruck Korean brings the center serious money thanks to girls in love. And ordinary coaches like Tyler just need to acknowledge their situation and come to terms with what is happening. After this phrase, he suggested going to a cafe since he didn't want to see this asshole. When the guys were almost at the exit, the girls suddenly realized that Batten was in the same center with them. The student, having heard that girls couldn't stand him, didn't understand what was going on. The coach also paid attention to him and realized that this was the same bastard who had disgraced Kim Chan a few days ago. He blushed and ordered Batten to stay where he was while he angrily headed towards him. Grabbing the guy by the shoulder, the coach asked if it was true that the main character was standing in front of him. He said that they were not acquainted, but he had heard a lot about the student. His name is Tae-jun. He came from Korea because this center needed a top coach. From the conversation, the master understood that his enemy was training in the hall where taekwondo classes were taking place. Tae-jun knows him because he saw a video of Batten sneak punching his fellow countryman Him-chan. In the comments to that video, some people started writing that the Koreans were weak, that one American gave 3 Koreans a beating, and so on. Today, a chance has come, and Tae-jun has met the offender, so he challenges him to a fight to avenge his compatriots. Another way to say it is that the Korean wants to beat the main character. The student has every right to refuse the fight, but then he will have to admit his cowardice. The words that the streamer beat Him-chan only because he attacked from behind infuriated Batten, and he said that the idol fully deserved the punch to his face. The coach claimed that the victim had arrived in the country as an invited guest, and he had publicly humiliated him. It was not yet known whether he had actually hit the fan. The girls confirmed that the video was fake because they believed that their idol could not hit a fan. They wanted the coach to teach the guy a lesson. Suddenly, Batten loudly declared that he was not a coward and punished Kim Chan for what he did and did not regret it. And to the cries of the crazy girls, he replied that they had completely lost their minds over their Korean idols. Tae-jun said to stop making excuses and decide whether his opponent accepts the challenge or is a coward. The protagonist asked Tyler if he would go to jail for accidentally killing a Korean. The blonde heard this question and asked teasingly who he was going to kill. He said to stop chatting and follow him, because soon the streamer will be recording an apology for Kim Chan on camera. When Tyler's student left, he only wished that he would be gentler in battle, because this is the tree on which their money grows. Although the black man didn't care about him, because he himself had long dreamed of putting this asshole in his place, perhaps Batten would fulfill his dream. Before the fight, the opponents stood a few centimeters apart, looking each other straight in the eye. At this time, Mike appeared in the hall, who immediately realized that things were going very badly. He asked what Tae-jun was doing, and he replied that his opponent had already accepted the challenge and asked him not to interfere. Mike stated that the Korean could not defeat him and offered to talk to him instead. Tae-jun would apologize and they would part like ships at sea. The blonde replied that the guy with pink hair was the only one in this center who could do anything to counter his powerful kicks. And the other trainers were shocked by his technique. But if only the Korean knew that other coaches play with admiration only because they laugh at him, and it is unlikely that there will be a coach in this center that he could beat. The taekwondo fighter promised that he would not hit his client too hard so he would stay alive. But Mike knew that Tae-jun could have just gone under the roller or into the guillotine, and the result would have been the same. Soon he began to think the same way as Tyler, that is, for Batten to put this star in his place, and he realized his real level. Resigned, he practically begged his student to be gentle with Tae-jun and not break him too much. By the start of the fight, Mike's assistants had also arrived in the hall and immediately realized that the taekwondo coach wanted to avenge Him-chan. If he wanted to avenge the bastard who hit his own fan, then Patrick dreamed that the main character would destroy him. Before the battle, Tae-jun was firmly convinced that he would soon shut the mouths of all these haters. Since they were practicing different martial arts, at first the streamer was simply defending himself. Tae-jun thought that no one could resist his super kicks, so he didn't fight with his hands at all. During the defense, the student noted that this Korean kicks quite painfully. The blonde stopped for a second to tell Batten what a coward he really was. After that, he immediately swung his leg for a crushing blow and asked where his opponent would dodge this time. At that moment, John realized that this was the perfect moment to grab him and grabbed him by the left leg. Instantly, the Korean fell face down on the floor, causing vibrations to pass through the entire hall. That wasn't all. Batten used his favorite pain hold on Taejin, causing the blonde to scream in pain. When the guys separated, the taekwondo player was not in the mood to lose. He decided to act in a different way. Tyler managed to shout to the streamer that he was in danger where he didn't expect it. It turned out that this impudent Korean decided to also sneakily hit his opponent, just as he did with Himchan. Thanks to the protagonist's lightning-fast reaction, he managed to grab Hyejin's leg right next to his face. Falling face down on the floor again, the blonde didn't understand how the guy managed to react to such a sharp blow from behind. The others did not understand how he could be a coach and not adhere to military morality. He didn't even know how to lose with dignity. The enraged Batten was already throwing his opponent with all his might, trying to squeeze all the juices out of him. Hyejin fell many, many more times, waiting for the moment when Mike would intervene in this fight. The streamer's support group shouted that the Korean had a chance to take advantage of a painless defeat, but he missed it. The trainer approached the client and said that bad things could happen to his colleague from such throws. According to the hero, their fight was not over yet, and he didn't even know how to finish it properly. If the guy stops and leaves, the blonde will be able to say later that his opponent fled the battlefield and he won, and considering how rotten a person he is, that's what he will do. Throwing his opponent to the floor again, he asked what he should do in this situation. Hyejin was already only hoping for help from his colleague, Mike, because if he didn't help, the blonde would really die soon. Mike understood that on the one hand, this was what he deserved, but on the other hand, this was a valuable asset for their center. It was necessary to act now because Batten again headed towards his opponent. The trainer blocked his path and began counting 10 seconds as the fighter lay on the floor. Already losing consciousness, the Korean heard this count and was very happy because he was literally saved. The man did it so quickly, starting from the accelerated counting and ending with the announcement of the main character's victory, that the student himself did not even understand what had happened. Mike immediately asked to urgently call a doctor for the half-dead Hyejin. The black coach even announced that he is joining the fan club of streamer Batten from today. Suddenly, the system gave the streamer the task Throwing Tyrant, which requires defeating opponents with throws 1,000 times. This confused the guy because he had already made many shots, and the task only appeared now. He decided to figure out this task later because he thought that he would have to throw the person until he lost consciousness each time. Tyler again suggested to his student to cool down a bit and finally go and eat. The protagonist replied that he was not exactly furious. He was even grateful for this provocation, because then he would not have received a new assignment. The coach still didn't understand him and asked if he was confused from anger, or if he was afraid that he had hurt him badly. The streamer didn't know what to answer, so he blurted out that he was simply worried about his health. According to the black man, this fool was afraid that he would be killed, and now he is pretending to lose consciousness. Once the doctor had applied all the necessary bandages, Hyejin began to slowly come to his senses. Everyone realized that the blonde was simply pretending, and Oliver noted that he managed to play the loss of consciousness very naturally. In his mind, the Korean sent everyone looking at him to hell and already admitted that he had greatly disgraced himself. It was better for him now to lie with his eyes closed, so as not to bring trouble upon himself. Mike publicly announced that the show was over and everyone could go about their business. The girls who saw this fight immediately realized that they urgently needed to find a new coach, because Hyejin was as attractive as he was useless. When everyone left the room, Mike told the blonde that he had enough of pretending. There was no one left to look at him. The half-dead taekwondo fighter said that his colleague was obliged to avenge him, but he replied that the Korean himself challenged him to a fight, and he should have thought about the consequences earlier. Besides, the head coach warned that Batten Hyejin would not be able to defeat him, but he didn't listen to anything. Their conversation was interrupted by Robin, who ordered the blonde to admit his defeat and shut up before he himself broke his neck. Mike turned towards him and timidly asked why Robin had come here. Without answering this question, the man with long hair asked where the student was now. The colleague replied that the streamer had already left and asked if he also had any complaints about the guy. He only replied that these claims had nothing to do with his Koreans. He had simply wanted to punch this Batten in the face for a long time. At this time, Kathleen was in her dorm and was thinking about how fast her boyfriend was running now. She couldn't catch up with him even when she was doing her best. And I also thought that the cold weather would soon come, and I should knit something for him. When she returned to the room, her friend said that the main character was making waves all over the internet again. The news reported that an art academy student had beaten up a martial arts trainer. The girl didn't understand when the streamer managed to sign up for martial arts, and even at the very center where her brother works. Something urgent had to be done, and Kathleen's first call was to Batten, but he didn't pick up. She then called the seventh brother and asked if he was currently at his martial arts center. He answered positively and asked if she was calling because something had happened or if she just missed him. She said she wanted some buns that were sold at the bakery near their center and asked her brother to bring them. When told that the bakery only opens at 8:30, the girl said that she wanted to eat right now, and her brother replied that he would bring something within half an hour. Half an hour didn't suit her, since it was no more than a 20-minute drive from the center to the hostel. Already running towards the center, Kathleen begged him to come faster because she would soon die of hunger. Without even noticing it, she slammed the door to the dorm, causing her neighbors to think that something serious had happened. But the brother understood that she didn't want to eat at all, because he had known her inside and out for a long time. He will get there in 20 minutes, but he has one more thing to do in the center. The man thought his little sister was poor because this idiot had such a bad influence on her that she started lying. The master was going to beat the shit out of this bastard in a couple of minutes and go get some buns. Robin entered the hall and ordered the blackie to leave him alone with Batten. The boys stopped training, and Tyler asked what their best coach had come up with. He repeated once again what he had already said to leave the battlefield and asked if his colleague had gone deaf. Tyler told him that if he wanted to avenge the Korean, then he was very wrong. When the blackie declared that he wasn't going anywhere, Robin said that then he would have to beat both of them up. The main character thanked the coach for his support and said that it was his business, which meant he had to deal with it himself. And the fact that Robin is a top-class martial arts master only made the student happy. The master called him a daredevil and promised that he would beat him using only throws and painful holds. Something happened inside Batten, and he asked if they had met anywhere before this incident. He received a negative answer and an addition that if they had met earlier, he would now be eating through a straw. But despite this statement, the streamer's facial features seemed definitely very familiar. And since Robin has wanted to beat him for a long time, it means that this has nothing to do with revenge for the Korean. The student's time to prepare ran out, and the master rushed at him with great speed. The guy assessed this speed and noted that he no longer had time to dodge, so he could only rely on the speed of his hands. The top-class master was very angry and had already performed the first throw on his opponent. Before this fight, the main character had no idea that throws could be so painful. Tyler already realized that no matter how capable his new student was, he was still powerless against Robin. The student found it hard to withstand such a powerful throw, but Robin ordered him to get up and act like a man. The sweaty and tired streamer stood up with all his might and asked if his opponent could do it again. He grabbed Robin by the body and tried to practice his best throw on him. To do this, the main character grabbed his opponent by the clothes, as Mike had previously taught him. He still managed to put the man with long hair on the floor, but he knew that he could easily get out of this situation. Robin rushed forward with great speed, trying to overcome the student as quickly as possible. But Batten was not one to be timid either. He was even able to turn the master upside down. The man all this time did not understand where this brat got so much strength from. Suddenly he broke his promise and used a technique that his opponent had not yet learned. Tyler reminded him that the master was only going to beat him with throws and painful holds. Robin realized his mistake and, as a penalty, told the streamer to attack while he was just standing there. Just as the guy was about to beat him up, he suddenly realized that his facial features were similar to Kathleen's. Robin himself didn't understand what the hell was going on and why he wanted to kiss his opponent. Suddenly, the main character remembered what the girl told him about his grandfather's generation: 7 brothers and their last names. After that, he decided to take a time out and asked if Robin's last name by any chance began with a W. The master angrily replied that it was none of his business and asked him not to call him dear brother anymore. Then John asked what kind of brother he was, if not his dear one, to which he answered that he was the 7th. This made Robin more and more angry, causing him to throw his opponent to the floor with all his might once more. Then he asked why he didn't dare to dodge and suggested that the guy had underestimated him. But Batten said that the master could be with him as much as he wanted, and when he had vented all his anger, he would simply explain why he had beaten him. The interlocutor stated that there was no hope that after everything that had been said, he would be able to avoid his punishment. And he added that if the main character does not continue to fight, then without resistance he will get even more. The man furiously asked to beat him, even ordered, but now the streamer won't dare touch him with a finger. At this time, Tyler had a lot of questions for these two, but none of them were answered. Then he assumed that the boys were fighting over some girl because he had never seen Robin so angry and wanting to destroy someone. Chernish considered himself very smart and continued watching the show, wanting to eat watermelons while doing so. The master declared that he would beat Batten harshly, and he would have to beat him back, and added that he would not let him be with Kathleen, only over his dead body. The student replied that what was happening with the girl was their business, which did not concern either the seventh brother or the fifth grandfather, and besides, he was not going to step over anyone's corpse. Robin can only express his blessing, but this is already at his own discretion. In response to these words, the man promised to bless his rival in every hole so that he would be carried out of here. The streamer decided to make a deal with him on the shore that when he beats his brother, he will not run to Kathleen to complain about her boyfriend. The master again ordered not to call him the seventh brother, but the student did not want to listen to him at all. Batten promised to take his sister as his wife, and Robin replied that when he broke his arm, the latter would not even be able to pick up a spoon. Tyler kept thinking of a clever Chinese idiom, but he couldn't quite put it into words. 15 minutes later, Kathleen ran into the center asking her brother not to hit her boyfriend. But it happened that way, and she entered at the moment when the main character lifted his opponent above his head. She was still worried about Batten. She thought that the seventh brother had already finished him off, and then this happened. Coming closer to the guys, the girl asked what the hell they were doing and if they wanted to drive her crazy. The fighters immediately stated that they did not want to push anyone to the brink, and then pretended that they knew nothing about the family ties. This behavior made the young girl even more angry, and she shook her fist and told these cretins to stop fooling around. The protagonist said that when he trained with Robin, he felt something familiar in him, and it turned out that he was her brother. And Robin said that if he had known that he was fighting with that same Batten, then instead of a masterclass, the guy would have gotten a beating. Then he apologized to his sister and said that he was already going to change clothes as the bakery had already opened. By the way, it was the black guy who was to blame, who asked the master to show his student a couple of techniques, which is why he was distracted from the buns. Tyler was feeling unwell, and as an older friend, he had to help him out. And then he forgot that Kathleen was waiting for him. At first, Chernish didn't understand that all the blame had fallen on him. But then he realized that it was better not to anger Robin and Batten, as they could hurt him. Since Kathleen is above them on the food chain, she doesn't need to lie either, which is why Tyler pretends to be unwell. But this girl was not stupid, and said that there was no need to make a fool out of her, since it was obvious that the Blackie was playing along with them. And she added that since they loved to fight so much, let them continue and she would watch it. The guys replied that there was no talk of any fight. Robin simply showed a couple of techniques to the newcomer. The seventh brother tried to change the subject and reminded her that Kathleen wanted to eat and said that her brother would feed her now. The girl broke free and asked the student if he was okay, to which Batten responded and again called Robin the seventh brother. This really infuriated the top-class master, and he furiously asked not to call him that. At this point, the student caught them, because the streamer could not know why he was the seventh brother. She reminded Robin that they had talked about this a million times already, and he still did it his way. And she promised to have a serious talk with Batten, but in the evening, because now she didn't have time. She doesn't want to deal with their kindergarten, so she said that if they want to fight so much, they can fight until they drop, and he won't interfere. At that moment, the rivals looked at each other and understood from each other's eyes that this was definitely not their last fight. Robin went to get his sister, saying that he would not allow her to meet this boy in the evenings, since it was very dangerous on the street at night. Tyler mentally noted that he had never seen the master so ingratiating. The fighter immediately turned towards the black guy, who was pretending to tie the laces on his bare feet, and kicked him with all his might. When Robin left, Tyler tried to ask his student what was going on with them, but he didn't get an answer and immediately flew to the mats, as the main character was furious. He just said that the master had distracted them, and it was time to continue working on the technique. The streamer mentally noted that he needed to try to complete the Master of Pain quest before Kathleen's brother returned. Without even changing his clothes, Robin invited his sister to go out for some buns, but she had already lost her appetite. She told the driver to take them to the Academy of Arts, and the man asked if she was still angry. The girl responded angrily that she couldn't help but be angry, because they had already talked about this so many times, and he didn't hear her. Robin still insisted that this brat was no match for her. Kathleen was already an adult and would decide for herself who was her match. Then the master said that this was not the first time that Batten had gotten into scandals where he had beaten someone, and that meant that something was wrong with his head. The sister replied that the seventh brother had beaten up many more people in his life than he had, and by that logic, Robin was going to beat up his wife too. He replied that it was something completely different, since it was his job, and he was a professional. In response, Kathleen said that today the man showed the student that his girlfriend has someone to protect her, and he will keep that in mind. And if in the future the streamer ever offends her, then Robin will definitely give him a beating, which he himself just confirmed. But then he caught on to the mention of the future and asked if his sister was going to continue dating him, to which he received no answer. After an hour of training with Tyler, the protagonist finally completed the Painmaster task. For this, he received 10 units to his painful holds, 3 units to his hand speed, and 100 points. The next day, a top-level master came to the martial arts center and asked if there was Batten there. Mike replied that the guy had a class after lunch and had already left a long time ago. Then Robin asked him to leave, and the coach ordered his assistants to train themselves. The man with long hair demanded to know what Mike had managed to teach this brat. According to him, the student came to their center for the first time yesterday and asked to be taught the basics. Then he fought with a Korean. This guy has great physical data. He came here with 0 level and already shows such results. It's scary to imagine where the boundaries of his potential end. Mike asked if Robin was thinking about the same thing as he was, namely, to take him seriously and prepare the main character for competitions, especially since together with the black guy they could make a cool fighter out of him. But the master got angry and said that this forbade him from teaching Batten anything new, and if it were up to him, he wouldn't even let him in. After this statement, he ordered the coach to leave and became immersed in his own thoughts. If this puppy has reached this level from scratch in just a few hours, then with further training he will turn into an invincible monster. At this time, Kathleen was walking with the streamer and would like to apologize to him for her 7th brother. In fact, he is a good person. He is just used to being very protective of his sister, and he has a hot temper. Of course, the girl had already talked to him, but she was still afraid that he wouldn't listen to her and asked Batten if he could stop going to that center. Since he still had a lot of studying to do, the guy replied that things were not finished at that center yet. Next came the question of why the protagonist trained so hard and whether anything bad happened. The streamer responded that he did not want to abandon the course he had paid for halfway through and promised that he would try to avoid conflicts with her brother. But Kathleen was still very worried about the student and was in a bad mood. Then the guy took her hand and told her not to worry, because he could stand up for himself. When Robin saw this post on his sister's account, he became very angry, as if a huge fire had been lit. The next morning, Batten was practicing again, and Tyler asked him where he learned such an unusual move, because he himself did not know how to perform it. If we admit that the main character learned more techniques from video tutorials than from him, then for the Blackie, such news will be a slap in the face. That's why he decided to bring in the 7th brother, from whom, according to legend, he learned this technique yesterday. At that very moment, Robin appeared in the doorway, asking again and again not to call him the 7th brother. Up until this point, everything was fine, because the guy came here specifically at such an early hour so as not to cross paths with the master. Looking at his opponent with an angry look, Robin asked when he managed to teach him any techniques. Batten no longer knew how to get out of it, so he said that it was a dream. While he was sleeping, the 7th brother passed on his secret knowledge to him. Otherwise, where else would he have been able to learn such rare techniques? The master had no intention of talking to the guy about films and wanted to quickly clean his face. Since the main character claims that Robin taught him something, then we need to check what exactly the master taught him. Judging by the crazy expression on his face, the man is in the mood to rage today. He said that if Batten is going to be Kathleen's protector, he needs to learn more than just the basics. The man had already grabbed the student by the clothes and asked what other technique he needed to be taught. After that, he performed a fighting hook, a kimura technique, and what the girl interrupted them yesterday will not happen again today. There were lines about how one of the rivals didn't know that the other had so many dirty tricks in his arsenal, and about how the main character promised his girlfriend not to hit her brother anymore. After a while, Mike came into the hall and asked Tyler what was going on here, to which he received the answer that one should just enjoy the spectacle. 10 minutes later, the angry phrases from the rivals towards each other continued. But then both fighters fell from fatigue, but still threatened to deal with each other. Robin said that if a student has balls, he should come here tomorrow, to which he received the answer that he can continue right now. But then Batten told the master to stay at home, because if he came here again, the guy would break him in half. Suddenly, Tyler called the other guys who were training at the center to watch this confrontation. They both realized that if someone filmed their fight and posted it, Kathleen would know that they had fought again. Everyone also learns that some newbie was able to spar with the master on equal terms, which is why the opponents decided to stop fighting for today. In the break room, Mike was talking about how if they didn't make Batten a professional fighter, it would be a real tragedy. As much as Robin didn't want to admit it, the coach was right. because even today, he clearly felt that the streamer had become much stronger than he had been before. He told Mike that he needed to think about it, because before that, he had hoped that he could intimidate the guy, break his will. Tyler also noted that today, Batten squeezed all the juices out of Robin so much that after the fight, he could barely move his legs from fatigue, and his dirtiest tricks did not help him break his student. And the fact that his opponent didn't get enough sleep today is only his personal problem. And besides, the main character is inferior to him in grappling. Today, the student managed to fight him on equal terms because he distracted him with the painful techniques he had been practicing yesterday. But if he showed up again tomorrow, he would have to be put in his place once and for all. To do this, you need to improve your throws, which is what the streamer asked his coach Tyler to do. In other words, he wanted the black guy to teach him grappling so that he wouldn't lose face in front of Robin. But the coach replied that he himself was mediocre in this type of fighting, and he could not teach anything supernatural. Batten said that he needed to learn the most basic things, and then he could handle the rest on his own. Before training, they agreed that the main character would use all new techniques only against Master Robin. At first, the black guy showed such positions as mount and back mount. In these positions, the opponent will not be able to carry out a strong blow or any technique. On the contrary, the attacker has access to a huge range of all kinds of actions. For example, he can hold his opponent, apply a painful or choke hold, and he is also comfortable delivering punches. Half an hour later, Batten was so excited that he forgot about his promise not to use his new skills on Tyler. During this training, progress in the Throwing Tyrant quest has increased by 8 units. The next morning, the student was already practicing his new skills on a top-class master, and by the end of the day, he had managed to advance almost 300 units in the Throwing Tyrant quest. On the morning of October 30th, the 7th brother and Kathleen's boyfriend met in combat again. And in the evening, the guy trained with the black guy, making progress in the previously mentioned task. By November 1st, Tyler had already resigned himself to the fact that he would be constantly exhausted in training. But this day was strange, because at this time Robin usually came to the hall. But today, he was not there. On the other hand, for the streamer, this was a very good event, because now he can devote the whole morning to completing the task. At this point, Tyler was already happy because he thought that his student was tired, but it was not so. After 3 hours of training, the Throwing Tyrant task was completed, and Batten received 10 units to throws, 3 units to strength, and 100 points. But all this time, the student was only worried about the fact that the 7th brother did not come to his training. Then the main character suggested to the coach to go to a cafe for lunch, which the black guy did not refuse. The streamer was thinking that if Robin didn't show up after lunch, he would have time to test out his pumped-up throws. Tired Tyler only caught that the student was going to torment him after lunch. This was indeed the case, because upon returning to the center, the main character felt invincible, and the coach called him a cheater. He had to practice for years what Batten had mastered in just a few days, reaching a level he would never reach. The student replied that the black guy had guessed correctly and that he really was a cheater, and offered to give him a massage. Tyler wondered if the protagonist was now capable of defeating Robin, but unfortunately, he wouldn't be coming today. This is because the master went to another city to prepare MMA fighters for competitions. The student replied that it was probably because his rival got scared and came up with a reason to leave town. Suddenly, the coach reminded that Batten and the master hugged each other with such passion every day that it seemed a spark had flared up between them. The blackie wouldn't be surprised at all by such a turn of events. They say that from love to hate there is only one step, but it also happens the other way around. The main character reminded that during this time they had been making out no less, which embarrassed the interlocutor. He said he just wanted to tease the streamer and reminded him that he has a girlfriend and that Tyler is not at all what he thinks. Meanwhile, the guy said that he won't be able to come to the gym in the near future, so the trainer has the opportunity to take advantage of this moment and heal all the ailments. He dared to assume that his student was going after Master Robin, but that was not the case. At the end, Batten hugged the blackie because he knew that he might not see him again. He thanked Tyler, who wished him to come back soon because he would miss their training. At this point, Coach Mike entered the room, looking a little shocked at what was happening. Neither the streamer nor the blackie thought this could happen, so they were scared. It turned out that Mike simply wanted to offer Batten the opportunity to take part in an MMA competition. When the answer was no, both coaches were confused, and Tyler asked why he had trained so hard then. The guy simply replied that it was for self-defense and that it would make him feel much calmer. The man only added that it would be a shame if the main character refused, but the streamer did not change his decision. On the way home, He realized that he had prepared as best he could, and all that was left was to wait for the day of his own death. The next day, November 2nd, the student thanked his teacher for everything he had taught him. On November 3rd, he brought all the current orders to the workshop and noted that Julia should send all profits to charity. On November 4th, the guy came to Charlie's office to also thank him for making his childhood dream come true. On November 5th, in the dorm, Batten gave his neighbors valuable things, namely the tablet that his friend with green hair had wanted for so long. He wished the dove to be more selective in choosing sexual partners and to take care of his health. And the student gave Lapsha a bunch of toilet paper, since he was soon celebrating his second anniversary with his girlfriend. But then all three came to their senses and asked what was happening to their neighbor, whether he was saying goodbye to them. The main character didn't answer, but simply hugged his friends who had been with him all this time. Afterwards, he finally plucked up his courage and said that everything was fine, he just missed me. He didn't drag it out and simply wished all three of them to take care of their lives. Finally, Lapsha said that they understand that Batten is now a sort of athlete, but if anything happens, he should not hesitate to contact them. On November 6th, in a TV studio, the streamer voiced a hero who said that before he saw his death, he did not know how beautiful this world is. He didn't notice how beautiful the sunlight was as it filtered through the treetops, and he never looked at the stars at night. At the end of the dubbing, everyone in the studio said that he did it simply divinely, and high ratings were guaranteed. In the car, Caroline told Melissa that the producers kept thanking her for suggesting Batten to them. Suddenly, the guy asked if there were any suitable candidates besides him. This made the girls wary, and they asked if the main character was going to leave the show. Caroline says there is always a plan B in projects like this, but she doesn't even want to hear about it. When asked where the guy got such thoughts from, he replied that he was simply overexcited. The next day, Batten arrived at the filming studio where his sister was. He said that he had only seen her act on screen before, and now he wanted to see her work in person. And to the sister's many questions about all sorts of things, the student did not give an answer, but only hugged the girl. She asked me to tell her everything directly and to the point without any tricks, and she would try to help. When the main character said that he had always been proud of her, the sister was seriously scared. But then he made a funny face and said that she was so bloated that even her brain was covered in fat. This angered the sister, and she again shouted at him that she was only gaining weight for her new role. All this time, Batten pretended to laugh at her, but in the end, tears welled up in his eyes. On November 8th, the streamer met his girlfriend on the embankment, and she asked what her boyfriend was worried about. Sometimes his life seemed like a dream, and sometimes the dream seemed like reality, and sometimes something in between a dream and reality. Kathleen asked if her hand felt real to Batten and promised that after the trip it would remain just as real. In the end, he simply added that he did not want to part with her even for a few days. Already at the airport, the main character called his mother and asked if she was still visiting her father. Then I realized that I had probably chosen the wrong expression and simply asked how they were doing. The mother asked whether he was calling on business or not, and if there was nothing urgent, then it would be better not to distract them. The son said he understood and suggested that they were on their honeymoon there. It was good on his part, because if the main character is gone, then at least the mother will have a father. In his place, Batten looked at how many tasks from the system he had managed to complete during this period of time. The guy remembered the whole story, from the moment he first woke up from his bed. I remembered the first marathon, my first manga, victories in the tournament, and my first kiss. The system awarded him a lot of bonuses, namely hand speed, endurance, throwing accuracy, and the like. Once the plane was in the air, the system gave him the Survival Master mission, where he had to stay alive until November 12th and get to Japan. Logically, the timing matches up because the student was killed on a flight to Japan on November 11th, at around 11 o'clock in the evening. The sisters' award ceremony will take place on the 11th, in the morning. I had to survive until the 12th. The terrorists are probably already in the process of preparation. Within the next 2 days, the streamer will need to find at least some clues. Upon arrival, he remembered that he would be flying to Japan from the second terminal. Although the guy didn't see the terrorists' faces in full, if he saw them, his improved observation skills would help him recognize them. With these intentions, the protagonist took out the magic camera and sent it to the second terminal. He watched the people for a few minutes, but nothing suspicious happened. The boy was soon interrupted by his younger sister Jenny, who came to meet her brother at the airport. She immediately said that she didn't recognize Batten because he had lost weight beyond recognition. In response to this, he stroked his sister on the head, which made her angry, since she is one of the main beauties of the university. And then he even said that they already had enough beauties in their family, Jenny could be a simpleton. She changed the subject and said that she knew about Batten's girl. She asked if her name was Kathleen. My sister saw her photos. She also thinks she is a beauty. But why did the guy choose her then, since they have enough beauties in their family? He replied that Kathleen was very talented and even her mother was delighted with her. After that, Jenny suggested going to a cafe that is located near her university. On the night of November 9th, Batten, while at the hotel, asked the system to turn on the camera recording for today. The guy sped up the video 2, 4, 8, and even 16 times but saw nothing. After 20 minutes of watching, he asked to go back to the very beginning of the recording. Suddenly, the main character noticed something that ordered him to go back a minute. At the moment when the flight attendants arrived at the airport, he asked to enlarge one of them. Then it dawned on him that this blonde was the same flight attendant from his past life. And at that very moment, the thought flashed through my mind that the stewardess looked like a famous Japanese porn star. The student hasn't found the terrorists yet, but the flight attendant is already good because the airline employees probably helped them. Batten then ordered the camera to follow the blonde to find out her location. Apparently, she just got off another flight and is heading off to rest. At that very moment, a girl with red hair knocked on the door of his room. The student realized she was drunk and said she had dialed the wrong number, but the girl said she had hit the mark. The main character didn't understand her, and suddenly this girl fell right on him. Apparently, she wanted to kiss him, which made the streamer wary. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and said that he probably would have to do it. But instead of kissing her back, you'll have to use force to throw her out of the room. The main character asked what the girl wanted from him. It seemed like some kind of local scam. She replied that she was very drunk and simply lost while asking for forgiveness. Batten said that nothing terrible had happened and sent her on her way. The girl did not want to leave and said that something might happen to her if she left alone. Without letting her finish, the streamer replied that she would be completely fine. And then he leaned out of the room and shouted to call security for this beauty. The unexpected guest asked if the guy really thought she was some kind of swindler. It wasn't quite like that, because she just saw a student in the hall and she really liked him. In case Batten changed his mind, she said she lived in room 9 on the same floor. When she finally left, the protagonist wondered if his charm would really be a curse for him. But suddenly he realized how this could be used for good. At night, Batten went to the park where the same stewardess was and accidentally touched her with his shoulder. Then he caught her and used all 17 units of charm and 4 units of infectious smile. The girl's heart began to beat wildly, as if she had fallen in love at first sight. To her, he was a delightful young man. His face, voice, smile, and temperament were beautiful. Besides, in all romantic series, the main characters meet exactly like this. The handsome guy asked if the blonde was okay, but she was so charmed that she didn't answer right away. Batten mentally asked Kathleen for forgiveness, as it was necessary for his survival on the voyage. The streamer only said that he didn't notice the beauty and asked if she spoke Chinese. Then he added that her face seemed very familiar, as if they had met somewhere before. Some people say that the blonde looks like a famous actress, but Batten said that this is not true. Suddenly, the flight attendant suggested that she might have come to him in his dreams before. In this situation, everything turns out even easier than the main character expected. He introduced himself and called himself Batten. The girl said that her name was Olivia. The guy asked if he would mind taking a walk since they were going in the same direction. Olivia asked if her new friend had come from America by any chance, to which he replied positively. She went on to say that she works as a flight attendant, mainly flying on flights between Singapore and Japan, and that the day after tomorrow she is flying to Japan again. Batten replied that by a lucky coincidence, he was planning to fly there to rest. This made the blonde very happy, and she suggested exchanging contacts to meet in Japan. As it turned out, she and her colleagues had agreed to go to a theme park tomorrow and invited her new friend. The main character immediately realized that she had to go, because one of her colleagues could be helping the terrorists. He replied that their plans magically coincided, and tomorrow the streamer would go to the same park. On the way to the hotel, the student ordered the camera to continue monitoring the second terminal. At the theme park, he also watched the camera footage, but nothing happened. He was interrupted by Olivia, who came to introduce the guy to her work colleagues. She first introduced Perry, who was with his girlfriend. The guys shook hands and said that they were both glad to meet each other. Then she introduced Rudy and Albina. They looked quite frightening. Albina noted that Olivia was right about Batten being a handsome man. Rudy was in a bad mood and didn't say much. He only said hello and his name. The main character immediately realized that this blonde man was one of the terrorists. This Rudy seems like a normal guy, and he seemed a little annoyed when his girlfriend called Loaf a hottie. Otherwise, he is quite positive, and he treats Albina very politely. But her fidelity is questionable. She flirts with the student too often. He came here with Olivia and she with Rudy, but she winks and brushes shoulders. The strangest thing is that Rudy looks at him not with irritation, but with some kind of guilt in his eyes. He probably feels embarrassed for his girlfriend, but be that as it may, he behaves very decently and has never once expressed his dissatisfaction to the streamer. Perry's girlfriend said that they approached the pavilion with transformers. As for Perry himself, Batten had noticed his wary gaze more than once, sometimes even with a hint of aggression. His girlfriend Marta looks at him with such loving eyes that she doesn't even need the student with his mega charm. It was unlikely that it was about Olivia, because if Perry felt something for her, the guy would have noticed it. There was only one option left, namely that Albina and Perry had something. His thoughts were interrupted by Rudy, who turned his attention to the Transformers, and Albina said that she would wait for him in the cafe. Martha also stated that she loves Transformers, and Perry said he would go get her a drink. Then the girl with pink hair asked if Batten and Olivia would go with her and received a positive answer. Judging by Rudy's reaction, he is not at all indifferent to Transformers. He even has a limited edition watch with Megatron. The main character decided to talk to him about this topic and said that he wanted to add all the exhibits to his collection. And when the blonde asked about this, he replied that this media franchise is his favorite. Batten noticed a limited edition mechanical watch that Rudy had managed to obtain with great effort. The streamer replied that he had tried to get his hands on some too, but they had produced so few of them that he asked to take a closer look. In 1 second, he ordered the system to implant his magic microphone into this watch. After that, Batten offered 4 times more for them than they were worth, but the guy wouldn't sell them even for 10 times that amount. On the way out, the main character asked the seller to send all his purchases to his home by mail. Martha suggested that Olivia find Perry and Albina, but she also wanted to go to the Waterworld section with Batten. The girl was not upset and wished the couple a great time in this section. Before entering Waterworld, Batten said he would go to the restroom for a moment. Sitting on the toilet, he asked the system to turn on the simultaneous translation function so that he could understand what Rudy was saying. The guy started eavesdropping on the conversation only halfway through, so he didn't quite understand what was being discussed. The blonde told the girl not to worry and said that he would look for them outside and would definitely return in 10 minutes, with or without them. Baton didn't see it, but Rudy headed to the Egyptian complex for some unknown reason. Soon he found a cipher written on the stone and said to himself that in time everything would become clear. He also said that it was great and that it would also send that whore to the next world. Apparently, the terrorist received a message indicating the time of the attack. But it didn't seem at all like he decided to take this action only because of his girlfriend's cheating. Judging by this behavior, the guy had other reasons for turning to terrorism. Rudy may have had a sad life story, but that's no reason to kill innocent people. As Batten was about to leave the toilet, he heard someone meeting someone in the airport conference room. It seemed to him that Rudy had just been talking to one of his accomplices. At that very second, the main character ordered the camera to find the meeting room. When he finally came out into the street, Olivia noticed that the guy's face had turned gray, and he was simply thinking about Albina and Perry. She felt sorry for Rudy, because all the crew members have long known about what is happening between Albina and Perry. Only he remains in the dark. In fact, the blonde guy is no slouch either. He once raised his hand against a girl and then begged her for a long time not to leave him. And what happened next can be described in other words as her simply taking revenge on him. Now it was clear why Rudy had gone crazy, and the streamer asked if everyone else had arrived. Olivia just called the guys and they said that everyone had left, and it was just the 2 of them left. Batten said that he had already arranged to have lunch with his sister and that he also needed to go. When asked what the guy would do in the evening, he did not give a clear answer. Olivia asked this because she didn't know when they would meet again, because she had to fly to Japan tomorrow, but the streamer made her happy and said that he would fly on the same flight with her. While at the hotel, the protagonist watched the entire meeting of the workers from beginning to end, but did not learn anything new. It was very tiring for him, because he was watching it only to hear something important, and they were chatting about work matters. But after the meeting, there were 2 people left in the room on whom the camera focused. The blonde said that they had agreed on tomorrow at 11 o'clock in the evening and asked if everything was ready. The man replied that there was no need to worry and said another phrase, which for some reason the system could not translate. Since he was not among the terrorists that time, it was necessary to take a closer look at his badge. It turned out that this man worked for the company as a baggage inspection inspector, and most likely, He would be the one to help smuggle weapons onto the plane. But what the inspector said at the end worried Batten. Maybe it was a code or an air raid. Suddenly, he remembered that he could connect the camera to someone else's phone and copy all the data from there. Without a moment's hesitation, he did it. But he was unable to copy absolutely everything. As the inspector reached for the phone, the main character ordered an immediate stop to the copying. The man was only embarrassed by the fact that his phone screen was turned on in his pocket. The student got away with it and didn't get caught, and he also felt sorry that he couldn't buy another miracle camera for his glasses. At least with the microphone, he can continue to monitor Rudy to find out where they are hiding the weapons. If you record this on camera, you can take this material to the police. After checking, there was nothing useful on the inspector's phone, and there was nothing suspicious on the camera recording at the airport entrance either. At this time, Olivia wrote to him, and the guy realized that perhaps she would be able to decipher the inspector's phrase, which the translator did not recognize. In the evening, they met at a restaurant near Batten's hotel, and he said that he had obtained a recording that needed to be translated. She thought that the student couldn't confess his feelings to her directly, so he gave her such a puzzle. The girl said that she didn't understand anything. Then the streamer asked to listen to this phrase even more carefully. Maybe it would evoke some associations. According to Olivia, he simply gave her a random set of incomprehensible words. She immediately asked what Batten wanted to tell her by this, whether he was embarrassed to express his feelings directly. But he just wanted Olivia to try to understand the meaning of this phrase. Perhaps it was their professional jargon. After this phrase, the interlocutor realized that feelings had nothing to do with it, since the guy was too serious. Now she tried her best to listen to this strange phrase as attentively as possible. Then the girl said that maybe she was wrong, but it had something to do with the marking of luggage at the airport. Baton thought for a moment and said that this was most likely the case, but he himself was absolutely certain that the inspector was in cahoots with the terrorists. Olivia asked again why her friend was asking such strange questions. He decided, instead of making something up, to tell her the whole truth so that she could help him later. The guy used all his super charm skills and asked if Olivia would help him. She melted and replied that whatever he asked of her, she would give 200% to help. The main character began to talk about how this was a matter of life and death, both his and hers, and that the girl needed to trust him completely, and the guy would trust her in return. Olivia trusts him unconditionally, and even put his hand on her heart and said that such a heart cannot lie. After this, Batten said that the terrorists were planning to hijack their flight tomorrow. The girl's face became very frightened from this information. She didn't even immediately believe that something like this could happen. The guy argued that when he went to the toilet, he heard Ruta talking to someone on the phone, and then he added that he would send the whore to the next world. It turns out that he himself already knows about her betrayal, and Batten already knew about it all day. The streamer understood that he needed to tell her everything without mentioning the magic camera and miracle microphone. After visiting the theme park, the protagonist followed Rudy. He met someone else. At that moment, John asked the waiter to bring him some paper and a pencil to draw that man. The girl noted that such a handsome guy can also draw very quickly. A minute later, the drawing was ready, and Batten asked if Olivia knew this man. She didn't know his name, but the man in the drawing looked very much like one of the baggage screeners. This only meant that all the guesses fit together into a single puzzle. According to legend, Rudy met another man whose face was not fully visible. He told about him because he remembered the face of another terrorist and hoped that the blonde would be able to recognize him. The guy also added that perhaps this is not an airline employee, but will fly under the guise of a passenger. Then the girl decided to open her passenger database and compare this drawing with the database. After 15 minutes of searching, she found a photo of the terrorist who was registered for the flight. Olivia immediately wanted to call the police, but Batten said that they should not scare them away with any careless action. We can't let them escape justice, especially since they can make mistakes, so it's better to follow the main character. On the night of November 11th, a guy asked a vendor at the airport to give him the hardest apples. The seller noted that Batten was the first person to come to his shop with such a request, but he still chose the toughest ones for him. At another store, he bought groceries and asked the cashier to give him change only in coins. She only replied that they must have coins somewhere for such an occasion. The student has finished shopping and can be considered to be equipped with legal weapons. Meanwhile, there was more than an hour before the plane took off. Olivia and the rest of the crew had already boarded the plane. Suddenly, a man came into his field of vision, who turned out to be a terrorist on his previous flight. He ordered the camera to film him from above at a distance of 3 meters, hoping that it would lead him to the remaining 2 terrorists. When oversized cargo was being loaded onto the plane, the inspector ordered that one of the boxes be handled with care. In another part of the plane, Albina noted that her friend was a bit absent-minded today. She saw his name on the passenger list and asked if something had happened between her and Batten. Albina wanted to hear all the details because he looks so strong and is probably also good in bed. Looking at the time, Olivia realized that luggage was being loaded right now. The girl tactfully told Albina that she didn't want to talk now and suggested they chat at another time. The brunette only noted that the girl very abruptly dropped the conversation about Baton, which meant that they definitely already had something. Olivia locked herself in the bathroom and called the police to report the illegal transportation of weapons. 5 minutes later, the police had already arrived at the plane where the weapons were being loaded. They tied up the baggage inspector first, and he was only thinking about who had turned them in. 2 minutes later, an order was given for available police officers to open all the boxes. The denunciation turned out to be true, and in one of the boxes they found a machine gun and a pistol with cartridges. The chief officer reported to the center that a box of weapons had been found among the luggage. Rudy and the co-pilot were also on the plane, and the police were already running to the cockpit. They ordered everyone present to remain seated and raise their hands up. In the waiting room, a man in a cap with a cola in his hands very often exchanged glances with his accomplice. There was still one more terrorist who had not yet shown himself in any way. Suddenly, the boarding call for the flight to Japan was announced in the waiting room. Judging by the sounds coming from the microphone built into Rudy's watch, the terrorists on board have already been captured. But it was not clear why the boarding was announced. Perhaps the security service did not want to provoke panic. In general, until all the terrorists have been captured, such tactics are still in place. On the bus, Batten noted that the last time the plane pulled right up to the gate and boarded through a canal. Now the plane waits for passengers far from the airport, apparently for safety reasons. Suddenly, police officers jumped out of the plane and ordered everyone to remain in their seats. The officer asked the people to assist them and not to make unnecessary movements, as they would conduct a search of the passengers. 2 terrorists who were posing as passengers decided to take a grandfather and a little girl hostage. The guy noted that they made weapons out of a Coke can before landing. The main character tried to calm down and think about how to neutralize them. Before he could turn around, the last terrorist took him hostage. He thought that since he couldn't figure him out, he was the smartest. But he turned out to be the dumbest. Although judging by his face, he himself is shocked that he chose Batten, his visibility clearly played a role here. Before the rest of the passengers could blink, the terrorists had already taken 3 hostages in full view of the police. The officer advised people not to panic and under no circumstances to approach the terrorists. The mother of the little girl being held hostage began to go crazy and begged to let her daughter go. Suddenly, one of the terrorists said that they needed a car. The woman begged the police to give the boys whatever they asked for, just so they would let the girl go. The man again stated that they needed a car and added that in 1 minute the car should be standing next to him. And he ordered the girl to shut up because her crying was really getting on his nerves. The situation is getting tense. At some point, one of the terrorists might lose his mind. This can't go on any longer. Batten decided to use his invisibility cap for the girl's benefit. The dumbest of the terrorists squeezed the guy even harder and ordered him to stand still. At that moment, one of the hostages disappeared from the hands of the man with purple hair. His partners immediately asked where the crying girl had disappeared to. He himself was perplexed, and then he asked who he had taken hostage. The main character decided not to hesitate and threw the first terrorist into the bend. Another called the guy a scumbag and cut his hand with his homemade weapon. Suddenly, he was hit very hard in the back. They promised that they would finish him off. The streamer was prepared for this fight in advance and took out the coins with which he had previously received change. He threw them into the eyes of 2 terrorists, which managed to distract them for a while. Meanwhile, the student told his grandfather, who was also a hostage, to run away quickly. The men had already started beating the main character to the fullest extent because he had thwarted their plans. One held the guy by the arms, and the other hit him with all his might right in the stomach, and all this happened in front of the other passengers. Grandfather asked why the police didn't shoot. They said they might miss and hit the hostage. The purple-haired man said that if they went down today, Batten would go down with them. If they wanted to scare the streamer before he died, they picked the wrong guy because he was already dying. The rest of the hostages were safe, so the guy no longer had any reason to stand on ceremony with them. The next second, he began to apply all the skills he had acquired in life. Batten was the first to throw the purple-haired terrorist. He did it with such ease as if he was throwing a pillow. One look from the main character made the blood of all the terrorists run cold. With lightning speed, he approached the next one and threw him to the ground just as hard. The dumbest of the terrorists asked if his opponent was a monster. With an even more menacing look, the student declared that it was now his turn. This man was very cowardly and began to run away in the other direction, and the guy already thought that he was so scary. It was not for nothing that he had prepared hard apples earlier. Now he took only one piece because he was counting on his accuracy. The policeman said into the radio that the others should not let the terrorist escape, and if necessary, they would shoot. But Batten said that it was better to save the bullets, and he could handle this guy himself. He used all his skills, from his hand speed to his throwing accuracy. The streamer had already dragged the last terrorist to the rest of the pile and asked if they really were going to hijack the entire plane. In the end, he dared to report that they were not very good terrorists. Suddenly, the main character ran away from a great distance and declared that now they would experience real terror on their own skin. After this phrase, he fell with all his weight on the already exhausted terrorists. Neither the police nor the passengers understood whether this was all happening for real or whether they were filming some kind of movie. Soon, the police came to their senses and ran towards the terrorists to neutralize them. The girl, who had previously been held hostage, did not understand why her parents were not paying attention to her, and her parents wondered for a second whether they would have taken their daughter with them. The guy came up to her and said that it was all over and there was nothing to be afraid of. When he took off his cap, the girl declared that she was no longer needed by her mom and dad. She asked why they didn't notice her anymore. Maybe they didn't love the girl. Batten explained that he had used magic and made her invisible, but now he had lifted the spell and everything would go on as before. The student smiled sweetly and assured her that her mom and dad still loved her. Then the girl turned to her parents and asked if they could see her now. The protagonist said that now she shouldn't tell it, so that it would remain their secret. Finally, he stroked the girl's head and sent her to her parents. One guy took a photo of the hero with the girl and posted it on the internet. Eyewitnesses said that those freaks were unlucky to run into such a fighter. He even took apples with him, just like he knew. He may have been a professional baseball player in real life, but according to passengers, he is a hero first and foremost. The streamer noted that it turned out very well, and no one except the failed terrorists was hurt. Immediately after this thought, his vision became blurred, and 30 seconds later, the guy fainted. The passengers noticed this, and one of them asked to call the doctors because Batten lost consciousness. Lying on the stretcher, the boy could not imagine that fate had decided to laugh at him like that, because he had already eliminated the threat. At the hospital, doctors said that he had a large but not deep wound on his back, but because the hero was actively moving after receiving the injury, a rupture of internal tissue occurred. The student now requires a blood transfusion and was also hit on the head during the fight. A few minutes later, Batten woke up and immediately bought an energy gel. Since he couldn't move, he ordered the bags to crawl into his mouth. Another doctor said that the head injuries were not considered serious, and the cut on the back was not life-threatening, and also that a transfusion would not be needed. An IV would be enough. When he heard that his life was not in danger, the guy became upset because he had already bought a lot of gel. One of the assistants noticed that the patient was chewing something, and Batten decided that he would eat the rest later. The worker soon concluded that the student had finally regained consciousness. Then a nurse came to him and said that all he needed now was rest, and they would take care of the rest. The clock had already passed midnight, but the system still hadn't notified John of the completion of Master of Survival. He wondered if the terrorists were the only ones who could threaten lives, or if he was missing something. But then he looked at the system and realized he still had to get to Japan. The guy asked the nurse what was happening with that flight to Japan and was told that the flight had been canceled and all passengers had been taken to a restroom. One of them suggested that they were all deliberately taken to a room where all signals were blocked so that they could not publish anything on the internet. The men were already outraged that the airport administration should bear responsibility for what happened, but they were trying to shut the mouths of eyewitnesses. A couple of minutes later, a representative of the airline entered the lounge with the news that a press conference was currently being organized with the participation of representatives of leading media outlets. On behalf of the administration, he offered the passengers his deepest apologies and assured that the public would soon learn about everything that had happened. One of the passengers asked if there would be any compensation for this incident, and besides, he absolutely had to be in Japan tomorrow. The spokesman said boarding would begin within an hour and the airline would give double refunds for anyone who did not want to fly. He then introduced Batten as Mr. M, and as an additional thank you for his heroism, he would be able to fly on this company's flights for the rest of his life, completely free of charge. According to doctors, the hero's life is not currently in danger. The company is also forced to ask passengers to sign non-disclosure agreements. This is necessary for Mr. M's safety, as they want to avoid leaking his personal information. It sounded quite logical, and if it was a matter of the hero's safety, then the passengers should fulfill this request. One man said that while they were near the runway, he managed to share this news on the page. The representative asked to look at this news because Mr. M was in the photo. It was good that the student's face was not visible, but it is still better to delete this post and not publish anything like this. Suddenly, Olivia looked into the room and asked to borrow Mr. M for a while. She personally asked him to follow her and promised that it would not take much time. In the corridor, the girl said that Batten would have to fly to Japan without her, since she was a witness in this case, and asked whether the guy had met her only in order to get closer to the terrorists. Then she immediately changed her mind and said that a hero like him would not play with girls' feelings. Olivia compared him to Spider-Man when people think he is living a normal life, but in times of danger he comes and saves humanity. Baton didn't respond to this. He only thought that he didn't even have to justify himself and that her imagination did everything for him. She said that the guy shouldn't worry because she wouldn't tell anyone about his secret and asked if they would meet again. Batten invited her to fly to America, where he would introduce her to his friends and girlfriend. Well, of course, it would be stupid of Olivia to assume that such a guy doesn't have a girlfriend. The blonde assumed that the main character's girlfriend was quite a beauty and invited them to Japan. The streamer didn't respond and only said that he had to apologize to her. The flight attendant said that there was no need to apologize, and besides, they had finished talking about it. Olivia's colleague had already told her to hurry up because the plane needed to be prepared for takeoff. Be that as it may, she is in any case grateful to fate for having met the student. Batten then mentally apologized for taking advantage of her and playing on her feelings, but it was a matter of life and death. On the local news, the presenter said that on November 11th, at about 11 o'clock in the evening, an attempt was made to hijack an airplane. Fortunately, airport security and police forces managed to prevent a terrorist attack. As a result of the operation, no passengers were seriously injured, and the airline has already prepared another aircraft to carry out the flight. All affected passengers will be compensated, but the investigation into the incident is still in its early stages. All of Batten's acquaintances were worried after this news because the guy was flying on this very flight. The presenter also said that a photograph from the scene of the incident had leaked onto the internet, showing a young man who resisted the terrorists. Judging by the photo, he was injured in the back area, and the media hopes that he will be okay. After these words, the main character's close people immediately realized that the streamer himself was involved in this. Friends immediately started calling him, but they couldn't get through. Apparently, the guy was still on the plane. Meanwhile, Melissa edited the social media post that Caroline had forwarded under the tag Celebrity Appeal. I urgently need to send the link to all my friends so that they can start posting this entry to protect their brother. Kathleen called her seventh brother, who was about to fly to Japan for an MMA competition, to ask him for something. When the plane carrying the main character landed, his phone started blowing up with notifications. He was written to by friends who were worried, and by his sisters, and by his mother, who called him a fool. What made the guy happiest was a message from Kathleen asking if he was okay. He immediately apologized for making the girl worry and said that he had already arrived in Japan. She decided to immediately call the guy via video link to make sure that he was really safe. Kathleen immediately noticed the bandage and asked if Batten had been seriously wounded. According to him, it was just a scratch, and there was no need to worry about him. Kathleen's brother is flying to Japan this evening, and the student must find him or have him send security for him. In general, until Robin arrives, the streamer should not go anywhere under any circumstances. The protagonist said that it was time for him to get off the plane and he would call when he checked into the hotel. When the guy got off the plane, the system notified him that he had completed a special mission, Master of Survival. On the way out, the parents of the rescued girl stopped him and asked which hotel Mr. M was staying at so they could give him a lift. He replied that he was staying at the Anman Hotel, and if it wasn't too much trouble, he wouldn't mind being dropped off there. The parents were a little taken aback because this was the best hotel in all of Japan. Then an old man came up to him and introduced himself as Goro, gave him his business card and said that if the guy needed any help in Japan, he could contact Goro. The card also had the name of the person who released The Shining Organization and Werewolf Tale, and many more such works. Goro noted that Batten was knowledgeable about manga and offered to give them a tour of their publishing house. Already at the hotel, the main character talked to his sister on the phone and said that the hotel she had booked was too luxurious. He then asked if this was her doing, to which he did not receive a clear answer. After the phone conversation, the guy saw that he had received a message on his phone saying that he could visit the publishing house. This is a very rare opportunity, and it would be great if the student could take his manuscripts with him. At that moment, the system gave him the mangaka task, which gives a lot of bonuses as a reward. At the moment, His artistic skill and hand speed should be enough, but if his imagination and writing skill were higher, it would be better. The airport had just transferred $100,000 to Batten, and he had a stash, which should be enough. To complete the task, the total income for online manga must exceed 1 million. He decided to start getting paid for his work and decided to upload the cover to the site. From all the rough material, the guy chose a story related to the Book of Mountains and Seas. After quickly coming up with a title, he uploaded only the cover and sent the manga for moderation. Batten immediately called the editor and asked him to check the new work as quickly as possible. The editor was very happy and asked not to hang up because he would quickly check it. But when he saw that it was just a cover, with no content, just a title and a short description, he went crazy. The man tried to calm down, because as long as this guy contacted him himself, as long as he could create and sign contracts, these were just trifles. He said on the phone that it absolutely had to be released and promised to get better conditions for Batten. Batten added that he hasn't quite figured it out yet, and if he wants to sign a contract in the future, he will definitely contact them. The editor hung up and decided to give him a trial period first. After all, he was a cool and creative writer. A couple of minutes later, the main character received a notification that the cover had passed moderation. Now he took his money to complete a new task from the system. That day in the office, other men were on the site and noticed that Batten's manga had received a reward of 100,000. The guy pouring himself some boiling water also came over to see what kind of manga it was. Out of amazement, he even spilled this boiling water on his seated colleague with green hair. He didn't like this act at all, as the guy received a severe burn. But the man with the tie didn't pay attention to this because he was still in shock. A few seconds later, a reward of $200,000 and $300,000 was received. When the notification of the $500,000 reward arrived, all the office workers were, to put it mildly, in shock. One of them decided to go to his computer and check what was going on there. It turned out to be no hallucination, and the manga was credited with $1 million. He added that all this was from Batten, and the office workers seemed to be frozen. At this time, the system credited the main character with the million rewards task and awarded 3 points to his drawing skills and the same amount to his screenwriting and design skills. Now the guy can think about improving his skills. The most important for him is imagination, design, and screenwriting. He decided he added 3 points each to screenwriting and design and 4 points to imagination. Also, the function of exchanging points for characteristic units was unlocked for him. 1 unit costs 1,000 points. The student asked the system how many points he currently had, and it said that he had 11,885 points. It would be nice for a streamer to exchange total points for stat units. Next, he asked the system to reveal the current value of his characteristics. Now Batten will need his imagination, observation skills, and ability to stay awake. He added 5 units to imagination, 2 to observation, 2 to wakefulness, and 1 to hand speed. He was interrupted by a call from his editor, who asked if it was true that the main character had donated $1 million to himself. He replied that he thought he was an excellent drawer, and besides, no one forbade him from sending donations to himself. The man understood everything, except why he was sending money to himself. According to the streamer, their readers have nothing to donate for yet, and even this could attract attention to the work. The guy said that there was no need to worry because he was already starting work. Since he wants to take it to publishers, he should start with a black and white sketch, and then transfer it to an electronic version and make a color version there. First, we need to gather together the various ideas that Batten has accumulated over all these years and put them in order. The system provided him with a feed of rough footage, starting with the first scene. She showed contradiction, conflict, critical moment, motive and character of the hero, as well as contrast. Didn't forget about worldview, humor, touching moments, and aspirations. Next came the basics. Legends, mythical creatures, and the like. There were firearms, living machines, and monsters here. Chinese mythology, myths of the northern peoples of Europe, Greek mythology, ancient Roman legends, and others were united. But still, the plot needs to develop slowly, with details revealed in the middle or even closer to the end. Batten made the carefree and confident optimist Albert the main character. The story takes a turn when he meets a dog, who is based on Shan Kaijun from Shanhai Jing. But then he realized that Shan Kaijun was too difficult to pronounce, so he named him Yufa. The manga is about a boy and his stupid but cute pet animal, and the story will begin with a description of the life of the inhabitants of a small town. The first volume will tell the story of how the main character got a dog. In Batten's fan group, they discussed the student's act when he donated $1 million to himself. They agreed that a worthy work had finally appeared and decided to donate as well. The office started receiving notifications about different amounts of donations for manga. Someone suggested that it was transmitted contagiously from Batten to the fans. The guy with green hair thought that most likely this news had flown to the top of social networks. The editor opened the page, and it turned out to be true. The workers assumed that it was just a lucky coincidence after the eccentric act. He wanted to call the streamer, but he didn't pick up. He's probably drawing at home right now. In this case, the script is a very important and top priority thing. To write it, you need to think through every detail, and by the time you get to the next scenes, consider half the job done. After 7.5 hours of work, the entire floor of his room was strewn with scraps of paper. After an hour and a half, the guy has almost written everything he needs to, but first he will eat, buy papers, and start writing a new chapter. Late at night, the script was already ready, and the student decided to start the first draft. He drew the main character, an orphan named Albert, who grew up in a village. All the villagers were very friendly and nice to him, especially when he stole food. But suddenly something strange happened, and Old Man Wang was bitten by an unknown creature, which is why he died. People were afraid that something bad had started up in their mountains. They had been hearing strange sounds in the evenings lately. Batten drew this chapter at great speed. In a couple of hours, it was almost ready. The main character furiously attacked the beast that had killed many people. Suddenly, something knocked the weapon out of his hands, and the guy asked who it was. An old man with a long beard and mustache held a dog and said that Albert was wrong, because it is just a beast from the mountain, and not a killer of villagers, since this killer has long since gone east. The sage declared that this boy was destined to be chosen, connected to him by fate itself, so he left him this mountain warrior dog. The old man also ordered him to go east, where they would meet again when Albert found the real killer. The guy only grabbed the dog tighter and begged him not to leave, while Batten finished drawing the animal's paw. At 18 minutes past 2 in the morning, the streamer finally finished drawing the first chapter. In the second chapter, the story will be about a mountain dog warrior. With great difficulty, it will be revealed that he attacked people not of his own free will. By 7 o'clock in the morning, the main character had finally finished drawing the first 3 chapters of the manga. The first chapter consists of 38 pages. The second consists of 25, which can be considered a normal volume. The meeting with the people from Jieying Publishing House was at noon. The student still had time to check everything a couple more times. At the appointed time, he called a taxi and said that he needed to go to Akihabara to the Jieying Publishing House. A few minutes later, the guy was at the publishing house, where he said that he had previously arranged a meeting with Mr. Ichiro. Walking further into the room, Batten is surprised by the works hanging on the wall, and Ben tells the guy that he has about an hour for the meeting. He also shouldn't ask the gentleman about the plot of Straw Hats, and he shouldn't talk about topics that aren't related to the manhwa. During this dialogue, the student kept looking at the walls where various figures stood. Soon they reached Mr. Ichiro's office, where the meeting was scheduled. As soon as the main character appeared in the doorway, the gentleman stood up to greet the guy. Batten greeted him and said that he had heard about Ichiro, and that it was a great honor for him to continue his work. Half an hour later, the blond man became embarrassed and looked at his watch, since the guest had been pestering the gentleman for a long time. In his opinion, this was very impolite, so the man decided to go and remind him of this. He entered the office and reminded the student that he still needed to stop by the Jieying Publishing House. The gentleman, in turn, asked the guy if he was in a hurry, and warned that if Ben was busy, he would send his assistant to see Batten off instead. The blonde was surprised by this situation, but quickly pulled himself together and left the office, apologizing for disturbing him and saying that he was in no hurry. Mr. Ichiro reminded the guy about the manhwa and offered to show him the drafts. The streamer happily handed him a stack of papers, awaiting the gentleman's criticism. Eiichiro carefully looked over the samples of what was written and returned them to the boy without saying anything. Baton was confused by the gentleman's reaction and only asked how bad everything was. The man reassured him with a smile, assuring him that the younger generation really was no slouch. He also said that the guy has a very outstanding drawing style, and the story is light and effective, although there are some minor flaws, but these are all minor things. Baton was very surprised and pleased by such laudatory words from the gentleman, making sure that he was serious about what he was saying. Eiichiro confirmed the student's intention to go to Jieying Publishing House and submit the manuscript for review, and assured him that this was the right decision. A minute later, Mr. Eiichiro handed the boy a letter of recommendation from himself, which would help the boy in the publishing house, causing Batten's face to glow with happiness and anticipation. Already on the way to the GA publishing house, a dialogue was going on between Batten and Ben, in which the blonde was increasingly dubiously surprised at how the gentleman had devoted so much time to him, and to be precise, more than an hour. Moreover, Batten is a manga artist, and the gentleman wrote him a letter of recommendation. The guy didn't pay attention to Ben's dubious tone, just smiled and politely replied that it was all thanks to his connections. The blonde interrupted the guy's joy and replied that he had no merit in this. He should thank his sister, and also added that Batten was much cooler than he thought. Ben's words gave the guy even more self-confidence, and his eyes said it. He spent the rest of the way thinking that this time he would definitely succeed. Already at the GA publishing house, the editor of the publication, Bill, carefully reviewed the guy's drafts, relying on his sharp mind and complete dedication to his work. Batten sat impatiently, just looking intently at the editor and watching his reaction. But inside he was burning with anticipation and was tormented that something could go wrong and his efforts would be in vain. Finally, the man looked up at the boy and said that the drafts had a few mistakes, but overall they were good and there was a chance that they would be published. And now, the editor said in a decisive tone, they need to resolve other issues. Looking at the man warily, Batten said that he was listening to him, but inside he was growing cold at what was to come. Bill stated the condition firmly, stating that the guy being a foreigner was not a problem. Their editorial staff had already worked with several manga artists from America, but the guy would have to move to Japan. He will live in a dormitory if necessary. They will organize entrance exams for him to the university. Thus, it will be much more convenient to negotiate about the comic. Secondly, they enter into individual contracts, so the guy's comics that are published in his home country need to be suspended or stopped altogether. Thirdly, their publication has a lot of manga artists, and the man also repeated that the guy's comic is very good, but it won't be possible to publish it immediately. As for the rest, since Mr. Aichiro recommended the guy and his comic is really high quality, they will sign him to the contract they consider the best. Taken aback by such an abundance of information, the guy thought that although there is serious competition between mangakas in Japan, due to the quality of his comics, such conditions are not suitable for him. He also looked silently at Mr. Bill and remembered the genuine arrogance in his eyes from the very beginning of their meeting. Not losing heart from such a poor attitude towards himself, the guy gathered his strength before what was to come and assured himself that he would not give in to him so easily. Slowly and confidently, Batten began to explain that they live in the age of technology. There is no need to move to Japan. And secondly, as far as he knows, their publishing house also practices a cooperation agreement. Without bending to the student's convictions, the editor questioningly said that since Batten knew about this agreement, that meant he knew about its conditions. Without waiting for an answer, the man continued what he had said and stated that such an agreement simply required that the mangaka be known in professional circles, and the guy was just a newbie. Batten did not give in to such pressure from the editor and continued that he was confident in his comic, even believed that it would become a classic work in the future. And if he ends the contract with their publishing house, then all the copyrights of the comic will be transferred directly to the publishing house, which the guy is not happy with. The man repeated to the student, as he had probably repeated more than once to others like him throughout his career, that they only sign exclusive contracts with newcomers, and everything else is then discussed if desired. Extending his hand to make a deal, the man began by promising that if he agreed, he would recommend him to Weekly Jump. The main character thought about the man's words, trying to make at least some kind of decision because he liked the comic. But regarding the contract, he didn't know what to think and do next. After 2 minutes, the guy finally stood up and said that he would think everything over carefully and make a decision. He just needed to give him a little time, thanking the man for his time. Bill stood up with relief, reassuring the guy that everything was fine. He was giving him 2 days to make a decision and handed him his business card so that he could contact him at any time. After leaving the office, Batten called Takashi-san and asked for a meeting at the publishing house, to which he agreed at any time convenient for the guy. After finishing the conversation, the student thought about his upcoming visit to Jiangtan Publishing House, and it would be good if he could sign a cooperation agreement with them. If it doesn't work out, then he'll wait until he becomes a famous manga artist and competes with Japanese manga artists in terms of sales. Even though the guy likes Japanese manga, he hopes that domestically produced comics will finally be able to settle in Japan and defeat it. Already in the evening, Batten was at the Jiangtan Publishing House where he was met by Mr. Takashi. The man offered the student some tea and informed him that they would visit the Siabi Publishing House a little later. The guy thanked him and said that he actually came about the comic and really wanted to hear the gentleman's opinion on it. Having glanced over the boy's sketches, the man was very surprised by such a result from the student and asked again if he really drew it. Without looking up from the pages of the comic, he continued to praise it, noting that the drawing and storyboarding were top-notch and the story itself was very interesting. 30 minutes later, Mr. Takashi asked the boy where he would like to publish the comic, and if he let him be the editor, the man would publish it in Weekly Teen. Batan was surprised by such a high assessment of his creation and thanked Takashi, but asked to hear him out to the end. The man was a little embarrassed by the guy's serious attitude, but said that he was ready to listen to him. The guy began his speech by admitting that before that he visited the Jian publishing house with a letter of recommendation from Mr. Ichiro, where the conditions did not suit him. Now he wants to conclude a cooperation agreement with their publishing house on his own terms. As for the anime copyright, he also wants to work with their publishing house, and maybe he's getting ahead of himself, but he wants to clarify everything from the very beginning. The man was completely confused and did not expect that the student would ask to sign a contract. He stated that it would be very difficult, because by concluding an individual contract, he could provide the guy with the best conditions. But if not, then even with all his efforts, he would not be able to allocate him a place in the Weekly Teen. Taken aback by what he heard, Batten realized that not everything was so simple. Apparently, he had been dreaming too much. However, he did not give up and asked in hope what if it was another magazine. The man sadly explained that he understood that if the guy had agreed to sign an individual contract, he would have signed it at the Jian publishing house. But if it was another place of publication, then it would not be so difficult to conclude a cooperation agreement. Nevertheless, Takashi agreed and asked to wait for him in the office, going to discuss everything with the management. 3 hours later, it was already dark and the tea had cooled, but the guy was still sitting and waiting, having lost hope for the best. Suddenly, Batten heard the quiet sound of the door opening, through which Mr. Takashi entered. The man met the guy's gaze with sadness, apologized, and said that he did everything in his power. The protagonist reassured him that despite the management's response, he had achieved the man's recognition and was already grateful for it. Sadly, the man continued his speech, announcing the decision that if you publish in the Weekly Teenager with a cooperation agreement, they will only pay 60% of the fee. Batten interrupted the editor and joyfully exclaimed that despite all this, eccentric Shanghai would still be able to publish, and the fact that the fee was low did not bother him at all. That evening, at the hotel, the guy called his girlfriend to tell her the good news about signing a contract with a publishing house. She was very happy for him and replied that she had always believed in him. But then she added menacingly why the seventh brother couldn't get through to the guy, which made him dumbfounded. After all, out of joy, the main character completely forgot about this meeting for his safety. Quickly recovering, he told Kathleen that he would definitely find him as soon as he had dinner. Already at night, a dark-skinned athlete joyfully greeted Batten at the Japanese stadium. He expressed his gratitude to the guy for his talent, to which Batten responded affably that he was no worse than him. The athlete said that they were heading to Robin, who was about to fight the Japanese star Shirai, and they should hurry. Standing in front of the ring waiting for the start, the guy told Batten that this was Asian MMA, which brought together America, Thailand, the Philippines, Japan, Mongolia, South Korea, and others. The guy also added that this fight is the final one for Shirai. The seventh brother and Shirai are longtime enemies who have already met 3 times in official competition. 1 win, 1 loss, and 1 draw. And although this time it is not an official competition, both of them have more than enough enthusiasm. The ring announcer began his speech with the rules of the fight, where the competition consists of 3 rounds. Each fight lasts 5 minutes. There is a minute of rest, kicks and elbows are allowed, victory is awarded by knockout, and judging ends with a technical knockout. The host announced the start of the first round, and the fighters furiously rushed into battle. Shirai managed to avoid Robin's first attack, after which he applied an uppercut, which easily caused his opponent to dodge. 5 minutes later, the first round was over, and Batten wondered why the seventh brother had not shown his full strength in this round. However, Shirai's powers are also not inferior to his, and perhaps he is also skilled in skill. The second round began, and Robin immediately applied an elbow lock, which Shirai did not expect. He tried to resist in kind, which resulted in him being knocked out. The second round was over, and Batten and his friend were beginning to lose hope for their brother's victory, since both fighters were strong enough and both had equal chances of winning. The third round began, by which time the ring was already filled with the fighters' blood. In the end, both were knocked out and the competition was over. Everyone stood in complete shock because it was unclear who won and who lost, and the judge's decision would now depend on which of the fighters showed more skill. In a hot sweat, having spent all their strength, the athletes were waiting for the results of the fight to be announced, when suddenly the host announced a draw. The entire stadium was shocked, and people started to loudly protest that the decision was unfair, because Shirai was much cooler and Robin committed a violation. Baton could not stand it and asked the protester to answer for his words, to which he received the answer that he was a shameless American. A seventh man appeared on the court and said that his ancestor was an American himself, which made him even more angry, and he called on the crowd to attack the athlete. With fire in their eyes, some of the people rushed to attack him in order to beat him up badly. Completely taken aback by such chaos, Baton did not notice the sharp blow to his back and exclaimed why he had hit him. The guy told him that he was on Shirai's side, and it dawned on Baton that they were all part of the Southern team. Suddenly, the guy heard Tyler's voice, who was shouting at him that his brother was surrounded and being beaten by a crowd. He needed protection because he had spent all his strength in the ring. At that very moment, the main character lost all patience and with fire in his eyes went to help Robin, because these terrible people dared to touch the seventh brother. He saw them mercilessly striking the athlete with terrible words, and he rushed at them furiously. In a second, he flew into the offender with his whole body, pushing him away so hard that everyone was horrified. Afterwards, he covered his brother with himself, to which he quickly told him to quickly get out of this chaos, since it was not his responsibility at all. But the guy was not going to leave. In his thoughts, Baton understood that all these people were thinking only about themselves, and decided to simply take advantage of the situation and screw over his brother. In a second, he noticed the incoming kick and fought it off in time, furiously defending Robin. Grabbing the offender by the neck, the student angrily slammed him into the floor, causing blood to fly out of his mouth. He looked at the crowd with an inhuman face and clearly said that he would also look at the one who dared to touch his seventh brother. The crowd rushed at the guy, and the guy looked at them with the eyes of a monster, ready to tear everyone apart. At that very second, he dealt sharp blows to each one, throwing them aside like insects. Suddenly, he received a blow from the left, but without feeling any pain, Baton knocked down his attacker with a counterblow, the force of which slammed him into the wall. At that very moment, they began to run in fear to the sides. However, the streamer was not going to let them go so easily without punishment, and grabbing one of the offenders, threw him into the crowd like trash. Surrounded by a monstrous aura, the guy didn't even notice how his dark-skinned friend appeared next to him, trying to reason with him. Through the darkness, Baton still heard the guy's words about not giving in to the thirst for murder, and it was better to stop in time before he started to attack his own. The guy immediately grabbed the boy who was behind Chernish by the collar and told his friend that he wanted to hit him. Then Tyler realized everything, quickly turned around and punched the enemy in the face. The opponents were so frightened that they denied the incident and made excuses. The protagonist looked at them mercilessly and told them to move away, that they were just about to deal with everyone. The audience looked at the guy with bewilderment. They had no idea about his strength and considered him a monster. Finally, the police burst into the hall and began to restore order. Baton and Tyler were shocked, causing them to freeze in amazement. Then the student and the seventh brother sat on the stairs, beaten and tired. The seventh brother laughed until the streamer punched him in the shoulder. After this, a notification appeared in front of the main character that he had completed the task where he had to hit 1,000 times. In the main office, on the big screen, the game developers watched the main character fight. The men wondered who this fighter was and where he came from. They were amazed by his fighting abilities and wondered how strong he was. One of the men said that the boy was very strong, but they objected that the opponents were caught by surprise. The blonde man with glasses interrupted the conversation because they still needed to discuss their sheep. The men sat at a large table and discussed punishment for the guilty, but they didn't know what to do with the unknown person, since he wasn't in their area of responsibility. The blonde replied that the situation would soon appear on the internet, and they should take action as quickly as possible. He also closed his eyes tiredly and promised to deal with the problematic person. Seeing the news on the internet, the Japanese fighter watched and read the news and promised to challenge this Baton. A fighter from South Korea also promised to challenge and avenge the loss. At this time, the main character flew back to America and was already waiting to meet Kathleen. He was already imagining a meeting with the girl and remembered that she had promised him a massage. Unfortunately, the streamer did not see the girl at the airport, but received a message from her that she would not be able to come. Baton soon arrived home and found the door to the apartment open. The student was already prepared to attack the thieves and took a fighting stance. But in the kitchen, a girl in an apron was waiting for him and prepared something for him to eat. Batten was pleased with this surprise, but asked Kathleen how she entered the house. The girl winked at him and said that she could open any door. The main character happily imagined how they would spend time together. But his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a menacing cry and a powerful slap. The guy's mother, Kate, stood there angrily and opened the door for his girlfriend. Kathleen called the woman affectionately and asked her to change her anger to mercy. But the woman did not calm down. She grabbed the student by the ear and ordered him not to make any more noise, as her heart might not take it. Later, she let her son go, as she did not want to disgrace him in front of her daughter-in-law. Kate calmed down and said that she had done everything she wanted and it was time for her to go. The young people asked their mother to stay for a while and eat with them. But she was already standing at the door and almost left, winking slyly at the lovers. The students were embarrassed by this gesture, and soon Batten decided to go wash himself. Kathleen pushed him towards the bath because he didn't want to leave. When the guy hit the corner, the girl laughed at her lover. While the main character was taking a shower, a girl suddenly entered the bathroom and wanted to treat his wounds. Because of this, the streamer was incredibly embarrassed and blushed deeply in front of her eyes. He teased Kathleen about whether she wanted to see him naked. In response to this, she slammed the door in embarrassment and ran off to make soup. At this time, Batten was lamenting that he had said something stupid and embarrassed the girl. When he came out of the bath, the girl met him with food already prepared. She finally saw the wound on her hand and decided to help change the bandage. Meng was very embarrassed. He liked that the girl was taking care of him. Kathleen laughed at him because he had tried to make her feel sorry for him over the phone before. The girl was applying ointment to her hand, and Batten was glad that she came to him. Suddenly, the man was distracted by a phone call and went off to talk about work. The editor confirmed his willingness to work over the phone and scheduled a meeting for 3 o'clock. The beauty knew that everything would definitely work out for her young man. The streamer immediately became embarrassed by the praise and invited Kathleen to the table. Soon, Batten found himself in the studio, discussing upcoming chapters of the manga with his colleagues. After reading the drafts, the men were delighted and praised the work. The man with lilac hair was worried that the Japanese side would make claims. The protagonist assured the publisher that he had fixed the situation in Japan and had not signed any contract. He was completely confident in his words and also decided to take a sip of water. He allowed the studio to take all rights to the manga, but left some rights for himself and the Japanese side. The same man with lilac hair ran away from the author, that if he transfers the rights to them, it will be the most correct decision. The streamer responded to the editor that he was losing some money, but that wasn't the most important thing for him. The men whispered behind his back. They were surprised because the writer did not need money. The editor suggested leaving Batten the right to the video adaptation and giving all the other rights to them since they would be able to offer better conditions. The main character happily agreed and thought to himself that his plan had worked. People in office clothes also asked him about the rights to the anime. The guy told the editor that he would sign a contract with Jangtan Publishing House because he believes that Japan makes better anime and that America will gain useful experience by collaborating with them. After some quick thought, the men agreed with the manga artist. The editor thought that a talented person thinks not only about his wallet, but also about his own development. Baton thanked the men and said he would use every opportunity. They shook hands and agreed to sign a tripartite agreement. The next day, they met with representatives from Jiangtan Publishing House. The magazine's director told those present that he was not prepared to send so many changes to print. The guy's former editor thought to himself that the author could be super productive if he wanted to. But he was surprised when he heard from the student that he was willing to release only 2 updates a week. The guy assured everyone that he was ready to promise quality and corrections if they were needed. He also suggested that if the quality was excellent, he would continue printing the comic. The publishing house agreed with the terms. We'll discuss everything. They shook hands. Everyone was leaving the office happy and getting ready to celebrate the deal with some delicious food. Suddenly, the main character's phone rang loudly, and Robin was on the other end. Streamer picked up the phone, and the 7th brother told him about the upcoming battle. The guy was shocked because fighters from Korea and Japan wanted to organize a fight and pay well. He also spoke on the phone with displeasure. He had plans, and he didn't want to fight. Robin and Tyler discussed their client's refusal to participate in the battle. Tyler's joke made Robin angry, and he abruptly lifted him up. The 7th brother was worried that he had been suspended from the competition and was forced to bother Batten. The black man insisted that the student could refuse because he was not on their team. After the flight to Japan, the main character was busy with work, and after signing the contract, the troubles became even greater. At 3 o'clock in the morning, The student was drawing manga and doing other work before the official publication. Batten also did voice acting and participated in the show as the voice of the star. The main character became very popular after the show, and his name was at the top of the internet searches. The seventh brother also watched the show and rejoiced at the success of his protege. The black man reminded the seventh brother of how he used to treat Batten. Suddenly, Robin exclaimed at what he had just seen on his phone. Then he showed Tyler the information on his smartphone and said they were completely freaking out. On the screen was a promotional video for the competition in Macau, and below was a list of participants. The black man was shocked when he saw Loaf on their list. Robin grabbed his phone and started calling to find out why his brother-in-law was on the list. He furiously asked the reason for the main character's name appearing in the battle lists. The dark-skinned man was very nervous from the conversation. He heard his brother swearing. The seventh brother said that the organizers want to attract more attention and audience. The brother swore and found out what else the organizers had come up with to attract the student. The brother scolded Lin Jundao and said that such dirty tricks would only push people away from them. As a result, the man angrily disconnected the call and almost broke the phone. Tyler reassured his brother. Although he was worried that Batten would soon find out everything, Robin thought that if Batten refused, America would be disgraced. The seventh brother decided that he would offer his candidacy instead of his brother-in-law. In the evening, the streamer was completing a task along the embankment, where he had to run 1,500 kilometers. The guy was also happy because his endurance indicators improved. When the man finished his run, he began to do a cool down after running. But the people behind him started whispering and pointing at him. Then they wanted to take a photo. One girl immediately approached Batten and asked him to take a photo. And then immediately a lot of people rushed at him, wanting to take a photo. People called the guy an iron god and wished him luck in the upcoming battle. The streamer didn't understand what was going on until he was told that he was taking part in a battle. He said goodbye to the fans and said that he needed to rest. Once at home, Batten opened the news where they were broadcasting information about him. He saw that he was included in the list of participants. The guy was very angry. There was Juan Luya, a professional fighter. No American fighter had ever been able to beat him. Fujito, a Japanese fighter who declared war on American fighters. And our hero, a student at the art academy, a manga artist, a voice actor, defeated the fighters at the competition in Japan. Batten considered them scoundrels because thanks to the noise they forced him to fight. If he accepts the challenge, they will get what they want, and if not, he will disgrace America. A notification appeared before the student's eyes that he had become a news hero. Batten fell tiredly onto the bed and thought about what he would do next. He decided that since he was dragged into it, he would show everyone what he was made of. The white-haired man turned to his colleague and told him how the fighter called Batten a coward. She asked the boss if they would really let such an insult pass. James soon reassured Lin and said that it would not harm them at all. Lin countered that they needed to respond to keep the fighting in America moving forward. James said that Lin is too young and does not understand the main idea, which is to conquer the market. Lin objected because Batten was not a participant and had no connection with them. James said that the most important thing for him is business. Everything else doesn't matter. Whether Batten agrees or not, people will still watch and buy tickets. The blonde's brother called, but the boss said that they could invite him and some American fighters. Robin shouted loudly and swore, and also blamed the organizers for everything. Soon, the man was surrounded by fighters and asked how the conversation ended. It turned out that they were offered to participate in competitions and sign a contract. Despite the disqualification, he decided to accept the fight and sign the contract. Other fighters joined him and said that their honor was at stake. A fighter nicknamed the Amur Tiger is ready to take on the most impudent opponent. The Amur Tiger told the participants that he would provide additional rewards to those who joined them. The seventh brother asked why the Amur Tiger signed a contract with the UFC, since they are equal in strength. The blonde got angry and said that they would solve this issue first, and then everyone else. The man turned his head when there was a knock on the door and his sister stood on the threshold. She apologized for disturbing the contestants, and Tyler said he couldn't stop her. Batten sent her and told them not to interfere in his affairs. He would sort everything out himself. All the participants at once asked the girl where Batten himself had disappeared to. Meanwhile, Batten walked through the South Korean airport wearing sunglasses and then took a selfie. The participants were shocked that Batten ended up in South Korea. Robin told his sister that her boyfriend was bound to get into trouble, but she assured him that everything would be okay. Kathleen said that the main character will definitely keep his promise. Suddenly, Robin decided to go to Korea too, but his sister warned him that Batten would be offended. Meanwhile, the streamer was standing in the Injong dojo where he was going to fight. He smiled sweetly at the secretary and asked to be taken inside the dojo. She let him inside while everyone else tried to figure out who he was. The man with blue hair thought he had seen him somewhere before. Batten introduced himself to everyone and said that he came here to kick their asses. The men were shocked by this news and were not at all happy with the guest. The man with blue hair said that Batten had already been challenged, and it was unclear why he had come here. Since Hwan is a representative of South Korea, the guy decided to start with fighters. The fighters cursed the student and considered him unworthy of a fight with the strongest fighter. Batten answered them that he would definitely meet face-to-face with this fighter. The protagonist asked the men if they knew how to fight or if he would tell everyone that he had won. The man with blue hair grabbed Batten and they discussed the details of the fight. The blue-haired man asked him what conditions were needed for victory. The streamer removed the man's hand and said that it would become clear in the process. He was angry and promised that he would beat Batten so much that he would have teeth all over the dojo. Coach Jin was ready to take on the hero and the fighters supported him. But the coach didn't notice how quickly Batten ran up and already grabbed him. With the next blow, the guy put Coach Jin on the floor on his shoulder blades. All the other wrestlers were shocked and called Batten a monster. The main character watched as his points increased due to the task. He began asking the other fighters if they were ready to attack him. He was also told that he used unfair skills to win. While the men were shouting, Coach Pei entered the room and silenced them. The man shouted at Batten that he had done wrong and should have accepted Hwan's challenge. Coach Pei bragged about his achievements because he was a strong opponent. Batten chuckled. He thought that a fight with such an opponent would be even better. Pei gave Batten a minute to leave their dojo, and the fight didn't happen. The guy replied that he would leave only when he defeated everyone here because he did not intend to lose. The video and this battle were enough evidence of the main character's strength. The coach thought that he had no right to make a mistake and he had to show his class. He developed a plan to first wear out the opponent and then apply a painful hold. Suddenly, the trainer started the fight and used his sharpest blow against Batten. Pei had already thought that his opponent had fallen for the deceptive maneuver, but it was not so. At that moment, the student grabbed the coach by the hand and he flew face down into the carpet. The enraged Batten believed that he could defeat him in this fight. The guy had already grabbed him from behind with his legs and was performing a chokehold. As he walked away, he said that their top three, it turns out, weren't the strongest and coolest either. Pei stood up with a red face and declared that he had underestimated his opponent and asked to fight again. Batten replied that he should stand in line because his comrades also wanted to fight. The streamer asked him to wait, and when there were no fighters left, maybe he would give him another chance. Suddenly, the terrifying silhouette of the fighter Jung-hoo loomed over the main character. This man, without thinking, attacked the guy. His blows were very fast. During the fight, Batten noted that he had furious attacks and perfect defense. It is definitely necessary to find a gap in his defense and then attack. Then there will be at least some opportunity. Jung-hoo ordered his opponent to stop dodging his attacks. The last blow was especially painful, but the main character managed to find his weak spot. Within a couple of minutes, the formidable man Jang-hoo was already lying on his stomach under the weight of the student. The guy said that the man with purple hair lost, but he tried to break free. Then Batten simply demonstrated the Kimura hold that Robin had taught him on him. In the end, the boys thanked each other for the fight and Jang-hoo admitted his defeat. Sweaty Loaf asked if there were any other applicants, and if not, he declared his victory. The other men decided to attack him as a crowd and not let him leave this place at any cost. So they shouted that every single one of them wanted to fight the main character. Batten noted that he could barely stand on his feet and asked him to give in to him. But the opponent was serious. It seems they bought it, because in order to gain experience, the guy even turned off the air drying effect, and now it's time to show them what 10 units of stamina are. The next second, he began slapping everyone he could get his hands on. And 15 minutes later, the guy was standing on the floor among the exhausted fighters. Since no one else wanted to fight, Batten said that having no opponents was too boring. After that, he posted on his social networks that he had destroyed the first dojo and beaten 26 people. An hour later, a post appeared that he had destroyed the second dojo and beaten 11 people. The man with green hair was angry and did not understand what this Batten was trying to achieve. Another man said the boy had clearly shown that he did not want to dance to their tune. For a second, he thought about how he had warned them not to play dirty, but now they were in trouble. The man with the cross on his forehead thought that he was finished, because this tyrant had even defeated Jang-hoo. South Korea's MMA competition official assures OFC members he won't let Batten leave the country. Another man in charge of MMA competition in Japan. Jokes about hidden murder of American who has defeated countless deserving fighters. The man, not appreciating the joke, suggests sending the strongest to Seoul, hoping that the main character will not be able to win. They will only achieve victory when the American is defeated in battle. The colleague is indignant that all the problems that have arisen are his own fault, and there is no point in complaining about suffering. Being overconfident in your actions when it comes to fighting isn't such a bad thing. Proposing to invite Jin Xuan to fight, deciding that Huan Luya is not an opponent for his level of fighter. Jin Xuan is so good that he is now preparing for the UFC in America. Among South Korean fighters, he is #1. Therefore, he should win against Batten. The fighter is loyal, and if the martial arts world needs his help, he will return. But at the moment, the person in charge of the MMA competition in South Korea is confident that he doesn't need help. They themselves will be able to destroy the fearless student. Mr. James tells Kobayashi to prepare for the fight with Batten. Trouble happens. Many American fighters, including Robin, want to terminate their contracts with the UFC unilaterally. The gentleman is so furious at this news that he doesn't believe what he heard. He is so furious that after reading the message on his phone, he smashes it to pieces. He believes that in this way the fighters themselves destroyed their future and wants to punish them for such betrayal. The man suggests that the gentleman calm down, saying that even if the fighters pay a huge penalty, the UFC market in America will still collapse overnight. The blonde man asks to urgently arrange a ticket for Mr. James to America. Then came the outrage that the American people had become too stubborn lately. Lin Jun had warned long ago that America and its fighters were no longer the same as they were a few years ago. The editor is told that after watching the video of Batten's fight in South Korea, he feels admiration, but at the same time a little bit of anxiety. If he returns to Japan and continues to do the same thing and becomes a target of hatred, then the comic book featuring him that is being released tomorrow under contract will probably not be well received. The editor understands the man's anxiety, but he cannot help but influence the fighters, and therefore they will simply have to do their job. The old man understood the editor's instructions. He can only hope that everything will be okay with the comic. The next day, visitors began to come to the Japanese publishing house from early morning and inquire about the books. Batten is happy with the recently released comic and is already planning to leave his review on social media. He asks everyone not to switch over because the show will continue, but after the commercials. Upon arrival in Seoul, Batten was immediately surrounded by a multitude of interviewers eager for a scoop. With a simple maneuver, he diverts everyone's attention from himself and calmly enters the building of the South Korean Martial Arts Center. He is met by many fighters who are most likely already preparing to fight him. He smirks because, judging by the guy's posture, they are clearly not in the mood for a warm welcome. The door was locked either to allow them to pull off their dirty tricks or to prevent anyone from filming the carnage and posting it online. But Batten has a magic camera, and he is not going to miss out on such an anticipatory massacre. He introduces himself and, captivating with his attitude, warns those present that he will strike them down. The fighter threatens Batten that if he doesn't ask for forgiveness, things won't be sweet. But in response, he receives a refusal. Dodging, he grabbed the athlete's arm the first time and twisted it, causing him to wince in pain. The main character scoffs, because the fighter only seems strong in appearance, but in fact immediately gave up. Another fighter suddenly attacks from the side and delivers an unexpected kick to the jaw. Apparently, they had agreed in advance to attack one after the other without even stopping. Despite his speed, Batten blocks all subsequent kicks from the blue-haired fighter. Enraged and intercepting the attack, he throws the athlete to the floor with incredible force. Suddenly, another guy appears behind him and is about to perform a chest throw. But he was disgraced, because he couldn't even lift Batten to make his attack. The guy shows the loser a real masterclass, demonstrating everything on him. He flipped the white-haired guy over his back with one hand and laid him down so that he could not continue the fight. The boys' coach is confident that Batten won't last long and tells them to keep up the good work. But within 10 minutes, he continues to defeat the fighters. Their number has already reached 17. The coach understands that Batten has come to win by any means necessary and gives a sign allowing the two of them to attack him. Ignoring the screams, he continues to grab the purple-haired fighter's arm, unaware of the two more behind him. He receives a powerful kick to the stomach, causing him to spit out blood. And even though there were two of them, he hit first one, then the second. The fighters fell exhausted and did not continue the battle. Enraged, the brave Batten suggests not to be modest and to attack him all at once. All the guys instantly jumped up from their seats and rushed towards Batten, who had taken a ready stance. It was unclear to everyone what he decided to do, but he grabbed the hand of only one guy. Spinning around with it on the spot, Batten used it as an object and knocked down everyone who surrounded him. When the poor guy's hand slipped, he flew into his comrades who were nearby. Batten was so fast that, dodging, his opponents could not keep up with him and attacked their own. Clearly determined to win, the green-haired boy jumps to throw a punch. But this was beyond his powers, because as soon as he got close, he received a blow and slowly sank down. The boys are filled with anger for their comrades and want to kill Batten by attacking him together. A fight ensues, during which they all get hit, but they also manage to hit the loaf. The hero's anger knew no bounds. Under its influence, he easily dealt with all the professional fighters in the area. A shudder ran through the trainer's body. He saw a real monster in front of him, and not one of his students could cope with him. Behind the door, journalists are indignant because everything that is happening is hidden from their eyes, and they are perplexed as to how so many people cannot cope with one baton. The South Koreans are seriously enraged and are ready to commit murder on him themselves. Foreign students from America, on the contrary, are very worried and ask the Iron God to come out quickly, amazed at his sporting spirit. Finally, Batten appears in public view, and everyone can see the consequences of what was hidden from view behind the door. People greet Iron Man with delight about his incredible victory over 100 people. He is immediately surrounded with questions about what is happening inside, his condition and tactics. But after asking to wait, Batten takes a smug selfie and leaves the others perplexed. For safety's sake, they offer him to get into the car and drive away, to which he agrees and thanks. A post appears on the streamer's page about how he is jubilant, having once again destroyed yet another martial arts center. The Iron God posts a video of himself single-handedly taking down 68 people, and it starts racking up comments. An hour later, a post appears stating that the fourth dojo did not open the door for him, so he defeated it without a fight. Batten continues his journey across Japan, capturing more and more combat centers with each passing hour. He has already defeated 12 dojos, and judging by his route, he is heading south in search of the strongest fighter, Jin Xuan. Standing in his thug glasses, he is extremely confident in himself and is already getting ready for Busan, his last stop. The guy shouts to Xuan that he arrived in Korea on time and they need his help. At the moment, everything begins to depend only on him. But the guy gets punched in the face because the fighter is not in a very good mood and screams how he even dared to open his mouth. Xuan sends the guy away and continues to swear despite the fact that his comrades are already calming him down. He tells the guy to kill himself because his mere existence is a real disgrace to heaven. The coach admonishes both of his students, warning them that their enemy is already at the door and that they should take it more seriously. The mentor explains the situation to Jin Xuan, saying that he himself gave the guy the order to sit it out. They need to defeat Batten in Busan, and then their reputation will be saved. Otherwise, they will suffer ruin. Xuan resigned himself and agreed to everything the man proposed, because he was his first mentor. The main step is to decide whether to accept the fight and develop tactics, or to refuse and not touch on this topic anymore. Thoughts about how good it will be if he wins Batten, and he doesn't want to think at all about what will happen if he loses. The coach advises them to refuse the fight, and then their dojo will not be considered defeated by the rest of the martial arts world. Everyone supports the decision to ignore the incident, in which case the team spirit and reputation remain with them. The fighter of the small detachment considers all this to be self-deception, expressing his opinion that people are not stupid and will understand everything. For him, the idea of avoiding a fight is terrible, because even if he has to die, it is better to do it in the ring. His point of view is supported by another guy, thus showing his fortitude. The others also stood on their side. None of them wants to be a coward and hide their heads in the sand. The coach cannot object to his students and offers to discuss tactics if they do not want to shirk. His tactic is to reduce the number of fighters, and in addition to Xuan, he invites 6 more willing, courageous people. He asks those not participating to leave, becoming as serious as possible to instruct his students and discuss tactics. Batten has already arrived and is receiving many questions about that very video, whether he is going to Japan and whether Xuan will accept the challenge. Ignoring those who want to interview him, he walks past and enters the building. The door closes again, most likely with the same intentions as last time. He didn't expect to see only a few people there, whom he had already defeated, and he still doesn't understand whether Jin Xuan will be there. The fighter admits that Batten is strong and asks for forgiveness for what he said earlier on the internet. He bows, admits that he cannot win, and hopes that this will cause Batten to return to his country. But Batten doesn't fall for this trick, taking it as if they are trying to please him. He ignores the guy and suggests that they start quickly because he wants to finish and start his business as soon as possible. The coach wants to continue the conversation with Batten, acknowledging that he is strong, but he is interrupted. The guy reveals their tactics and calls on his comrades to attack the fighter as agreed. They start holding him from behind and making sarcastic remarks, anticipating revenge for everything he did. Batten understands that this time the guys have developed some kind of plan and are working in a coordinated manner. The attacks begin to happen more frequently. Batten does not have time to react to them and misses a blow to the stomach. Only after freeing himself from the hands of some, he misses a sweep and falls to the floor. 4 guys immediately jump on him and pin down his limbs, which makes Batten immobile. Suddenly, a bald guy jumps from above and deals the finishing blow to our hero. Blood spits out. He lies with his eyes closed as if he doesn't intend to continue the fight. Xuan appears and starts the countdown. It turns out that this was Batten's cunning plan, and he is very happy about the appearance of his main rival. Jin Xuan scoffs, saying that the guy looks pathetic and is clearly not ready to meet him. He confidently exclaims his victory as he prepares to deliver the key kick. But Batten is not going to give up because it is time to use the invisibility cap. His body begins to slowly disappear into thin air, leaving his opponents wondering what they are doing there. While the fighters are looking for him, he suddenly gets up, realizing that he has outwitted everyone by using a secret technique. The strongest fighter is scared. He does not understand how his opponent disappeared and realized that he was lured out on purpose. Baton is not going to waste time chatting. Grabbing Zhuan's hand, he is going to throw him from behind his back. But the fighter successfully bypasses the attack, jumping away from Batten, and guesses that the continuation will be very interesting. Zhuan attacks and successfully bypasses the counterattack, having already become familiar with all of his opponent's techniques. He exclaims that he can't be immobilized like that and performs a back grab. Batten wins by force, unlocks the grip of the man holding him and twists one of them, breaking the shoulder. Xuan's comrades understand that he cannot cope and quickly move forward to help with a general attack. Batten demonstrates a real choke, a dangerous technique that can lead to death. Xuan's comrades try to pull the enemy away, asking him to let them go, but to no avail. He continues to count and strangle. No one knows how to help, and this continues until Xuan gives in. The coach intervenes to ask them to stop and says that they admit defeat. Even after admitting defeat, Batten had no plans to stop, but decided it was best for the time being. He asks if there are any other volunteers and warns that if there are none, he will declare himself the winner. The coach asks if he will leave the country, since there is no one left in South Korea to fight him. The answer says that it will be as Batten himself decides. The coach is shocked by how much he wants to humiliate them. But the protagonist says that they started it first, and if he hadn't put them in their place, they would have continued to bully them. He leaves, receiving an apology from the best coach in the martial arts world. The poor old man is hysterical, laughing at his own shame and saying that Batten has no reason to stay in South Korea. As he left the building, he was met by a crowd of journalists shouting about his victory. People from the migration service appear. Apparently Batten has problems since he is asked to provide assistance. Unauthorized distribution of the material is prohibited. Upon discovery of the same, there will be an investigation according to the law. The newspapers publish a sensational story that the main character has been arrested and is no longer in contact on social networks. The final battle in Busan was posted, in which 7 fighters were defeated. A new post about how everything is fine with Batten, he is going home, because he was deported by the migration service. The Japan Tourism Authority writes that it is pleased to have him in the country. Upon arrival in America, he meets 2 people and clearly does not expect to see them here. These are people from the migration service. They ask his household members to sign for him, and then he will be able to leave this place. He says he warned his sister before the flight, so she should do it. The sister is very angry and hits him on the head because he said that he was going to draw, but in fact he fought with everyone. She signs the documents and hands them over, but the girl from the migration service is surprised that she is the hero's sister. The blonde asks to keep this a secret. They understand her and tell her not to worry about it. A suggestion to go their separate ways to avoid attracting attention from others. She says that Batten himself will understand what this proposal is about when he goes outside. Having opened the door slightly, he already hears enthusiastic cries about Iron Man and his victory. Even in America, there are crowds of people, fans, and interviewers asking a lot of questions to the bright personality. They intercepted Batten from all sides. His idea to put on the invisibility cap was good, but it was too late. He begins to press on the public's pity that he is wounded and tired in his attempts to return home as quickly as possible. All the girls showed compassion. quickly took one photo and sent it home. The photo was taken together. He was smiling awkwardly among most of the girls, but everyone was happy. The system notified that the third stage was completed and the title of hero was received. Charm and celebrity were added. Because of his heightened charm, all the girls in the area are madly in love with him. Quickly putting on his invisibility cap, he disappeared from the eyes of strangers and quickly rushed home. When he arrived home, the kind girl took the initiative to quickly treat the soldier's wounds. She, of course, won't be able to hold him back if this happens again, but she warns him that she won't help him with his wounds every time. Batten hugs the girl and promises that he will try not to let this happen again. But suddenly the phone rings. The girl demonstratively turns away and says that she is not going to bother him anymore. A friend calls him and asks if he is busy so he can invite Batten to his dojo. He demonstratively shouts that he is busy, but silently warns that he will sort out some things and come. She wonders why her friend wished her good luck and whether he continues to make his jokes or not. Robin had something in mind and was glad that Batten had agreed to the offer and would come to him at the dojo. The guy notices two old men pushing each other in the hallway, who are clearly not happy to see each other in the same room. Two head coaches are arguing with each other. They both showed up for the same reason and don't want to see the other one nearby. Both of them pounced on the seventh brother. Most likely they are tired of waiting for Batten because the guy says that he himself has business with him. The head judo coach gets angry, asking the guy not to act the fool and, since he came early, to help. The guy says that he doesn't know when the hero will be free, and if the coaches are ready to wait for him, then let them stay with him. The old men agreed to wait, but they continue to quarrel and argue because they continue to make fun of each other. The fighters train with the Iron God and are happy to get practice from a fighter they admire. But Batten refuses, because he also has his own things to do and there is no need to rush so much. He enters the room and asks the seventh brother why he was looking for him. Robin introduces the hero to the two head coaches of the national team, which makes him a little worried. Leader Xiao walks up to the guy and feels his shoulders, saying how strong he is. The old man is immediately pushed aside by the leader Wilson, who begins to praise Batten in his own way. The guy, in a very awkward position, starts joking with his brother about whether the trainers are selling people, because they are behaving very strangely. Leader Xiao turns to the protagonist and, with a smile on his face, invites him to join his judo team. But manager Wilson pulls the blanket over himself by inviting Batten to the wrestling team. The student is very excited. He can't even comprehend that he has been given the opportunity to represent his country. This is strange for him, because he is not even listed among the official athletes. How can it be so easy to get into the national team? It's hard for the average person, but Batten has natural talent, ability, and success in fighting. Mr. Xiao tries to dissuade him from choosing wrestling, saying that there was a rumor about the exclusion of this sport from the Olympic Games. Wilson is angry and asks not to listen to such things. Yes, they said it, but in the end, they didn't remove it. They continue to argue with each other, but this time about whether there will be wrestling at the Olympics. Mr. Xiao tries to win Batten over by telling him that he can participate in several seasons of the Olympics and that he should choose judo. Mr. Wilson argued with this, but the other old man parried the discussion admirably, sticking to his guns. The debate continues over which sports techniques Batten uses most often in his fights. Robin suggests that they first listen to the hero's own opinion before starting a feud. Both of them, fawning, turn to the confused boy with the question of what he will choose. He believes that if the country needs him, he agrees to play for the national team. However, there is one but. Both coaches are interested and ask him to quickly put forward his demands to them. Batten suggests not to feud with each other and puts forward the idea of choosing two sports at the same time. The coaches are shocked by this proposal. They had not considered this option. They think that many people cannot succeed even in one, and he wants to choose both types. But in principle, this is acceptable, because he already has a mixed technique. The seventh brother is surprised by this, because before he refused any MMA offers, and now he agreed so easily, but Batten's priority is only to complete one of the system's tasks. In fact, you can choose two types, but the leaders Hu and Xiao also have their own but. They are afraid that they will lose all their efforts and want him to have a priority sport. The coaches began to bombard him with a multitude of questions about the schedule, the contract, and the time. The seventh brother has an idea that might help solve this problem. He says that he needs to be accepted into both types and registered through the martial arts center. There is no need to worry about training, because he trains on his own, and the strength he has achieved is something Batten has achieved alone. He says what the guy wanted to say. It was as if his brother took the words right out of his mouth. This proposal will not only help solve problems, but will also show their concern for individual athletes. If everyone agrees, Robin suggests going ahead and applying, assuring him that he will convince Batten to participate in the National League. The coaches don't understand what the catch is, because Batten's position was very firm, but he gave in so easily to persuasion. They agreed with the guy and began to leave, saying that now they needed to discuss something in private. When the men left, Batten asked if Robin had anything he wanted to tell him in private. The seventh brother began to talk about how when he was the #1 fighter in the national judo team, Xiao Yunlin was his coach. He knows all the local rules, but the student will sign everything that is handed to him, and then he will regret it. Although the streamer is indifferent to money, the distribution of income from representation and advertising always entails disputes. Besides, the guy didn't grow up in an atmosphere of resource consumption. He is free and is not obliged to jump into this swamp. Of course, a national hero will always and everywhere come first. Robin recommended participating in competitions, getting the glory he deserved, and what should belong to a guy will be his. The main character was interested in whether the national team would agree to such conditions. The brother replied that both sports were not in the best position in America. In wrestling, they were only able to receive 2 gold medals during the entire Olympics. Things are a little better for judokas, but that was all a thing of the last decade. Moreover, those gold medals were won by women, while men did not receive a single medal in either sport. Batten's appearance means the possibility that men will finally bring home gold medals, which is especially important for men's wrestling. So a student shouldn't underestimate himself. He just needs to sit quietly and wait for news, because they will work their asses off just to get him. The streamer said he understood everything and thanked Kathleen's 7th brother. And when he asked why his brother was looking for him, Robin replied that he was sent to ask Batten if he wanted to sign a contract with the UFC. The guy should also wait with his career, since he's going to fight for his homeland, although he himself is not particularly interested in any fights. Then the main character asked about the fact that Robin terminated his contract with OFC and will now fight for the UFC. He confirmed this and added that he had 2 fights left in OFC, he finished them and moved to the UFC. Suddenly, the man showed on his phone that the Japan Martial Arts Association had tweeted Batten. Looking at the screen, the guy saw that the Japanese Martial Arts Association was inviting him to cooperate. He said he originally planned to go there but only wanted to visit certain dojos. But he admits that after such an invitation, he cannot refuse a trip across the country. The 7th brother shares the opinion that the Japanese have always admired strong people, and their admiration for Batten is not surprising. Batten admits that it is this very trait of the Japanese that he admires, but at the same time frightens. When they like you, they almost worship you, and when they fight you, they hit you with all their might. The 7th brother stands up and pats the loaf of bread on the shoulder reassuringly, inviting him to go and spar a little. The streamer jokes, recalling how he gave his 7th brother a dressing down. In the doorway, Robin declares that she will not let him do it this time. The protagonist replies that there are still a bunch of masochists outside, thanks to whom he can farm experience. During the sparring with the 7th brother, the system counted Batten's points towards the quest hit 1,000. In the evening, Lapsha called the main character and asked why he didn't come to them. The guy replied that he was going home now and invited them to his place so that they could all eat together. The friend replied that they were currently in the workshop and the streamer told them to order food, and when he arrived, he would pay. 15 minutes later, the main character came to the apartment where his friends and hot food were waiting for him. He immediately noted that his brothers did not treat him any differently, despite his unprecedented celebrity of late. The guys noted that they ordered more beef kebabs, which Batten loves so much. All the students were happy and excited, and the streamer said that he hadn't eaten barbecue in ages. Suddenly, a silhouette of a woman appeared behind them and asked if they had finished all the work. When she came a little closer, the boys realized that it was their teacher, Julia. Batten told her that his friends were so tired, so he thought it would be good to treat them to food. The girl began to pester the main character, saying that he had missed several classes and had not answered his calls. Noodles stood up for him and asked the teacher not to spoil their mood, since their friend returned home in good health. Julia was very angry because they dared to say that she was ruining their mood. But then she suddenly changed and said that such an event needed to be celebrated and offered beer. The main character said that the teacher had played a cool trick on them and said that he would now show them his skills. The guy masterfully opened all the bottles in different spectacular ways. Everyone was in awe of his skills and said that their friend was damn cool. Before drinking, Lapsha wanted to say a few words on behalf of all his friends in honor of Batten. He said that his friends are proud of him, that he is a hero, but the students' health will always be important to them. And Noodles also asked if his friend would give him a couple of his manuscripts, since he was becoming more and more famous, and Noodles would definitely be able to sell them for a lot of money later. The main character, of course, was not prepared for this scenario, but said to wait for him. He soon returned and said that in addition to the manuscripts, he also had socks with his personal scent. After this, Dove objected, asking why they were drinking one bottle for half a day and suggested drinking it to the bottom. Suddenly, Batten received a call on his phone and said he would answer it quickly. The interlocutor suggested that he publish the comic as a separate tankobon, since 3 million people had already added it to their favorites. He was asked to send drafts, and when the 10th chapter was published, the tankobon would be released. As soon as the streamer returned to the room with the feast, his phone rang again. This time, it was the sister, who was being called by other people and offered to become Batten's face and sales representative for brands. According to her, the company would pay at least $1 million, but the main character did not understand why his value had increased so much. If you think about it, the main character will have too much on his plate. He will need to publish 2 comics, work in voice acting, participate in wrestling and judo training. The sister started telling him that they could get the guy involved in show business and that it would not lead to the life he wanted for himself. So Batten made a decision and asked his sister to help him refuse them all. He thought that by giving up something, he could get even more. Julia said that the phone in their workshop was also ringing off the hook, and the student had responded to tell them all to turn him down in his name. At that moment, his phone rang again, and the guy promised that this was the last call for today. He received a call from Steve, who said that the organizers of the Premier Basketball League could not get through to Dabatong and asked if he would participate in the final. The final is scheduled to take place on the 25th of this month in Shanghai, not far from them. The protagonist realized that this was not just a holiday, it was also his birthday, which he had to spend next to Kathleen. But if the guy becomes the winner of the Premier League in basketball, he will have a second championship title. So he had to choose between the championship title and his girlfriend. He can get fame in any case, and in his relationship with Kathleen, a decisive moment has come. Batten told Steve to tell the organizers that he couldn't say for sure because it all depended on the circumstances. After this conversation, the streamer turned off his phone and asked what his friends give girls for Christmas. Julia answered first and apologized, saying that she didn't have a girlfriend yet. Dove will give the girl his beautiful body, and Noodles wants to give her his huge smile. The main character was not satisfied with this answer, and his green-haired friend said that he would give him a set of luxury cosmetics. The teacher said that Kathleen was an unusual girl. It must be a gift from the heart. The girl suggested giving her eyeshadow, highlighter, blush, and all of this from the luxury segment. While walking, Batten asked his girlfriend how she was going to spend Christmas Eve and Christmas, and she replied that she was not celebrating them. But this year, Kathleen has someone to celebrate her birthday with. In response, the streamer laughed sweetly and asked if she knew that it was his birthday that same day. The girl got angry and asked if Batten knew when her birthday was. He asked Kathleen to tell him the date and he would remember it for the rest of his life. But she told him to guess for himself. According to him, even if his beloved does not write or say anything, he will still find out. Meanwhile, the main character asked what the girl had prepared for this someone. She turned away from him abruptly and immediately announced that she had already changed her mind. This behavior shocked Batten. He noted that women are changeable like the weather, as if something happened so immediately. Suddenly, Kathleen turned back and threw a knitted scarf over him, kissing him on the lips. While the guy was confused, she said that she knitted this scarf especially for him. As Kathleen walked away from him, the streamer only felt the spring. Suddenly, Batten's fans climbed out of the windows and said that they had just seen a fake iron god. One of them said that she would now call her boyfriend and he would give it to them. The guy told them there was no need to stare, as if they had never seen people in love. On December 23rd, he received a call with the news that Batten had now been accepted into the national team. Half an hour later, the guy was already at the sports academy, where he was met by Coach Wilson. It was clear from his eyes that he understood that a gold medal had come to them. The man greeted him and said that he was the director of the sports academy, and next to him were wrestling and judo coaches. The main character felt like he was standing next to that same Howard, who became a 2-time Olympic champion in his youth. The streamer said that he saw the video of the director's competition, and working with him is a great honor for the guy. One of the coaches said that there was no need to stand at the entrance, since they still needed to evaluate the athlete. As a result of the check, the student was embarrassed because his weight was less than 200 kilograms. Last time he thought he was exercising too hard, and that's why he stopped monitoring his diet. The coach said that the result was not very good because, according to the rules, In both judo and wrestling, Batten will fight heavyweights. The man then suggested completing the checks and then discussing everything. The men were amazed at the strength and incredible hand speed of their new athlete. Wilson also looked at them and asked if Batten had lifted a barbell before, to which he replied in the negative. The old man took him to the gym and told him to demonstrate how the main character bench presses 200 kilograms. Of course, the technique was not ideal, but the student pressed 200 only by focusing on physical strength. Wilson then asked if Batten could raise 250, to which he agreed. After a successful attempt, the coach ordered the weight to be raised to 300 kilograms. As soon as he advised the streamer not to overexert himself, the system gave him a task where he had to lift a total of 10,000 tons of weight. There was also a note that lifting weights less than one's own body weight does not count. This probably means that lifting people up by their arms will not be counted. There is also a technology bar in a special store that costs 1,000 points. The user can adjust its weight, and it also increases its weight due to body weight. The guy thought about this while holding the barbell and decided that he would buy a technological barbell at home, because those around him would not understand his sudden immersion in himself. Then Wilson asked Batten to take the tests again. Obviously, he was up to something. The guy replied that if the coach wanted him to do weightlifting, then he had never trained for it and did not understand the techniques and poses of this sport. The old man just wants to know the student's potential, and if he is truly capable, it would be best to train in that area too. The main character smiled sweetly at him in response, and mentally noted that since he had started this business, he needed to see it through to the end. In the gym, the trainer will show him the lifting technique on a training barbell with light discs. He says that you shouldn't try to complete this action at once, but rather do it gradually. After seeing the streamer lift a 100-kilogram barbell with ease, Wilson realized he had underestimated his strength. The coach decided to lift Batten's barbell to 200 kilograms, and he lifted it too. This guy just lifted 200 kilos with zero training, and if he gets the technique and posture right, then he'll have a good chance of competing for a medal. While Wilson was thinking about this, the student was still holding the heavy barbell over his head and asked if he could lower it. After the training, the old man suggested that he apply for the main character to be accepted into the national weightlifting team. He agreed, because he would still have to carry out the tasks of he who lifted the weight. But the main thing was that there were no problems with the schedules. Wilson assured them that he would bring good news, and they agreed to meet in 5 days at the latest. Robin and another trainer told Batten that they needed to talk about his weight at this point. The man with blue hair said that the guy had a problem with his weight, and compared to the heavyweights, it would be very difficult for him, so he wanted to ask if it would be more comfortable for him. The seventh brother said that it would be better to gain weight, since in a short period of time it would be necessary to lose about 10 kilograms, which is dangerous for training. The streamer didn't like this option at all, because he already had a hard time losing weight. He understood what the coaches were thinking and told them not to worry because he would show them everything in action. When Batten finally got home, he was happy because now he could finally buy a technological rod. Taking it in his hand, the guy realized that it was at once so small but very heavy. According to his calculations, everything was correct, and if you multiply his weight by 0.1, you get 10.8 kilograms. Then the main character said not to change the weight of the barbell, but to change its size, which is why it grew rapidly. This barbell was magical, so it was able to grow all the way to the ceiling of his house. While testing the purchase, he didn't notice that Kathleen was home, so she saw this huge barbell. So the guy ordered the dumbbell to become small so that it would fit in his fist. The girl said she just thought she saw a huge barbell, and then there was a flash of light and everything disappeared. Batten replied that Kathleen was probably tired and offered to cook her something to eat. She probably just heard that her boyfriend was going to do weightlifting, and that's why she imagined all this. Kathleen asked how the main character would manage to do everything, since he would have to do judo, wrestle, weightlift, and draw comics. He replied that it was only necessary to complete the schedule and increase productivity. The girl wanted to hint about going for walks together, but Batten said that there was no need to worry because he would find time to meet with her. After that, she said that she was going to Shanghai tomorrow to help the teacher find a place for the exhibition, so she invited the guy to go together. The protagonist immediately realized that Kathleen remembered his schedule and wanted to go with him, to make it easier for him. She also added that on the way she wanted to introduce him to her mother. On the morning of December 24th, a young couple arrived at the Shanghai train station. Batten and Kathleen unexpectedly meet the seventh brother. He says that he returned yesterday and needs to come home quickly because his mother is waiting for them. On the way, the student says that he needs to buy a treat for their mother. Robin gets annoyed and sarcastically jokes that she needs to buy a yacht. 10 minutes later, they finally got home, and their mother greeted them happily. Seeing that Batten brought gifts, she says that he shouldn't have done that. And then she scolds her brother for usually coming empty-handed. The idea came to the main character's mind that for every force, there is always an opposing force. After scolding her son, the mother becomes kind again and invites everyone to sit at the table. Sitting at the table, the woman says that Robin said that a student can't have any unhealthy food, so she prepared lunch from select ingredients. Robin said that he felt sick from such communication, and his mother angrily hit him in the face. Watching this, Batten noted that they had a very family-like atmosphere during dinner. Mom overheard the lovers' conversation and asked what they were talking about. The guy replied that he told Kathleen that she got her beauty from her mother. The woman replied that now she had grown old and ugly, but in her youth she had been very beautiful. Kathleen's mother says her daughter was a beautiful actress in the drama theater, and her beauty was legendary. She continues her daughter's story and explains that she had to give up her career for the sake of her family. At the moment when the woman said that she had moved to behind-the-scenes activities, Batten thought that it sounded familiar. The student also noted that his aunt is still very beautiful. When her daughter asked where her father was now, her aunt replied that he was in Thailand. Kathleen and Robin's dad is still crazy about antiques and is also due back in a few days. After the feast, the main character offers to wash the dishes, but the mother declares that the guest should not wash the dishes. The aunt added that she bought the lovers tickets to Disneyland, and that after the walk, they would return home. The streamer thought that the woman wanted to let him spend the night at her house. It immediately comes to mind that if he doesn't refuse, it will be a plus to the task. Don't refuse anyone. Kathleen intervenes and states that they want to see more fireworks, so they won't be spending the night at home. Hearing this, the seventh brother screams furiously, and lightning seems to appear around him. Mom grabs the now-grown man again and tells him not to yell so loudly. Batten himself doesn't understand what Kathleen's phrase about fireworks meant. The woman remembers how grown-up her daughter is, but advises her to still be careful. Half an hour later, the young couple were already walking through Shanghai Disneyland, and Kathleen was amazed at its beauty. The girl noticed that her boyfriend had become thoughtful since they left the house. The streamer justified himself by saying that he wanted to sit with her on that Ferris wheel. When they were already in the Ferris wheel cabin, Kathleen said that she had wanted to visit here for so long with the person she liked. The lovers looked at each other and enjoyed each other in the silence of the night. Suddenly, Batten began to sing, using the skills he had been training earlier. The song was about a Ferris wheel, and during it, Kathleen reminisced about their moments together. At the end, the girl asked if the main character would always treat her well. The guy, with his mouth wide open, shouted that he would treat Kathleen well and love her alone until the end of his days. After this confession, the couple looks at the fireworks, and the girl says that she wants to make a wish. After a few seconds, she asked what the student had wished for. He replied that a wish cannot be spoken out loud, otherwise it will not come true. According to her, in order for some wishes to come true, you just need to say them out loud. Soon they arrived at the hotel, where the guy asked if they had any free rooms at the moment. The friendly blonde replied that they just had the Beauty and the Beast room available. Upon hearing the name, both heroes immediately blushed, but did not refuse the armor. When the lovers entered the room, they saw a large bed and pink walls. At this point, the system gave a task where you need to accept invitations from people of the opposite sex of different ages 3 times. For such a task, Batten became angry at the system, because Kathleen for him is not just some kind of opposite sex, but a lover. Since the guy freezes in real life when he logs in, the girl asked if he was okay. The protagonist realized that now was not the time to deal with the system, and that he needed to see things through to the end. Suddenly, he takes the girl by the hands and, blushing, addresses her by name. Kathleen interrupts him and says that she needs to give him a birthday present. From such a gift, they blush even more and squint, and the girl runs to the shower. Batten's heart flares up even more, and he makes a firm decision. After the shower, the guy looks at her with loving eyes and brushes the hair from his face. The next moment, the towel gracefully flies off the girl who just got out of the shower. During the process, she blushes and becomes embarrassed, but doesn't really say anything. And when asked if Batten's arm still hurts, he orders her to shut up. After this, Kathleen now knows what it's like to love someone and wonders where the guy was before. Her last thought before falling asleep was that the main character was just like a real beast. The guy apologized for possibly overdoing it and thought how lucky he was to have her. Suddenly, he realized that he had missed the congratulations of the others because he had turned off his phone. Batten quietly turned on the phone, from which numerous congratulations from friends and sisters poured in. Some just sent money, Some sent a box of Smurf cards, and Mom scolded him for not answering his phone, but then realized that Kathleen wasn't answering either. Except for the sisters, everyone else is playing the fool, even the main character's father. By the way, it looked like Batten's mom and dad were spending Christmas together too. The next morning at the amusement park, a man was swearing because their player had not arrived yet and the game was starting in 2 hours. Another said there was no need to worry, because the guy had been seen at Disneyland, meaning he was already in town. These worries were due to the fact that their popularity depended entirely on him, and he himself was not at all interested in a gold medal for the game. Then this man with dark hair ordered to do something so that their hero would come faster. At this moment, the assistant runs up to the manager and announces that Batten has arrived. He immediately ordered the fan group to give the main character a warm welcome. A minute later, Batten got off the bus with his girlfriend Kathleen. The guy thanked everyone for their support, and some noted that their idol was walking arm in arm with a beauty. Steve also noted that this guy is becoming more and more charming, and just 3 months ago, he was a savvy, chubby guy. One man said that this boy should be the representative of this match, no matter how much it costs. Kathleen's mother also came to the match with all her sons to support her daughter's boyfriend. Auntie began to list everyone by name, which made Batten a little confused. One brother said that Auntie shouldn't list everyone by name, since the main character won't remember everyone anyway. Suddenly, the student noticed that the guy looked very familiar and asked if they had crossed paths before. The blonde remembered that incident and said that he was young and very stupid then. The student was not angry at all and was only surprised that it was a blonde man. Fans asked the Iron God to draw them an avatar and help them record a song. In response, Kathleen told them to wait until the match was over. Then they could talk to him. There are 24 people participating in this match. There will be 3 rounds in total, with 3 attempts in each. From the start, Batten realized that his hand speed had increased significantly since the last match. Of course, he has no doubt about his victory, but today he will use a little trick. In his first attempt, the boy scored 854 points and scored the last goal with his head. In his second attempt, the streamer scored 855 points and threw the ball with his chest. Steve declared that the outcome of the competition was a foregone conclusion, and his friend in glasses asked if he wanted to see what else Batten would do. The other participants said that they were not suitable rivals for the main character, and he himself felt a little awkward in front of them. But if thanks to the student they are motivated and overcome their limits, then that's also not bad. In the second round, Batten scored his 857th goal using a volleyball pose. The fans rejoice and ask the guy to score a goal in the next round in the pose of a football player. He listened to them and threw the last ball into the hoop with a kick from his left foot. The boys were shouting that the Iron God should have gone to football instead of basketball. In the third round, Batten set himself the goal of throwing the last ball and ending his basketball career. When the time expired, his scoreboard showed the number 886, which is a world record. The commentator said again that the main character had set a world record. At the same time, the spectators admired Batten's brilliant victory. A man declared Batten the winner of the entire world in the final game of the Premier League of basketball in a Christmas match. The hero received 5 champion titles and an increase in all characteristics by 5%. He looks fearlessly to the future and believes that their flag will flutter to the echoes of the national anthem. The next second, journalists ran up to the winner with questions about his future career development. The guy was unable to answer them because he left to answer a call. The hero learns on the phone that something bad happened in his friend's workshop. He understands that something really serious has happened, since his interlocutor never hung up. They went there with Kathleen, and she told him not to worry, but to just go inside first. There was nothing scary there, and the guy's friends congratulated him on his birthday. Batten smeared a piece of cake given to him for his birthday all over his friend's face to get revenge for the stress the hero had experienced earlier. Friends had a birthday cake fight despite one of them showing up in new clothes. The streamer was happy because he was surrounded by such people and dreamed of spending every day with them as happily as he did today. In the morning, the director called Robin, which scared him a lot since it was very early. The director reported that there were some problems with Batten's medical examination. The athlete was told that he failed a urine test because ractopamine was found in his blood. The news made him afraid that he would not be allowed to participate in the competition. The old man replied that in order for him to be able to participate in the competition, he would have to go on a strict diet from today. To ensure successful test results, Batten will have to abstain from hamburgers, appetizers, barbecue, ham, and meatloaf. He is shocked by the prohibitions he has heard, because he cannot imagine his life without fried food, pork, beef, lamb, pickled vegetables, and a number of other products that cannot be drunk. The hero tries to pretend that he is fine and not at all shocked by the news. To be on the safe side, the director arranged for the martial arts school to be responsible for his meals. For Batten, this is a good offer, firstly because he lives nearby, and secondly, the school is well equipped and can be used as a training ground. He agreed to the conditions proposed by the director and assured that everything would be as he had indicated to him. The director believes that the latest wrestling and judo competitions are at a high level. In any case, participating in them to gain experience will not be superfluous. Batten is in the 109-kilogram class at the weightlifting competition scheduled for March. He could not understand the reason for his candidacy if there was already a contender for this weight. The director replied that if he did better than him, he would be able to participate. The hero thinks that it would be good if someone like him could work on the problems and fight for his country, but he also thinks it would be bad to displace outstanding athletes. Batten decided to gain 2 kilograms of weight in order to move up a level and play in the next weight category. He would have had to do this anyway for wrestling and judo. It turns out that all the fighters in this category weigh over 130 kilograms, so there is a big gap between them. The hero recalled that the last time after returning, he was able to lift 240 kilograms in one jerk, so he can be trusted. Since Batten insisted, the director agreed to go back and discuss it with the top brass. He trained hard for days on end to move up a level. The coach explained to him that in judo competitions, the most important thing is to become familiar with the correct movements and never relax. When lifting the barbell, Batten should pay attention to position and force balance, and train every day until muscle memory is developed. Other athletes wonder how he has the patience to practice basic exercises thousands of times in a row, and how he remains so energetic after hard training from morning to night every day. If only they knew that he runs 10 kilometers in the morning and evening and draws comics at night, and don't forget about part-time jobs and dating a girl, then they would definitely think about what they are doing. After flying to another country, Batten was met at the airport by his coach. He wanted to introduce the athlete to the members of the national team who are participating in the Grand Prix. The guys were very happy to meet such a celebrity and perform with him on the same team. After a sweet greeting, the coach announced the start of the training so as not to waste much time. The boys didn't go to train, and the coach decided to scare them with a beating and hurry the athletes up. The members of the national team are very eager to wrestle Batten and make sparring with him a tradition. The hero was able to easily lay all his opponents on the tatami, leaving them completely exhausted. The trainer soon reports that Batten's urine test is now normal, but to be on the safe side, it needs to be repeated again a little later. The main character was given a bag with his team's uniform so that he could change. The coach says that the tournament will take place on the 8th, and Batten needs to really push himself. Once in uniform, Batten felt more confident and a little surprised. The coach was about to compile a list of matches and suggested that he go and see the venue. Another coach and his athlete were surprised by Batten's presence at the competition. The man tells his protege that Batten is the highest-rated player in America, but he has been replaced. The opposing coach reassures his athlete not to be afraid, because the jelly plays mainly against European and American players. Wilson is surprised that in the first fight of the qualifying round, the favorite to win the 130-kilogram category is last year's world champion and last year's Olympic champion, Turkish star Kayop. He supports Batten in that he has information about the enemy, and this is an advantage. In addition, his characteristics are no worse. Batten convinces his mentor that he is not one of those who gets upset over failure. Wilson invites the athlete to discuss tactics over food, to which Batten reminds him that one should not underestimate the opponent when thinking about tactics. And in a fight, one should perceive him as someone who is stronger than you. The competition in the 130-kilo weight category is divided into qualifying and consolation tournaments and a final, and then the participants in the qualifying round are divided into groups A and B. On the day of the competition, the spectators in the stands couldn't believe it when they saw Batten among the participants. They realized that after the last time in Korea, the athlete was going to compete for the national team. Stream noticed that his girlfriend is sitting in the stands, who came to support the guy. The athlete approached her to ask why she came because it was very cold outside. The girl explained that she had to come because it was his first performance. To Batten's concern that he would be nervous at the sight of her, the girl replied that she would come specifically so that he would get used to her presence. The guy ran off to train so as not to embarrass himself in front of her in a fight. It was announced that in the next fight, the famous wrestler from Turkey number 21 would compete against him, Batten number 22. Robin advised the girl to watch the fight closely, and not her boyfriend. The referee was perplexed by how loudly the spectators in the stands were supporting Batten. Number 21 knew that Batten was not a professional, and he realized that his opponent was almost as tall as he was and heavier than him, so he would not have to be reckless. In a tough sparring match, Batten must not dodge because the opponent will get 1 point. The opponent gradually began to act, and then Batten realized that the opponent's hands were slightly stronger than the hands of any fighter from South Korea. Suddenly, the referee stopped the boys' fight with a loud whistle because one of them received a penalty. Batten gets a warning from the referee for using a painful hold, and number 21 gets 1 point. Viewers speculate on the reason for the main character's use of a painful hold and come to the conclusion that perhaps he has little experience in such fights. Robin realized that Batten's opponent was deliberately provoking him into violations because the guy was still inexperienced. The coach was upset because what he feared most happened, but he believes in the hero. Batten realized that his opponent wanted to cheat because a long fight is a bad idea for an inexperienced fighter. Number 21 wants to attack him, wrapping his arms around his upper body. Taking advantage of Batten's shorter stature, his opponent tries to force him to touch the floor with his knees. In order not to fall behind, the hero went on the counterattack, throwing himself across his chest, grabbing his opponent with both hands. After the throw, the referee stops the fight and the student gets 3 points in his favor. Robin and Kathleen, as well as all the fans and friends, rejoice at Batten's first success. The evil enemy quickly rises to avoid losing points under any circumstances. But before he could get up, his American opponent threw him over his shoulder. Batten took control of the situation, and now the enemy will have to resist. Soon, the wrestler from America wins with a score of 8 points in his favor. Because of this, the angry Turk, lying on the floor, decided to kick the winner from behind. But Batten managed to dodge the blow thanks to the help of his girlfriend. Number 22 leaves the competition site, realizing that there is nothing to talk about with his opponent because he was unable to admit defeat with dignity. The spectators are perplexed that the fight lasted only 20 seconds, but it turns out that the real fight lasts only 3 or 4 seconds. Everything else is preparation. The coach and close friends, as well as fans, shout words of congratulations to the winner. Wilson hurried to put a jacket on the athlete so that he would not catch a cold before the next competition. Other fighters do not believe in Batten's success and think that he won by chance. In the second round of the competition, Batten competed against a young talent from Group 4. The American wrestler received 3 points twice in a row. It was an easy victory with a technical advantage. In the third round, the fight takes place between the Chinese Batten and the Russian sports star Alexei. In a second, the student throws him over with a grab and immediately puts him on his shoulder blades. The spectators watch what is happening with trepidation, so they do not make a sound. The coach told the boy that after this he would get into the final round of Group B, that is, the semifinals. The next opponent comes from a family of athletes, as his mother is a shooter and his father was a weightlifter. And his uncle is a wrestler who has achieved very serious success in sports, and his younger brother won gold in the boxing tournament at the last Olympic Games. In the last sparring match, he won with a score of 6 points in his favor. Wilson advises Batten not to relax despite his win over number 21. The coach of Batten's next opponent suggested that he rest before fighting him. The wrestler says his fights lasted a total of 6 minutes, while his opponent's lasted 40 seconds. That's why he's worried that he won't have time to recover before the fight with Batten. But his coach suggests that he make a decisive move and finish the fight as quickly as possible. They can take the initiative into their own hands, which is definitely worth trying. The semifinals of this tournament feature newcomer Batten against the sensation from Uzbekistan. Dusmarov took the initiative and tried to use a powerful attack to throw Batten over his shoulder. But the main character was strong and full of energy, and his opponent did not have time to recover. Unfortunately, the Uzbek fighter has not yet had time to fully recover, while Batten is as strong as a rock. Taking advantage of the moment, Batten knocked his opponent to the mat, receiving 2 points. Having made a grab, the hero tried to push the opponent to the passive zone, for which he received 2 more points. Batten makes a beautiful lunge and immediately gets 3 more points in his favor. The fighter from Uzbekistan steps out of the circle and Batten gets another point. The streamer won the fight by 8 points in his favor, which took him only 7 seconds, and now he is moving on to the finals. The opponent approached his opponent to express his admiration. He will wait for the final of the baton, and also hope that he will defeat his opponent in 13 seconds, so that his total time will be 1 minute. The final will feature an Iranian athlete from Group A and the winner of Group B from America, Batten. Robin asked Kathleen to wait for Batten to win before shouting for him. The hero's new opponent realized that he couldn't win even though he had reached the final, so he decided to just have a good time. Batten understands that he must not let his guard down in the final fight and remembers that pride leads to defeat. The enemy suddenly took the initiative and grabbed Batten. Taking advantage of his strength, the American wrestler grabs him and throws him over his chest. After the throw, he still continues to hold the opponent on the floor and gets 3 points, 2 points, and 2 more points. The referee announces that Batten has won the tournament with 8 points in his favor in just 11 seconds. The athlete from Uzbekistan is very happy for him because he ended up winning all the fights in 58 seconds. The coach of the former opponent does not understand the athlete's happiness because Batten simply won, but he explains to him that he has entered history. Wilson runs with cries of joy to Batten to hug him and congratulate him on his victory. But the guy suddenly grabs him and throws him over himself onto the carpet. All the acquaintances, spectators, and fans who saw this throw were horrified. Getting up from the floor, the coach laughed and called his protege an asshole. The guys in the stands were not at all surprised by this turn of events. You can expect anything from someone like Batten. The fans in the stands loudly and enthusiastically congratulate him on his victory. On the podium, the main character enjoys his victory and hears echoes of the anthem. As he is being thrown into the air, he realizes that wrestling in America is reaching a new level. Suddenly, Batten escapes from the journalists and runs to his beloved Kathleen. The guy takes off his medal and puts it on her, dedicating his victory to her. Kathleen stands with a bouquet of flowers and is very proud of her boyfriend and his victory. Congratulating him, she kisses the main character on the cheek. Reporters felt awkward when they learned that he was in such a hurry to see his girlfriend. The journalist congratulates Batten and asks him to share his impressions of the tournament. He shared that due to his inexperience in such tournaments, he had some violations and the referee gave him warnings. The journalist felt that the wrestler was underestimating himself a little. The interviewer asked about the new record that the athlete had managed to set, but he replied that it was important for him first and foremost to show himself well, so he was not worried about the time. The reporter felt that he was showing off with 2 reserved answers, so he decided to ask questions to which he would give immodest answers. The winner was also asked about the incident when he threw a trainer over his chest, who came out to the athlete on the mat. To this, he replied that they had agreed in advance, but simply realized at that moment that they wanted to celebrate the victory in this way. Wilson came up from behind and confirmed the athlete's words about the throw. A group of journalists asked how Batten started playing for the national team, to which the coach replied that he was a special member of their team. Fans begged the new star to give them an autograph and take a photo. The girl tells him that she won't be able to attend the next competition because she has an art exhibition tomorrow and she's flying out this evening. But the guy isn't upset and thanks her for coming to them today. Kathleen was called from home that they might miss their plane. Batten said goodbye to the girl and asked her to tell him when she would arrive. Articles about the new winner soon appeared on the internet. There was a queue at the box office for tickets for the competition the day after tomorrow. People are being told that tickets for the freestyle wrestling competition that will take place the day after tomorrow are sold out. The cashier understands that this is the first time there has been such excitement since the construction of this sports complex. The next match will be between Batten from Group B, number 27, and the famous fighter from Georgia, number 28. Most of the fans loudly support the young American star. The coach is worried that the people who put pressure on Batten will put even more pressure on him if he loses. Batten's new opponent is a man who took 3rd place in the Olympics. He is good at leg grabbing and cannot be underestimated. The trainer warns him to be careful, to deliver steady strikes, and to make sure that the opponent does not use leg locks. After the fight began, the opponents first began to feel each other out. Peter is the first to decide to go on the offensive, but Batten attacks and throws him over his chest. He managed to finish the round in 3 seconds and get 3 points. The guy standing next to the coach asks the meaning of the sign that Batten showed him after the victory. In the second round, the opponent again tries to escape from Batten's hold. The spectators shout at him not to let his opponent escape and to finish the round quickly. Still, Batten took the advantage into his own hands and earned another 5 points. In the end, the match ended in 6 seconds with the score 8 points in favor of Batten. The blonde guy notes that Batten is signaling to the coach again. The spectators are angry that the match ended so quickly, they didn't even have time to arrive and it was already over. Batten's opponent didn't even have time to understand what happened. The coach reassures him that he is a tough opponent and he did everything he could. When the coach wanted to take the athlete away, he wanted to stay and watch the next losers who would lose to him. The coach thinks it wouldn't hurt to watch the next fights. Maybe then he'll calm down. In his next match against an athlete from China, Batten went on the offensive. Batten gets 1 point and then another point for keeping his opponent on the mat. After pinning his opponent again, for which he received 2 more points, the protagonist wins in 9 seconds with a score of 7 points in his favor. The guy does a chest dive and wins in 3 seconds with a score of 6 points in his favor. In the 4th round, he throws the Italian over his shoulder beyond the passive zone and wins in 8 seconds with a score of 9 points in his favor. The final featured Russian wrestler Rezanyavsky and American wrestler Batten. He threw his opponent over the passive zone and received 4 points. Batten wins by 9 points in 12 seconds and makes history by becoming a champion in 2 different wrestling styles by winning the wrestling competition. The main character became the winner of the Intercontinental Tournament and received 3 glory points. The guy video called Kathleen and said he had another gold medal. During the conversation, Batten noticed that Kathleen was in a bad mood. She explained that she was tired because she had been staying up late at the exhibition and hurried to hang up. He understands that something happened to her, because even if she hadn't slept all night, she wouldn't be in such a terrible mood. Kathleen didn't want to burden the guy with her problems because he had another competition on the 15th and said, but he shouldn't worry because her brother was taking care of it. He asked the girl not to move away and to tell him what had happened. She reports that her father has suddenly disappeared and begins to cry heavily. The worried guy asks how this actually happened. Kathleen says that when they returned to Shanghai, Dad and Uncle decided to go to Thailand to look at antiques. They were out of touch for 4 days, and yesterday they were discovered missing. The guy knows that in the antiques business, everything is not as simple as it seems. He learns that Kathleen's brother left for Thailand this morning. The girl is worried that Batten will not have time to prepare for the next competition. He asked her not to think about it. He would find a way to get everything done. Batten calls and tells the coach that he will not be able to participate in the training camp because he urgently needs to leave. He assured the coach that he would not be lazy or relax and would return as soon as he could. He then called Kathleen's brother and said that there were no direct flights to Thailand today, so he would go to Shanghai first. The brother replied that he and his 17-year-old friend, who had come from abroad, had checked into a hotel in the city of Shizi where his father was staying and were checking the surveillance cameras. Robin is glad that the guy went to Shanghai first. It will give him peace of mind. He dropped the call because there was interference on the line. The boys found out that Dad and Uncle were registered 8 days ago, but the videos from the cameras since then have been erased, but they are trying to restore them. It just seems that even if they are restored, they still won't find any useful clues. Robin wonders if it's possible to find out who they met and what events they attended. The friend replied that it was not easy, but he would try to make a list of auctioneers, private events that had taken place in the last 2 weeks and filter them. Robin is waiting for some news from the police, but his friend advises him not to rely on it. The main character met his girlfriend at the airport from where he was supposed to fly away. She added that as soon as the guy boarded the plane, her dad called because he and his uncle had been kidnapped. Although Batten was prepared for the worst, he did not think that something like this could actually happen. The kidnappers said they wanted 3 of her father's collectibles and her uncle's Jasper regalia, which he had spent half his life searching for. The student learned that Kathleen's uncle was currently being screened at the airport. The guy suddenly turned around and explained that he was going to buy tickets to Thailand. He went up to the ticket counter and asked for a ticket on a specific flight that Kathleen's uncle was on. The girl replied that there were no first-class tickets left for this flight. And since the guy said that any seat would suit him, the girl handed him an economy class ticket. And since there was little time left, Batten immediately went through security control. At the end of their meeting, Kathleen asked him not to do anything stupid, as these were just things. He replied that he promised to return everyone safe and sound, and that he would also discuss everything with the 7th brother. Kathleen's brother is too impulsive, so it's better not to listen to him. As he boarded the plane, Batten thought that if the kidnappers had specified the things they wanted to get, then they were following his family. There may also be an assistant to the kidnappers on this flight, and the guy needs to prepare for the worst and keep an eye on this guy. Soon, he took out a magic surveillance camera and ordered it to fly to first class. In economy class, Batten ran into fans and was a little embarrassed about it. It was bad that he recognized him, because he himself didn't know if the kidnappers knew if the streamer was connected to Kathleen's family. In order to avoid unnecessary attention, the main character should wear an invisibility cap. So far, the passengers in first class are not doing anything suspicious, and perhaps Batten is panicking for nothing. He doesn't think the kidnappers who are holding the hostages would waste time on a plane. 4 hours later, the student arrived in Thailand and ordered the camera to follow his uncle. A couple of minutes later, Robin met him and asked if Batten had arrived with him. Then the 7th brother received a message on his phone saying that the streamer was attracting too much attention to go with them, but would be in touch. The man said that it was time for them to go and stated that Batten would soon catch up with them. But deep down, he hoped that this bastard wouldn't make a fuss. Batten himself thinks that an unpleasant situation would have arisen if he had told the driver to follow the car in front. Kathleen's brother was heading towards town, and if they changed lanes, the boy would ask the driver to turn there too. Kathleen's uncle said the kidnappers told them to go to Chiang Mai. Then Robin ordered him to stay in Bangkok, and he and Richie would go there. He asked his uncle not to worry because he knew how to swing his fists and wouldn't do anything stupid. The very surprised man began to sweat and get nervous from what he heard from Robin's lips. Perhaps he was not delighted with his train of thought, but apparently he didn't have much of a choice. The driver doesn't want to take the man that far, so he gets angry because he doesn't even know yet what a large sum the passenger might pay him for the trip. Seeing a wad of money, which sounds quite profitable for his decrepit pocket, the taxi driver agrees to take the boy to the ends of the earth. From a strange hologram, Batten learns of his brother's possible arrival within an hour, but he is not entirely sure of his conclusion. The man intends to sit and gather strength under the tree, for he is quite sure that he has at least a little time to rest after a long night's journey. After taking a short rest, our hero again learns some important information. Being a little surprised, most likely he is not particularly happy that he has to go somewhere again. Baton, having sat down in a taxi again, in a good mood, tells the place where he needs to go, because he is absolutely sure of his direction, thanks to the information on the screen. The man is slightly burdened and shocked by the sudden message from Robin, who claims that he needs to go the other way, and this is quite logical, because he is in pursuit. Batten isn't thrilled about having to drive around in circles, and he's depressed by the thought that their target is a very important big shot, but he doesn't plan on giving up. You need to calm down, because most likely the kidnapper's goal is to track down the seventh brother and see if he is being followed by the police or the tail. It seems that these kidnappers are extremely cautious people, fortunately. While Batten was following Robin, he changed taxis. While Richie and Robin were getting to their destination, they were surrounded by motorcyclists. Some blonde guy looked in the window and asked if Richie had brought his things, but he had nothing to do with it. Robin looked menacingly at the blonde man and declared that he had brought everything. The blonde found this strange man to be very dangerous towards him, and he advised the driver not to do anything stupid and to follow him. The seventh brother pointed his gun at Richie and ordered him to go where he needed to go. The blonde was getting more and more nervous because this man was really scary and his driver was very unlucky. Soon, a dirt road appeared ahead, and if Batten followed Robin, he would be easily exposed. So he got out of the car and put on an invisibility cap to use his running speed and stamina. But before he could move, Kathleen called him. She cried into the phone and asked who she was calling because she had this contact listed as Beast. It must have been someone close to her, but for some reason she forgot him. The worried guy replied that even if the whole world forgot him, she should remember him. When the streamer said his name, Kathleen immediately remembered that this was her boyfriend. She did not understand how she could forget her loved one and asked for forgiveness. Batten replied that he should apologize for making her worry. The crying girl asked why she suddenly behaved like that and if something had happened to him. The student told the silly girl not to worry because he was perfectly fine and would soon get everyone home safely. Kathleen is under constant stress, so now she should sleep, and when she wakes up, Batten will bring her good news. The girl agreed with him and said that she was glad that the guy was okay and that she must be really tired and was also waiting for his return. Now the guy's most important task was to ensure the safety of the kidnapped, because then Kathleen would be calm. 10 minutes later, the guy discovered that the girl's brother was already at his destination. By that time, the thief was already knocking on the driver's window to take the keys. He said in a frightened voice that he didn't need any trouble and would do everything voluntarily, just so that they would let him go. The man snatched the keys he needed from his hands and only laughed at the boy's cowardice. Robin climbed out of the car after the man, looking at him with distrust and receiving instructions to follow him. Unable to bear such suspicion, he pointed a gun at him and said that before starting any action, he wanted to see the kidnapped people. The man just laughed at this and explained that they weren't planning on killing anyone. They just needed money, and if he brought the things, then he would take them safe and sound, and there was no point in him bringing a weapon with him. The next second, he gestured to his men, who surrounded them from all sides, pointing their weapons at the seventh brother. The guy didn't lose his head and, as a warning, exposed the part of his torso on which the explosives were attached, saying that until he saw his people, they would not receive the things. The gang leader was taken aback by this and quickly stopped the guy from his subsequent actions. He couldn't believe that any American would actually dare to do such a thing, but Robin could very well be bluffing and it would all turn out to be fake. If this turned out to be true, He would need to ask permission, so the man stopped his men. Having reached the place and seen what was happening, Batten was taken aback by what he saw, because he had not expected at all that Robin would go to such measures. Having quickly come to his senses, the guy decided to remain calm because the explosives were most likely fake, and his brother did this in order to scare the kidnappers. But the kidnappers' pistols were definitely real. The guy decided not to hesitate and exchange his points for something useful before meeting the scoundrels. At the same second, he was given 10 units of speed and a couple of useful things. He also purchased 5 energy gels and a sports drink to ensure he was fully prepared. Now he was at full speed and moving with inhuman speed to help his brother. At that moment, the kidnapper was on his way to report to his boss about Robin's actions and their critical situation. Boss Yun looked completely calm and didn't react to the news about the explosives. Behind his boss's back, Mr. Chi told him that the guy was an MMA fighter and quite strong. The man just laughed at what he heard, because he was only concerned about the money he had with him, and he had seen a lot of people like this boy. Already getting ready to go to meet the guy, he heard an offer from his master to take Kathleen's father with him. He also warned him that it would be best not to kill anyone, since 2 groups of antique appraisers would arrive the next day, and if everything was covered in blood, they would have to find another place to exchange. After some time, the kidnappers were standing face to face with the relatives of the captives. Seeing his family in a terrible state and at gunpoint, Robin exclaimed. To this, Yun mockingly muttered that because of his uncle's annoying shouts, they had to shut him up. As for the wound on his face, he explained that his comrade was very hot-tempered, but overall his uncle was completely fine, and in a few days his face would be completely restored. Unable to stand the bastard's tone and the turn of the situation, the 7th brother pointed a gun at him and ordered him to remove the tape from his uncle's face. One of the 6 kidnappers ripped the plug off the man's face, causing serious damage to his jaw, something the others did not expect. Boss Yun was furious at this idiot's actions and kicked him to the ground because he was trying to kill his master. Robin was seething with rage and a desire to rip the madman's head off and would have done so immediately if it weren't for his father, who was held hostage. Yun apologized indifferently for the boy's actions, as if nothing serious had happened. The 7th brother tried to calm down and immediately asked his uncle how he was feeling. The man could only helplessly nod his head in response. When Robin asked him where his father was, Yun answered with a cunning look in his eyes that it was not that simple, because first he had to see the money and be sure that he would not be at a loss. Immediately after this, he suggested that everyone take a step back and said that they were ready to let the master go now, but in exchange for him they would give them sapphire dragons and a jasper regalia. Approaching the master, he suggested that he go first, since the 7th brother did not trust them. The guy immediately escorted the exhausted uncle to the car, ensuring his safety. Without wasting any time, Yun reminded the boy that he had fulfilled his condition and now it was his turn. He also quickly threatened him that if he did not do his part, they would detonate the detonator that was on him. Continuing, he warned him not to act recklessly because he needed the antiques and the guy needed his life. As for his father, he can simply call another person from his family who will come immediately. Realizing his predicament, the fighter decided to give up the antiques. Having quickly obtained what he wanted, the man handed it over to Old Man Day for inspection and was convinced of its authenticity. Immediately after that, he asked to bring Kathleen's father, but then turned to the guy. He said that he was aware of Robin's skill and courage, but did not believe that the explosives were real. The bandit offers a deal, shoot the detonator, and if it explodes, he will return the 2 antiques. And if it doesn't explode, then the guy will die in vain, and the bandit himself will get 2 antiques, naturally letting his father go. The bandit reminds that he had already said earlier that his interest is only in money and he doesn't care about stupid games, so he offers to remove the explosives. The guy stands his ground and reminds them that he doesn't need money. People's lives are important to him, and if they are pressured, they won't be friendly towards them. He showed a sign behind his back to a friend sitting in the car, and the guy with blue hair realized that he needed to press the button. The trunk opens and 4 drones fly out with small white boxes. The long-haired guy says that since they came here, they are not afraid of bandit tricks. An explosion erupted from one of the boxes and a huge space was filled with fire and acrid smoke. The bandits are perplexed, because this thing is much more difficult to handle than explosives. The guy mocks them by suggesting to shoot one of these drones at home and see which one will die faster. The bandit is outraged that some American could get his hands on so much explosives and tells him not to try to scare them with it. Since they know the guy is into mixed martial arts, they had to find out what the uncle's son is into. It turns out that the son will receive a doctorate in explosive materials and ammunition engineering and explosive technology. In fact, the guy in the car was the strongest, but it was hard to understand, because cultural differences are a tricky thing. Boss Yoon asks his subordinates if it is true that this family has a person in the explosives field. The poor guy started to worry, because there was someone who was doing well in school, but it wasn't really clear in what. The boss is very angry and asks to bring the old man quickly because the sky is full of explosives. Mr. Chi is offered to leave his boss because right now such an opportunity has come up, which has made him wary. It appears that you should take antique lovers with you and leave them with each other. Let them figure it out themselves. Mr. Chi is worried whether there will be enough of their subordinates to escape from Boss Yoon. Enough, his partner answers. And there are enough cars to go straight to Myanmar. You have to be careful that due to the attention of the boss, there is a chance of getting into trouble in the future. Their people need to be gathered at the bamboo house, and when everyone gets into the cars, the drones will be shot down, and the boss will have to deal with the rest himself. When they ran to the bamboo house, they noticed something strange. All the guards outside had been defeated. When they went inside, they found untied ropes, empty chairs, and no people. 15 minutes ago, one of the bandits dragged a beaten and tied up man into this house. It was Kathleen's father, and with his limbs shackled, he collapsed to the floor, only groaning as his mouth was taped shut. The bandits found it funny how the man was resisting, calling him a typical American bag of bones, and assumed it would last about a minute. They laugh and ask the old man to warn them when he starts to kick, and only in that case will they lift him up. A threatening voice burst out from nowhere throughout the room, telling the pathetic bandits to laugh while they still could. They immediately got scared, made faces and turned around but didn't see anyone, and the invisible guy continued to scare them. The bad guys got what they deserved and fell to the floor from the powerful blows that hit their bodies. The kidnapped people began to panic when they saw a large figure flash by and decided that there were ghosts living there. Then Batten appears, having turned off his invisibility abilities, and removes the makeshift gag from Robin's father's mouth. The kidnapped man is surprised who his savior is, because he sees such a person for the first time. Batten asks to be silent, untangles the ropes, and lifting the old man asks him to follow him. But behind them there were still those who had been kidnapped, who, seeing hope for salvation, began to make mooing sounds, asking for help. Batten agrees to save the others too, since he has already eliminated all the obstacles at the back door. He releases the ropes and allows the people to remove the gag, but for safety's sake, asks them to remain silent. Taking Kathleen's beaten and barely standing father by the arm, he asks all the kidnapped to follow him to the exit. No one believes their eyes and cannot understand who he is, a man, a god, a ghost, or a mystical creature. Seeing the explosion from the drone, Batten immediately guesses which direction the seventh brother is. He watches the action from his camera and marvels at how cool it is. He is happy to see a doctor of science in the car and is not surprised why his brother chose this guy. But Batten still needs to hurry to save people before the situation gets out of control. He opens the car using the keys found in the pocket of one of the bandits and invites people in. He instructs people to evacuate these cars from the car as quickly as possible, and everyone immediately agrees with him. Batten attaches his highly versatile microphone to Robin's father's shirt. Having finished saving people here, he quickly heads off to help his brother. The man is confused as to who just spoke to him and why he doesn't remember anything. People forget about Batten as soon as he leaves their sight and stops crossing paths with them. The man doesn't understand where the keys came from, but now is not the time to figure it out. The main thing is to escape. The cars are leaving. The instinct of self-preservation should itself lead people to a safe place. Just in case, the guy plans to smash the remaining car, increasing the object's size several times. Batten stops at the point where he punched the hood of the car because, in fact, it won't be able to leave. On the way to his brother, while he is running, he thinks that he still needs to be a less impulsive son-in-law. After all these events, two subordinates appear who are going to betray Boss Yoon. Batten, who had not gone far, heard their conversation from the neighboring bushes and paid attention to it. Wearing an invisibility cap, he watches who is participating in the conversation and hears their plan. The streamer is furious. He is angry at how mean these subordinates are acting. He comes up with the idea of taking advantage of this and setting them against each other. But he pushes these thoughts aside because it is too painstaking work and there is no point in stooping to their level. He waited until they all gathered in one place and began to cut them down one by one. The first one to fall under the hand of Mr. Chi. Having dealt with it, Batten notices a red case. Opening it, he recognizes his uncle's artifact and takes it with him. With his enlarged weapon, he breaks all firearms so that no one can use them. Boss Yoon wonders why the guys haven't brought another person here yet, which makes him worried. Brother Robin wants to see his father as soon as possible and make a deal with the bandits. At this time, Batten, using the same weapon, destroyed the luxurious motorcycle of one of the bandits. A loud noise attracts attention, and its owner heads out with a gun to find out what is going on. The guy is scared. He can't even imagine that Batten is standing next to him with a smug smile. Two bandits suspect something is wrong and are ready to defend themselves from a possible ghost. They get hit in the face by the main character, who is not happy about being called a ghost. He asks the seventh brother to shut down his drones, as they are too dangerous. The guy is very happy to see his friend, because during the fight he almost forgot that he was also here. Batten is worried about the drones, because they have a long range and dodging them will be a problem. After this thought, one of the explosive devices heads straight towards our hero.